Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 222, Slug Katsuyu, Uchiha Clan Gift, 2 in 1. Kitazawa, Kosuke, and Kakashi returned to the office immediately after lunch. The idea of modifying the medical forbidden technique, body revival technique, had just come to him, and he had even chosen to forego his lunch break. Kitazawa sat in his office chair and took out a pen and paper. The medical forbidden technique, body revival technique, was a system reward, so his proficiency was already maxed out. He also possessed master-level chakra form transformation and skilled-level yang release chakra nature transformation, so even a forbidden ninjutsu might be successfully modified. However, Kitazawa still underestimated its difficulty. An entire afternoon passed, and he made no substantial progress. But he wasn't in a hurry. As an S-ranked ninjutsu, it naturally wouldn't be easy to modify successfully. Medical ninjutsu had existed for over 1,000 years, and to this day, no medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration had appeared in the ninja world. This alone showed the difficulty of the task. Kitazawa glanced at the time and then went to the school's training ground. Just sitting there was useless, he might as well do what needed to be done, and perhaps inspiration would suddenly strike. Kitazawa continued practicing water release, great waterfall technique, while also having a shadow clone follow Kosuke to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship. It was another uneventful afternoon. After school, Kitazawa went home. But to his surprise, Tsunade had already returned and was waiting for him at the door. "Lady Tsunade." Kitazawa walked forward to greet her. Tsunade didn't answer, she merely stood with her arms crossed, staring at him. Kitazawa glanced left and right, feeling a pressure almost like the weight of her presence. What was going on? He didn't remember offending Tsunade recently. "Do you know Shikatsu Forest?" Tsunade was silent for 2 seconds, then asked. "It's one of the 3 legendary sage regions for summoning animals." Kitazawa's heart stirred as he replied. Could it be that Tsunade intended for him to become a contractor for the slug? Contract ninja can summon summoning animals through the summoning technique. Tsunade slowly continued, but a few summoning animals can summon contract ninja through the reverse summoning technique. Kitazawa was slightly pleased, quickly understanding. The reverse summoning technique was used by the snakes, toads, and slugs of the 3 legendary sage regions for summoning animals in the original work. Undoubtedly, it not only saved a lot of travel time but also could save one's life at critical moments. "Sign your name on this." Tsunade took out a huge scroll. "Is this Shikatsu Forest's contract scroll?" Kitazawa blinked. "Yes." Tsunade explained, "If you encounter Danzo when you're out one day, let the slug reverse summon you away." "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Kitazawa naturally wouldn't refuse. Slug Katsuyu was the true name of Shikatsu Forest's main summoning animal. It's worth mentioning that Shikatsu Forest is different from Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku. This summoning sage land has only one summoning animal, the slug Katsuyu. In the original work, Katsuyu's body was incredibly large, and even Tsunade and Sakura together couldn't summon its full form. Compared to Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest slug is considered a support-type summoning beast. First, the slug can split into countless smaller slugs. Second, these smaller slugs can share vision, enabling chakra transmission and information transfer. Third, Contract Ninja can perform long-distance healing through the slug. Fourth, Contract Ninja can achieve large-scale area healing through countless smaller slugs, the ultimate medical ninjutsu. Of course, in addition to its support abilities, the slug also has combat capabilities. First, its huge size can crush many enemies. Second, it can attack enemies with corrosive fluid, which can dissolve anything upon impact. In the original work, Orochimaru considered it a special attack capable of killing him. Kitazawa opened the contract scroll and found many names. After all, the 3 legendary sage regions for summoning had existed for over 1,000 years. They existed even before ninja appeared in the ninja world. Kitazawa glanced at it, he only recognized 2 names, Senju Hashirama and Tsunade. In the original work, it was never directly mentioned that Senju Hashirama was a contractor of Shikatsu Forest, because he never summoned the slug. Thinking about it, it made sense, he was too strong enough to end battles without needing a summoning animal. After Kitazawa signed his name, he closed the contract scroll and returned it to Tsunade. "Try summoning the slug." Tsunade put away the contract scroll. Kitazawa nodded, formed hand signs, bit his thumb, and pressed it to the ground. With a bang, a white-bodied, blue-backed mollusk-like creature appeared in the smoke. Kitazawa hadn't used too much chakra, only summoning a slug about half the size of a human. "Lady Tsunade." The slug Katsuyu noticed Kitazawa, and its gentle voice was immediately filled with doubt. It had already realized that it wasn't Tsunade who had summoned it this time. His name is Kitazawa. Tsunade proactively introduced, he is Shikatsu Forest's new contract ninja. I see. The slug Katsuyu's pleasant voice rang out again. Lord Kitazawa, I am Katsuyu. You can just call me by my name. Lord Katsuyu. Kitazawa immediately responded. Among the 3 legendary sage regions for summoning, Ryuchi cave snakes have the worst temper, while Shikatsu forest slugs are the most friendly. They not only refer to all contractors as Lord but are also diligent, never demanding sacrifices or prices. Powerful, obedient, and with a pleasant voice, they are simply models among summoning animals. You two get to know each other briefly first. Tsunade waved her hand. Kitazawa, when you have time, let Katsuyu take you for a tour of Shikatsu Forest. All right. Kitazawa greeted Katsuyu, then dispelled the summoning technique. Regarding Danzo, have Itachi keep an eye on him. Tsunade pondered for a moment and added. I understand. Kitazawa smiled. Even if we don't say anything, the Uchiha clan will keep a close watch on Danzo. That's called reaping what you sow. Tsunade shook her head. Lady Tsunade, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? Kitazawa asked with some curiosity. I heard that the second Hokage-sama had a famous saying, the Uchiha are inherently evil. Indeed, but he was referring to the Sharingan. Tsunade paused. The Uchiha are ultimately Konoha's Uchiha. As long as they don't cause trouble, I have no objections. Kitazawa nodded upon hearing this. It was just as he had guessed, Tsunade's attitude toward the Uchiha clan was closer to Senju Hashirama's than to Danzo's. Do you have anything else? Tsunade put down her hands, ready to go inside and rest. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa thought of modifying the medical forbidden technique, body revival technique and said, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Although he had already learned most of Tsunade's abilities except for the Een seal, he was still far behind her in experience. Come inside and talk. Tsunade pushed open the door and walked into the living room. Kitazawa, have some tea. Rina Uzumaki poured Kitazawa a cup of hot tea. Thank you. Kitazawa accepted the tea, took a sip, then sat opposite Tsunade and began asking questions. Why are you asking these things? After answering 2 questions, Tsunade felt confused. I want to create a medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration. Kitazawa didn't hide it and spoke directly. Limb regeneration. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then said, that's impossible. As the most accomplished medical ninja in the ninja world, she had naturally tried to create a medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration, but all attempts had ended in failure. I think it's worth a try. Kitazawa didn't tell her about the medical forbidden technique, body revival technique, as it was too shocking. The medical forbidden technique, body revival technique came from a movie. Movies were theoretically not part of the main series, so many overpowered ninjutsu appeared in them. All right. Seeing his persistence, Tsunade didn't say anything more. After all, creating a medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration was a good thing. Even if it wasn't successful, it would still increase a lot of experience and knowledge. After talking for 2 hours, Kitazawa got up and returned home. The time came to Friday, and the first week after the first monthly exam was coming to an end. Nothing major had happened this week. Danzo had returned to the Shimura clan after Root was disbanded. He hadn't caused trouble or shown his face, appearing very quiet. But Kitazawa knew he must be looking for a suitable opportunity. After all, Tsunade had always stayed in Konoha village, so he couldn't do anything yet. Teacher Kitazawa. Ten ran over, her face full of smiles. I've learned the manipulating shuriken technique. Congratulations. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. The manipulating shuriken technique itself wasn't very difficult, and with Tenten's extreme proficiency in shuriken throwing, it was normal for her to master it so quickly. I'll teach you another new ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. Kitazawa's ultimate goal was to teach her the shuriken shadow clone technique. But the shuriken shadow clone technique was an A-ranked ninjutsu, and it wouldn't be easy for her to learn. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Tenten suddenly thought of something and took out a scroll. Kitazawa opened the scroll and saw that it contained 100 explosive tags. He immediately felt a subtle sensation. Explosive tags were very expensive, ranging from 300 to 2,000 ryo depending on their effect. And the explosive tags Tenten gave were clearly the most effective kind. I'll demonstrate the shadow clone technique first. Kitazawa thought for a moment and accepted the explosive tags. After all, the ninjutsu he taught was also quite valuable, especially the shuriken shadow clone technique, which couldn't be bought with money. After spending half an hour teaching Tenten the shadow clone technique, Kitazawa went to Yakumo. Teacher Kitazawa. Yakumo immediately stopped her training and greeted him. Your Konoha whirlwind is already very proficient, but just learning one taijutsu isn't very useful. Taijutsu needs to be a complete set. Kitazawa lightly coughed. Today I'll teach you Konoha-style taijutsu. After another half hour of teaching, he arrived at the school's artificial lake. Time slowly passed. The sun set, and it was time for school to end. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke stopped Kitazawa, who was about to leave school. What's wrong, Sasuke? Kitazawa looked at him. Currently, Sasuke was learning Kosuke's Konoha style, Willow. Because it was an A-rank swordsmanship, it would be difficult for him to learn it in a short time, so it must be something else. My brother gave me 2 swordsmanship techniques yesterday, but he said he's been very busy lately and doesn't have time to teach me. Uchiha Sasuke took out a scroll. He told me to give these 2 swordsmanship techniques to you, and then you can teach me. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He didn't remember the Uchiha clan having any swordsmanship, only an Uchiha-style swordsmanship similar to Konoha-style swordsmanship. Kitazawa opened the scroll and couldn't help but be surprised. Strictly speaking, these were not the Uchiha clan swordsmanship, but Uchiha Shursui swordsmanship, Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor and Uchiha style, gale sword. These 2 swordsmanship techniques were not purely swordsmanship, like Konoha style, Willow, they incorporated chakra nature. Konoha style, Willow incorporated genjutsu, while Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor and Uchiha style, gale sword incorporated fire release. The effect of Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor was to inject fire release into the ninja blade, forming a blade of flames. And Uchiha style, gale sword added the body flicker technique and a blade of flames that could detach from the ninja blade on top of that. Kitazawa looked at the contents of the scroll and fell into thought. It was a bit strange. Why would he learn it first and then teach it to Uchiha Sasuke? It was clearly an intentional gift of these 2 swordsmanship techniques to him. The only possibility was that the Uchiha were bribing him or thanking him. After all, with Root disbanded, the Uchiha clan was the ninja clan that benefited the most. It must be said that these 2 swordsmanship techniques chosen by Uchiha Itachi solved his urgent problem. Adding Konoha-style swordsmanship, he could become a special Jonin just in swordsmanship. I'll teach you after you learn Konoha-style, Willow. Kitazawa put away the ninjutsu scroll. Sasuke nodded. He was a child after all, and didn't think much of it, still believing that Uchiha Itachi was genuinely busy. However, Itachi was indeed very busy recently, busy raiding Root's homes. Kitazawa returned home. He sat on the sofa, vaguely smelling the aroma coming from the kitchen. It smelled like tempura. He thought about it and took out the swordsmanship scroll given by Sasuke. He planned to take some time to learn these 2 swordsmanship techniques first. After all, he couldn't waste the chakra blade given by Hinata. I feel like this blade needs a name. Kitazawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's call it Zangetsu, Slaying Moon. Not long after, Kurenai, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen. After setting down the dishes, she asked, "What are you looking at?" "Swordsmanship," Kitazawa replied as he put away the scroll. "You really learn everything." Kurenai tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "How come I never saw you this talented before?" "This is what you call having great potential that no one knew about," Kitazawa said casually. At this point, whether he hid his abilities or not was no longer important. His identity was already clear, and aside from marveling at his talent, no one would suspect anything. At most, they would call him a late bloomer. Dinner. Kurenai's face suddenly flushed as she spoke irritably. Kitazawa watched her run back to the kitchen, puzzled. What was there to blush about? Here. Kurenai reappeared, carrying bowls and chopsticks. Thank you. Kitazawa accepted the chopsticks and asked, "How's your training with chakra-enhanced strength coming along?" "Still the same, no progress," Kurenai admitted, sounding a bit frustrated. "Don't be discouraged. It's normal for it to be difficult to learn." Kitazawa picked up a fried shrimp for her and added, "Tomorrow at noon, come with me to the mission hall to take a mission." "Okay." Kurenai nodded. She knew Kitazawa and Yukumo had to visit Lady Tsunade in the morning, so she wasn't surprised about going to the mission hall at noon. After dinner, Kitazawa continued pondering the 2 swordsmanship techniques Sasuke had given him. He planned to learn Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor first because it was simpler. Its principle was similar to wind release, rotating shuriken, both involved injecting chakra into ninja tools, except one was a shuriken and the other a blade. Uchiha style, gale sword, when combined with the body flicker technique, was essentially a composite ninjutsu. In terms of difficulty, it was naturally much higher. If blazing sword meteor was B rank in learning difficulty, then gale sword was A rank. The next day, Saturday. Kurenai slept in as usual. Kitazawa had eaten and arrived at the next door with Yukumo. "Kitazawa-sensei." It was Karen who opened the door, smiling. Yakumo-chan. Where's Lady Tsunade? Kitazawa reached out and patted her head. She's not up yet, Karen replied. Aunt Shizen has already gone to wake her. Then we'll wait for her. Kitazawa wasn't surprised, he was used to it. How to put it? Leaving aside her strength, Tsunade was full of bad habits. But big is beautiful. Karen, how's your sealing art, fire sealing method progressing? Having nothing to do, Kitazawa inquired about Karen's studies. I can perform it smoothly now, Karen replied. Good, you're making fast progress. Kitazawa thought for a moment, then took out a scroll. This is the next sealing technique you need to learn, string light formation. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Karen accepted the scroll. I'll teach you next week in class, Kitazawa added. Just then, footsteps sounded. Kitazawa instinctively turned his head and saw Tsunade, barefoot, probably just waking up. She wasn't wearing her tea-green haori, only a sleeveless top. As she walked, the fabric undulated, revealing skin whiter than snow. You're here. Tsunade stretched. Her sleeveless top seemed even more precarious. Lady Tsunade, good morning. Kitazawa struggled to avert his gaze. I'll eat first. Then we'll do the treatment after I finish eating. Tsunade glanced at him, unconcerned by his wandering eyes. It was another morning of hemophobia treatment. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa looked at her leaning against him and said, I plan to go on a mission today. A mission? Tsunade asked with her eyes closed. Do you need me to go with you? No need. Kitazawa shook his head. Lady Tsunade can monitor Danzo in Konoha. Okay. She sat up. If he makes a move, I'll stop him. As long as it's not Danzo himself, I can easily handle anyone else, Kitazawa said with a smile. Tsunade didn't doubt him. She was well aware of Kitazawa's current strength, he could instantly kill anyone below Jonin, and he was formidable even among Jonin. Besides, she still had hemophobia, and if they truly encountered a battle, she might even become a liability. If you have any problems, you can contact Katsuyu, she instructed. Understood. Kitazawa stood, bid farewell, and left. Back home, Kurenai was already awake and practicing chakra-enhanced strength. In addition, Kabuto, Abirame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi had also arrived on time. Let's go. We're heading to the mission hall, Kitazawa said, extending his hand. Kurenai stepped forward and took it. Hokage Building, Mission Hall. Even though it was Saturday, there was still a constant stream of people, many ninja. After all, ninja didn't really have weekends. Once a mission was accepted, especially a high-difficulty one, it could take months or even half a year to complete. Rest was non-existent. However, no one would complain about resting during a mission. Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto said as he looked at the mission board on the wall. Are we taking an A-rank mission this time, or an S-rank mission? A-rank or B-rank is fine, Kitazawa replied. His goal was simply to go to the land of rivers and, coincidentally, encounter Kurisuke Raiga. With the title of the former 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, any mission would become S-rank at that point. Kabuto was puzzled but didn't ask further. He had developed the habit en route of obeying superiors, and the team leader also counted as one. Kitazawa's gaze swept over the missions on the wall. Most locations were in the land of fire, with only a few outside it. Missions involving the land of rivers were even rarer. Fortunately, his requirements weren't high, a B-rank mission would suffice. This one it is. Kitazawa reached out and took down a B-rank mission. This mission had been issued by the daimyo of the land of fire, requiring them to eliminate a rogue ninja who had fled to the land of rivers. Of course, this ninja was not from one of the 5 great villages. There were many shinobi outside the 5 great villages in the ninja world, such as those from the fire temple in the land of fire. It was simply unknown why this particular ninja had offended the daimyo of the land of fire. But Kitazawa didn't need to know the reason, he only had to kill the target and bring back the body. Isn't this mission a bit too simple? Kurenai asked in confusion. For one special Jonin and 4 Chunin to travel all the way to the land of rivers for a single Chunin-level target seemed like a waste of time. This way we can handle the mission and practice ninjutsu at the same time, Kitazawa replied casually, offering an excuse. Okay. Kurenai thought about it and decided that this approach wasn't bad. Let's go. After Kitazawa received the mission, the group headed out of the village. Leaving the forest of death behind, they began running. The land of rivers bordered the land of fire to the west. By nightfall, they had reached the border of the land of fire, not far from their destination. Let's rest here, Kitazawa instructed. Kabuto, you 3 set up the tents. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto immediately began organizing. I'll set up 1 tent. Toryun and Izumi, you 2 set up the other. Normally, they would pitch a single tent. After all, sleeping together in sleeping bags was safer, and they could react faster if they encountered enemies. But Kabuto, mindful of Kitazawa's relationship with Kurenai, had chosen to set up an extra tent. Once the tents were ready, the 5 of them gathered to eat. Later, set up some traps around the area to avoid encountering ninja from other villages, Kitazawa instructed, then paused. I'll go to the Land of Rivers first to confirm the location of our mission target. In truth, he wanted to find out whether Kurosaki Raiga was already at Katabami Gold Mine in the Land of Rivers. If not, it would just be a wasted trip. I'll go with you, Kurenai immediately offered. No need. It's more convenient for me to go alone. After speaking, Kitazawa formed a series of hand seals. With a puff of smoke, a small slug the size of a house cat appeared. This is Lady Tsunade's summoning beast. Kurenai asked in surprise as she studied the creature. Kabuto and the others also showed curiosity. After all, the legendary 3 Sage Lands of summoning beasts were legendary. Hello. I am Slug Katsuyu, Lady Tsunade's and Lord Kitazawa's summoning beast, the slug said politely. Lord Katsuyu can use the reverse summoning jutsu, Kitazawa explained. That way, I'll be able to return here quickly. I see. Kurenai nodded. Then be careful alone. Okay. Kitazawa estimated the time and said, Lord Katsuyu, use the reverse summoning jutsu 3 hours from now. The Land of Rivers was a small country. At his full speed, 3 hours would be enough to cover several laps. Moreover, when traveling alone, he could also activate his Byakugan. Understood, Lord Kitazawa, Katsuyu replied gently. Wait for me. Kitazawa left the tent and activated his Byakugan a short distance away. With its purity now increased by 30%, its detection range had expanded to about 7 kilometers. In the original work, the pinnacle of sensory ninjutsu was the Uzumaki clan's mind's eye of Kagura. Karen, upon her initial awakening, could sense over 5 kilometers, and later on, her range expanded to tens of kilometers. 7 kilometers was 7,000 meters, and it was a radius. Even for a ninja, that was no short distance. Kitazawa didn't leave immediately but began scouting around the tent. After confirming there were no root operatives or other ninja nearby, he felt relieved and crossed into the Land of Rivers. He had prepared for this, having purchased a detailed map of the Land of Rivers. Katabami Gold Mine was clearly marked. As he walked, Kitazawa recalled the plot from the original work. Kurosaki Raiga's death had been quite coincidental. Because he wanted to mine, he forced nearby villagers into labor. Among them was Karashur, the son of Sancho Granny from the Curry of Life restaurant. However, Karashur had voluntarily joined the Kurosaki family. After Rock Lee fainted during a long run, he was saved by Sancho Granny's Curry of Life, which triggered the mission to rescue Karashur. After that, Hyuga Niji, Uzumaki Naruto, Ten, and Rock Lee had defeated Kurosaki Raiga. Now, such a mission couldn't naturally be triggered, as the Kurosaki family hadn't yet been established. However, Kitazawa was very curious about the taste of the Curry of Life. Judging from the original story, besides being deadly spicy, it seemed to have almost magical effects. Every time Rock Lee ate it, he became full of vigor, as though he had taken a secret medicine. Just then, Kitazawa suddenly stopped. In his Byakugan's vision, 3 terrifying chakra presences appeared. 3 Jonin. No, there was one more, but its chakra was relatively weak, similar to a genin's. 2 of the Jonin were locked in a fierce battle. Kitazawa composed himself and approached while observing through his Byakugan. A moment later, the appearances of the 3 Jonin were fully registered in his mind. The good news was that Kurosaki Raiga was among them. His features were easy to recognize, long green hair and twin blades. The bad news was that Kitazawa also recognized the other 2 Jonin. One had blue-purple hair, amber eyes, light purple eyeshadow, delicate and beautiful features, and a piercing on her lower lip, Konan, one of the 3 founders of the Akatsuki organization. The other wielded an incredibly huge long sword, Biwa Juzo, the first wielder of the Kubikura Bocho, the Sever Sword. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 223, Akatsuki's Angel Konan Death of Kurosaki Raiga. The 4th surge of chakra came from Kurosaki Raiga's back. It was undoubtedly Ranmaru. Because of his special eyes, Ranmaru was used by Raiga as a second pair of eyes. Their partnership reminded Kitazawa of Zabuza and Haku. Moreover, both Ranmaru and Haku were often mistaken for females because of their delicate, beautiful looks. It was quite subtle. Kitazawa stroked his chin. From what his Byakugan revealed, Biwa Juzo and Kurosaki Raiga were fighting. As former fellow 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, why were they battling each other? And Akatsuki's Angel Konan was even standing by, watching. Everyone knew Konan as the Akatsuki organization's caretaker, practically its human resources head. In the original work, it was she who recruited Tsunagekyu's rogue ninja Sasori into Akatsuki. So, the cause and effect behind this clash were easy to guess. Konan first found Juzo and persuaded him to join Akatsuki. Juzo then brought her to Raiga. But Raiga refused, and so a fight broke out between the two swordsmen. Kitazawa fell into contemplation. In the original timeline, Kurasuke Raiga never joined Akatsuki. Kitazawa believed Raiga had been frightened witless by Might Dway, lost his ambition, and only wanted to lord over Grass Mountain in the Land of Rivers. But then, how had he escaped both Konan and Juzo? Was it because of Ranmaru? Regardless, Kitazawa decided to investigate. After all, Raiga was also his mission target. As the distance shortened, Kitazawa could already hear the clash of blades and the piercing crackle of thunder. A moment later, he saw lightning and thunder in the distance, bolts raining from the sky. The title, 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, would make uninformed shinobi believe all 7 were elite jonin equally skilled in taijutsu and kenjutsu. In reality, that wasn't always the case. For example, Kurasuke Raiga was a pure lightning release shinobi. His lightning blades, Kiba, one of the 7 ninja blades, were designed primarily to draw lightning. Juzo, however, focused on kenjutsu, wielding the massive broken blade, Kubikurabocho, dodging lightning as he tried to close in on Raiga. But each of Juzo's attacks was in vain. With Ranmaru on his back, Raiga anticipated every move in advance. Ha ha ha. Raiga laughed loudly. Juzo, you're no longer my opponent. Juzo's face darkened at the taunt. Although displeased, he couldn't refute it. With Ranmaru's help, Raiga's strength had surged considerably. Ranmaru's ability worked much like the Byakugan, a full map hack. Are you still unwilling to join the Akatsuki organization? Konan finally spoke from behind Juzo. What Akatsuki organization? I've never even heard of it. Raiga raised an eyebrow and snorted. I defected from Hidden Mist Village because I didn't want to be ordered around by anyone ever again. Is that so? Konan raised her hand. Akatsuki didn't need loyalty, only strength, so she still intended to use force. A flurry of paper sheets rose into the sky like petals. A second later, a pair of paper wings unfolded from her back. With a flap, Konan soared upward. She can fly. Raiga's expression involuntarily turned serious. In the ninja world, only a handful of shinobi could fly freely, and every one of them was powerful. Ninjutsu had a limited range, flying high enough meant ground-bound enemies couldn't strike back, while you could rain attacks on them. This was evident in Deidara's battle against Gaara in the original work. Tsunagekyur had many strong ninja, but because Deidara could fly, even large crossbows did little. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as their Kazekage was taken. Raiga unhesitatingly raised his twin swords. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot skyward toward Konan. But with a flap of her wings, she suddenly accelerated higher. Raiga frowned, crossing his swords as a massive lightning orb shot upward, but it fell to the ground midway, having reached its maximum range. Let's go. Raiga ordered without hesitation. Ranmaru, guide me. We're shaking them off. He turned and ran. Trying to run. Juzo's muscles bulged as he hurled the Kubikurabocho like a helicopter rotor. Left, Ranmaru's tender voice called out. Without even looking, Raiga easily dodged the spinning blade. The air was filled with the sound of rushing wind. Konan waved her hand, unleashing a rain of paper shuriken from the sky. Attack, Ranmaru instructed as they entered range. Raiga immediately crossed and then separated his swords. Brilliant lightning surged forth, completely engulfing the incoming paper shuriken. Ahead is complex terrain, Ranmaru warned again. Each small nation had its own distinct characteristics. The land of rain had perpetual rainfall. The land of rivers retained many natural landscapes, its terrain is extremely complex. Water release, hiding in mist technique. Raiga immediately put away his swords and formed hand seals. In an instant, a massive amount of mist erupted around him, and his body vanished into it. Oh no. Juzo quickly gave chase. Konan frowned. Water release, hiding in mist was a jutsu every hidden mist shinobi had to master. The pervasive mist perfectly obscured the enemy's vision, and combined with the silent killing technique they trained from childhood, it became lethally effective, a signature tactic of Hidden Mist Village. Everyone knew not to fight mist shinobi inside their own mist. Konan waved her hands. A massive flurry of paper shuriken vanished into the mist, but this undirected bombardment was destined to be in vain. She lowered her hands, her hopes now rested on Biwa Juzo. From the earlier exchange, Raiga's strength was clearly superior. But as long as Juzo drove him out of the mist, everything would be fine. Konan hovered in the sky, looking down. Once Raiga emerged, she would launch a thunderous assault. But just then, the mist abruptly dispersed. Konan raised her hand, eyes narrowing, yet she did not strike, because besides Juzo, Raiga was nowhere to be seen. Damn it. He got away. Juzo muttered, extremely unwilling. He had only just joined the Akatsuki organization and was eager to make achievements, yet he couldn't take down Kurisuke Raiga. Just half a month ago, their strengths had been evenly matched. But now, Raiga fought as though he had grown an extra pair of eyes, rendering all of Juzo's attacks ineffective. What a pity, Konan said expressionlessly. Raiga's strength was impressive. Had he joined Akatsuki, he would have been a rare asset. And she had already sensed Ranmaru's presence, like a buy-one-get-two-free deal. But it was a pity Raiga ultimately escaped. Let's go. Konan quickly regained her composure. For Akatsuki, one less Raiga would change nothing. Since he was so difficult to catch, there was no need to waste any more time. After all, she had other targets. Juzo hefted the broken blade, Kubikirabocho, and followed her into the night. Ranmaru, well done. Raiga said triumphantly. Adopting you was indeed the right choice. Ranmaru had been born in an ordinary small village and ostracized by the villagers because of his innate Byakugan. Raiga had happened to pass through that village and discovered him. After learning of his abilities, he adopted him without hesitation. It's what I should do, Ranmaru replied. Because of Raiga's kindness in adopting him, he, like Haku, regarded himself as a combat tool. He would spare no effort to help. Wait. Ranmaru's face suddenly shifted. Someone is following us. Who? Raiga was stunned for a moment. Did Juzo and the others catch up? It's not their chakra. Ranmaru shook his head. Not them. Raiga stopped abruptly and barked, come out. He was one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and with Ranmaru as his eyes, most Jonin were no match for him. Therefore, he provocatively challenged whoever was trailing them. The red eyes truly is impressive, you sensed me from so far away. Seeing that he had been discovered, Kitazawa no longer hid and stepped into view. After Raiga and Ranmaru fled, he had unhesitatingly given chase. As for Konan and Juzo, there was no need to get acquainted now. Although in his previous life he had been a fan of Konan, their positions were different now, and the mission came first. A Konoha ninja. Raiga noticed Kitazawa's Konoha headband. But after a glance or two, he seemed unimpressed. He was very familiar with Konoha's strong shinobi, and in his memory, there was no impression of Kitazawa. It seems you'll be the first friend I bury after leaving Hidden Mist Village, Raiga said with a sinister smile. He had a habit of holding funerals for others, crying very sadly at them, too. Indeed, you ninja have poor mental states, Kitazawa replied with a faint smile. Do you need me to find you a psychological medical ninja? Psychological medical ninja. What's that? Raiga's face showed confusion. It means you're crazy, Kitazawa said bluntly, blinking. It seems your head was kicked badly by Uncle Due. You know, Might Due. Raiga immediately became furious. A terrifying aura surged out, whistling around him. Being beaten by Might Due and fleeing like a dog was an eternal disgrace in his heart. His son is my friend, Kitazawa said calmly. Good, good, good. Raiga's expression twisted before he began laughing again. You are worthy of me holding a funeral for you. He immediately drew his lightning blades, Kiba, spinning the twin swords and plunging them into the ground. Lightning burial, banquet of lightning. Chakra poured into the swords, and in an instant, 4 branch-like bolts of lightning raced along the ground toward Kitazawa. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kitazawa stood his ground as an earthen wall surged upward. Seeing this, Raiga gripped his twin swords, his chakra surged again, becoming violent. With a thunderous crack, the 4 lightning bolts struck the earth wall, shattering it instantly. But once the wall crumbled, Kitazawa's figure was nowhere to be seen. Ranmaru, where is he? Raiga asked, scanning the area warily. In the sky. Ranmaru answered at once. Raiga instinctively looked up and saw Kitazawa. He had used the Konoha-style body flicker technique to vault into the air. Whoosh! Kitazawa hurled a shuriken. A mere shuriken. How ridiculous. Raiga shook his head in disdain. Raiga, be careful. Ranmaru suddenly warned. Raiga reflexively raised his twin swords. The next second, the single shuriken trembled and multiplied, countless blades appearing out of thin air. In a flash, they poured down on Raiga like a rainstorm. What? Raiga's face changed drastically, sensing an unprecedented crisis. Lightning strike armor. In the nick of time, he merged his twin swords, a torrent of lightning surged forth, forming an armor of electricity over his body. Even so, the hail of shuriken striking the armor made him feel pain all over. But he no longer had time to think about the shuriken. Raiga, he's coming. Ranmaru said quickly, his tone urgent. Behind the rain-like shuriken was Kitazawa, who held a ninja blade and swung it fiercely. Raiga reacted instantly, raising his twin swords to block. Clang. The immense force made Raiga's face flush red. Be careful. Ranmaru's voice rang out again. Chakra enhanced strength. Kitazawa clenched his left fist and smashed it straight at Kurasuke Raiga. Even with the layer of lightning armor, Raiga was sent flying backward, spitting blood in midair. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. He had clearly aimed at Raiga's heart just now, yet the strike landed slightly off. Was it Ranmaru's red eye interfering? As Kitazawa pondered, he once again used the Konoha-style body flicker technique, suddenly accelerating to catch up to Raiga. Just then, a dazzling bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, forcing Kitazawa to retreat. Who exactly are you? Raiga wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping his twin blades. With Kitazawa's strength, he shouldn't be unknown, yet Raiga had no memory of him. You wouldn't know even if I told you, Kitazawa replied casually. His power had grown so fast that his reputation hadn't caught up. Outside Konoha, almost no one even knew his name. Of course, if Tsunade publicly acknowledged him as her student, he'd become famous overnight. Die. Raiga's expression twisted as he roared. One of the proud 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, suppressed by an unknown. Intolerable. And this man was also a friend of Might Dewey's son. Old grudges and new anger surged together, pushing Raiga to unleash his full power. Lightning Dragon Tornado. A loud roar erupted, countless bolts of lightning shot skyward, spinning into the shape of a dragon, a tornado scorching everything it passed. Kitazawa's expression didn't change. Forming hand seals, he countered, compound ninjutsu, lightning water dragon. An electrified water dragon roared forth. The two dragons collided, generating a violent chakra turbulence. After a brief stalemate, the water dragon crashed through the lightning dragon. How is that possible? Raiga's eyes widened. Raiga. Ranmaru cried anxiously. I see it. Raiga crossed his twin blades, summoning a bolt of lightning from the sky to shatter the remaining water dragon. Not that. Ranmaru warned again. Body flicker technique. Like an arrow from a bow, Kitazawa appeared before Raiga in an instant. Chakra enhanced strength. He punched out with his right hand. Raiga had just used lightning release, so he could only block with his twin blades. Ranmaru activated his red eye to interfere with Kitazawa's chakra. Bang. Raiga flew backward. Though injured, the wounds weren't serious. Ha ha ha. Raiga got up and said, with Ranmaru, you're doomed. With Ranmaru present, even at a disadvantage, he had countermeasures. If he seized the right moment, he might still turn the tide. Is that so? Kitazawa chuckled softly, forming hand seals. Genjutsu, Infinite Darkness Jutsu. In an instant, all light vanished. Ranmaru, where is he? Raiga looked around, finding only pitch blackness. I can't see. Ranmaru's voice was full of fear. Since awakening his red eye, this had never happened. What? Raiga's body stiffened, panic rising. He wasn't Kitazawa's match to begin with, without Ranmaru, death was inevitable. Grinding his teeth, Raiga turned and ran. He had no intention of fighting to the death. When he'd faced Might Dewey, he was also the first to run. If there was no hope of victory, he never hesitated. He's coming. Ranmaru suddenly glimpsed a blurry shadow. Where? Raiga asked instinctively. I don't know. Ranmaru strained to widen his eyes, but the shadow disappeared. Damn it. In desperation, Raiga plunged his twin blades into the ground. Lightning surged, and his vision cleared slightly, but what followed was the gleam of a blade. Raiga looked down to see Kitazawa's ninja blade piercing his heart. This time, with Ranmaru unable to see, the red eye failed to divert the fatal strike. Without hesitation, Kitazawa withdrew his blade and severed Raiga's head. He remembered Raiga's suicidal lightning release technique and wouldn't give him the chance to use it. No. Ranmaru's eyes went bloodshot as he cried, Raiga. Kitazawa struck him on the neck, knocking him out. Ranmaru possessed an incredibly overpowered ability, resurrection. But, as the original work showed, the cost was tremendous, consuming all his power and leaving him an ordinary person forever. It was an ability that could only be used once in a lifetime. Kitazawa rubbed his chin. Ranmaru was utterly devoted to Raiga, willing to follow him even to the underworld. But to die like this would waste the red eye. He decided to take Ranmaru back and hand him over to Yakumo Kurama. After clearing his memories of Raiga, he would send him to the Konoha orphanage. Kitazawa's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looked up and saw Konan, angelic with wings, fluttering in midair. In front of him stood Biwa Juzo, looking horrified. He held the broken Kubikurabocho, unwilling to advance. After all, he could not defeat Kurasuke Raiga, who had just died by Kitazawa's hand. If not for Konan, he would have undoubtedly turned and fled. Facing a ninja stronger than himself, lingering was foolhardy. We mean no harm, Konan descended gracefully from the sky. We are merely a ninja organization that works for money. At this time, the Akatsuki organization lacked both members and startup capital, so they disguised themselves as a mercenary group. Moreover, in the underground black market, their reputation was impeccable, as the Akatsuki had no recorded failures. You use chakra-enhanced strength? Konan asked again. You have keen eyesight. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, sensing the goodwill in her tone, but he also understood her reason. Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko were Jiraiya's students, and they had met Tsunade during the Second Ninja World War. Kitazawa's use of chakra-enhanced strength indicated a connection to Tsunade. Before the Akatsuki organization's Eye of the Moon plan unfolded, they had no reason to be hostile toward the 5 great villages. Konan had not completely hardened like Nagato, she still retained emotions and reason. In any case, there was no reason to fight Kitazawa now. The reputation of Konoha's Sannin is known throughout the ninja world, Konan explained. Our original goal was to recruit Kurasuke Raiga, but since he is already dead, this matter ends here. My name is Kitazawa, he introduced himself. I am considered a student of Lady Tsunade. I see. A subtle feeling stirred in Konan's heart. In terms of connections, they were linked as she's a disciple of Jiraiya. Biwa Juzo, hearing this, was puzzled. Why wasn't Tsunade's student a medical ninja? Still, he knew that after this battle, Kitazawa would undoubtedly rise to fame. I am Konan of the Akatsuki organization, codename Angel. Konan paused, then added, the Akatsuki organization accepts any high-difficulty requests. If you have any, you can find us at the exchange office. The exchange office was part of the underground black market. Its function resembled Konoha's mission hall, providing missions for ninja, especially rogue ninja. These missions often ignored the rules of the 5 great villages and included high-stakes bounty jobs. For instance, Asuma Sarutobi had a bounty of 35 million ryo in the underground black market. Who established the exchange office was not mentioned in the original work, but the Akatsuki's early funding came from it. Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki, was known to frequent the exchange office. I will find you if I have needs, Kitazawa said with a wry smile. Until next time, Konan said, turning and leaving. Biwa Juzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed. Kitazawa watched them depart. He then turned, took out a summoning storage scroll, and placed Kurasuke Raiga's body inside. Next, he picked up the lightning blades, Kiba, examined it briefly, and put it away. The blades were highly valuable, particularly for their lightning-attracting function, ideal for lightning-release ninja and efficient for conserving chakra. Although Kitazawa was not a lightning-release ninja, he could wield lightning release, making the blade usable for him. Furthermore, the lightning blades, Kiba complemented lightning release, Kirin perfectly. With it, he no longer needed to artificially summon suitable lightning with fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique, as Uchiha Sasuke did. In battle, this would save time and provide a decisive advantage. However, the lightning blades, Kiba carried risks. Hidden Mist Village had a summoning scroll for the 7 ninja swords, guarded by the Hozuki clan. The surviving Hozuki, Soijetsu Hozuki, had likely been captured by Orochimaru. For the moment, there was no immediate danger of the blade disappearing, but Kitazawa had a plan. He intended to reforge the lightning blade, Kiba, and apply a sealing technique to sever its summoning connection. The Uzumaki clan possessed such a sealing technique, called the contract seal, a core ability of their clan. Its effect was to sever the connection between caster and summoned beast or object. In the original work, Minato Namikaze used the contract seal to sever Uchiha Obito's control over the 9 tails. Current mission, eliminate Kurasuke Raiga, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Mission reward, Compound Ninjutsu, Hurricane Vortex Jutsu. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He had been worried that killing Kurasuke Raiga alone wouldn't trigger the reward. Fortunately, the mission did not specify that the ninja squad had to act together. Kitazawa's reasons for eliminating Kurasuke Raiga here were twofold. First, he was concerned that Raiga might escape, and he had no way of knowing when the target would head to Katabami Gold Mine. There was no need to wait idly and waste time. Second, Kurenai and Kabuto still had a gap in strength when facing Raiga. If they wanted to train, they could wait until Kurenai mastered chakra-enhanced strength and Kabuto and the others further improved their abilities. After all, the ninja world was vast, and opportunities for training were abundant. Kitazawa stood in place, digesting the compound ninjutsu, Hurricane Vortex Jutsu granted by the system. He already knew wind release, Rasengan, so the system also provided water release, Tearing Torrent for free. In the end, he learned 2 new ninjutsu. Glancing at the sky, Kitazawa noted that although he had been out for a long time, it hadn't yet been 3 hours. After a moment's thought, he decided to head to the capital of the Land of Rivers. Before leaving, however, he had a shadow clone take Ranmaru back. After all, the living reverse summoning technique could only summon himself. Their current B-rank mission target was located there, and Kitazawa wasn't going to handle it alone this time. Kurenai and Kabuto had finally emerged from the village, so they needed to feel involved. If Kitazawa had resolved everything himself, the other's journey would have been wasted. After confirming the target ninja's location, Kitazawa felt a mysterious summons. He gave up resisting, and the next second, he returned to the temporary tent of their ninja squad. How was it? Kurenai immediately grabbed his hand, checking his condition, and only relaxed after confirming he was unharmed. I have confirmed the location of our target ninja, and we can execute the mission tomorrow, Kitazawa said. He paused, then added, I also encountered Kurasuke Raiga on the way, and killed him. Ah. Kurenai's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Is it Kurasuke Raiga, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Kabuto asked, astonished. He's dead. Uchiha Izumi felt as if she were under a genjutsu. Yes, Kitazawa replied with a slight smile. It was too good an opportunity to miss, so I took care of him. Kurenai hesitated. This sounded too casual to be believable, but she also knew Kitazawa would never joke about such a thing. Teacher Kitazawa is truly amazing, Kabuto exclaimed. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were renowned powerhouses, each a master among Jonin. Yet one had been killed so easily by Kitazawa-sensei. His strength was simply terrifying. Chapter 224, 5 Release Great Combo Technique. Someone's coming, it's Kitazawa-sensei's shadow clone, Aburame Toryun said, pausing before speaking. As a member of the Aburame clan, he was exceptionally skilled in sensing and reconnaissance, and he was no exception. Although he didn't possess Kikaichu, he commanded nano-sized poisonous insects called phosphorus-destructive insects, Rinkachu. Smaller and more discreet than Kikaichu, they were perfect for sensing and reconnaissance. A moment later, Kitazawa's shadow clone entered with Ranmaru. Upon seeing this, Kitazawa dispelled the clone. Why did you bring back a little girl? Kurenai asked, puzzled. It's a little boy, Kitazawa corrected her with a smile. Boy. Kurenai examined Ranmaru for a moment longer and exclaimed, he really looks like a little girl. He's not simple, Kitazawa explained Ranmaru's past and his red eye. A bloodline limit like the red eye actually exists. Kurenai looked utterly incredulous. Kabuto and the others were equally astonished. The Byakugan was famous in the ninja world, but they never imagined there would be a red eye, a natural counter to the Byakugan. The ninja world is vast and full of wonders, Kitazawa said, pausing before adding, moreover, Hidden Mist Village already has many bloodline limits. That's true, Kurenai agreed. However, after the 4th Mizukage took office, he began extensively hunting and eliminating bloodline limit ninja, Kabuto recalled from rumors he had heard. Kitazawa nodded. In reality, it wasn't the 4th Mizukage Yugura Karatachi's fault, it was Uchiha Obito's doing. Obito acted to avenge Rin Noera. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Rin had the 3 tails implanted in her by Hidden Mist Village. The original plan was for her to self-destruct upon returning to Konoha Village. To protect Konoha, Rin willingly died by Kakashi Hataki's lightning blade. Of course, Kitazawa knew that Uchiha Madara was behind the entire scheme. I don't understand why the 4th Mizukage would do that, Kurenai asked, perplexed. Most bloodline limit ninja are quite strong, isn't their existence beneficial for the village? Who knows? Kitazawa shrugged. Let's sleep. We still have a mission tomorrow. Kurenai looked at Ranmaru. What about him? It's not safe to send him back to Konoha with a shadow clone, let's take him with us. Kitazawa formed hand seals. I'll use the 5-element seal to temporarily incapacitate him. He placed his hand on Ranmaru's forehead. Black talismans spread across the boy's entire body. Kabuto, you guys take care of him, Kitazawa said, standing. If you have any problems, just find me. All right. Kabuto immediately replied. Kitazawa and Kurenai moved to another tent. Your strength should be no less than Kakashi's now, right? Kurenai asked curiously as she sat on the mat. Kakashi and Raiga both had considerable reputations, so their strengths should be comparable. Haven't fought him, so I don't know, Kitazawa said, lying down. But it shouldn't be much different. The current Kakashi had not trained for a long time and was relatively weak. Unless he had learned to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would likely not be Kitazawa's match. This sounds like a dream, Kurenai murmured, somewhat dazed. She had known Kitazawa's strength was growing rapidly, but she had no reference point. Now, after seeing him kill Kurasuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, she finally had a clear understanding. Aside from the Kage of the 5 great villages, Kitazawa's strength was among the top tier of Jonin. The next second, she gasped and turned to glare at him. Kitazawa's hand had already slipped under her clothes, disappearing up her thigh. We have a mission tomorrow. Kurenai quickly stepped back 2 paces. No funny business tonight. I wasn't planning any funny business, Kitazawa chuckled. You're the one thinking about it. I am not. Kurenai's face flushed. All right, come over and sleep, Kitazawa said, patting the mat. Because they were in the wilderness, they all slept in their clothes to prevent accidents. Kurenai snuggled into his arms, resting her head on his arm as she closed her eyes. With a slight smile, she murmured, "Good night." Kitazawa lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. The night passed without incident. Time moved to the next day. Ranmaru had already woken up, but because of the 5-element seal, he couldn't move and looked utterly lifeless. Kitazawa didn't waste time trying to persuade him. Once they returned to Konoha village, he would simply find someone to erase his memories. Though somewhat cruel, in a sense, it was for Ranmaru's own good. Ranmaru had met the wrong person at the right time. Without encountering Kurasuke Raiga, he likely wouldn't have survived. But Raiga was clearly no good, and following him would have led to disaster. The group arrived at the capital of the Land of Rivers. This is the target ninja's location, Kitazawa said casually, handing Kabuto a map. Take him out as quickly as possible. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. With the map in hand, he, Abirame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi entered the city. Are we just going to watch? Kurenai asked. The target ninja isn't strong, not even a Jonin. They can handle him, Kitazawa said indifferently. This mission is too easy, it's boring. Kurenai clenched her fists. Next time, make sure to find a mission that lets me take action. There will be, Kitazawa said with a smile. The capital of the Land of Rivers was much smaller than the capital of the Land of Fire. With the map's guidance, Kabuto and the others quickly arrived at the target ninja's house. Toryun, use your poisonous insects first, Yakushi Kabuto instructed after a moment's thought. If he somehow survives, Izumi, use your Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi activated her 2-tomo Sharingan. Abirame Toryun, without a word, raised his hand. Nano-sized poisonous insects flew through the window. A moment later, a scream rang out. Uchiha Izumi immediately pushed open the door. The target ninja instinctively turned his head, meeting her Sharingan. A momentary blankness appeared on his face. Wind release, vacuum blade. Kabuto pulled out a kunai and slashed across the target's neck. The ninja then fell into eternal darkness. Toryun, bag his body. Kabuto put away his kunai, expression calm. The target ninja had been too weak, leaving him completely unmotivated. Toryun produced a storage scroll. After securing the body, the 3 quickly left. Kitazawa-sensei. Outside the city, Abirame Toryun handed the scroll to Kitazawa. Let's go, back to Konoha village. Kitazawa took the scroll and turned to leave. The group returned along the same path, and by afternoon, they arrived back at Konoha village. You all go back and rest. I'm going to see Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said. Pausing, he added with a smile, come find me tomorrow at 9 a.m., and I'll give you your rewards. A B-rank mission naturally didn't require seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the addition of Kurasuke Raiga made it necessary. He was one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and was worth a considerable sum. In the ninja world, bodies could talk. Konoha village could use Raiga's body for interrogation, likely obtaining many secrets about the hidden mist village's higher-ups. Kitazawa brought Ranmaru to the Hokage's office. He raised his hand to knock and, after receiving permission, pushed the door open. Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, somewhat perplexed. Why did you bring an unconscious child with you? He had met all the students in the genius class and was certain Ranmaru wasn't among them. Hokage-sama, our ninja squad just returned from a mission in the Land of Rivers, Kitazawa said, going straight to the point. We encountered Kurasuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Did you have a conflict? Hiruzen's expression immediately became serious. We killed him, Kitazawa replied. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. This is Kurasuke Raiga's body. Kitazawa took out the storage scroll. Hiruzen quickly rose, moved to the open space in front of his desk, and opened the scroll. A moment later, Kurasuke Raiga's body was released. It's him indeed. Hiruzen confirmed, then laughed heartily. You all did wonderfully. Kurasuke Raiga had already been a rogue ninja of Hidden Mist Village, so killing him wouldn't provoke war. And with his death at Kitazawa's hands, if word spread, Konoha village would gain considerable attention and prestige. Kitazawa, of course, would also gain fame. In Hiruzen's view, Kitazawa's fame had never matched his strength, and it was difficult to increase fame during peace. Like Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, and Kakashi Hatake, most renown came from the great ninja wars. Haru, go call Inoichi, Hiruzen said impatiently. Kurasuke Raiga was a high-ranking Hidden Mist ninja. Currently, the Hidden Mist Village was under a closed village policy, so Konoha had a rare opportunity to learn its secrets. Since you encountered Kurasuke Raiga, your mission is upgraded to S rank, with a reward of 1.2 million ryo, Hiruzen said as he returned to his chair. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa replied calmly. But the mission reward alone isn't enough, Kitazawa. What do you want? Ninja tools, money, or ninjutsu? Hiruzen asked, smiling broadly. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had seen Hiruzen give him a choice. Indeed, Kurasuke Raiga's body was valuable. Kitazawa fell into thought. Ninja tools, he already had the chakra blade, given by Hinata, plus Kurasuke Raiga's kiba, lightning blades, so he didn't need new tools. Money, he had plenty and wasn't short of it for now. After much consideration, ninjutsu was the most practical choice. Although he possessed many ninjutsu, he lacked truly powerful ones. Trading Kurasuke Raiga for an S-rank ninjutsu should pose no problem. I choose ninjutsu, Kitazawa replied. What ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked generously. You can choose any S-rank ninjutsu. Kitazawa's first thought was the Flying Thunder God technique. But he reconsidered, it wasn't necessary. He knew well that, system aside, his talent was average, and he certainly wouldn't master the Flying Thunder God technique on his own. Since that was the case, it was better to leave it to the system. After all, it was only a matter of time before a system quest related to the Flying Thunder God technique appeared. Besides the system, he could also obtain the Flying Thunder God technique through Tsunade. As long as he became Tsunade's student, he would receive treatment similar to Minato Namikaze's. It was important to remember that Minato had no fame when he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, only after mastering it did he shine during the Third Great Ninja War. In other words, Minato likely didn't earn it entirely on his own but obtained it through Jiraiya's connections. With this precedent, Kitazawa only needed to approach Tsunade if he wanted the technique, so there was no need to waste a slot here. There weren't many S-rank ninjutsu in Konoha Village, and many were forbidden jutsu, reverse 4 symbol sealing, Edo Tensei, Reaper Death Seal, and the 8 Gates technique. These forbidden jutsu felt more trouble than they were worth or were simply unusable. Kitazawa wanted a powerful offensive ninjutsu. As for S-rank techniques like Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken and Lightning Release, Kirin, they didn't yet exist in Konoha Village and would have to be created by him and Kakashi Hatake. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, the most practical was the Spirit Transformation technique. The Spirit Transformation technique allowed one's soul to leave the body, transform into a spirit, and attack enemies regardless of distance, or even control their bodies. Its only drawback was the need for teammates to protect the physical body. There were also 2 S-rank medical ninjutsu, the Een Seal and Ninja Art, Creation Rebirth, Strength of 100 Seal. Kitazawa could learn them from Tsunade, and the Een Seal already had a corresponding system quest, so there was no need to choose it. Should he choose the Spirit Transformation technique, then? Just then, Kitazawa's mind stirred. He thought of an S-rank ninjutsu, or more accurately, an S-rank combination ninjutsu. That was Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate secret technique, the 5-release great combo technique. It involved simultaneously attacking the enemy with 5 different elemental ninjutsu, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, causing a devastating explosion. Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said, having made up his mind, I would like to choose the 5-release great combo technique. While the spirit transformation technique was powerful, he didn't like entrusting his life to others. Besides its immense power, the 5-release great combo technique had another benefit, learning it would make him half a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 5-release great combo technique. Are you sure? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, surprised. Combining 5 ninjutsu makes it far more difficult than typical S-rank ninjutsu. I understand, but the 5-release great combination technique suits me well, and I want to try it. Because Kitazawa had the system, he was a rare all-element ninja. Moreover, he already possessed several proficient chakra nature transformations of different attributes. You have already completed the Earth Release and Lightning Release chakra nature transformation training. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, astonished. Ninja are naturally born with 1 or 2 chakra natures, lucky ninjas might have more. Those with only 1 or 2 natures can master others through later training. This is why Jonin are required to master at least 2 elemental ninjutsu. But a ninja's talent and energy are limited. Very few can skillfully master all 5 elemental ninjutsu. In Konoha Village, currently only he and Kakashi Hatake possessed such an ability, with Orochimaru, who defected, as the only other possibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen was incredulous when he learned that Kitazawa had already mastered 5 elemental ninjutsu. As for fire, wind, and water release, Kitazawa had already used them and was aware of their intricacies. Truth be told, mastering 3 elements was impressive among Jonin, 5 was extraordinary. No, it was actually 7, since Kitazawa was also a genjutsu and medical ninja. I've just gotten the hang of it, Kitazawa said modestly. He wasn't afraid of exposure, so he didn't hide it. Kitazawa, you always manage to surprise me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, smiling. Kitazawa was Tsunade's student and a ninja of the Hokage lineage. Now that another all-element ninja had emerged from the Hokage lineage, Hiruzen was naturally pleased. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely take you as my student, he added emotionally. The 5-release great combo technique was his masterpiece, unique in the entire ninja world. However, his 3 previous students had never inherited it due to various circumstances. Sarutobi Hiruzen had thought there would be no more inheritors, but then Kitazawa appeared out of nowhere. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa immediately replied. The 5-release great combo technique is my ninjutsu. If you have time, you can come to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after a moment's thought. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said, his eyes brightening, quickly adding, learning on one's own and being taught are completely different experiences. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to teach him, he had no reason to refuse. This is the ninjutsu scroll for the 5-release great combo technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, producing a scroll. Kitazawa stepped forward and took it. The scroll contains the requirements for training in the 5-release great combo technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him. Read it first, and only start training once you meet the standards. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Understood. Kitazawa put away the scroll. We've been talking for so long, and I haven't even asked you about this child, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at Ranmaru, who Kitazawa had placed on the sofa. His name is Ranmaru, and he possesses the bloodline limit, Red Eye, Kitazawa explained, detailing its abilities. What a peculiar bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. The Red Eye's abilities were no weaker than the Byakugan. If cultivated, Ranmaru would likely become another powerhouse. And with a bit of luck, he might even establish a new ninja clan. As you suggested, after his memory is wiped, he will join the Konoha orphanage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Once he adapts, he'll go to the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa nodded. He had originally planned to send Ranmaru directly to the genius class. However, considering his young age and lack of foundation, he decided to place him in the Konoha orphanage first. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up. Ho! Yamanaka Inoichi was about to greet him, but upon seeing the corpse on the floor, he couldn't help but ask, Kurisuke Raiga. That's right, it's him, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Your analysis team must extract all valuable intelligence from his mind. Yes, Hokage-sama, a flicker of anticipation crossed Inoichi's eyes. He had rarely analyzed a strong ninja like Kurisuke Raiga. Kitazawa, do you have Kurisuke Raiga's sword on you? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered and asked. Yes, this is Kiba, lightning blades, Kitazawa said, taking out the twin swords. I recall that the Hidden Mist Village has summoning scrolls for these 7 swords, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after a moment. Just in case, I'll place a contract seal on this sword. Kiba, lightning blades, was Kitazawa's war trophy. Coupled with the fact that he was Tsunade's student, there was naturally no need to reclaim it. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Kitazawa's face. His original plan had been to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for help through Tsunade. In the entire Konoha village, besides the deceased Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, only he knew the contract seal. Danzo might also know it, but he would absolutely not help. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen had voluntarily offered, it saved Kitazawa a lot of time and effort. Inoichi glanced left and right, his face immediately showing surprise. Did Kitazawa kill Kurisuke Raiga? Because if he hadn't, he wouldn't have Kiba. What's going on? Had Kitazawa's strength reached this level? Inoichi felt his impression of Kitazawa crumble. He had only 2 prior impressions. First, Kitazawa's teaching level was very high. Second, he was half a student of Tsunade, a very good medical ninja. Being able to kill Kurisuke Raiga indicated that, besides medical ninjutsu, Kitazawa's other ninjutsu had also reached Jonin level. In other words, only a few Jonin in Konoha village could now surpass him. Inoichi Yamanaka quickly revised his assessment of Kitazawa's strength and planned to hold a meeting with Shikaku and Choza after returning. With Kitazawa demonstrating formidable power, their Ino, Shika, Cho's attitude should also change. Hokage-sama, may I come to you later? Kitazawa explained. Kiba, lightning blades, is a twin sword, which isn't suitable for me. I plan to have it reforged. Come to me after you've reforged it, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested. But you might consider reforging Kiba into 2 swords to avoid waste. Kitazawa paused slightly. He hadn't considered that before. But on second thought, it was indeed possible. After all, Kiba was originally a twin sword, and its weight was sufficient. He only needed 1 sword. Who would get the other sword? Kitazawa immediately thought of Kakashi and Sasuke. A sword with lightning-attracting effects would naturally be most effective for a lightning-release ninja. Forging it into 3 swords would be too difficult. Never mind, let them figure it out themselves. Kitazawa stopped thinking about it once he understood. Is there anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. No, Hokage-sama. I shall take my leave. Kitazawa bowed slightly and turned to depart. He went to the mission hall, submitted the mission, and collected the 1.2 million ryo belonging to their ninja team. After leaving the Hokage building, he headed straight for the commercial district, intending to find someone to reforge the lightning blades, Kiba. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 225, Obito prepares to return to Konoha. Konoha village has many ninja tool shops. The most famous is Granny Cat's Ninja Tool Shop, which is the designated supplier for the Uchiha clan's ninja. But Kitazawa had a better option, Tenten's family's ninja tool shop. The zangetsu that Hinata had given him came from her family's shop, and Kitazawa was already used to its feel. The second sword didn't need any major changes, it just needed to be similar to zangetsu. It was Sunday. Before Kitazawa even got close, he heard Tenten's voice. Kitazawa-sensei. Tenten immediately ran up to him. Tenten. Kitazawa nodded and asked, is your dad here? Is Kitazawa-sensei here to buy ninja tools? Tenten quickly realized and immediately said, I'll tell my dad to give you a discount. You can decide on a discount? Kitazawa asked with a smile. Of course. Tenten patted her chest proudly. My dad will definitely agree. Agree to what? A sudden voice rang out. A young man stood at the door, looking at Kitazawa. Dad, this is Kitazawa-sensei, whom I often tell you about. Tenten pulled Kitazawa forward, introducing him with a beaming smile. So you are Kitazawa-sama, the young man said politely. My name is Tozo. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. He knew from Tenten that Kitazawa was the vice principal of the Ninja Academy and was also learning medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade, so he addressed him as Sama. Just call me Kitazawa. Kitazawa shook his hand and asked directly, can you reforge a ninja sword? No problem, Tozo said confidently. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. This is the ninja sword that needs to be reforged. Kitazawa took out the lightning blades. Tozo glanced at it, and his eyes widened. He quickly took the lightning blades and examined them carefully. What a good sword. Tozo couldn't help but exclaim. The blacksmiths who forged these 2 swords are more skilled than me. There's actually a blacksmith more skilled than you? Tenten asked in disbelief. Although my skills are good, there are so many blacksmiths in the ninja world, there are always some better than me, Tozo replied. And there's also the artisan village in the ninja world, said to be formed by many high-level blacksmiths. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. In the original work, there was indeed a plotline involving the artisan village. The artisan village had 4 ninja known as the 4 celestial symbols men, who sought to resurrect their village founder, Saimai, and use him to seek revenge against the 5 great shinobi villages. Why do these 2 swords look a bit familiar? Tozo's gaze sharpened. Kitazawa-sama, such fine swords should have a lot of renown, right? They're called Kiba, lightning blades, Kitazawa replied. One of the 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from Hidden Mist Village. Tozo's eyes widened as he suddenly realized. No wonder this sword is so perfect. Although he didn't know who forged them, these 7 swords were created with the full strength of the Hidden Mist Village and were among the best in the entire village. How did the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist swords end up in Kitazawa-sensei's hands? Tenten asked, puzzled. She had heard of their fame. I met Kurisuke Raiga yesterday in the Land of Rivers and got them from him, Kitazawa said casually. So amazing. Tenten exclaimed immediately. Kurisuke Raiga certainly wouldn't have simply given lightning blades to Kitazawa. The only explanation was that Kitazawa had defeated him. Tozo also showed a shocked expression upon hearing this. He now understood why Kitazawa wanted to reforge the lightning blades. Kitazawa-sama, Tozo took a deep breath and asked, what kind of ninja sword do you want them reforged into? Just like this one. Kitazawa drew zangetsu. I forged this sword. Tozo recognized it at a glance. Hinata asked you to forge it, Tenten explained. She gave this ninja sword to Kitazawa-sensei. I see. Tozo thought to himself, what kind of rich behavior is this? Just giving away 10 million ryo. Should Tenten, as a student in the same class, also show some appreciation? He had noticed Tenten's recent changes. Not only had she obtained a very powerful summoning beast, the chameleon lizard, but she had also learned the manipulating shuriken technique and shadow clone technique. Can you forge 2 ninja swords? Kitazawa put away zangetsu and asked. Roughly. Tozo came back to his senses, weighed the lightning blades, and said. Then forge them into 2 ninja swords. Kitazawa nodded. Tozo pondered for a moment. It will probably take about a month. Once the reforging is complete, I'll have Tenten notify you. Thank you. Kitazawa then asked, how much will it cost to reforge 2 swords? I have all the materials, it's just the labor cost. Tozo shook his head. You're Tenten's teacher, so this small amount of money is waived. You don't need to pay. Isn't that inappropriate? Kitazawa was momentarily stunned. There's nothing inappropriate about it, Tozo said with a smile. On the contrary, I should thank you for letting me see such splendid ninja swords. Thank you. Kitazawa no longer stood on ceremony upon hearing this. What he disliked most was insincere back-and-forth refusals, it was too troublesome. Seeing that the matter was settled, Kitazawa greeted Tenten and went home. He had spent most of today and yesterday on the road and was already physically and mentally exhausted. Upon returning home, he immediately felt refreshed. It's really comfortable at home. Kitazawa plopped down on the sofa and stretched. Where's Ranmaru? Kurenai walked over and asked. I handed him over to Hokage-sama. Kitazawa's gaze fell on her fair thighs. How was it? Kurenai asked with a smile. What did Hokage-sama reward you with this time? With a strong individual like Kurisuke Raiga killed, Sarutobi Hiruzen should show some appreciation, both emotionally and rationally. An S-rank composite ninjutsu, 5 release great combo technique. Kitazawa pulled her into his arms, his right hand already on her soft thigh. It's actually that ninjutsu. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him, but didn't stop him. She said with a smile, I feel like you've become a student of all the past Hokage now. Now that you mention it, it's true. Kitazawa paused slightly. All that's missing is first Hokage-sama's wood release. Second Hokage's water release, third Hokage's 5 release great combo technique, fourth Hokage's Rasengan. And also the fifth Hokage's chakra enhanced strength and sixth Hokage's lightning release, Chidori. Even the 8th Hokage's shadow imitation technique and shadow sewing technique. That's right, in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, Shikamaru became the 8th Hokage, albeit temporarily. Don't even think about wood release, there's no way you can learn it. Kurenai shook her head. Maybe I can learn it. Kitazawa put his arm around her and spoke nonsense. After all, wood release is synthesized from earth release and water release chakras. Only I would believe that. If it got out, they'd just say you're overestimating yourself. Kurenai raised her hand, slapped his thigh, and said, come on, let's go train. You're so soft, yet why are you so heartless? You don't even give me time to rest. Kitazawa raised his hand and placed it on her chest. Don't touch me there. Kurenai's heart skipped a beat, and she grabbed his wrist. I need to train hard to catch up to you. All right then. Kitazawa released the fullness in his hand. You train your chakra-enhanced strength, I'll go see Lady Tsunade next door. He planned to continue researching his S-rank medical ninjutsu. With Tsunade's help, his progress would be much faster. Anyway, the system's mission didn't say a second person wasn't allowed to interfere. Lady Tsunade. Kurenai tugged at her collar, reminding him. She probably isn't back yet. I forgot about that. Kitazawa stood up. Then let's train together. The two of them went to the open space outside the house. Kitazawa drew Zangetsu. He gripped the hilt tightly, then infused fire release chakra. Zangetsu was forged from chakra metal. Once the fire release chakra was poured in, it spread at an extremely fast rate. With a whoosh, Zangetsu ignited, covered in a layer of flames on its blade surface. This was Uchiha Shirsui's Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor. After enchanting it with fire release, its destructive power surged. Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor was not difficult, the difficult one was Uchiha style, gale sword. Kitazawa's next step was to fling this blade of fire, creating a dual attack of sword art and fire release. Night fell. The Hokage's office was still lit. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't left work yet because he was waiting for Inoichi Yamanaka's analysis results on Kurisuke Raiga. A knock on the door sounded. Hokage-sama. Yakushi Nono pushed the door open and entered. She curiously glanced at Ranmaru. Did you call me for something? This child is Ranmaru, an orphan who has also lost his memories. Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly beautified the act of erasing memories. Hokage-sama wants him to live in the orphanage. Nono understood and asked. Precisely. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. But he is different from other orphans, he possesses extremely high talent. What talent? Nono was immediately surprised. If even Sarutobi Hiruzen called it extremely high talent, it must be truly extraordinary. It's the red eye. Considering Nono's strength and status, Sarutobi Hiruzen informed her of the red eye's functions one by one. A bloodline limit similar to the Byakugan. Nono was surprised yet also delighted. He's suitable to help out at Konoha Hospital, and it would be even better if he could learn medical ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a soft sound of surprise. What she said was true. Medical ninja, whether performing surgery or learning medical ninjutsu, all involve the human body. But there are many parts of the human body that cannot be observed with the naked eye, such as cells. The Byakugan could see them. In fact, the Hyuga clan was the most suitable for becoming medical ninja. But unfortunately, the Hyuga clan was too rigid, adhering to the rule that ancestral laws could not be changed, only learning gentle fist and not medical ninjutsu. Of course, another reason was that medical ninjutsu was harder to learn than gentle fist. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage, he would not easily interfere in the internal affairs of major ninja clans. However, Ranmaru was not a Hyuga clan ninja, so he didn't need to follow any restrictions. Then you will teach him. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Take him away. Yes, Hokage-sama. Nono led Ranmaru out of the Hokage's office. A moment later, a knock on the door sounded once more. Hokage-sama. Inoichi Yamanaka took out 2 scrolls. These are the intelligence reports from Kurisuke Raiga's memory. Why are there 2 scrolls? Sarutobi Hiruzen casually picked up the first scroll. One is a ninjutsu scroll, and one is an intelligence scroll, Inoichi replied. I see. Hiruzen glanced at the scroll in his hand, which was filled with ninjutsu. The majority of them were lightning release ninjutsu, followed by water release. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Kurisuke Raiga's lightning release ninjutsu were all related to his lightning blades, Kiba. Without Kiba, the effectiveness of these lightning release ninjutsu would be greatly reduced. Haru, make a copy of these lightning release ninjutsu for Kitazawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed after a moment's thought. Since he had already given him the 5 release great combo technique, he didn't mind granting him some additional lightning release techniques. Strictly speaking, these lightning release jutsu were Kitazawa's spoils of war and should rightfully belong to him. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU ninja Haru walked in and took the ninjutsu scroll. Inoichi Yamanaka's heart, however, trembled. So many lightning release techniques, just given away like that. It seemed that Kitazawa becoming Tsunade's student was already a foregone conclusion. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions clearly showed that he regarded him as a confidant. Hiruzen then picked up the second scroll. This one contained intelligence related to the Hidden Mist Village. What exactly is the 4th Mizukage trying to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen grew even more puzzled as he read. Kurisuke Raiga's memories were full of the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Many of his actions were even more outrageous than Danzo Shimura's, for example, the extermination of the Kagaya clan. The Hidden Mist Village publicly announced that the Kagaya clan had been annihilated for rebellion. In reality, there were many hidden truths. The Kagaya clan's rebellion had been deliberately instigated, or rather, set up, by Yagura Karatachi himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand. The Kagaya clan possessed the Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, bloodline limit and were extremely powerful. In Konoha village, they would be equivalent to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, under any circumstances, would never actively destroy the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. After all, doing so would cause heavy losses to the village. Besides the Kagaya clan, the 4th Mizukage also extensively hunted down other bloodline limits. No wonder even the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist defected, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered. He put down the scroll and said with a smile, but for our Konoha village, this is a good thing. The Hidden Mist Village was self-destructing, and its strength would only decline. Once it reached a certain point, it would no longer pose a threat to Konoha. You've worked hard today, Inoichi. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Yes, Hokage-sama. Inoichi bowed slightly, turned, and left. Haru, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after a moment of thought, send the intelligence that Kurisuke Raiga is dead to the Hidden Mist Village. He naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to greatly enhance Konoha's prestige. Moreover, it could also squeeze out Kurisuke Raiga's last bit of value. The Hidden Mist Village had issued a bounty mission for Raiga, so they would certainly retrieve his body. In addition, they would likely try to reacquire Kiba, the lightning blades, through negotiation. But Kiba had already been given to Kitazawa, so it was impossible to return it. There would likely be a period of negotiation and tug-of-war. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid. He was certain that the Hidden Mist Village would never dare go to war with Konoha. If it were the Hidden Cloud Village, he would have to consider more carefully. After all, the Hidden Cloud's strength was not inferior to Konoha's. With Tsunade not yet completely cured, the Hidden Cloud was even stronger. Sunday ended, and a new week began. Kitazawa met an unexpected visitor early in the morning, the ANBU ninja Haru. This is what Hokage-sama asked me to give you, Haru said, handing him a scroll. Thank you. Kitazawa opened the scroll curiously. As he glanced at it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was full of lightning release techniques Kurosaki Raiga had used, a total of 8. Kitazawa's first reaction was that he absolutely couldn't learn them all. He already had a lot to study, and now there were 8 more lightning release techniques. But one can never have too many skills. Raiga's lightning release techniques were not bad either. Most importantly, they could be used in conjunction with the reforged lightning blades, making full use of their potential. However, there were priorities. Kitazawa planned to learn them after mastering the 2 sword arts given by Sasuke and completing his water release and earth release missions. As for the 5 release great combo technique, he had looked at it last night and realized he couldn't learn it yet. He only had master level lightning release nature transformation and skilled level wind release nature transformation. Kitazawa estimated he would only be able to learn it after all 5 releases reached the skilled level. It could only be said that it was worthy of being Sarutobi Hiruzen's trump card. In fact, every S-rank ninjutsu was difficult to master. For example, lightning release, Kirin, even though Kitazawa had explained the concept to him, Kakashi Hatake still hadn't made much progress. Fortunately, there was no rush. Kitazawa put away the scroll and continued to practice his sword arts. It was another uneventful day of training. 5 p.m. Konoha village was still bathed in bright sunlight, but the hidden mist village was already enveloped in a thick fog. Each of the 5 great villages had its own unique characteristics. The hidden mist village was known for its perpetual misty weather. It was precisely because of this that water release, hidden mist jutsu and silent killing were developed. Mizukage's office. A knock sounded at the door. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, raised his head. He had a baby face and looked very young, almost like a child. Come in, Yagura Karatachi said expressionlessly. Mizukage-sama. A chubby ninja with long orange hair walked in. He was Suikazan Fuguki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the wielder of the great sword Samahata. Unlike Kurosaki Raiga and Biwa Juzo, he regularly carried out underground missions and was an extremely ruthless individual. He played a significant role in the Hidden Mist village becoming the village of the Bloody Mist. In the original work, even Obito Uchiha regarded him with special respect. Because of this, he chose not to defect but instead intensified his execution of Yagura Karatachi's orders. What is it? Yagura Karatachi nodded and asked. I just received intelligence that Kurosaki Raiga died at the hands of Kitazawa from Konoha village, Suikazan Fuguki said in a deep voice. Who is Kitazawa? Yagura frowned slightly. He is a teacher at Konoha village's Ninja Academy who started making a name for himself last year and recently ended the civil unrest of the Land of Fire's guardian ninja, Suikazan Fuguki said, listing facts as if from memory. Most importantly, he also learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, and the two are very close. Tsunade's student, huh? Yagura mused. To be able to kill Raiga, he must be very strong. Mizukage-sama, do we need to contact Konoha village? Suikazan Fuguki asked. Raiga is already a corpse and is not important, but Kiba, lightning blades, must be retrieved, Yagura said mercilessly. The Hidden Mist village needs a second ninja who can use Kiba. I understand. I will send someone to Konoha village to negotiate with them, Suikazan Fuguki immediately replied. Wait. A strange light flashed in Yagura Karatachi's eyes. I will personally choose the person. Suikazan Fuguki paused slightly, and although he didn't understand, he didn't ask any further questions. He bowed and turned to leave. The Mizukage's office returned to silence. The next second, a masked, unfamiliar ninja appeared. Yagura immediately stood up and saluted him. I happen to be going to Konoha village, the masked ninja said. Arrange a spot for me. Yes, Yagura said respectfully. Obito, I have some news you might be interested in. Just then, a pale white figure emerged from the ground. White Zetsu, how many times have I told you, in front of outsiders, you must call me Uchiha Madara, Obito said with dissatisfaction. Kitazawa, who killed Kurosaki Raiga, is your classmate. White Zetsu chuckled. How about it? Isn't that interesting? Obito frowned slightly upon hearing this. He vaguely recalled having some impression, but he quickly dismissed it from his mind. I've long forgotten him. Such a worthless person isn't worth remembering, Obito said indifferently. There's another piece of news, White Zetsu continued. Kakashi Hatake has become a teacher at the Ninja Academy and is Kitazawa's colleague. What kind of genius? He's just a good-for-nothing. Obito was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Now he's even more of a good-for-nothing, becoming a teacher at the Ninja Academy. In his opinion, only some mediocre Chunin would go to the Ninja Academy to be teachers. Kakashi should never have fallen to such a state. The only explanation was that he was still feeling guilty and had self-destructed over Rin Nohara's death. Rin, you misjudged him. Obito stopped his frantic laughter and said angrily, "Such a person can't do anything." He subconsciously clenched his fists. As long as he completed Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, he could create a new world with Rin. How is the Akatsuki organization doing now? Obito suppressed his emotions and asked in a calm tone. The Akatsuki organization has recruited a new member, Biwa Juzo, White Zetsu replied. Still too slow, Obito said, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. We are already doing our best to find strong individuals in the ninja world, White Zetsu paused and said. Currently, we have 2 targets locked down. Zetsu was divided into Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. White Zetsu possessed extremely strong stealth abilities and was numerous, allowing him to infiltrate various parts of the ninja world and gather intelligence. Obito waved his hand. You may leave. White Zetsu heard this, sank into the ground, and disappeared. Obito looked up at the window. He was returning to Konoha village not for Kurasuke Raiga, nor for Kakashi Hatake, but for Rin, because it was almost Rin's death anniversary. However, the intelligence provided by White Zetsu did make him want to go and see Kakashi Hatake's current situation. Chapter 226, Jonin Kitazawa. Tuesday. After breakfast, Kitazawa went directly to the training ground of the Ninja Academy. Since it wasn't time for class yet, only a portion of the students had arrived, but Kosuke and Kakashi were already there early. Kosuke-senpai, Kakashi. Kitazawa walked forward to greet them. Kitazawa. Kosuke looked at him and said with a sigh, to be able to kill Kurasuke Raiga at such a young age, you are truly a formidable young man. It was the first time Kitazawa had heard someone call him young. But considering Kosuke's age, he was indeed young. Kosuke-senpai, you flatter me. I still have a lot to learn. Kitazawa asked curiously, how did you know I killed Kurasuke Raiga? It was announced by Hokage-sama, Kakashi interjected, explaining. Although he was a bit surprised that Kitazawa had killed Kurasuke Raiga, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Last year, he and Kitazawa had teamed up to escort Kabuto, and during that mission, they had fought several Iwagakure ninja. At that time, he already understood Kitazawa's strength, he was definitely at Jonin level. Of course, Raiga's strength far surpassed that of the Iwagakure ninja. It could only be said that Kitazawa had progressed too quickly. But for someone chosen by Tsunade, it was quite normal. So that's it. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, roughly understanding Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention in making the announcement. How to put it? It was a good thing. Although becoming famous would make him an easier target for enemies, fame would subtly increase his status and influence in Konoha village. The 3 chatted for a while, and soon it was 9 o'clock. They stopped chatting and, leading their respective study groups, began training. Kitazawa routinely checked the students' progress. After confirming there were no issues, he left 2 shadow clones to guide them. As the main body, he went to the artificial lake at the academy to practice water release, great waterfall technique. Time slowly passed. As the afternoon was nearing dismissal, 3 lines of text appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Current mission, learn 4 water release ninjutsu within the 3rd semester. Mission reward, proficient level water release chakra nature transformation. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Upon seeing this, Kitazawa couldn't help but let out a breath. He had finally completed this mission. With proficient level water release chakra nature transformation, he would be able to learn water release ninjutsu faster, and he was one step closer to learning the 5 release great combo technique. But Kitazawa didn't plan to continue learning water release ninjutsu because he still had a system mission to learn 4 earth release ninjutsu this semester. He had already learned earth release, earth flow wall, and he only needed 3 more earth release ninjutsu to complete the mission. After a moment of thought, he decided to learn earth release, earth replacement first. Kitazawa didn't choose randomly. In his opinion, while learning offensive earth release ninjutsu was good, he had already learned many offensive techniques. Simply put, offensive earth release ninjutsu would only be icing on the cake and wouldn't play a decisive role. However, earth release, earth replacement was different. It was a supportive and defensive earth release ninjutsu, suitable for preserving one's life. Its effect was to control ground matter to form a replacement, allowing the caster to substitute their body when attacked by an enemy. Whether used for defense or evasion, it was very useful. Since it was almost time for dismissal, Kitazawa did not continue training. He thought for a moment and then went to his ninja squad's training area. Yesterday, he had already equally distributed the 1.2 million ryo he received to Yakushi Kabuto and the others. Coming over now was mainly for the mission. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and the 2 others stopped their training immediately upon seeing him. Remember to continue taking on missions when you have time, Kitazawa reminded them. As before, if you encounter any troublesome missions, come find me. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto and the 2 others replied in unison. Just as Kitazawa was about to speak, he saw a familiar figure suddenly appear. Hokage-sama requests your presence, the Umbu Ninja Haru said directly. Kitazawa couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Was it about Kurisuke Raiga? But hadn't everything been thoroughly explained 2 days ago? I understand, thank you. Kitazawa didn't dwell on it if he couldn't figure it out, he would know once he met him. After he finished speaking, Haru disappeared on the spot. It's time for dismissal. Your training for today ends here. You may go home. After greeting Kabuto and the 2 others, Kitazawa left the Ninja Academy. He quickly arrived at the Hokage building. At the entrance, Kitazawa stopped because several people were gathered in front of the bulletin board. Kitazawa leaned in to take a look, and the posted announcement was precisely about his ninja squad killing Kurisuke Raiga. After reading it, he discovered a blind spot. The announcement stated, Jonin Kitazawa, not, Special Jonin Kitazawa. Kitazawa was thoughtful. It seemed that calling him over was to make him a Jonin. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. He had killed Kurisuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and if he were still a Special Jonin, it would be truly unreasonable. He went upstairs and entered the Hokage office. As soon as he entered, he saw the green Jonin vest placed on the Hokage office desk. Indeed, his guess was correct. Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke directly. There was one thing I forgot to tell you before, and that is, from now on, you are promoted to Jonin. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa bowed slightly and then asked, do I need to take the Jonin exam? Do you still need an exam? Killing Kurisuke Raiga is much harder than the Jonin exam. Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. After he finished, he stood up, picked up the green vest, and handed it to Kitazawa. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa took the green vest and expressed his gratitude again. There's one more thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down again and said, this morning, news arrived from the Hidden Mist Village. They plan to send a delegation to Konoha. Are they trying to retrieve Kurisuke Raiga's body and his sword? Kitazawa narrowed his eyes and asked. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and reassured him, but don't worry. If Raiga's sword was given to you, then it's yours. Kitazawa was a little surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen was uncharacteristically firm this time, perhaps because they were dealing with the Hidden Mist Village rather than the Hidden Cloud. However, the Hidden Mist was currently under Uchiha Obito's control. Kitazawa wasn't sure what might happen. But it didn't matter. Because of the Bloody Mist era, the Hidden Mist had already become the weakest of the 5 great villages. If it came to a fight, Konoha would surely win. Moreover, the village's internal structure wasn't unified. Many of its shinobi, led by figures like Mangetsu, Ao, and Mei Terumi, had long been dissatisfied with the 4th Mizukage, Yugura Karatachi's tyranny. Kitazawa suspected that even if Ao hadn't discovered that Yugura was being controlled with his Byakugan, there still would have been rebellion or unrest. Konoha's goal for this negotiation is to exchange Kurisuke Raiga's body for a sum of money, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. But right now, we're still missing a negotiator. Hokage-sama wants me to go. Kitazawa asked. Although Kurisuke Raiga was a rogue ninja, many in the Hidden Mist had ties to him. If you went, it might be seen as Konoha provoking them. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. I want Tsunade to go. Given Lady Tsunade's personality, she'll most likely refuse. Kitazawa was stunned for a moment and spoke hesitantly. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intent. Having Tsunade represent Konoha in negotiations with the Hidden Mist sent a very clear signal, especially to the various clans and shinobi of the village. Tsunade was rising in power, she was the next Hokage, and they should move to support her. Kitazawa sensed a subtle shift. This Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager to retire, was completely different from the one he remembered. If I tell her, she'll probably refuse, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his gaze falling on Kitazawa. But if you tell her, it might work. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. It was indeed like this. But considering his gains over the past 2 days, he decided to agree and give it a try. I'll await your good news. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. With their discussion finished, Kitazawa left the Hokage building. He glanced at the green Jonin vest in his hand and, inexplicably, thought of Might Guy's green jumpsuit. Of course, the Jonin vest looked better, though not by much. Fortunately, it didn't need to be worn all the time. According to Konoha's rules, the green Jonin vest was only required on 2 occasions, when leaving the village for missions and during official meetings. Kitazawa put the vest away. Becoming a Jonin didn't immediately bring significant changes. A Jonin's status and authority were only truly reflected in critical moments for Konoha, such as during the Shinobi World War, where they had the right to command Chunin and Genin. Kitazawa arrived at Tsunade's house. Kitazawa-sensei. Karen opened the door. Is Lady Tsunade in? Kitazawa patted her head and asked. She just got back. Karen stepped aside. Please come in. Kitazawa walked into the living room and saw Tsunade sprawled on the sofa. She exuded an air of laziness, but her expression showed she was in a foul mood. Most likely she had lost money again. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa began, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. He didn't immediately mention that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted her to be the negotiating representative. Instead, he started by discussing the ninjutsu of limb regeneration. Kitazawa, have some tea. Shizen brought a cup of tea. Thank you, senior sister Shizen. Kitazawa placed the tea on the coffee table. I heard you killed Kurisuke Raiga. Shizen didn't leave immediately but asked curiously. Yes. Kitazawa smiled. Good luck. That's one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. How can it just be good luck? Shizen rolled her eyes at him. Just one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It's nothing special, Tsunade said indifferently. Lady Tsunade is right. Kitazawa agreed at once. Forget it. You two talk, I can't get through to you. Shizen was speechless. She felt like a husky that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Since when did powerhouses like the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist become so insignificant? After Shizen left, the two continued to discuss limb regeneration. That idea of yours is quite interesting. Tsunade suddenly sat up, lost in thought. This was because Kitazawa had revealed some core details of the medical forbidden technique, body revival technique. Unfortunately, the side effects are too great. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Sacrificing lifespan for limb regeneration, it's hard to say if it's worth it. This is a necessary sacrifice. Kitazawa took a sip of tea. Limb regeneration itself goes against nature, it's impossible without paying a price. You have a point. Tsunade thought for a moment. We can continue with this line of thought and figure out how to reduce the side effects later. Kitazawa suddenly thought of Obito. During the Third Shinobi World War, half of his body was crushed by rocks. Uchiha Madara saved him and used Hashirama's cells to repair his body. However, judging from the original events, it wasn't purely Hashirama's cells, White Zetsu was also involved. After all, pure Hashirama cells were far too overbearing. Danzo and Orochimaru conducted countless experiments, and only Yamato miraculously survived. There's no reason Uchiha Obito could have withstood them. Even Danzo's arm had to rely on Sharingan to suppress Hashirama cells. And in the original work, White Zetsu, like Hashirama cells, had countless miraculous uses. For example, when used as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei, it could better restore the summoned shinobi's power to what it had been in life. Unfortunately, White Zetsu is almost impossible to find because its hidden abilities are far too abnormal, especially the Mayfly technique. This technique allows White Zetsu to merge with the earth, enabling it to move freely underground while completely concealing its presence. I didn't expect that you might actually be able to create a ninjutsu for limb regeneration. Tsunade looked at him, feeling a sense of unreality. Kitazawa was growing too fast, it felt surreal. If this continued, what more could she even teach him? Only the Een seal and ninja art, creation rebirth, strength of 100 seal remained. It's Lady Tsunade's credit. Kitazawa said humbly, without Lady Tsunade's answers, I wouldn't have had this flash of inspiration or found a direction. At the same time, an idea popped into his head, he had to eliminate Shinno. Shinno came from the land of the sky and was an enemy of Konoha. Kitazawa couldn't explain the origin of the medical forbidden technique, body revival technique, so he could only claim it as a ninjutsu he created himself, but there was always the possibility of exposure. Although Shinno and Tsunade never met in the original work, Kitazawa had no psychological burden about eliminating him. Shinno was the main villain of the movie and had done nothing humane. For example, he imprisoned a large number of villagers to refine dark chakra. In addition, he led the shinobi of Sky Village to attack Konoha, causing considerable casualties. However, eliminating Shinno was not simple. According to the timeline of the original work, he should currently be in hiding, moving between various shinobi villages to learn their ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Even Konoha had not been spared. His 8 gates and Zero Tails techniques both came from Konoha. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. Tsunade lay back on the sofa. Once the medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration succeeded, it would benefit thousands of Konoha's shinobi and villagers. I understand. Kitazawa cleared his throat and said, Lady Tsunade, I have another matter I need your help with. Tell me. Tsunade glanced at him, feeling this was probably his true purpose. I killed Kurisuke Raiga, and the Hidden Mist Village will soon send a shinobi delegation to negotiate for his body, Kitazawa said evenly. Hokage-sama hopes you can represent Konoha in negotiations with the Hidden Mist. No. Tsunade pouted. Why doesn't he come to me himself? I happened to be in his office, so he asked me to relay the message, Kitazawa replied. The old man is tricking you. Tsunade snorted. He knows I definitely won't agree, so he sent you to try. Then what should we do? Kitazawa followed her lead and asked. Wait. Tsunade suddenly narrowed her eyes. Are you and the old man ganging up to trick me? How would I dare? Kitazawa quickly shook his head, retreating to advance. If Lady Tsunade really doesn't want to go, then I'll go. All right. Tsunade readily agreed. Ah. Kitazawa's expression instantly stiffened. What? Is there a problem? Tsunade laughed. I killed Kurisuke Raiga. If I go to see his former comrades, there might be a conflict. Kitazawa blinked. Lady Tsunade is strong and has a great reputation. When they see you, they'll surely be scared out of their wits. They wouldn't dare kill you in Konoha, Tsunade stated with certainty. But my status isn't high enough. Kitazawa thought on his feet. I'm just an ordinary Ninja Academy teacher. Tsunade wanted to complain, but didn't know where to start. You call yourself an ordinary teacher? A teacher who can kill Kurisuke Raiga, how is that ordinary? But on second thought, Kitazawa's status was indeed a bit lacking. His only presentable title was Vice Principal of the Ninja Academy. If he also had the public status of being a student of one of the Sannin, that would be enough, but that status hadn't been made public yet, or rather, hadn't been officially confirmed. All right, I'll go. Tsunade was silent for 2 seconds, then agreed. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he really had to go, he wouldn't be afraid, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's chosen candidate was Tsunade, and it even concerned the position of Hokage. Kitazawa naturally hoped Tsunade would go, not him. When are the negotiations? Although Tsunade found it troublesome, since she had agreed, she would do her best. Besides, in this matter, Konoha had the upper hand, so negotiations wouldn't be difficult. Negotiating after a defeat, that would be the real ordeal. Next month. Kitazawa added, the Umbu will inform you of the exact date. Tsunade waved her hand. Lady Tsunade, see you next time. Seeing this, Kitazawa stood up and turned to leave. They had discussed the limb regeneration medical ninjutsu for 2 hours, and it was now 7 in the evening. Kitazawa thought about it and still went to the Hokage building. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had already left work, there would still be an Umbu on duty who could relay the message. But to Kitazawa's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in the Hokage office. Is the Hokage really that busy? Haha. I was right about you after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into laughter after hearing him out. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 227, Special Ability of 70% Senju Bloodline. It was Friday, and February was coming to an end. Although it was the end of the month, there was no corresponding monthly exam. After all, school had only started in mid-January, and the next monthly exam wouldn't be held until mid-March. The only major event this week was Kurisuke Raiga's death at Kitazawa's hands. However, the Ninja Academy students were not greatly affected. Training continued as usual, and everything felt normal. Kitazawa also spent his time training. He alternated between practicing Uchiha style, Gale Sword and Earth Release, Earth Replacement. Both ninjutsu had made progress, though the former showed more improvement. He devoted most of his time to mastering the Uchiha style, Gale Sword, planning to complete it by next week. After that, he would focus his energy on learning Earth Release, Earth Replacement. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto greeted him with his usual enthusiasm. Good morning, Naruto, Kitazawa replied with a smile. Kitazawa-sensei, are we still doing combat special training today? Naruto scratched his head as he asked. Want to try a different kind of training? Kitazawa guessed his thoughts and asked. Kitazawa-sensei knows me best. Naruto smiled sheepishly. I want to learn a new ninjutsu. That's fine too, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. After this period of combat training, Naruto had developed good responses to unexpected situations. Continuing the same routine wouldn't have much effect anymore. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. What new ninjutsu are we going to learn? This one is quite difficult, and I'm not sure if you can learn it, Kitazawa admitted with a smile. But it doesn't matter, if you can't master it, we'll switch to another. I can definitely learn it. Naruto patted his chest confidently. In his mind, no new ninjutsu could be harder than the multiple shadow clone jutsu or Rasengan, both A-ranked techniques. It's called Wind Release, Rasengan, Kitazawa said with a smile. Huh? What's the difference between Wind Release, Rasengan and Rasengan? Naruto asked, puzzled. Wind Release, Rasengan is formed by infusing Wind Release chakra into the Rasengan, making it more powerful and giving it cutting properties, Kitazawa explained. Whether you can learn it depends on how well you've mastered your Wind Release chakra nature transformation. No wonder. Naruto now understood why Kitazawa had him train his Wind Release chakra nature transformation. It was all preparation for learning Wind Release, Rasengan. I'll demonstrate it first. Kitazawa extended his hand. Chakra surged out, forming a highly compressed ball, the standard Rasengan. Then he switched to wind release chakra. Instantly, the Rasengan transformed. The normal Rasengan was the size of a basketball, but the wind release Rasengan had 4 faint swirling air currents, like blades, radiating a deadly sharpness. So powerful. Naruto stared at the wind release Rasengan, feeling a sensation like knives on his skin. The invisible sharpness seemed to cut the air itself, making his skin tingle. The potential damage to flesh and blood was self-evident. Though both were A-ranked, wind release Rasengan was clearly more destructive. Let me try. Naruto suppressed his excitement and extended his hand. He mimicked Kitazawa, first forming a normal Rasengan, then infusing wind release chakra into it. Kitazawa watched for a while, then shook his head. Naruto's wind release chakra transformation was still lacking, not yet at the level needed for wind release Rasengan. Thinking it over, he reminded himself, Naruto was only 7 years old. The reason he had been able to learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan was that they didn't involve chakra nature transformation. We'll learn wind release Rasengan later, Kitazawa said gently. I'll teach you a simpler wind release ninjutsu instead, wind release, gale palm. Naruto's face fell in disappointment, reluctant to let go of wind release Rasengan. When used well, wind release gale palm is not inferior to wind release Rasengan, Kitazawa reassured him, patting his shoulder. He wasn't lying. Although gale palm was a C-ranked ninjutsu, its uses were highly versatile, and it combined well with the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Most importantly, it was simple enough for Naruto to learn quickly, even with the Nine Tails interfering. Then I'll learn it. Naruto said decisively. On one hand, Kitazawa's words convinced him, on the other, he trusted his teacher completely. The effect of wind release gale palm is very simple. You compress wind release chakra with both hands to form a strong gust of wind, Kitazawa explained, looking around until he found an open space. Its power depends on how much chakra you put into it. From this perspective, it was very suitable for Naruto. After all, he had no shortage of chakra. Watch closely, Naruto. Kitazawa clapped his hands, and a large surge of wind release chakra erupted from his palms. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind roared out. Dust flew, wildflowers and weeds were shredded and flattened. Too bad we're at the school, Kitazawa said, lowering his hands. Otherwise, this place would already be a barren ruin. Naruto's face lit up with excitement. The power of wind release gale palm seemed, at least to him, even greater than wind release Rasengan. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. After all, Naruto was still a child, he could only see the surface. In terms of lethality, wind release Rasengan naturally won out. What I just demonstrated was only the first use of wind release gale palm, Kitazawa said as he took out a kunai. Next is the second use. He formed hand seals, and the moment the fierce wind surged forth, he suddenly flung the kunai. Aided by the wind, the weapon flew through the air at twice its usual speed, embedding itself deeply into a tree trunk. Wind release gale palm can be used to boost ninja tools, making them fly faster. Kitazawa looked at Naruto and added, think about the effect you and your shadow clones could achieve using this method. This is awesome. Naruto said excitedly. The reason his multiple shadow clone jutsu and kunai throws were often countered was because the kunai were too slow and not accurate enough, especially against Neji and Sasuke, who could easily dodge them. Don't rush. There are 2 more uses, Kitazawa said, beckoning to him. Attack me with shuriken. Okay. Naruto threw 2 shuriken, his eyes full of anticipation. The fierce wind rose again. The shuriken were immediately blown back along their original path, but now at an even faster speed. Naruto was startled and quickly dodged. Wind release gale palm can not only boost ninja tools but also deflect them. With enough chakra, it can easily deflect even a ninja, Kitazawa explained. Then I won't have to fear Sasuke and Tenten's ninja tools anymore. Naruto said happily. Kitazawa twitched his lips. You're not even sparing Tenten now. Kitazawa-sensei, what's the last use? Naruto asked impatiently. Kitazawa didn't answer immediately. He formed hand seals, and the fierce wind generated by the compressed wind release chakra didn't fly outward but instead wrapped around his entire body along his arms. In the next instant, Kitazawa moved, closing the distance between them in a blink. So fast. Naruto's eyes widened. He hadn't even reacted before Kitazawa was already standing in front of him. Wind release gale palm can envelop the user's entire body to increase speed, Kitazawa explained with a smile. In the original work, this application was developed by Naruto's son, Uzumaki Boruto. Start practicing, Kitazawa said, stepping back. Naruto immediately began forming hand seals as Kitazawa had taught him. Kitazawa stood watching. A moment later, he nodded. Naruto's wind release chakra nature transformation already met the requirements for learning wind release, Gale Palm, more than enough, in fact. After all, Gale Palm was only a C-ranked ninjutsu. Kitazawa estimated Naruto could master it before the next monthly exam. That way, he would be able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji more easily and complete his system mission. Satisfied, Kitazawa created a shadow clone while his main body headed to the school's artificial lake. Kosuke, Sasuke, and Haruno, the teacher and 2 students, had already arrived and were in the middle of training. Sasuke was learning Konoha style, Willow, while Sakura practiced water release, water formation wall. The former's progress was noticeably faster. It wasn't that Sakura lacked talent in water release, but her chakra reserves were insufficient. She had to rest frequently to recover. Many water release techniques consumed large amounts of chakra. For example, water release, great exploding water colliding wave produced a volume of water capable of forming a sea in an instant. Without an enormous chakra reserve, it was simply impossible to use. Kitazawa estimated Sakura wouldn't be able to learn that ninjutsu, and even if she did, she wouldn't be able to use it effectively. But that was normal, only Senju Tobarama and Kisame Hoshigaki had been shown using it in the original work. Kitazawa withdrew his gaze and continued practicing earth release, earth replacement. Friday rolled into Saturday. As before, he accompanied Yakumo in the morning to treat Tsunade's hemophobia. Compared to the last session, the progress was remarkable. Tsunade lasted 3 minutes longer in the illusion, reaching a total of 10 minutes. Moreover, the aftereffects of her hemophobia flare-ups seemed at least 1/5 less severe than before. In short, victory was within sight. For the rest of the time, aside from discussing medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration with Tsunade, Kitazawa focused on cultivating earth release, earth replacement. A new week arrived, and with it a new month. Time entered March. 2 weeks had passed, and the next monthly exam was not far off. On Tuesday, Kitazawa used his lunch break to hold a short meeting with the teachers. The topic of discussion was the upcoming monthly exam. After the meeting, he returned to his office. Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto stood at the door, greeting him. Why are you here? Kitazawa asked as he took out his key, opened the door, and walked in. These are the missions we've completed during this period, Kabuto said, following closely. Please take a look. Kitazawa accepted the scroll and began to read. It was similar to last time, except there were 2 fewer missions. Not bad, Kitazawa said, closing the scroll. How is your progress with wind release, great vacuum sphere? I can perform it, but I'm not yet proficient, Kabuto replied. Then, when do you want to take the Jonin exam? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, studying him. Now. Kabuto asked, sensing the answer in Kitazawa's eyes. You're a medical ninja, so the Jonin exam standards will be appropriately lowered, Kitazawa said after thinking for a moment. Your wind release is already at least at the special Jonin level, so you can indeed try for the Jonin exam. He naturally hoped Kabuto would become a Jonin as soon as possible. After all, he had a mission to train a Jonin student. The reward for that mission was a 20% Senju bloodline. Then I'll participate, Kabuto said without hesitation. He was very confident about passing the Jonin exam. Having undergone brutal training en route since childhood, a mere Jonin exam was nothing to him. Come on, I'll take you to see Hokage-sama. Kitazawa stood up, smiling. He had already accumulated 50% of the Senju bloodline, and with this additional 20%, it would reach 70%. Kitazawa was eager to see what changes 70% of the Senju bloodline could bring him. Kabuto glanced at him, feeling a little moved. Kitazawa was truly dedicated to him. The two arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa stated directly, my student Kabuto wishes to apply for the Jonin exam. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously looked at Kabuto. Jonin were the mainstay of Konoha village, every additional Jonin made the village stronger. He has indeed reached Jonin standards in medical ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Kabuto's usual performance, nodded slightly, and said. He has also learned wind release, Kitazawa added at the opportune moment. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said, let's go to the nearby training ground. The three arrived at the training ground. Wind release Jonin are relatively rare in Konoha, so I will personally conduct the assessment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Come on, don't be nervous, let me see your strength. Kabuto, just display the ninjutsu you've learned, Kitazawa reminded him. Understood. Kabuto naturally caught Kitazawa's implied meaning. With his strength, he definitely couldn't defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, he just needed to perform adequately. Out of respect for Tsunade and Kitazawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Shadow Clone Technique. Kabuto formed hand signs and created 2 shadow clones. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood still, making no moves, just watching him quietly. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kabuto took out a kunai and threw it. At the same time, the shadow clone to his left took a step forward and rushed toward Sarutobi Hiruzen with a body flicker technique. Earth release, earth wall. An earth wall appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the kunai was enhanced by wind release, it did not pierce the earth wall. Almost simultaneously, the left shadow clone leaped up, stood on the earth wall, and spat out a high-pressure wind sphere upwards. As soon as the wind sphere appeared, it immediately expanded, striking Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind release, great vacuum sphere, is it? Hiruzen was a little surprised. Kabuto's wind release ability had progressed faster than he had imagined, no wonder he was confident enough to take the Jonin exam. But such a wind release, great vacuum sphere clearly had no effect on him. He disappeared from his spot with a body flicker technique. Earth release, earth flow river. When Sarutobi Hiruzen reappeared, the ground turned into mud, submerging Kabuto's shadow clone. With a bang, Kabuto's shadow clone disappeared. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kabuto formed hand signs, and a powerful tornado flew out, slowing the mud flow. Taking this opportunity, he quickly moved away. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The chakra accumulated in Kabuto's mouth transformed into high-speed, bullet-shaped wind masses. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dodge. Because Kabuto's other shadow clone had, at some unknown point, gotten behind him. Wind release, vacuum blade. The shadow clone gripped a kunai and slashed directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head and turned to grab his wrist. Just then, a series of wind masses struck him. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into mud. The wind masses pierced through the mud, all hitting the shadow clone. Smoke reappeared, and Kabuto's shadow clone vanished in the wind masses. Where is he? Kabuto quickly looked around. But the next second, a fist appeared before his eyes. Kabuto subconsciously raised both arms to block. A huge force surged out, sending him flying backward. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a soft exclamation. His punch had not achieved the result he had expected. What ninjutsu is this? Hiruzen's gaze fell between Kabuto's arms, and he asked. Healing wound destruction. Kabuto got up, shook his arms, and replied. A very good ninjutsu. Hiruzen recognized its effect at a glance. By predicting the enemy's attack location, one could pre-arrange chakra to offset part of the damage. He was a little curious. How did Kabuto guess that he would attack his arms from the front? Was it a lucky guess? Congratulations, you have passed the Jonin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, that's enough for the fight, you can go to Umbu to collect your Jonin vest. Although he had held back, Kabuto's strength was indeed impressive. Plus, he was a rare medical ninja, so making him a Jonin was also in line with the rules. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kabuto couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief at these words. Not far away, Kitazawa looked at the 3 lines of text before him, his heart filled with joy. Current mission, train the first Jonin. Mission reward, 20% Senju bloodline. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa stood still, feeling the changes within his body. The most intuitive change was naturally the increase in his chakra limit, roughly 2/5 of a card. Besides that, there was also an improvement in his physical strength. Current Senju bloodline has reached 70%, special ability activated, Senju chakra mode. Senju chakra mode, when activated, it increases recovery and self-healing abilities, improves chakra circulation efficiency, and boosts strength. Kitazawa stared at the changing text before him, momentarily stunned. Was this what they called a quantitative change leading to a qualitative change? He had finally gained the unique ability of the Senju bloodline. However, this Senju chakra mode was described in rather broad terms, he would have to test it himself to know its specifics. Chapter 228, Senju chakra mode. Kitazawa and Kabuto left the Hokage building after receiving their Jonin vests. Becoming a Jonin was naturally not as simple as just receiving a Jonin vest, but Konoha village would handle the remaining matters, so they didn't need to worry, such as updating ninja files and notifying the entire village of the birth of a new Jonin. Kabuto, are you planning to stay with our squad, or lead your own team? Kitazawa stopped and asked. At the Jonin level, there was no need for a squad leader, as all Jonin could be squad leaders. Moreover, having 2 Jonin in one ninja squad was somewhat wasteful. Fortunately, Konoha village had no mandatory rule to split them up, just like Kakashi, who became a Jonin but still followed Minato Namikaze. I'll stay, Kabuto said without hesitation. I want to learn more ninjutsu from Kitazawa-sensei. All right. Kitazawa nodded. You are still young, there's no need to rush into leading your own team. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had thought Kitazawa was asking him to leave the ninja squad. Then go train. Kitazawa waved his hand. When there's a suitable high-difficulty mission, I'll take you guys to do it. Okay. Kabuto didn't ask further and turned to walk towards the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa watched him leave and then thought of Shinno. As the antagonist in the movie, Shinno's strength was not bad. In his normal state, he had the level of a special Jonin, and after using Zero Tail's chakra and his medical forbidden ninjutsu-like regeneration techniques, he could reach the elite Jonin level. It was uncertain who would win if Kabuto's three-man team plus Kurenai faced him. Of course, adding Kitazawa, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, Shinno's medical forbidden ninjutsu had side effects and couldn't be maintained for too long. It was just finding him that was troublesome. But it wasn't impossible. If the monk runs away, the temple remains. They could first locate the land of the sky and then wait for him. Kitazawa stroked his chin. He could go to the Umbu later to ask Itachi for help. As for now, he was eager to test his Senju chakra mode. Kitazawa headed north, arriving at the northernmost training ground. After confirming that no one was around, he activated his Senju chakra mode. Instantly, Kitazawa felt the chakra within him become incredibly active. He pondered for a moment and immediately formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kitazawa leaned back and exhaled a large fireball. The large fireball flew into the sky and quickly disappeared. A hint of excitement flashed in Kitazawa's eyes. From forming the hand seals to exhaling the large fireball, the time he used was reduced by 1/3 compared to usual. Is this the effect of increasing chakra control efficiency? Kitazawa pondered and then extended his hand again. Rasengan. In an instant, a highly compressed ball of chakra hovered in his palm. Indeed. Kitazawa calculated the time, it was also reduced by 1/3. But the Rasengan was already sealless, and reducing it by another third made it an instant ninjutsu. Kitazawa couldn't help but exhale. All ninjutsu being reduced by 1/3 would give him a huge advantage in battle. Coupled with his many ninjutsu, enemies unfamiliar with his information could easily be instantly killed by him, the so-called first sight kill. Kitazawa suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to experiment. After all, the Senju chakra mode had 3 effects. Kitazawa looked left and right and came to a tree. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. With this punch, he didn't use any techniques or taijutsu. With a bang. The tree trembled violently, then snapped in half and fell backward. A look of surprise appeared on Kitazawa's face. His casual punch was actually equivalent to half of a chakra-enhanced strength. Konoha whirlwind. Kitazawa kicked out. Under his immense strength, the half-tree shattered into 4 or 5 pieces. Kitazawa couldn't help but click his tongue. The effect of increased power output was clearly not limited to his hands. Thinking of this, Kitazawa directly sat down. Power surged out, forming a butt print on the ground. Kitazawa stood up again, his face full of excitement. This meant that every part of his body could possess terrifying output. Chakra-enhanced strength. Kitazawa punched the ground. In an instant, a huge crater formed with him at the center. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. The power of his chakra-enhanced strength was already close to Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. Next are recovery and self-healing abilities. Kitazawa hesitated for a moment, then took out a kunai and made a cut on the back of his hand. Blood appeared, but the wound healed at a visible speed, returning to normal after 3 seconds. Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. This recovery and self-healing ability indeed had a hint of Senju Hashirama's seal-less healing. The so-called seal-less healing refers to the body's ability to automatically recover from injuries without needing to form hand seals. Besides Senju Hashirama, Karen and her mother also had similar abilities. But clearly, Kitazawa's Senju chakra mode self-healing and recovery abilities were still far behind Senju Hashirama's. Even so, it was enough to play a good role in battle, especially in those evenly matched, drawn-out battles. Whoever had stronger recovery and self-healing abilities would gain an advantage. Finally, the duration of the Senju chakra mode. Kitazawa stood in place, feeling the rapid depletion of chakra within him. The stronger the ninjutsu, the greater the consumption. In Kitazawa's opinion, this Senju chakra mode was somewhat similar to the 8 gates, but it was a safer 8 gates. Time passed by minute by minute. 3 minutes later, Kitazawa's body trembled, and he exited the Senju chakra mode. He subconsciously shook his head, feeling dizzy and disoriented, with 9/10 of his chakra already consumed. 3 minutes is not bad. Kitazawa took a few deep breaths as the uncomfortable sensation gradually faded. Although it had only been 3 minutes, during that short span, his power had risen to a level comparable to Tsunade's. In the entire ninja world, how many people could withstand Tsunade's full power attacks for 3 minutes? In short, Kitazawa had gained a tremendous advantage this time. The Senju chakra mode truly lived up to the difficulty of collecting 70% of the Senju bloodline. He couldn't help wondering what other abilities he might gain once he reached 100%. After tidying up the area, Kitazawa headed toward the Hokage building. As for the tree he had used, it had simply reached its natural end, and with Konoha's abundance of trees, it didn't matter. He arrived at the Umbu office. Itachi wasn't there, but Kitazawa's reputation had grown so much that most of the Umbu immediately recognized him and went to call Uchiha Itachi for him. Itachi, there's something I need your help with, Kitazawa said directly. I hope you can help me locate the old site of the Land of the Sky. Itachi agreed without hesitation. It wasn't the first time he had helped Kitazawa. Last time, he had even assisted in searching for the Land of Heads. Thank you, Kitazawa said with a smile. It's nothing, Itachi replied calmly. Finding a place isn't difficult at all. Searching for a location was far easier than tracking down a person. How is your Uchiha clan doing lately? Kitazawa asked, suddenly remembering. The situation is very good, Itachi said, his face unusually relaxed. Since Root was disbanded, there's been no external pressure. Kitazawa had actually wanted to ask about Obito, but Itachi's answer indirectly told him what he needed to know. Obito hadn't appeared or approached him. Without external pressure, you still have to watch out for internal problems, Kitazawa reminded him. With me here, I won't let them cause trouble, Itachi answered seriously, assuming Kitazawa was speaking on Tsunade's behalf. She had never liked the Uchiha hardliners, or rather, didn't want them stirring up trouble. Kitazawa nodded. He still believed the same principle. In the original timeline, Itachi had massacred the clan to prevent rebellion. If people were dead, they couldn't rebel. But now, with less pressure from Root, the number of hardliners should be far lower than before. As long as Danzo didn't interfere, the Uchiha massacre was unlikely to happen. The only remaining hidden danger was Obito. Then I'll be going, Itachi, Kitazawa said, preparing to leave. One more thing, Itachi added. I just received a notice, a Jonin meeting will be held at 2 p.m. this Friday. Another big event. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow curiously. This concerns you, Itachi replied. A ninja envoy from Hidden Mist Village will arrive in Konoha next Monday. I see. Kitazawa thought to himself. Why had the Hidden Mist only decided to move now? They seemed unconcerned about Kurasuke Raiga and Lightning Blade, Kiba. Raiga's death might not matter, but Kiba, as a symbol of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, had to be recovered. Could this be related to Obito? Kitazawa frowned slightly, then dismissed the thought. Why would Obito care about Raiga's life or death? Although he couldn't pinpoint the reason yet, Kitazawa stayed alert and resolved to watch carefully. What if Obito had slipped into Konoha disguised among the Hidden Mist delegation? After bidding farewell to Itachi, Kitazawa returned to the Ninja Academy. It wasn't yet noon, and the genius class was still training. His gaze swept over the students and finally settled on Ino. Her ninja art, myriad flowers, looked nearly mastered, which didn't surprise him. After all, the technique was essentially a ninjutsu tool-throwing style, only with flower shuriken. Kitazawa fell into thought. What ninjutsu should he teach her next? A sudden realization struck him, he had been thinking in the wrong direction. The fact that Ino could learn ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos and ninja art, Moonlight Beauty showed she had a natural talent for genjutsu. He could simply teach her illusions. Genjutsu also suited her role in the Ino, Shika, Cho formation, where control was her primary function. Ino, Kitazawa called. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino ran over at once. Why are you so happy? He asked, noticing her bright smile. Because Kitazawa-sensei calling me definitely means there's a new ninjutsu to learn, she said confidently, brushing a strand of golden hair from her forehead. Would you be disappointed if I said no? Kitazawa teased. What's there to be disappointed about? She replied, tilting her head. Then why did Kitazawa-sensei call me? To teach you a new technique, Kitazawa said, tapping her forehead. It's called demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Genjutsu. Ino blinked in surprise. She had expected another custom-made ninjutsu like before. Kitazawa stepped back. I'll demonstrate. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. An invisible ripple spread outward. Ino froze, her pupils widened, and fear flashed across her small face. Fortunately, Kitazawa released the genjutsu after only a second. Even so, Ino clutched her chest, startled. I saw Sakura breaking off our friendship, she breathed. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique makes people see the most terrifying scene in their hearts, Kitazawa explained. Is that so? Ino snorted softly, lifting her chin. Breaking off friendship with Sakura isn't what I'm most afraid of. Then what are you afraid of? Kitazawa asked playfully. Afraid? Kitazawa-sensei leaving our class. Ino's eyes darted about as she spoke playfully. That depends on your performance, Kitazawa replied with a slight smile. I'll work hard. Ino nodded quickly. After spending half an hour teaching her the demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, Kitazawa headed to the school's artificial lake. Just as he was about to practice earth release, earth replacement, a dull rumble of thunder reached his ears. Looking up, he saw dark clouds gathering not far away, faint flashes of lightning surging within them. He pondered for a moment, then walked toward the source. In a secluded corner of the Ninja Academy, Kakashi stood staring up at the thunderclouds, deep in thought. Kitazawa's eyes instinctively flicked to Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan. Normally, Kakashi kept it covered under his forehead protector, but today it was exposed. "How's the situation?" Kitazawa asked, glancing up at the storm overhead. "Lightning release, Kirin has reached the lightning drawing stage," Kakashi answered calmly. "Drawing lightning isn't difficult, the challenge is channeling it all down at once." Kitazawa immediately thought of Kurasuke Raiga's lightning blade, Kiba. With it to draw lightning, the effect would be doubled, and Kakashi could devote more focus to controlling all of it. "Do you know about lightning blade, Kiba?" Kitazawa asked. "One of the 7 ninja swords of the mist," Kakashi replied after a pause. "Isn't it in your possession?" "I had it reforged into 2 conventional ninjutsu blades," Kitazawa explained. "I'm planning to give the extra blade to you or Sasuke." "I don't need it," Kakashi said instinctively, startled by the offer. "Each of the 7 ninja swords has its own unique function," Kitazawa said with a smile. "The function of lightning blade, Kiba, is to draw lightning." Upon hearing this, Kakashi was immediately tempted. That function perfectly suited lightning release, Kirin. "Didn't you say you also wanted to give it to Sasuke?" he asked with his usual dead fish eyes. "It wouldn't be appropriate for me to take his blade." "It's not really taking it," Kitazawa replied, shaking his head. "Sasuke doesn't need this blade at his current stage, you can use it first." Right now, Sasuke couldn't even perform a lightning release jutsu, let alone learn the S-rank Kirin. It would probably take him years. Besides, lightning blade, Kiba wasn't unique, there were other swords like the lightning cutter. Kitazawa could always find one for Sasuke later. In the original timeline, Sasuke had used the lightning cutter anyway. In fact, Konoha possessed a sword very well suited to lightning release users, the Sword of the Thunder God, the legendary personal weapon of Senju Tobirama. The only question was whether it was still in the village. In the original story, a rogue Konoha ninja named Aoi Rokusho had stolen it. "Thank you," Kakashi said at last after 2 seconds of silence. "Don't thank me yet." "Lightning blade, Kiba is still being reforged," Kitazawa replied, spreading his hands. "For now, you'll still have to figure out how to complete the S-rank lightning release, Kirin yourself." "Then what are you doing here?" Kakashi asked. "Just checking on you." Kitazawa patted his shoulder. "Keep up the good work." "I'm going to train, call me if you need anything." Kakashi felt both amused and exasperated. But all in all, Kitazawa was a good man, much like Might Guy. Time passed to Friday. "Kakashi, let's go." "Time for the Jonin meeting," Kitazawa said, walking forward. "You all train on your own, we'll be back in 2 hours at most," Kakashi instructed his lightning release and earth release students before glancing at Kitazawa. "Kosuke-senpai, are you coming?" Kitazawa asked after a moment's thought. Although Kosuke was technically a genin, those who knew him understood he possessed Jonin-level strength. "You two go ahead. An old man like me won't join the excitement, training with the children is more fun," Mariboshi Kosuke said with a chuckle. After more than a month of teaching, he had completely fallen in love with his role at the Ninja Academy, especially since he had found students like Sasuke and Sakura who could inherit his ninjutsu. "All right then," Kitazawa replied and said nothing more. He and Kakashi headed toward the Hokage building's conference room. They weren't particularly early. Many Jonin had already arrived, including Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Nara Shikaku. Tsunade was present as Konoha's judicial representative, so it would have been inappropriate for her not to attend. "Kakashi." "Kitazawa." Might Guy immediately stood up and waved at them. "Kitazawa." Just as Kitazawa was about to approach, he heard Tsunade's voice. "I'll go find Might Guy," Kakashi said, glancing at him, and walked off. Kitazawa instead went to sit on Tsunade's left. His action immediately drew the eyes of many ninja, especially the heads of the major clans. There were unwritten rules about seating in the conference room. Kitazawa had only recently become a Jonin, and although he was vice principal of the Ninja Academy, he technically wasn't qualified to sit in the first row. However, since it was Tsunade's arrangement, no one said anything. They merely formed their own interpretations about the relationship between Kitazawa and Tsunade. "Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you." Chapter 229, Land of the Sky. 2 p.m. The meeting room was already filled with Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hamura Mitokado, and Yudatane Koharu walked in. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and the others. Danzo Shimura wasn't there. Although Root had been disbanded and he was no longer its leader, he was still a Hokage aide and a Jonin. Logically, he should have attended the Jonin meeting, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't informed him. Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and the others all had the same thought: Danzo probably wouldn't be reinstated. For their respective ninja clans, this was undoubtedly good news. Today's Jonin meeting will only discuss one matter. Hiruzen sat at the head of the table and stated directly how to arrange for the Hidden Mist Village ninja delegation visiting next Monday. After he finished speaking, he looked at Nara Shikaku. I will first announce the list of the Hidden Mist Village ninja delegation members. Nara Shikaku immediately stood up and said, Suikazan Fuguki. Mei Terumi. After listening, Kitazawa only recognized two people, or rather, only had an impression of two names. One was Suikazan Fuguki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In the original work, while he and Kisame Hoshigaki were on a mission, they encountered an ambush by Konoha's Marino Ibiki and others. He was killed by Kisame Hoshigaki for selling information, and his great sword, Samahata, was taken. The other was Mei Terumi, the future 5th Mizukage. Compared to Suikazan Fuguki, she had a much larger role in the original work. She and Tsunade were rare female Kage, extremely powerful, possessing 2 bloodline limits, lava release and boil release. Judging from these two, this configuration showed considerable sincerity, although Mei Terumi was still in her unknown period at the time. Since the Hidden Mist Village is led by Suikazan Fuguki of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, we must take this seriously, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, feigning seriousness. Do you have any good candidates? Negotiations with other villages are usually handled by Shikaku, Hamira Mitokado pondered aloud. Due to their high intelligence, the Nara clan's role in Konoha village was that of strategists. They were adept at both devising plans and conducting negotiations. Shikaku, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. I believe Lady Tsunade is more suitable than I am, Nara Shikaku said with a serious expression. Why all these twists and turns? Tsunade pouted. I now appoint Tsunade as our village's negotiation representative, fully responsible for the negotiations with the Hidden Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and said. Not just Tsunade, but everyone else also realized what was happening. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku were putting on an act. Although the negotiation representative held no real power, they represented the face of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's painstaking efforts to have Tsunade lead the delegation, the meaning of this was self-evident. It seemed there was no longer any suspense about who the next Hokage would be. The clan heads of the major ninja clans all came to the same conclusion. Next, let's discuss the specific personnel for the negotiation team, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Although Tsunade's status was sufficient, sending only one person would be too meager. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Tsunade, she didn't like negotiations. To be safe, it was better to find a few more people. Kitazawa yawned. He had killed Kurisuke Raiga, and to avoid provoking the Hidden Mist Village, he would not join the negotiation team. This Jonin meeting was very boring for him. Fortunately, it didn't take too much time, ending in half an hour. Kitazawa left the meeting room. Tsunade did not, she had to stay and meet her negotiation team. Itachi. Kitazawa noticed Itachi standing by the door. This is a map of the land of the sky, Itachi took out a scroll and said. Thank you. Kitazawa opened the scroll and glanced at it. It turned out to be near the land of birds. It's nothing, Uchiha Itachi replied. I'll take my leave now. If you need any help, feel free to come find me. Anyone who didn't know him might think he was some kind of warm-hearted person who loved to help others. But with the pride of the Uchiha, that was naturally impossible. They only showed respect to a select few ninja. Tsunade happened to be one of them. Kitazawa was currently benefiting from her reputation. Leaving Tsunade aside, with his current strength and status, it would be impossible to earn the respect of the Uchiha clan. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Itachi, Kitazawa returned to the Ninja Academy. Tomorrow was Saturday. He planned to take Kabuto and the others to the Land of Birds. The Land of Birds was a small country between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. If they traveled quickly, the round trip would take about 3 days. Previously, Kitazawa had been a bit uncertain about facing Shinno. But now, with Senju Chakra mode, he only hoped Shinno could give him a good fight. However, to avoid a wasted trip, Kitazawa immediately sent a shadow clone to Hidden Sky Village overnight. Only after confirming Shinno was there would he bring Kurenai and the others. If he wasn't there, they would have to wait until next week. 5 p.m. The genius class finished another day of training. Kitazawa called everyone over, including Kakashi and Mariboshi Kosuka. The second monthly exam of this semester will be held next Thursday and Friday, Kitazawa announced. The monthly exam is finally here again. Naruto said excitedly. He was the type who had to use new ninjutsu as soon as he learned it. Now that he had just learned Wind Release, Gale Palm, he was worried about not having a chance to use it. Furthermore, he had lost to Neji and Sasuke in the previous monthly exam, and he had been holding in his frustration for a long time. What a pain, Shikamaru, standing next to him, said with a headache. The expressions of the two formed a perfect contrast. Sasuke instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. He wanted to maintain his first-place position, just like in the previous monthly exam. Only by achieving first place twice in a row could he prove his strength. He was confident he could do it again because his abilities had improved during this time, especially his Konoha-style swordsmanship, which had become more proficient. He could even barely use Konoha-style Willow now. Niji's expression grew slightly solemn. There was still a week left. He wondered if he could master Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. He was only 4 palms short. Only by learning the technique would he be more confident when facing Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura, want to compete? Ino asked provocatively. She had learned 4 ninjutsu from Kitazawa in quick succession and was brimming with confidence. Compete in what? Sakura saw through her friend's thoughts at a glance. But since it was Ino, she couldn't back down either. Besides, she had already mastered Water Release, Water Formation Wall, and together with Water Release, Water Bullet, if used properly for defense and offense, her chances of winning were not small. Of course, we'll compete to see whose rank is higher in the practical exam, Ino said with a bright smile. Whoever loses treats. No problem, Sakura readily agreed. What passionate youth. Naruto turned around, gave a thumbs up, and asked, Sasuke, let's compete too. How about it? I'm not interested in defeated opponents, Sasuke replied calmly. As expected of Sasuke-kun. Sakura said with a lovesick expression. So cool. Naruto, I'll compete with you. Rock Lee grinned, flashing his teeth. Okay. Naruto said excitedly. Then let's have a youthful taijutsu showdown. How can I be left out? Kiba jumped in, grinning. Whoever has the lowest rank treats at Ichiraku Ramen. No problem. Rock Lee agreed instantly. You fell for it, Ten reminded him helplessly. You shouldn't compete with them for rank. Although Rock Lee performed well in practical exams, his theoretical exams were a mess. Without even checking, Ten could guess whose rank would end up lower. It's fine. Rock Lee said carelessly. Win or lose, it's all youth. Ten was speechless. Shinno Aburame adjusted his glasses. He had no desire to compete, he only cared about his Kakachu mutation experiments. Yet Kakachu with water release resistance were still nowhere to be found, appearing later than his Kakachu with fire release resistance. Shinno speculated that fire release was more destructive, forcing Kakachu to evolve faster, while water release was relatively gentle. Children are still so energetic, Mariboshi Kosuka said with a chuckle. Kakashi subconsciously nodded, but he quickly realized something and thought, is he saying I'm not energetic enough? Everyone, go back and prepare well, Kitazawa reminded them. After this monthly exam, the next one will be the final exam. Cherish these 2 opportunities. The Ninja Academy operated on a 3-semester system, with the 3rd semester being the shortest, lasting less than 3 months. After the final exams, will we become second-year students? Naruto asked, raising his hand. Currently, this is the genius class, so there are no grades, Kitazawa said, smiling as he changed the subject. But you are indeed 1 year closer to graduation. I'm not in a hurry to graduate, Naruto said, scratching his head. Although he wanted to become a full-fledged ninja, his time at the academy brought him much joy, and a reluctance to leave. Graduation is still a long way off, Kitazawa said after a pause. All right, everyone, go home. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. The students of the genius class all said their goodbyes and turned to leave. See you next time. Kitazawa waved goodbye to Kosuka and Kakashi before heading home. The next morning. While still asleep, a large amount of information suddenly surged into Kitazawa's mind. It was his shadow clone, which had disbanded itself and returned after confirming the situation in the land of the Sky Village. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Kitazawa sat up and stretched. According to the memories transmitted by the shadow clone, Shinno was currently in the land of the Sky Village. Kitazawa glanced at the sleeping Kurenai and got out of bed. He changed his clothes and went to the training ground for their ninja squad at the academy. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto, Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi immediately walked up to him. At 1 p.m. this afternoon, we will gather at the village gate, and then we'll go out on a mission, Kitazawa said directly, without unnecessary words. What kind of mission is it? Kabuto asked after acknowledging him. In terms of difficulty, it's roughly an S-rank mission, Kitazawa said truthfully. But this isn't a mission issued by Konoha Village, so we won't receive S-rank mission rewards. Kabuto's expression became serious upon hearing this. S-rank missions were genuinely high-difficulty missions, incomparable to the previous B-rank ones. As for not getting paid, they didn't care. After all, Kitazawa had distributed the 1.2 million ryo he obtained after killing Kurasuke Raiga among them. They hadn't even seen Kurasuke Raiga, let alone helped in any way. It was like free money. The destination for this mission is the land of the sky, Kitazawa said with a smile. I'll tell you the specifics then, you can also try to look up some information. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto's spirits lifted, and he became interested. He had never heard of a place called the land of the sky. This was a challenge to his intelligence-gathering abilities. See you this afternoon. Kitazawa patted Kabuto's shoulder. He did it on purpose. Kabuto's abilities were strong and naturally shouldn't be wasted. Cultivating him more would surely lead to him playing a significant role in the future. For example, after Kitazawa became Hokage, Kabuto could completely replace Danzo. A ninja village definitely needed someone to do the dirty work, but not like Danzo Shimura. Being too dirty wasn't good. Kitazawa left the Ninja Academy and returned to Kurenai's house. You're back. Kurenai had already woken up and was sitting on the sofa in a black silk nightgown. You're up so early today. Kitazawa was a little surprised. What do you mean by that? Kurenai's face flushed, and she glared at him. Although she had indeed behaved rather poorly last night, she didn't know why, but she felt Kitazawa had become much stronger. Ahem. Kitazawa paused, then said, we're going out on a mission this afternoon. What kind of mission? Kurenai snorted lightly. It better not be B rank. It's S rank. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile at her reaction. I'm sure you'll be satisfied this time. S rank. Kurenai frowned slightly, her attitude changing. Won't it be too dangerous? What? Are you scared? Kitazawa pinched her cheek. Of course I'm not scared. Kurenai crossed her arms. I'm worried about Izumi and the others. S-rank missions, most likely, would involve encountering Jonin. Uchiha Izumi and the others were only Chunin, and fighting Jonin was too risky. Now Kabuto is a Jonin, and you're a special Jonin. The three of us Jonin doing an S-rank mission shouldn't be a big problem, Kitazawa said nonchalantly. Moreover, as someone who knew the original story, he knew that while there were many ninja in the land of the Sky Village, only Shinno truly possessed Jonin-level strength. That's true. Kurenai relaxed. You are a Jonin who can kill Kurasuke Raiga. In her opinion, most Jonin encountered on S-rank missions were ordinary Jonin. With Kitazawa present, there really wouldn't be any danger. I'll go make breakfast. Kitazawa didn't elaborate. Shinno's strength after using the medical forbidden technique was actually far superior to Kurasuke Raiga's. Especially under the effects of medical forbidden technique, somatic rebirth, he could use the 8 gates for an extended period. But from the original work, his 8 gates seemed like a pirated version. Its power couldn't compare to Might Guy's, nor to Might Dewey's. After breakfast, Kitazawa and Yakumo went next door. After finishing Tsunade's treatment, he headed straight to the Hokage building's mission hall. Eliminating Shinno was his personal mission, and to leave the village normally, he had to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage's order Kitazawa had obtained from Tsunade could only be used by him personally. To save trouble, he casually accepted a mission to suppress bandits in the land of birds as a cover. At the Konoha village gate. When Kitazawa arrived, Kurenai, Kabuto, Abirame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi were already waiting. After some greetings, they registered with the 2 gatekeepers of Konoha village. Let's go. Kitazawa waved his hand. The 5 of them quickly left Konoha village. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto took out a scroll. This is the information I've gathered about the land of the sky. Land of the sky? Kurenai asked in confusion. How come I've never heard of this ninja clan? It's normal you haven't heard of the land of the sky, Kitazawa said while looking at the scroll. It was already destroyed during the Second Ninja World War. No wonder. A look of realization appeared on Kurenai's face. After all, she had only recently been born around the time of the Second Ninja World War. Are we going to the land of the sky? Kurenai asked again. Wasn't it destroyed? Kabuto instinctively looked at Kitazawa upon hearing this. He also wanted to know the answer to this question. It was destroyed, but some land of the sky ninja survived, Kitazawa replied. They have been accumulating strength over the years, attempting to seek revenge against us, Konoha. Is this a secret mission from Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked curiously. No, Kitazawa said truthfully. Shinno, the leader of the land of the Sky Village, possesses the medical ninjutsu I desire. It seems he is also an excellent medical ninja. Kurenai chuckled. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken an interest in him. Don't underestimate him just because he's a medical ninja, Kitazawa closed the scroll. His combat abilities are also not weak. Kurenai nodded. Kitazawa-sensei, to the land of birds, which path do we take? Kabuto asked after they finished talking. Which path do you think we should take? Kitazawa countered. Through the land of wind, Kabuto said after a moment of thought. Why not go through the land of rain? Kitazawa asked with interest. The hidden rain village in the land of rain has stopped contact with the outside world since the Third Ninja World War. No one knows what Hanzo is thinking, Kabuto analyzed. Considering the grudges between the hidden rain village and our Konoha, I think going through the land of wind is safer. Kitazawa, your student is really good, Kurenai said with approval. When you become a squad leader in the future, you'll also have excellent students, Kitazawa smiled. Then we'll go through the land of wind. Although Kabuto's analysis was far from the actual situation, he couldn't be blamed. Not only him, but even the ninja of the 5 great villages couldn't have imagined that the once invincible Hanzo had already passed away. One must know that Hanzo, at his peak, could single-handedly suppress Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Even the Konoha Sannin title was bestowed by him. One can only say that each generation has its own god. Hanzo was like a god from an early version encountering a god from a later version. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 230, Shinno. Sunday morning. The group arrived at the former site of the land of the sky and the land of birds. Is this really the land of the sky? Kurenai asked, her face full of doubt. Before her eyes lay a dense forest with no buildings visible, not even broken walls. It's underground, Kitazawa reminded them. Toryun. Kabuto immediately called out. Abirame Toryun raised his arms, and a large number of phosphorus destruction bugs flew out. They spun in the air and then disappeared into the ground. There's a very large structure beneath our feet, like a city, Abirame Toryun said, a little surprised. How was this put underground? Izumi's face was full of disbelief. As far as the forest in front of them was concerned, there were no traces of anything having been moved. The only explanation is that the land of the sky began constructing this building underground after the Second Ninja World War ended, Kabuto said thoughtfully. There's a huge, cold chakra inside this building, Toryun suddenly interjected. How huge? Kabuto asked curiously. Wait. Toryun's expression changed slightly. My phosphorus destruction bugs have been discovered. How is that possible? Kabuto's first reaction was disbelief. Phosphorus destruction bugs are nano-sized poisonous insects, invisible to the naked eye and very difficult for a ninja to detect. Kitazawa, however, guessed the reason. It must have been the zero-tailed beast sensing the phosphorus destruction bugs. Shinno had created a weakened version of a tailed beast, mimicking one, and called it the zero-tailed beast. The zero-tailed beast fed on the darkness deep within people's hearts, and the chakra it possessed was called Dark Chakra. Of course, the ninja world's chakra only has 7 attributes. The so-called Dark Chakra is actually the Een Release Chakra. Een Release can create form out of nothing, which led to the birth of the zero-tailed beast. A group of Land of the Sky ninja is heading towards us. Toryun asked somewhat guiltily, Kitazawa-sensei, what should we do now? The phosphorus destruction bugs failing in front of Kitazawa, and causing them to be discovered by the Land of the Sky ninja, made him feel unusually embarrassed. As a ninja, infiltration failure is normal, and skirmishes are also unexpected events a ninja must experience. Kitazawa paused, then said in a deep voice, everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Toryun, where are they coming from? Kabuto quickly asked. There's a passage 20 meters over there. Toryun raised his hand, pointing to a spot not far away. Very good. Kabuto flicked his hands, and 6 explosive tags flew out, sticking to the area around the passage. Kabuto is truly excellent. Kurenai praised again upon seeing this. They're coming out. Toryun reminded them. Kabuto immediately detonated the explosive tags upon hearing this. Boom. 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 The 6 explosive tags exploded simultaneously, and terrifying flames erupted, instantly forming a sea of fire. Screams and curses rose. Many Land of the Sky ninja were directly buried in the sea of fire. Use fire release and wind release. Someone commanded. The next second, more than half of the sea of fire was extinguished, revealing the remaining Land of the Sky ninja inside. Bastards. I'll kill you all. A voice approached, and a white-haired middle-aged man appeared before them with a body flicker technique. His face was contorted, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Losing a large number of his subordinates before even engaging in battle made him absolutely furious. Konoha Village Ninja. The middle-aged man noticed the Konoha headbands on Kitazawa and the others and immediately sobered up quite a bit. Although the Land of the Sky had always wanted revenge on Konoha Village, he was well aware of Konoha Village's strength. He would not go to war with Konoha Village without sufficient preparation. However, he now had a question he wanted the answer to even more. How did you find this place? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and asked. Are you Shinno? Kitazawa retorted. You actually know my name. Shinno immediately felt it was unbelievable upon hearing this. He was certain he had never met Kitazawa and the others. Moreover, when he stole secret techniques from various villages, he always used the identity of a wandering physician and never his real name. Attack. After Kitazawa confirmed that the person in front of him was Shinno, he didn't bother with further pleasantries and directly shouted. With you. Who gave you the guts? Shinno was so angry he laughed upon hearing this. As he spoke, the Land of the Sky Ninja had already extinguished the flames and surrounded Kitazawa and the others. It wasn't surprising that Shinno underestimated Kitazawa and the others. Firstly, they were all too young, the oldest were Kitazawa and Kurenai, both only 22. Secondly, the Land of the Sky Ninja had a numerical advantage, although a group had been taken out by explosive tags, the remaining number still exceeded 20. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Izumi activated her two-tomo Sharingan and launched a huge fireball upwards. Sharingan. Shinno's gaze narrowed slightly. The name Uchiha was known throughout the ninja world. And for Uchiha Izumi to be able to activate her two-tomo Sharingan at such a young age, she was undoubtedly a genius. Being able to be the team leader for a genius indicated that Kitazawa and Kurenai were not as simple as they seemed. But Shinno remained unconcerned. This was the main base of the Land of the Sky. More importantly, he believed in his own strength. Wind release, vacuum bullet. At the same time Izumi made her move, Kabuto opened his mouth and spat out a series of bullet-like wind spheres. Ninja art, 100 flowers chaos. Petals filled the sky, and Kurenai disappeared from her spot. But none of them were as fast as Aburaim Torian. Poison cloud technique. Torian clasped his hands together and suddenly blew out a breath. The poisonous insects in his hands scattered like a mist with the wind. What is this? The Land of the Sky Ninja closest to him instinctively took 2 breaths. He didn't even have time to speak again before covering his mouth and nose and falling backward. Watch out. Shinno glanced at him, his pupils contracting in shock. His cloud contains poison. But his warning came too late. The Sky Village ninja near Torian all collapsed, dying instantly. Such potent poison. Shinno was both shocked and angry. As an experienced medical ninja, he had seen many types of poisons, but none compared to Aburaim Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs. He made a decision in an instant. The phosphorus destruction bug's poison caused instant death upon contact, there was no way to save anyone. The only option was to eliminate Aburaim Torian as quickly as possible. In Shinno's view, Aburaim Torian was undoubtedly the greatest threat, even more so than Kitazawa, who still hadn't made a move. Forbidden technique, body revival technique. Shinno immediately formed hand signs. His once unremarkable body suddenly bulged with muscle, stretching his clothes several sizes larger. Whoosh! Shinno vanished from his spot. After activating the forbidden technique, his speed had greatly increased. Kitazawa noted how this body revival technique resembled the 4th Reiki's lightning release chakra mode, though in this case, it should be called yang release chakra mode. Lightning release chakra mode used lightning chakra to stimulate the entire body, while the body revival technique relied on yang release. However, the flaws were obvious, it didn't last long and placed a massive burden on the body. While Kitazawa was analyzing, Shinno had already launched a punch at Aburaim Torian. At this moment, he looked nothing like a medical ninja, only a pure taijutsu fighter. Body flicker technique. Kurenai flashed in front of Aburaim Torian, meeting Shinno's attack with her still unpolished chakra-enhanced strength. Boom. The two forces collided. Kurenai was forced back several steps, unable to hold her ground. Shinno stood firm and unmoving, clearly superior in raw power. Yet he couldn't press his advantage. The phosphorus destruction bugs were already swarming toward him. Shinno retreated without hesitation. He had seen what happened to the Land of the Sky Ninja after being poisoned, and though he was a medical ninja, he dared not touch those nano-sized insects. But he wasn't without a plan. Super Activation Fist. Shinno clenched his fist and launched an aerial punch at the incoming bugs. Dark chakra erupted, forming countless chakra spheres. Upon contact, the spheres expanded rapidly, shredding the insects into pieces. What? Aburaim Torian's heart trembled. It was the first time he had seen his phosphorus destruction bugs destroyed like this. Shinno sneered and, with a swift stride, charged at Torian again. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Kurenai flashed in front of him. Their eyes met. Shinno immediately found himself embedded in the trunk of a tree. Genjutsu. He reacted quickly, dispelling the illusion, only to be greeted by Kurenai's Rasengan. Shinno instinctively raised his arms to block. His arms were immediately torn into a bloody mess upon contact. Ah! He roared, kicking out furiously. Kurenai retreated at once. The two broke apart, several meters of distance between them. Kurenai frowned at Shinno's arms. The Rasengan hadn't caused as much damage as expected. Its activation jutsu, Kitazawa explained. His body is in an activated state, his speed, defense, and attack are all enhanced. That powerful? Kurenai asked in surprise. Then what should we do? His body can't withstand prolonged activation, Kitazawa replied. If we drag it out, we'll win. Who exactly are you? Shinno felt a chill down his spine as Kitazawa so clearly explained the mechanics of his forbidden technique. Only he should have known its details. Where had Kitazawa learned this? Wind release, vacuum blade. In the instant Shinno was distracted, Kabuto appeared behind him with a body flicker technique. Shinno immediately reacted, turning and punching the kunai in Kabuto's hand. The force sent the blade flying. Kabuto's expression hardened, and he quickly retreated. Shinno was about to follow up with another punch when a huge fireball shot from his left. He had no choice but to dodge. When he landed, he realized all the land of the Sky Ninja had already been taken down by Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi. Fury burned in him at their poor performance, but at the same time, he recognized the strength of Kabuto and Izumi. The situation had reversed. He was now surrounded by 5 Konoha Ninja. Medical forbidden technique, flesh regeneration. Shinno no longer held back. He formed hand signs again. Medical forbidden technique, destruction and rebirth. The superposition of the 3 forbidden regenerative techniques caused his appearance to undergo a drastic change. He transformed from a middle-aged man into a young one, his white hair turning black. Muscles bulged across his body, radiating terrifying power. How can there be a ninjutsu that makes someone younger? Kabuto asked gravely. The phosphorus destruction bugs tell me his aura is at least 3 times stronger, Aburame Toryun said in a deep voice. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Crimson Claw. Without a word, Uchiha Izumi formed hand signs, spitting out flames while throwing numerous shuriken. The flames wrapped around the shuriken, flying toward Shinno from all directions like a phoenix's flower petals. Shinno didn't retreat, he advanced. He punched, knocking all the shuriken aside, then quickly closed the distance to Izumi. Secret technique, poison cloud technique. Toryun clapped his hands together, blowing out a mass of poisonous insects that formed a smoke-like barrier in front of Uchiha Izumi. But Shinno vanished from his spot. Where is he? Kabuto quickly looked around. Toryun. Izumi's Sharingan captured Shinno's afterimage. Whoosh. Shinno appeared to Toryun's left. Super activation fist. He was as cautious as before, avoiding direct contact with Aburame Toryun's body. Instead, he threw a punch through the air. The momentum was several times greater than before, and a fierce gust rose instantly. Despite Uchiha Izumi's warning, Toryun still didn't react in time. Kitazawa frowned slightly, immediately stepping forward, grabbing Toryun, and pulling him back. Shinno's fierce punch missed its target. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. Kabuto seized the opportunity, leaning back and spitting out a huge, high-pressure wind sphere. Wherever it passed, dust flew, and not a blade of grass remained. Super activation fist. Shinno turned and punched. Boom. The two forces clashed, and a violent wave of chakra spread in all directions. Kabuto's expression grew heavy. Under the enhancement of the 3 medical forbidden techniques, Shinno was indeed stronger than he had anticipated. Ninja art, moonlight beauty. As Kurenai raised her hands, a large number of petals appeared. Seeing this, Shinno punched out again. The petals scattered instantly, though some still floated in the air. Shinno noticed Kurenai's disappearance. Just as he was about to search for her, Kabuto rushed forward. Chakra scalpel. Kabuto raised his arm and swung the blade at Shinno. A whooshing sound rang out. Kurenai appeared above Shinno's head. A highly compressed sphere of chakra emerged from her right hand. She flipped her body, slamming a Rasengan down on Shinno. Unseen, Kurenai and Kabuto had completed a perfectly coordinated attack. But Shinno showed no awareness of being in danger. He calmly raised both fists, one aimed at Kurenai, the other at Kabuto. Super activation fist. Dark chakra spread out from him like a waterfall, engulfing everything. Wave after wave of air currents, like ocean tides, submerged Kurenai and Kabuto. Kurenai instinctively placed the Rasengan in front of her. The terrifying force crushed the Rasengan, blowing her away. Kitazawa leapt forward, catching her body. Fire release, great fireball technique. Izumi reacted quickly, launching a giant fireball between Kabuto and Shinno. Healing wound destruction. Kabuto retracted his chakra scalpel, covering his head and heart with both hands. The next second, the terrifying dark chakra instantly dispersed the fireball and continued forward with undiminished momentum. Kabuto's body trembled. Just as he was about to brace himself, an earth wall rose in front of him. Relieved, he exhaled. What an annoying bastard. Shinno glared at Kitazawa and shouted angrily, "I'll kill you first." Super activation fist. He unleashed both fists, aiming at Kitazawa. A tsunami of chakra descended once again. Compound ninjutsu, lightning water dragon jutsu. Kitazawa stood still, forming hand signs. A roaring lightning water dragon surged forth, plunging into the tsunami of chakra. A violent collision erupted. Konoha-style body flicker technique. Using the obscuring chakra, Kitazawa vanished from his spot. He reappeared behind Shinno, unhesitatingly drawing Zangetsu. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. The blade suddenly glowed crimson, flames soaring into the sky, transforming into a giant blade of fire. Shinno immediately sensed the danger behind him. He quickly turned, hastily throwing a punch. Activation fist. The dark chakra was torn apart by the blade of fire. Damn it. At the brink of death, Shinno roared, terrifying chakra bursting from his body. His face flushed red, and chakra formed a protective wave around him, forcefully resisting the blade of fire. Kitazawa retreated without hesitation. Is that the 8 gates? Kurenai looked at Shinno, his hair standing on end, his aura surging, and her eyes widened. Wasn't this the same phenomenon as Might Guy after using the 8 gates? Blood red. Kurenai suddenly thought of something and asked in horror, is this the 8th gate of the 8 gates? Isn't the 8 gates formation a forbidden ninjutsu of Konoha? How does he know it? Kabuto felt the terrifying aura pressing on him, making it hard to breathe. Toryun and Uchiha Izumi also showed expressions of impending disaster. That's right. This is the 8 gates, and my medical forbidden technique allows me to open all 8 gates without dying. Shinno laughed loudly. Since I won't die, you all will. At the end, his expression twisted, and without further delay, he charged straight at Kitazawa. His speed was blinding, his momentum overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down. Kurenai, Kabuto, and the others' eyes were filled with worry. But at this moment, they could only trust Kitazawa. After Shinno activated the 8th gate, they were no longer his opponents. Toryun tried to direct the phosphorus destruction bugs toward him, but Shinno's body was covered in raging chakra, and the insects were blown away before they could even get close. Kitazawa slashed out with his blade. The blade of fire reappeared, splitting forward. But Shinno neither dodged nor flinched, colliding with it head-on. The blade of fire shattered, leaving burns on his body. But these burns healed instantly. This was the effect of medical forbidden technique, destruction and rebirth. Any injuries sustained were rapidly healed. Kitazawa felt that the current Shinno was like combining the strength of 100 healings technique with half of the 8 gates jutsu. Shinno reached him, threw a punch, and countless airwaves erupted. Kitazawa turned into mud, torn apart by the airwaves, earth release, earth replacement. Shinno frowned slightly, immediately looking around. A whooshing sound rang out. A kunai flew toward him. Shinno instantly locked onto its source. He directly ignored the kunai, intent on killing Kitazawa. But just then, the kunai trembled, transforming into countless solid kunai. What? Shinno quickly stopped. Although his skin was thick and his regeneration powerful, with so many kunai, he'd be riddled with holes. Super activation fist. Shinno swung both fists. Dark chakra erupted, deflecting all the kunai. It seems your 8 gates haven't reached the essence of taijutsu. Kitazawa's voice came from behind him. Shinno's 8 gates lack the corresponding taijutsu techniques, such as the Evening Elephant, Night Guy, and others. Shinno instinctively turned around, meeting Kitazawa's gaze. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor. Shinno was in the state of all 8 gates open, his chakra violently surging. The genjutsu only restrained him for a moment. Kitazawa seized the opportunity and slashed with his blade. The fiery red blade glowed at high temperature, twisting the air wherever it passed. Shinno's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late to dodge. He gritted his teeth and slammed a punch onto Kitazawa's Zangetsu blade. Power erupted. Kitazawa felt his right arm go numb, his body forced to retreat. Oh! Shinno let out a scream. His fist had been cut open by Zangetsu, 5 severed fingers falling to the ground. Medical forbidden technique, flesh regeneration. Shinno's face turned pale as his fingers rapidly regenerated. Limb regeneration. Seeing this, Kabuto's pupils constricted. He subconsciously asked, how can we even fight this? How can there be such a terrifying ninjutsu? Uchiha Izumi swallowed hard, feeling nervous. I believe in Kitazawa, Kurenai said in a deep voice. With his personality, if he couldn't win, he would have taken us away already. Kitazawa didn't hear Kabuto and the others' conversation. He was observing Shinno. Shinno's medical forbidden technique, destruction and rebirth, had a time limit. Although the original work never stated how long it could last, Kitazawa, an excellent medical ninja, could judge by observing Shinno's physical condition. Peak state and declining state always presented different reactions. I'm going to kill you. Shinno had suffered a great loss, and his anger surged. He closed in, a terrifying power erupting as he punched directly at Kitazawa's heart. Chakra enhanced strength. Kitazawa stood still, returning a punch. You're asking for death. Seeing this, Shinno showed a cruel smile. Boom. As soon as the two fists met, a wave of air spread in all directions. Shinno's eyes suddenly widened. How could there be such immense power? He didn't hesitate, and the chakra in his body continued to surge. Kitazawa took 2 steps back but stood firm. Your strength is ultimately no match for mine. Shinno gasped for breath and said. Time is almost up. It's time to end this battle. Kitazawa observed his physical condition and smiled. It's time to end it. Shinno clenched his fists and said, I'll send you to the Pure Land right now. Senju Chakra Mode. Kitazawa felt the surge of chakra within his body and immediately formed hand signs. Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu. A water dragon appeared out of thin air, slamming into Shinno at extreme speed. It's all futile. Shinno snorted coldly, swung both fists, and shattered the water dragon. But before he could retract his fists, a large fireball had already reached him. Shinno quickly used the body flicker technique, creating distance. As soon as he steadied himself, kunai wrapped in flames appeared all around him. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Flower Crimson Claw. Activation Fist. Shinno retreated, throwing a punch. Dark chakra swept out, deflecting the kunai. Just then, crackling thunder rang out. Several streaks of lightning raced along the ground. Lightning Release, Ground Flash. Shinno leapt up, avoiding the lightning. The wind howled. Wind bullets, like real bullets, slammed into him. Having dodged several ninjutsu in a row, Shinno finally failed to react in time and was struck by a wind bullet. His back immediately blossomed with dense, bloody holes. Shinno screamed repeatedly, but there was no time to rest. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Kitazawa opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of flames. The flames expanded upon landing, turning into a scorching storm that engulfed Shinno. Damn it. A trace of panic appeared in Shinno's eyes. He had been bewildered by Kitazawa's relentless ninjutsu. His mind was now filled with questions. Why was Kitazawa's hand sign speed so fast? Ninjutsu after ninjutsu, with absolutely no cooldown time. Most fatal of all, Kitazawa was proficient in 5 release ninjutsu, making it nearly impossible to dodge attacks from both the sky and the ground. Is this Kitazawa-sensei's true strength? Kabuto, like Shinno, felt utterly shocked at this moment. It was the first time he had seen someone use ninjutsu as easily as drinking water. So amazing. Uchiha Izumi's mouth hung open. Although Kitazawa usually gave her an impression of immense strength, witnessing it firsthand was another level entirely. Kurenai was surprised and full of questions. She really wanted to ask Kitazawa, are you secretly training behind my back? In her opinion, Kitazawa's strength was roughly equivalent to an elite Jonin, similar to Kakashi. But now she became uncertain. She had seen Kakashi fight. Even he couldn't achieve such fast hand sign speeds and various ninjutsu that seemed like instant casts. The battle between Kitazawa and Shinno continued, but it had become one-sided. Even though Shinno possessed extreme regeneration, super speed, and terrifying strength, he simply couldn't get close. Under Kitazawa's repeated ninjutsu attacks, all he could do was frantically escape. No. I can't let this continue. Shinno felt an uncomfortable sensation from within his body. Under such high-intensity combat, the duration of his medical ninjutsu, destruction and rebirth, was constantly shortening. It was finally coming to an end. Shinno gritted his teeth and charged directly at Kitazawa. A water dragon slammed into his body, but he remained unmoving. In a flash, another large fireball appeared. Shinno suddenly accelerated, crashing through the fireball, and as he threw a punch, the air distorted. Chakra-enhanced punch. Kitazawa accurately struck his fist. Terrifying forces collided. This time, Kitazawa did not retreat. Shinno's pupils constricted. Wind Release, Rasengan. Kitazawa's right fist held Shinno's fist, and his left hand pressed down on Shinno's abdomen. Ah! A scream rang out. Shinno's abdomen instantly turned into a bloody mess. Then his body rapidly shriveled like a deflating balloon. He immediately aged, becoming wrinkled and white-haired. Chapter 231, Obito's Displeasure. We won. Uchiha Izumi immediately cheered. This mission was a world of difference compared to the last one. The three of them, plus Kurenai, had been completely helpless against Shinno before. That was a truly thrilling battle. Toryun couldn't help but exclaim. His phosphorus destruction bugs had lost their intended effect for the first time. On the other hand, he also recognized his own shortcomings. If his insects were ineffective, it would be difficult to contribute, relying solely on his personal strength. It seemed he needed to work even harder in the future. With Kitazawa-sensei here, it was thrilling but not dangerous. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. After this battle, he re-evaluated Kitazawa's strength. He felt that only a handful of people in Konoha, such as Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsunade, could confidently defeat him. What's wrong with him? A side effect of the forbidden jutsu. Kurenai glanced at Shinno and frowned. There was no helping it, Shinno's appearance was now terrifying, like a withered skeleton pulled from a tomb, clinging to his last breath. Yes. Kitazawa squatted down, extended his hand, and said, the more powerful a forbidden jutsu, the greater its side effects. A pale green chakra glow emanated from his palm. Izumi, Kitazawa called out without turning his head. Shinno's condition was worse than he had imagined, but he couldn't let him die yet. Kitazawa-sensei. Izumi immediately stepped forward. Use your Sharingan to control him, Kitazawa instructed. Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed, 2 tomos spinning in each. She stared at the dying Shinno. At this point, he was at his last gasp. Although he still had the strength of a Jonin, he could no longer resist the 2 tomo Sharingan. His expression immediately went vacant, showing he had been caught in the Sharingan's control. Izumi, ask him where his 3 medical forbidden techniques are, Kitazawa said after a pause. If there are no ninjutsu scrolls, have him write them down. Okay. Uchiha Izumi relayed Kitazawa's words. In the control room of the Anchor Vantion, Shinno said weakly. The Anchor Vantion was the city beneath the land of the Sky Village. Powered by the Zero-Tailed, it could fly in the original story. Not only could it fly, but it also had a super chakra cannon comparable to a tailed beast ball. Shinno and the land of the Sky Village were planning to take revenge on Konoha using the Anchor Vantion. But interestingly, this seemingly invincible fortress had been easily dismantled by Shinno Aburame. The Aburame clan's Kakashi could destroy its mechanical parts, causing it to crash directly from the sky. Kabuto, maintain his life, Kitazawa ordered after a moment's thought. Izumi, have him write down the 3 medical forbidden techniques. Kurenai and I will go to the Angkor fortress. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi answered in unison. Let's go. Kitazawa withdrew his mystical palm technique and moved to the passage where the land of the Sky Ninja had come up earlier. He leapt down. Seeing this, Kurenai quickly followed. There should only be a few land of the Sky Ninja left in here, Kitazawa said as he walked. How do you know Southwest much about this place? Kurenai asked with curiosity. I sent a shadow clone ahead to scout it out, Kitazawa explained. I see. Kurenai nodded. She looked around and found they were in a metal passage, faintly hearing the sound of gears turning. What is this Anchor Vantion? Kurenai asked again. A large flying weapon, Kitazawa said casually. It's the origin of the land of the Sky Village, they possess a flying fortress. That amazing. Kurenai suddenly felt the ninja world was vast and full of wonders. It's useless, Kitazawa shook his head. In front of true powerhouses, the Anchor Vantion can only be a living target. True. Kurenai agreed. If it were really that powerful, the land of the Sky Village wouldn't have been destroyed. Someone's ahead, Kitazawa stopped and said. I'll take care of them. Feeling she hadn't contributed much during the fight with Shinno, Kurenai volunteered. Kitazawa nodded. Kurenai immediately rushed out. Who's there? The 2 land of the Sky Ninja at the entrance noticed her. Ninja art, 100 flowers chaos. Kurenai raised her hands, and a large number of petals danced in the air. She vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already behind the land of the Sky Ninja on the left. With a flick of her hand, the petals instantly accelerated, slicing open his throat. Blood sprayed. The other land of the Sky Ninja was shocked, panic on his face. But he looked around and couldn't see Kurenai. The sound of wind breaking filled the air. The ninja subconsciously looked up. Kurenai kicked him, knocking him unconscious. A clean and decisive fight. Kitazawa praised her, then opened the door in front of them. What came into view was a group of emaciated villagers. When they saw them, the villagers all showed fear and dared not speak. What's wrong with them? Kurenai hadn't expected a prison cell behind the door. They are batteries used to replenish the zero-tailed, Kitazawa said as he formed a hand sign and created a shadow clone. Kurenai couldn't help but frown. Although she didn't know what the zero-tailed was, she understood the word battery. In other words, these villagers were providing some kind of energy for this so-called zero-tailed. They are all villagers from nearby. Kitazawa gave a crisp instruction. Shadow clone, take them away. Are you here to save us? Thank you. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. At the word leave, the villagers seemed to come alive. Gratitude filled their faces, some even cried tears of joy. Shinno truly deserved to die. Seeing the villagers' reaction, Kurenai immediately cursed. Kurenai, let's go to the next level. Kitazawa sighed. The energy here will be transported to the next level, the control room where the zero-tailed is located. The two continued downward. All the land of the sky ninja along the way were easily handled by Kurenai. This is the control room. Kitazawa felt an extremely chilling chakra emanating from beyond the door. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the button. The door slowly opened. A giant transparent cylindrical container appeared before Kitazawa and Kurenai. Inside, a snake-like creature was coiled. Its body was murky, its face mask-like. Upon seeing them, it slammed into the container, but the vessel remained unmoving, clearly very sturdy. This is the zero-tailed. It looks quite ugly. Kurenai's tone carried obvious disgust. Ugly as it is, Shinno creating the zero-tailed truly shows his talent. Kitazawa studied it carefully. He had never seen a tailed beast and didn't know how this zero-tailed compared, but one thing was certain, it was far inferior. In the original story, the zero-tailed had been torn apart by the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. In other words, it had a chakra limit. What do you plan to do with it? Kurenai frowned. Leave it for now. Kitazawa thought for a moment. The zero-tailed fed on the dark power of people's hearts, in plain language, negative emotions. The simplest way was to do as Shinno had done, capture people, torment them, and harvest their darkness. But there was no need. Not only did Kitazawa have his own moral boundaries, but the zero-tailed's chakra limit stripped away most of its value. No matter how much it grew, it couldn't reach the level of a tailed beast. Even if it could, where would he find so much dark power? Shinno had fed it for over 20 years. How much time and effort would he have to spend? Kitazawa had a system and didn't need such trouble. Still, even if he didn't feed it, he wouldn't waste it. His plan was to learn the four-symbol seal the zero-tailed into a scroll, and use it as a power bank. Created by Een Release, its chakra was naturally suited for genjutsu and various Een Release secret techniques. Withdrawing his gaze, Kitazawa began searching nearby for Shinno's 3 medical forbidden techniques. Here. Kurenai found the 3 scrolls first: medical forbidden technique, flesh regeneration, forbidden technique, body revival technique, and medical forbidden technique, destruction and rebirth. Kitazawa took the scrolls and immediately read them. When he finished, he nodded. At least the body revival technique was similar to the one rewarded by his system. At the same time, he understood why Shinno's 8 gates felt like a pirated version. The real issue was his body. Built up by destruction and rebirth, it looked powerful but was inwardly rotten. In contrast, Might Guy and Might Dewey had forged their bodies through years of intense training, making them naturally resilient and far more powerful than Shinno's. Let's go out. Kitazawa put away the scrolls. The two retraced their steps to the surface. Kitazawa-sensei. Izumi handed him a scroll. These are the 3 medical forbidden techniques written by Shinno. Kitazawa opened it and compared. It was exactly the same as the 3 he had obtained, proof Shinno hadn't tampered with them. Kabuto, that's enough. End his sinful life. Kitazawa closed the scroll. Kabuto immediately stopped pouring chakra. Without medical ninjutsu, Shinno soon breathed his last. Just in case, Kabuto still stabbed him through the heart. Finishing blows are a very good habit. Kitazawa praised him upon seeing this. Kabuto looks more like a ninja than I do. Kurenai smiled. Then you'd better work hard and not be outdone by my student. Kitazawa nudged her with his elbow. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him. She was already working hard, but the gap in talent wasn't something effort alone could close. Kabuto, the 3 of you go complete this bandit suppression mission now. Kurenai and I will clean up the Anchor Vantion. Kitazawa took out the B-rank mission scroll he'd accepted earlier to divert attention. Yes. Kabuto glanced at it, confirmed it had no difficulty, and then took Uchiha Izumi and Aburame Toryun to a nearby mountain. Kill all the land of the sky ninja in the Anchor Vantion and then seal the entrance. Kitazawa showed no mercy. The ninja world was like this, a matter of life or death, every ninja's hands stained with blood. Therefore, many like Jiraiya sought true peace. But clearly, they had not yet found the true path. Jiraiya had even placed his hope for peace in the child of prophecy. After cleaning up the anchor Vantion, Kitazawa and Kurenai sat where they were, waiting for Kabuto and the others to return. The bandit suppression was only a B-rank mission, so Kabuto and his teammates didn't take long before reappearing before them. Return to the village. Kitazawa waved his hand. Morning came the next day, Monday. They finally returned to Konoha village. You all worked hard this time. Go back and rest, Kitazawa said, patting Kabuto on the shoulder. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto and the other two replied in unison. Although they wouldn't be paid for the S-rank mission on this trip, their gains were significant. Fighting strong opponents like Shinno had greatly increased their experience and knowledge. You go back first, too, Kitazawa said to Kurenai. I'm heading to the mission hall. Kurenai nodded obediently without saying much. Kitazawa bid her farewell and went to the mission hall. Since this was only a B-rank mission, there was no need to meet with Hiruzen Sarutobi. After submitting the mission, he returned home. Kitazawa sat on the sofa and took out Medical Forbidden Technique, Flesh Regeneration. Medical Forbidden Technique, Destruction and Rebirth had too many side effects, so he didn't plan to learn it, at least not yet. After all, he still had quite a few other ninjutsu to study. However, Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Activation Jutsu, Body Revival, was quite promising. Kitazawa had always had a question, both techniques involved activation, so why didn't the fourth Raikage suffer such severe side effects like Shinno? Now that he had read Medical Forbidden Technique, Cellular Activation, he understood. Shinno had taken a shortcut. He used body activation to temporarily push his body to its peak state, then maintained it with Forbidden Technique, Flesh Regeneration Technique. Simply put, Shinno was like a balloon that constantly needed to be inflated. The fourth Raikage, on the other hand, was like a solid lead ball, he didn't need extra inflation. Although they looked similar outwardly, they were fundamentally different. This was also why Shinno's 8 gates was far inferior to Might Guy's and Might Dewey's 8 gates formation. Kitazawa stroked his chin, lost in thought. He didn't want to directly learn Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Activation Jutsu. Instead, he intended to modify it into a Yang Release Chakra mode. The difficulty of this modification would be simpler than transforming Forbidden Technique, Body Revival Technique into a ninjutsu for limb regeneration. After all, the method was clear, activate the entire body using Yang Release Chakra. Current mission, complete the modification of Medical Forbidden Technique, Flesh Regeneration. Mission reward, Water Release, Water Severing Wave. Do you accept? Kitazawa couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. This mission had appeared unexpectedly, but he absolutely had to accept it. After all, the mission reward was Water Release, Water Severing Wave. The second Mizukage, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, had mastered many water release ninjutsu. However, Water Severing Wave was considered one of the most powerful water release techniques among them, with its difficulty maxed out at S rank. Its effect was to emit a super high-pressure linear water jet from the mouth, forming a sharp water blade capable of continuous long-range cutting. In the original work, it had even cut through the roots of the divine tree. 9 a.m. Kitazawa headed to Konoha village's gate. Many ninja and villagers were there as well, all eager to see the Hidden Mist Village ninja delegation. Kitazawa was different, he wanted to try and find Obito. Of course, this depended on whether Obito had truly sneaked into Konoha during these negotiations. Following the crowd to the gate, Kitazawa found that the Hidden Mist Village ninja delegation had yet to arrive. However, Tsunade was already in position. Besides her, there were also Nara Shikaku and several others. In total, there were 12 members of the negotiation team, ample respect for the Hidden Mist Village. A moment later, the Hidden Mist Village ninja delegation slowly approached. Kitazawa immediately spotted Suikazan Fuguki. After all, both his features and Samahata were highly distinctive. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Samahata had the most screen time in the original work. Though called a sword, it was actually a special creature whose main function was to absorb the target's chakra. Interestingly, it would betray its user if it found another target's chakra more appealing. For example, it had been drawn to the Eight Tails chakra and thus got along very well with Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Kitazawa's gaze swept slowly over the Hidden Mist delegation. But with everyone watching, he couldn't activate his Byakugan, so he had no way of knowing if Obito was among them. In truth, he suspected that even with the Byakugan, he still wouldn't be able to tell. Kitazawa wasn't disappointed. He had anticipated this outcome. After Tsunade led Suikazan Fuguki and the others to the Hokage building, Kitazawa also returned home. Obito's Kamui was troublesome, but the original work had already shown many solutions. Besides, this was Konoha village, at most, Obito would make a brief appearance and wouldn't dare to linger. Kitazawa's mind stirred with another idea, Kakashi. Obito would definitely go see him when returning to Konoha. After all, this was their so-called bond. But there was no need to rush today. If Obito truly had come with the hidden mist delegation, then he would be spending the day in the meeting room. After all, these negotiations were destined not to reach an easy conclusion, especially since the hidden mist village couldn't obtain the lightning blades, Kiba, which they most desired. A new day, Tuesday. Kitazawa was still eating when he heard a knock at the door. He stood up and went to open it. 10:10. Kitazawa was a little surprised. You came to find me so early. Could it be that the lightning blades, Kiba, have already been reforged? Teacher Kitazawa is truly foresight. 10:10 beamed with a bright smile. Didn't you say 1 month? Kitazawa asked curiously. 1 month was just an estimate. Plus, my dad gained some insights from the lightning blades, Kiba, so the time was cut in half, 10:10 explained. I see. Kitazawa smiled. That's a good thing, a double blessing. Teacher Kitazawa, I've brought the 2 ninja swords. 10:10 took out a scroll, opened it, and performed a summoning. 2 sheathed ninja swords immediately appeared. Thank you. Kitazawa took the 2 swords. Then I'll be going now, Teacher Kitazawa. Goodbye. 10:10 didn't linger and turned to leave. Kitazawa put away the swords. After finishing breakfast, he headed to the Ninja Academy. Since it was only 8:30 a.m., the students of the genius class hadn't started training yet. Kakashi, here you go. Kitazawa found Kakashi. Is this the ninja sword reforged from the lightning blades, Kiba? Kakashi drew the sword, examined it for a moment, and said, it doesn't look like anything special. You'll know when you try it. Kitazawa tilted his head. Let's go over there. The training ground was full of students, and it wouldn't be good if he summoned lightning and struck someone. Kakashi led him to the place where he usually created lightning release, Kirin. It shouldn't require any special ninjutsu, just channeling lightning release chakra into it should summon lightning, Kitazawa recalled from Kurisuke Raiga's usage. Kakashi raised the sword. Lightning release chakra surged out like flowing water, and in an instant, the blade lit up. Brilliant lightning coursed around the blade, dazzling and fierce. What a good sword. Kakashi couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. He understood swords. He had also used one since he was a boy. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, was known as Konoha's White Fang for his exquisite swordsmanship, his fame rivaling even Konoha's Sannin. After Tsukumo Hatake's suicide, Kakashi inherited his short sword. It wasn't until the Kanabi Bridge battle, when the short sword broke and his comrades sacrificed themselves, that he stopped using Hatake-style swordsmanship. Kakashi raised the sword again. The lightning at its tip shot up into the sky. In a blink, dark clouds gathered above with flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. It's indeed much simpler and more convenient than summoning lightning with lightning release alone. Kakashi withdrew his lightning release chakra and couldn't help but brandish the sword a couple of times. Is this perhaps the legendary Hatake-style swordsmanship? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. You know it. Kakashi looked a little surprised. No, I've only heard of it, Kitazawa replied. Kakashi glanced at the sword in his hand, a flicker of memory in his eyes. It had been a long time since he'd heard anyone speak of Hatake-style swordsmanship. It's a pity, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. Whenever swordsmanship is mentioned in the ninja world now, people immediately think of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But you should know that before they became famous, Hatake-style swordsmanship had already shaken the ninja world. Are you saying all this because you want to witness Hatake-style swordsmanship? Kakashi turned to him. It would naturally be best if I could witness it. Kitazawa coughed lightly. Then let's have a sword fighting competition. Kakashi gripped the sword hilt tightly. Go easy on me. Kitazawa smiled, drawing Zangetsu. He had only learned Konoha-style swordsmanship recently, so in a pure sword fight, he naturally couldn't compare to a true master. Kakashi slowly exhaled. Holding a sword again after so long, he felt a power reawakening within him. Kakashi's body flashed, and the ninja sword in his hand suddenly thrust forward. So fast. Kitazawa's eyes narrowed, and Zangetsu immediately rose to block. Clang. Kakashi retreated after failing to land a hit. He twisted his right hand, and the ninja sword, gleaming with white light, quickly stabbed toward Kitazawa's eyes. Kitazawa subconsciously squinted. What an assassin-like swordsmanship. No wonder Tsukumo Hatake earned the title of Konoha's White Fang. But he couldn't just give up. Although his swordsmanship was inferior, his physical abilities were stronger than Kakashi's. Kitazawa leaned back, dodging Kakashi's stab. At the same time, the ninja sword in his hand swept upward from below toward Kakashi. Good move. Kakashi grew more excited as they fought. He felt as if he were back in his youth, sparring with Obito. Every time, he had been able to defeat him with Hatake-style swordsmanship. The sun was rising. The two of them clashed, the rhythmic sounds of clang, clang, clang echoing through the training ground. But to Obito, who was watching from afar, the sound was unbearably irritating. After arriving in Konoha with the Hidden Mist Village delegation, Obito had been forced to sit through endless meetings. He had thought the negotiations would end quickly, but Konoha stubbornly refused to hand over the lightning blade, Kiba. On the second day, he found an excuse to skip the negotiations and instead came to the Ninja Academy. He had just arrived when Kitazawa presented the reforged lightning blade, Kiba, to Kakashi. Only then did Obito understand why Konoha had been unwilling to hand over the weapon, because it had been given to Kakashi. Clearly, he had misunderstood, not knowing the full story. Obito subconsciously clenched his fists. Why did Konoha still value such a self-deprecating good-for-nothing? Kakashi had always been the one to receive the most attention since childhood. And him? He had nothing. He had finally earned Rin's attention, but he wasn't the only one. As a boy, he hadn't thought much about it and had even become friends with Kakashi. Yet in the end, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. Kakashi had personally killed Rin with Chidori. He didn't understand. Was Konoha more important than Rin? And why had Minato Namikaze, the fastest ninja in the world, been late? Because of this, Obito had immediately returned to Konoha after recovering from his injuries, triggering the Ninetales incident. He wanted Konoha to feel his pain. He wanted Minato Namikaze to pay the price. And incidentally, he would seize the Ninetales, complete the Eye of the Moon plan, and create a new world with Rin in it. Good move. Kakashi's voice startled him back to reality. Obito subconsciously looked up. Kakashi's familiar figure entered his eyes, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth. What are you doing? This isn't the reaction I want to see. Have you forgotten that you killed Rin? Kakashi looked so happy. A sudden voice spoke at his feet. Shut up. Obito turned and glared fiercely at White Zetsu. I have some information, White Zetsu said, unfazed. Kakashi's teaching classes were because of Hiruzen Sarutobi's arrangement. Why? Obito asked coldly. He had thought Kakashi would be drowning in guilt, but seeing him thriving now made it hard to accept. Genius class. White Zetsu briefly explained the situation. What genius class? Just a bunch of little brats, Obito said disdainfully. If such a class had existed back then, he definitely wouldn't have been accepted. He had always been dead last. But being dead last hadn't stopped him from becoming one of the top powerhouses of the ninja world. I also found out something else, White Zetsu added with a chuckle. Kakashi has taken on a student named Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha. Obito's expression immediately stiffened. What did this mean? Why choose an Uchiha as his student when there were so many others? Was Kakashi trying to replace him with this boy? Obito watched Kakashi sparring with Kitazawa, a surge of displeasure rising in his chest. Chapter 232, Kakashi and Kitazawa vs. Obito. Mid-fight, Kakashi suddenly pulled back, stopping in place. He turned his head, brows furrowed, as if sensing something. What's wrong, Kakashi? Kitazawa instinctively tightened his grip on Zangetsu. I feel like someone is watching us, Kakashi said in a low, steady voice. Kitazawa's heart skipped a beat. Is it Obito? Besides him, Kitazawa couldn't think of anyone else who would be spying on them. As a future Hokage, you must drive away strong enemies. Current mission, drive away Uchiha Obito. Mission reward, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Do you accept? Kitazawa was stunned. He had assumed he would only receive the 3 Tomo Sharingan after helping Sasuke awaken his own. That would have been much later, but right now, it was still acceptable. He immediately accepted. This was an unexpected bonus. After all, since Kakashi had already detected Obito, a battle was likely inevitable. Moreover, the system's mission specified drive away, not defeat or kill. Clearly, the system didn't believe they could eliminate Obito outright, and, in truth, that was indeed the case. As one of the major antagonists in the original story, Obito's advantages were almost on par with those of Sasuke and Naruto. Not only did he possess Kamui, arguably the most abnormal Mangekyo Sharingan ability, but he also had Hashirama's cells, allowing him to use Kamui multiple times. In addition, he could cast Izanagi, granting him an invincible revival for 10 minutes. It seems Kakashi has found us. In the distance, White Zetsu, never one to miss a good show, asked, are you going to go out and reunite with him? A reunion of old teammates must be touching. Obito knew his emotions had spiked just now, causing his chakra to leak for an instant. But being discovered was harmless. I am Uchiha Madara now, not Uchiha Obito, he snapped, glaring at White Zetsu. Lord Madara, should we leave now? White Zetsu immediately corrected himself. Leaving now is not in Uchiha Madara's character, Obito replied, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Why not announce Uchiha Madara's return to Konoha with great fanfare? Don't forget the Eye of the Moon plan, White Setsu reminded him. How boring, Obito snorted. Then let me test how much Kakashi has improved over the years. Come out. Kakashi's voice cut through their conversation. Kid, hasn't anyone taught you to be polite to your elders? Obito asked in Uchiha Madara's tone as he walked out. Who are you? Kakashi carefully examined the mask covering Obito's face. It's been too long since I returned to Konoha. The youngsters these days are truly disappointing, Obito said, shaking his head. Playing tricks. Without hesitation, Kakashi lunged forward, thrusting his ninja blade. Obito stood still, doing nothing. Though Kakashi was puzzled, his movements didn't stop. In the next second, the blade passed straight through Obito's body. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that all you've got? Obito seized the moment of distraction and kicked. Kakashi instinctively raised his arms to block. A powerful force slammed into him, and he used the momentum to retreat. Obito raised a hand. Various ninja tools appeared out of thin air, raining down on Kakashi like a storm. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. Kitazawa appeared in front of Kakashi with a body flicker. He gripped Zangetsu and swung it with force. A scorching aura flared as the blade vibrated violently, releasing a massive flaming arc. The falling weapon scattered under the impact. Kitazawa, be careful. Kakashi warned. Kakashi, the famous genius, is this your new teammate? He doesn't look like much, Obito said, glancing at Kitazawa. You know me. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. The words, new teammate, reminded him of Obito and Rin Noera. Kitazawa caught the subtle hint. Knowing the masked man was Obito, he understood the hidden meaning behind the remark. No, I only heard that you personally killed your teammate, Obito said flatly. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted. Kakashi revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan. Lightning release, Raikiri, lightning cutter. With a single body flicker, he appeared in front of Obito. But the high-intensity current and rapid thrust passed harmlessly through him. Obito casually flicked his wrist. A chain shot out, catching Kakashi before he could react. Kakashi quickly slashed at it with his Raikiri, but the chain didn't budge. Obito was about to speak when Kitazawa cut him off. A roaring water dragon surged toward Obito. He raised an eyebrow and pulled on the chain, dragging Kakashi into the dragon's path. But at the last moment, the water dragon veered away, easily avoiding Kakashi and continuing toward Obito. Water release is barely adequate, Obito muttered, standing still as 2 giant shuriken flew out and sliced the water dragon into 4 pieces. A white blade light gleamed. Kakashi suddenly broke free from the chain and stabbed at Obito. Obito caught the chain and blocked the strike. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Crimson Claw. Kitazawa immediately formed hand seals. Flames engulfed the shuriken as they flew. Kakashi twisted his ninja blade at incredible speed, changing its angle and slashing diagonally toward Obito's head. A futile effort, Obito said, shaking his head. He released the chain, his body slipping into intangibility and ignoring both the flaming shuriken and Kakashi's ninja blade. Kakashi's strike missed, and he retreated to stand beside Kitazawa. This is a space-time ninjutsu, Kitazawa murmured. Obito had clearly been using Kamui since he appeared. Its intangibility could last up to 5 minutes, allowing him to ignore any attack. But in that state, he also couldn't strike. To attack, he had to revert to his physical form, even using Kamui to absorb or release other objects required him to be tangible. There was also a forced return to physicality once the 5-minute limit ended. Yet Obito's Hashirama cells let him use Kamui repeatedly with almost no cooldown. In short, it was a heaven-defying ability. MHM. Kakashi nodded. His teacher, Minato Namikaze, had been a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, another space-time ninjutsu, so Kakashi recognized it. Did you notice anything? Kakashi asked, thinking aloud. He had exchanged blows with Obito twice but hadn't found a real weakness. We need to hit him the moment he attacks, Kitazawa replied. Kakashi blinked, momentarily stunned. Had Kitazawa actually pinpointed the flaw? He had asked only out of a nothing-to-lose attitude. Although Kitazawa was strong, he was still a Ninja Academy teacher, his experience and vision should have been inferior. But clearly, he had misjudged him. I'll take the lead in attacking next. You look for an opening, Kitazawa continued. Can you handle it? Kakashi asked, worried. How about I take the lead? You have the Sharingan, you're better at spotting the opening, Kitazawa said after a pause. Besides, we're in Konoha. Once the commotion gets big enough, reinforcements will come. What? Plotting how to deal with me. Obito's tone dripped with disdain. A useless endeavor. Kitazawa activated Senju Chakra mode. There was no visible change, unlike the lightning release chakra mode, which cloaked the body in visible arcs of lightning, so he wasn't worried about exposing himself. At most, Kakashi would think he'd been hiding his true strength, just like Kurenai and Kabuto had. There were two main ways to counter Kamui. One was like Minato Namikaze, strike when Obito became tangible. The other was like Konan, overwhelm him with continuous attacks for 5 minutes, forcing him to materialize. Kitazawa planned to use both. With Senju Chakra mode, he could mimic Konan's tactic. This was why he wanted to lead the assault. Even though his mode lasted only 3 minutes, that would be enough time for help to arrive. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kitazawa's hands blurred through seals. Almost instantly, he spat out a giant fireball. Obito's gaze sharpened. Why are his hand signs suddenly so fast? He flickered out of the way, but before he landed, another roar erupted, a water dragon surged toward him. What's going on? Obito twisted aside, ignoring the dragon. As it passed through him, a flaming shuriken followed. One attack after another came in waves. Kakashi was astonished. Kitazawa's hand seals were even faster than his own. But there was no time to dwell on it. He immediately joined in the assault. If Kitazawa attacked alone, their intentions would be too obvious. Obito grew annoyed as he dodged. Kitazawa and Kakashi's coordination was seamless. He had no time to counterattack, relying solely on his intangibility. At this rate, the 5 minutes would expire quickly, forcing him to materialize. Even a moment of tangibility under this barrage would guarantee he got hit. And dodging non-stop was humiliating. Still, Obito didn't believe they had truly figured out Kamui's weakness. They'd simply stumbled on a pattern and, combined with decent power, produced the current effect. It seems I'll have to show you a thing or two. He charged at them, unleashing his full power. A scarlet light flared in his eyes. Kitazawa and Kakashi's movement slowed. Now. Obito seized the gap in their ninjutsu and dropped his intangibility. Wood release, cutting technique. He raised his hands. Countless branches shot forward like sharp blades. Wood release. Kakashi froze for an instant. The branches pierced toward his left side. As expected, Obito thought. Any Konoha ninja would be shocked by a sudden display of wood release. But the next second, Kitazawa's body turned to mud. What? Obito was stunned. He couldn't believe Kitazawa had reacted so quickly. With a bang, the Kakashi who'd been skewered vanished. A shadow clone. Obito was startled again. A brilliant surge of lightning erupted. Obito immediately sensed a terrifying presence behind him. No. He tried to use Kamui, but it was too late. Instinctively, he spun, raising his hands to shield himself. Raikiri. Moving like a bolt, Kakashi severed Obito's left arm and, without losing momentum, pierced through his body. Blood sprayed. Obito coughed violently. He had never imagined he would one day suffer the same fate he dealt to Rin. At the same time, Kitazawa rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. But suddenly, his body began to sprout white substances like cotton candy. Is this white Zetsu spore technique? Kitazawa unhesitatingly abandoned Obito and immediately formed hand signs. So-called spores are actually parts of Zetsu cells that have differentiated. Spores are extremely concealed. Before activation, even a Kage cannot detect them. In the original work, the 5th Mizukage Meiterumi fell victim to the spore technique. Once triggered, the spore technique transforms into an expanding substance similar to Zetsu, enveloping the target. While restraining the target, it also absorbs the target's chakra. However, spores are very fragile, so they are easily broken free from. But what Kitazawa was thinking of was not breaking free, but sealing technique. Evil sealing method. Kitazawa pressed his hands onto the spores. In an instant, black cursed seals appeared, covering the entire spore. Although the spore was not a complete Zetsu, it was a part of Zetsu. This half of a Zetsu, delivered to him, could not be refused. Besides, even without Zetsu's obstruction, Kitazawa couldn't kill Obito because he had entered the Kamui intangibility state the moment he was injured. Without leaving any harsh words, Obito's body twisted and disappeared from the spot. As the evil sealing method took effect, Zetsu's spores immediately stopped expanding and lost their ability to move. Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. Sealing technique truly is the underlying logic of the ninja world. Kitazawa took out a summoning storage scroll and stored half of Zetsu. He turned around and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was in a daze, and at his feet was Obito's severed arm. Kitazawa's eyes lit up involuntarily. He walked over and also placed the severed arm into the summoning storage scroll. Why are you spacing out? Kitazawa closed the scroll and said. That guy has a space-time ninjutsu, it's normal that we couldn't keep him. That's not the reason, Kakashi frowned and said. His eyes gave me a very familiar feeling. Sharingan, of course, you're familiar with it, Kitazawa smiled and said. After driving Obito away, he also felt relieved. Plus, he was seriously injured and would probably need some time to recover, so he naturally wouldn't go looking for Itachi, nor would there be a night of clan annihilation. Although their encounter with Obito was quite sudden, thinking about it carefully, it was also very reasonable. After all, since Obito came to Konoha village, he would definitely run over to see Kakashi. It's not Sharingan, never mind, now is not the time to think about this, Kakashi changed the subject, saying very seriously, we must go see Hokage-sama immediately. Would release and Sharingan appearing on the same person, if such news got out, Konoha village would surely experience a major upheaval. Kitazawa. Kakashi. Kosuke arrived late. What just happened? Actually, it wasn't too late, it was mainly that their battle ended too quickly. And the commotion earlier was small, so Kosuke thought Kakashi and Kitazawa were sparring. It wasn't until the commotion became too loud to be a spar that he rushed over. Nothing, Kakashi and I were sparring, Kitazawa shook his head and said. Kosuke-senpai, you should continue with your class. Alright then. Although Kosuke was a little confused, seeing that both of them were fine, he didn't ask any more questions. The fewer people who know about this, the better, Kitazawa said after Kosuke left. Kakashi nodded. Given that it concerned would release and Sharingan, not letting Mariboshi Kosuke know was actually for his own good. Do you want that severed arm? Kitazawa suddenly thought of something and asked. No, Kakashi said indifferently. We're going to see Hokage-sama now, Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. There was no harm in telling Sarutobi Hiruzen about this. It could make Konoha village vigilant in advance, so that when they encountered Obito, they wouldn't be completely unaware. The two immediately hurried to the Hokage building. It's rare to see both of you together, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt surprised when he saw them. Hokage-sama, Kakashi said in a deep voice. Kitazawa and I were attacked by a mysterious masked man at the Ninja Academy. Someone actually broke into Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately became serious, and he asked, where is he? Did you catch him? Kakashi and Kitazawa appearing before him naturally proved that they were unharmed. No, Kakashi replied. We couldn't keep him. Even with your strength, you let him escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Kitazawa and Kakashi were both the best among the elite Jonin. But from another perspective, anyone who could escape from their hands must be one of the top powerhouses in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident that he could guess the identity of the mysterious masked man by the ninjutsu he used. However, just as he was about to inquire, Kakashi's words left him in a daze. He has space-time ninjutsu, Kakashi took a deep breath and said. He also has Sharingan and would release. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief. This is insane. Would release and Sharingan, how did those come together? Who made such a mistake? No, that's not right. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the Senju clan and also the Uchiha clan, such a situation was impossible. At this moment, the name Danzo appeared in his mind. Chapter 233, Kitazawa's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately thought of Danzo, and it wasn't a baseless accusation. After all, Danzo had indeed conducted would-release experiments, and there was even a survivor named Yamato, currently Umbu's Tenzo. If there was one survivor, there could be a second. Given Danzo's personality, he was certainly capable of such a thing. He might even have thrown Tenzo out to mislead him, to hide the second survivor. Sharingan plus would release, 2 bloodline limits combined in one person, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't even imagine how powerful that would be. Goodness. Danzo, you've hidden so much from me. Sarutobi Hiruzen now wished he could rush to the Shimura clan's compound, seize Danzo, and interrogate him thoroughly. But with Kitazawa and Kakashi in front of him, he temporarily suppressed the impulse in his heart. Tell me in detail about the battle process, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after sitting down again. Yes. Kakashi began with his and Kitazawa's swordsmanship, up to the point where they severed one of Uchiha Obito's arms, allowing him to escape. You did very well. Hiruzen couldn't help but praise them after listening. Especially Kitazawa, for finding his weakness in such a short time. With one arm severed and severely wounded, it would be much easier to find him. As long as he was in Konoha village, no matter how Danzo hit him, he couldn't escape his eyes. You've worked hard today, do not speak of this matter to anyone. Hiruzen waved his hand and said, I will immediately send people to investigate this mysterious masked man. He currently had no intelligence so he couldn't say much to Kakashi and Kitazawa. Hokage-sama, if there are any results, I hope you can inform me, Kakashi hesitated and said. This person gave me a familiar feeling, perhaps I've seen him before. You've seen him. That's a useful clue. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I will inform you when there are results. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed slightly and left the Hokage office with Kitazawa. Haru, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called out. Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja, Haru, pushed the door open and walked in. Where is Danzo now? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Still at the Shimura clan compound, Haru replied. Take the Umbu and come with me to the Shimura clan compound. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, then suddenly paused and said, Don't bring Itachi. Yes, Hokage-sama. Haru turned and left. After waiting a few minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked towards the Shimura clan's compound. Soon, he arrived at his destination. Hiruzen. Danzo had already received the news in advance and was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he quickly went to greet him. At this moment, Danzo had only one thought: his old friend hadn't forgotten him, and after only a few days, he couldn't resist coming to find him. He naturally assumed that Hiruzen had come to reinstate him. After all, he hadn't made any mistakes during this time, so it couldn't be a special visit to cause trouble. All of you, stand down. Hiruzen waved his hand. I need to talk to Danzo alone. The other Shimura clan ninja immediately left upon hearing this. Hiruzen, what's the matter? Danzo asked very casually. I ask you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became extremely serious. Besides Tenzo, are there any other would-release experiment survivors? Danzo was completely stunned. What's going on? Why is he asking about the would-release experiments again? Did Tsunade discover something? To my knowledge, Tenzo is the only survivor, Danzo said with certainty. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his voice. I'm not joking with you. Tell me honestly. Why are you shouting so loudly? Danzo was startled. But when he came to his senses, he felt his scalp tingle. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen and knew he wouldn't ask such questions without reason. Then there was only one truth. Hiruzen, have you seen a second would-release ninja? Danzo couldn't help but ask. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo quickly denied. When I arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory back then, only Tenzo was alive. Could Orochimaru have secretly kept a second would-release survivor? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly darkened as he asked. Very likely. Danzo's eyes lit up. The would-release experiments were led by Orochimaru, I mainly provided materials and funds. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown deeply. He stood still, lost in thought. Judging by Danzo's reaction, he seemed to be telling the truth. So, was it really Orochimaru? But if it was Orochimaru, why would he send this would-release ninja to attack Kakashi and Kitazawa? Does he have a grudge against Kakashi? That bastard Orochimaru actually tricked me. Danzo said with great displeasure. It's still too early to say if it's Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him. But there are some ways to find out the identity of the second would-release ninja. Hiruzen, do you have any clues? Danzo offered. This matter can be entrusted to me, you just need to let me mobilize the former root ninja. No need. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused him without hesitation. But there is one thing I do need your help with. What is it? Danzo settled for the next best thing and asked. Restoring the root all at once was clearly not very possible. He just mentioned it. But as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen needed him to do something, one day, he and his root would return again. Do you have any Sharingan there? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly asked. Hiruzen, what do you mean? Danzo shivered and asked. You know what I mean. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. I'm not being explicit to save your face. Although I don't like the Uchiha, I would never attack them to seize their Sharingan. Danzo said righteously. Regarding the Sharingan, he would absolutely not hand them over. He himself didn't have many Sharingan, they were the result of many years of accumulation. In the original work, he had a handful of Sharingan, which he collected during the Uchiha clan massacre night. Really not going to tell? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Hiruzen, do you have to push me to this point? Danzo's heart trembled as he spoke with great indignation. Take care of yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for 2 seconds before turning and leaving. He ultimately couldn't bring himself to kill his old friend of several decades. Originally, his plan had been to investigate the whereabouts of the Sharingan to determine the identity of the second would-release ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed this would-release ninja had transplanted Sharingan rather than being born with them. After all, given the relationship between Danzo and the Uchiha clan, it was hard to imagine them cooperating. But with Danzo uncooperative, the investigation became much more difficult. For now, his immediate plan was to search Konoha village and the surrounding areas to see if he could find any trace of this would-release ninja. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo stood rooted to the spot, trembling all over as he spoke angrily. He already felt the bond between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely severed. It seems I'll have to use Kodo Emetsukami then. A ruthless glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. He had originally intended to use it on Sarutobi Hiruzen, but feared Hiruzen was too strong and might resist Kodo Emetsukami. Therefore, he ultimately set his sights on Tsunade. However, it was not yet the right time. To avoid being detected by the Uchiha clan, he would have to wait until the day the fifth Hokage was truly decided. Ninja Academy. Kitazawa, thank you for today. Kakashi slowly exhaled as he spoke. What's there to thank? Kitazawa replied indifferently. We're all Konoha ninja. We should naturally fight together against enemies. Not just that mysterious masked man, Kakashi added, but also this sword you gave me. The sword, reforged from the lightning blade, Kiba and possessing lightning-attracting effects, was not inferior in value to a chakra sword. He owed Kitazawa a great favor. Logically, he shouldn't have accepted it, but he truly liked this ninja blade. Since he had already accepted it, he wouldn't be overly sentimental. He would repay Kitazawa when the chance came. It's nothing, Kitazawa waved his hand. Anyway, it was just picked up for free. Perhaps because Lightning Blade, Kiba was acquired too easily, he didn't care much about the sword. Besides, ninja blades weren't particularly useful in front of true powerhouses. No matter how precious, it was still just a blade. Kakashi was speechless. You make it sound like Kurisuke Raiga threw away Lightning Blade, Kiba for no reason. He felt like complaining, but didn't know how. There's one more thing, Kakashi said after a few steps, suddenly remembering. I plan to take a day off next Tuesday. Are you going on an outside mission? Kitazawa asked, somewhat curious. No, Kakashi shook his head. I'm going to the Memorial Stone. Kitazawa's heart skipped a beat at this. The Memorial Stone, Konoha Village's public cemetery, is where all ninja who died in battle are honored. Kakashi going there was most likely to pay respects to Rin Noara. Without a doubt, under normal circumstances, Obito would also go. Kitazawa suddenly understood why the Hidden Mist Village delegation had arrived so late. It wasn't that they didn't care about Kurisuke Raiga and Lightning Blade, Kiba, but rather that Obito wanted to take this opportunity to pay respects to Rin. But with Obito now severely injured, he definitely couldn't go to the Memorial Stone. The Genius class training has already entered a regular schedule. Your absence for one day won't have any impact, Kitazawa replied. Kakashi paused, then said, thank you. Although the mysterious masked man is injured, he might return to Konoha for revenge once he recovers. You must be careful then. Kitazawa warned. I understand, Kakashi said seriously. The mysterious masked man would definitely come for him first if he returned to Konoha, because he had not only cut off his arm but also driven a lightning release, Raikiri, into his heart. Will he survive such severe injuries? Kakashi pondered aloud. Hard to say, Kitazawa replied meaningfully. Sharingan Plus would release, he might have a special way to preserve his life. Kakashi nodded. The two returned to the training ground and took their respective students to class. Kitazawa stood not far away, watching the training of Hinata, Ino, and others. Each student's progress varied. After nearly a month of training, 3 individuals were ready for the next stage, Inuzuka Hana, Inuzuka Kiba, and Akimichi Choji. Choji had been learning the partial multi-size technique and had nearly mastered it. The next stage of training wouldn't be much trouble, he just needed to continue practicing the Akimichi clan's secret techniques, such as the human bullet tank. Inuzuka Hana and Kiba were both learning secret techniques modified by Kitazawa, quadruple Fang over Fang for Hana and 3-headed Hellhound for Kiba. Hana had her own ninja hounds and could also learn the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques, just like Choji. But Kiba was more troublesome. Should there be another 4-headed Hellhound? That wouldn't make much sense, an increase in heads didn't necessarily mean an increase in strength. Kitazawa stroked his chin. From the current situation, he felt Kiba lacked offensive capabilities. Especially after transforming into a 3-headed Hellhound, Kiba's usable offensive methods were still very primitive. When testing the chakra natures of the Genius class students earlier, Kitazawa remembered that Kiba's chakra nature was Earth. So, should he teach him Earth Release? But Kitazawa found the Earth Release ninjutsu he possessed wasn't suitable for Kiba, because after transforming into a 3-headed Hellhound, Kiba couldn't perform hand seals. Earth Release ninjutsu that doesn't require hand seals. Kitazawa pondered for a moment but found no good ideas. He suddenly thought of the Heavenly Foot of Pain. The 3-headed Hellhound was enormous, a single stomp with its front legs would surely create an effect similar to the Heavenly Foot of Pain, the ground cracking, debris flying everywhere. But Kiba was still young, and with the 3-headed Hellhound having only 2 front legs, learning the Heavenly Foot of Pain would be too difficult. Moreover, the Heavenly Foot of Pain was an application of chakra-enhanced strength. With Inuzuka Kiba's current talent, he would most likely be unable to master it. That left only one method: modification. Significantly reduce the difficulty based on the heavenly foot of pain. Remove most of the complex techniques, keep the raw power, and simply output chakra with all his might. I feel like I'm really following in Senju Tobarama's footsteps. Kitazawa chuckled wryly. But it wasn't bad either. Not only could he develop new ninjutsu, but he could also trade them for techniques of the same level with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Occasionally, the system even issued missions. Overall, the returns were very high. Because the monthly exam was approaching, Kitazawa was not in a hurry to push Hana, Kiba, and Choji into the next stage of training. He would wait until after the exam. In the meantime, he also needed to quickly create a three-headed hellhound version of the heavenly foot of pain. After observing for a while, Kitazawa split off 2 shadow clones to stay at the training ground and guide the students. He himself went to a secluded corner of the school. Current mission: drive away Uchiha Obito. Mission reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan. The host has completed the mission. Reward issued. After ensuring he was alone, Kitazawa immediately activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan. At once, he felt a surge in his eye power, or rather, his chakra, and everything in his vision became much clearer. This was the superior observational power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Of course, this observational power was mostly used in battle. He could easily see an enemy's movements and even copy their ninjutsu on the spot. Besides that, the 3 Tomo Sharingan possessed the ability to cast and dispel genjutsu. In other words, he didn't need to perform hand seals. A single glare was enough to trap an opponent in genjutsu, simple and terrifying. Without exaggeration, this glare alone put him at the pinnacle of ordinary genjutsu ninja. After testing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Kitazawa headed to the school's artificial lake. Although Obito wouldn't reappear for a while, he still felt the pressure. His strength was still a bit lacking. With Senju Chakra mode, he could temporarily suppress Obito. But Kamui's intangibility lasted 5 minutes, while Senju Chakra mode lasted only 3. However, Kitazawa already had an idea for extending the duration of Senju Chakra mode. Simply put, the more chakra he used, the longer it would last. In short, Kitazawa now needed to quickly learn more ninjutsu and complete more system missions. Earth Release, Earth Replacement was almost mastered. Today, he was learning Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. This technique allowed the user to dive underground to launch a surprise attack or evade enemy attacks. Overall, it was highly practical, allowing both offense and escape. A cave somewhere in the land of fire. Kakashi. Obito suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a heart-wrenching roar of anger. But what followed was pain from all over his body, causing his face to contort. The injuries you've sustained this time are comparable to those from the Canopy Bridge battle. A familiar voice sounded from not far away. Obito subconsciously turned his head and saw Zetsu. Zetsu's body was half white and half black, with a pitcher plant-like structure on his head. The words just spoken came from Black Zetsu, the ultimate mastermind in the original story. The other half, White Zetsu, was the main body of all the White Zetsu. If it weren't for Hashirama cells, you would have died on the spot. Black Zetsu shook his head. Before the Eye of the Moon plan begins, you mustn't go to Konoha again. Focus on recovering. It was truly wary of Obito. He had gone to Konoha twice, and both times he'd come back with serious injuries. It just wanted to calmly complete its plan and rescue its mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. I won't die, Obito said with a frown. He not only had the powerful regenerative abilities granted by Hashirama cells, but also a resurrection ninjutsu like Izanagi. Don't forget why Madara went to such great lengths to save you. Black Zetsu reminded him, once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, a mere Konoha can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. But Obito's face twisted with unwillingness. He had originally thought that with his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama cells, and would release, he could easily defeat Kakashi. Who knew he would have his heart pierced, just like Rin. Once your injuries heal, go join the Akatsuki organization and start the Eye of the Moon plan as soon as possible, Black Zetsu said flatly. You've reminded me. Obito's expression shifted, then darkened with deep-seated hatred. I'll make the Hidden Mist Village give Konoha a grand gift. Since he was joining the Akatsuki organization, there was no need to keep controlling the Hidden Mist Village. But before abandoning it, he wanted the hidden mist to fuel the flames of his anger, making them burn even brighter. Chapter 234, Talk with Itachi. After school, Kitazawa went to Konoha Hospital. He didn't return to his own office but instead went to a room equipped with various medical instruments. This room was usually used to analyze unknown poisons or examine patients with extremely complex conditions. As the attending medical ninja at Konoha Hospital, Kitazawa naturally had the authority to use it. After closing the door, he took out a summoning scroll and retrieved White Zetsu's spores and Uchiha Obito's severed arm. Kitazawa used the medical equipment to examine both. As expected, Obito's severed arm was composed of Hashirama cells and white Zetsu cells. After all, pure Hashirama cells were too volatile. And white Zetsu spores were, in essence, white Zetsu cells. Kitazawa pondered. If limb regeneration were performed using white Zetsu cells as a base, there would no longer be the side effect of shortened lifespan. The only pity was the scarcity of white Zetsu cells. This amount would, at most, be enough for 3 patients. Once the medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration was developed, he could ask Kosuke if he would be the first to try it. Kitazawa thought of Orochimaru. If Orochimaru hadn't defected, he could have utilized his cloning technology. Not just cloning technology, white Zetsu cells in his hands would likely be able to perform various functions. After all, he was a ninja world scientist. Obito's severed arm also had great utility. Theoretically, through the neutralization of Hashirama cells and white Zetsu cells, would-release ninja could be mass-produced. Furthermore, it could help alleviate the burden on the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. But the same problem remained: white Zetsu cells were too few, and Hashirama cells were not abundant either. Considering Tsunade, he couldn't easily use Hashirama cells. But he didn't need to use them. Using Hashirama cells was to obtain would-release, which he could also get through system missions. Kitazawa put away Obito's severed arm and white Zetsu spores. He once again realized the importance of having his own faction. Otherwise, he would have to go to Konoha Hospital even for a simple checkup, let alone more complex experiments. But he couldn't set up a laboratory or anything similar right now because it was too expensive. In the original work, Orochimaru established the Hidden Sound Village primarily to make money. All kinds of high-precision experimental equipment were extremely costly, especially considering the rather unconventional state of technology in the ninja world. His current funds probably wouldn't even be enough to build half a laboratory. Kitazawa then thought of Kabuto. In the original work, besides Orochimaru, Kabuto was also a ninja world scientist. It's just that without Orochimaru's guidance, Kabuto's growth would be slower. But regardless, he could try to guide him in that direction. However, everything would have to wait until Tsunade became Hokage. By then, he would have a certain amount of influence. Kitazawa returned home. Kurenai wasn't there. Without thinking, he knew she was practicing her chakra-enhanced strength behind the house. After the battle with Shinno, she had become much more diligent. After all, in that battle, she realized her own lack of strength. If she didn't quickly improve her strength, the gap between her and Kitazawa would only grow wider. Kitazawa sat on the sofa, contemplating how to modify Heavenly Foot of Pain. Fortunately, it was about subtraction, not addition, so modifying it downwards wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Kitazawa quickly had an idea. He took out paper and pen and began to write. Time slowly passed, and the sound of the door opening echoed. Kurenai, dripping with sweat, walked in. She paused slightly when she saw Kitazawa, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and asked, "When did you get back?" Kitazawa put down his pen and patted his thigh, saying nothing, but the meaning was clear. "I'm all sweaty, I'm going to take a shower first." Kurenai shook her head and said, "I'll help you wash." Kitazawa eyed Kurenai and said with a smile. The beautiful woman, after sweating, added a touch of dishevelment and athletic beauty to her sexiness, especially the faint beads of sweat shimmering enticingly on her fair skin. "Can you resist?" Kurenai rolled her eyes at him and asked. "I think I can. If you don't believe me, try it." Kitazawa said seriously. "I'm not trying it." Kurenai snorted softly and said, "You have no credibility when it comes to these things." After speaking, she turned and walked towards the bathroom, leaving Kitazawa with a beautiful back. Kitazawa smiled faintly. He continued writing the new ninjutsu for Inuzuka Kiba. He named this ninjutsu, modified from Heavenly Foot of Pain, or Stomp. For a 3-headed hellhound, it was quite fitting. When he was almost done writing, Kurenai emerged from the bathroom. She had changed into a dark red nightgown, and her long black hair was tied up. "What are you writing?" Kurenai walked up to Kitazawa and sat on his lap. "Ninjutsu for Kiba." Kitazawa's left arm wrapped around her waist, and his right hand reached for her skirt hem. Kurenai's breath hitched. She could feel Kitazawa's warm hand brushing against her abdomen. "We still have to eat later." Kurenai's body softened, and she reminded him. "See, you're overthinking again." Kitazawa lowered his head and blew a breath into her ear. "You're the one who's being handsy." Kurenai, blushing with embarrassment, raised her hand and elbowed him in the chest. But the next second, she felt a pang in her chest, her face flushed, and her breathing became rapid. "What are we eating tonight?" Kitazawa's expression remained unchanged as he felt the warmth overflowing from his fingertips. Because Kurenai had just showered, she was only wearing a nightgown. For Kitazawa, it was practically defenseless. I'll go cook." Kurenai leaned into Kitazawa's arms. She slightly raised her chin, her ruby-like eyes looking at him. Let's cook together. Kitazawa suddenly had a good idea. Together. A look of confusion appeared on Kurenai's face. Hold on tight, don't fall. Kitazawa stood up with her in his arms, then released his hands. Kurenai grunted, followed by a shock flashing in her pupils. Her feet suddenly hanging in the air made her feel uncomfortable all over. Kurenai instinctively wrapped her arms around Kitazawa's neck. It took several seconds for her to recover from her state of shock. Pervert. Kurenai cursed with some annoyance. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and simply took 2 steps forward. Kurenai's eyes immediately became hazy, and she instinctively bit her rosy lips. Who's the pervert now? Kitazawa cupped her rounded buttocks, a slight smirk on his lips, and asked. It's all your fault. Kurenai came to her senses, rolled her eyes, and said defiantly. All that's left of you is a tough mouth. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and said. He walked towards the kitchen. But when they reached the doorway, Kurenai suddenly straightened up. She wrapped her hands around Kitazawa's head and pressed him into her embrace. If you do that, I won't be able to see, mmm. Kitazawa's mouth was blocked. At this point, he couldn't say anything more. As for dinner, skipping one meal wasn't a big problem for a ninja. And they weren't like they hadn't eaten anything. At least Kitazawa had some fruit. It was another sleepless night. A new day, Wednesday. Only one day remained until the monthly exam. Kitazawa heard a knock on the door while he was still sleeping. He opened his eyes and checked the time on the wall, realizing it was already 8:30. Normally, he would most likely be on his way to the Ninja Academy. But today, he stayed in bed a little longer with Kurenai. You go back to sleep. Kitazawa noticed Kurenai's slightly trembling eyelashes, so he spoke. Kurenai, sore and weak all over, responded and fell back into a deep sleep. She had paid a heavy price for her stubbornness last night. After all, the 70% Senju bloodline wasn't for nothing. Kitazawa got out of bed, changed his clothes, and went to the door. He opened the door, a look of surprise on his face. Itachi, why are you coming to see me so early in the morning? Kitazawa asked curiously. There's something I wanted to ask you. Itachi had originally intended to go to Tsunade, but after thinking it over, he came to Kitazawa first. What is it? Kitazawa was slightly puzzled. Did Uchiha Obito go to Itachi? But that was impossible. Even with Hashirama cells, such severe injuries as a severed arm and a stabbed heart couldn't heal in a short time. Yesterday, Hokage-sama ordered the Umbu to search Konoha village for a person with a severed arm. Itachi slowly said, but he gave me another mission, to go to Tsunade. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, understanding. The person with the severed arm was naturally Uchiha Obito. As for why Itachi was transferred away and not allowed to participate, was it because of the Sharingan and would release? Was Hiruzen Sarutobi suspicious of cooperation between the Uchiha clan and Danzo Shimura? Or suspicious that Obito was related to the Uchiha clan? Kitazawa could understand Hiruzen Sarutobi's actions. After all, whether the Sharingan is transplanted or natural, it originates from the Uchiha clan. If it's transplanted, that's one thing. But if it's natural, Hiruzen would naturally assume the Uchiha clan was involved. How to put it? Such suspicion is only human nature. However, Hiruzen would never have imagined that the mysterious masked man was Uchiha Obito, who was considered a war hero and thought to be dead. Coupled with Kamui, the Umbu's investigation was ultimately futile. I want to know if something happened yesterday. And if it's related to the Uchiha clan. Itachi asked with some concern. His greatest fear was a conflict between Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. The situation had been so promising because of Tsunade, but then it suddenly took a turn for the worse yesterday. I actually know a bit about this matter. Kitazawa pondered for a moment, then asked. Have you ever seen a ninja with a Sharingan who isn't from the Uchiha clan? Itachi was taken aback. His first thought was Kakashi. But it was clear that Kakashi couldn't have caused the Umbu to mobilize en masse. Just then, a masked man appeared in Itachi's mind. A long time ago, he encountered a mysterious masked man while on a mission. This mysterious masked man killed his teammates but spared him after witnessing him activate his Sharingan. After activating his Sharingan, Itachi sensed a similar aura from him. However, he had searched through the Uchiha clan's family tree but couldn't find anyone corresponding to him. Yes, I have encountered one. Itachi truthfully described the characteristics of the mysterious masked man. It seems to be the same person. Kitazawa feigned surprise and said, he appeared in Konoha village last night, and Kakashi and I broke one of his arms. No wonder. Itachi immediately guessed why Hiruzen had avoided him. He must have believed that the mysterious masked man was connected to the Uchiha clan. But in reality, there was no connection, or if there was, it was an adversarial one. Suddenly, Itachi was filled with killing intent towards the mysterious masked man. Not only did he kill his teammates, but he also came to Konoha village to ruin the Uchiha clan's hard-won situation. He truly deserved to die. Kitazawa noticed the change in his expression. He had actually done it on purpose. It was to make Itachi resent Uchiha Obito even more. This way, there would be no possibility of cooperation like in the original story. It was likely that whenever Itachi saw Obito in the future, he would only have one thought: to eliminate him. What should I do now? Itachi quickly asked. Do what you're supposed to do. Kitazawa smiled and said. Only when the Umbu thoroughly investigates can the Uchiha's suspicions be cleared. I understand, thank you. Itachi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's talk as we walk. Kitazawa put on his shoes and said, I'll also tell you about the mysterious masked man's ninjutsu information. Given Itachi's combat talent, if he knew Obito's information in advance, it would be very interesting if they actually met. Okay. Itachi nodded. He possesses space-time ninjutsu. Kitazawa began to speak of Kamui. Of course, he didn't directly say the word Kamui. The more Itachi listened, the more it sounded like Mangekyo Sharingan. How could there be a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder wandering outside? But why only one ability? Was the other Hinata Mangekyo Sharingan? Or did he not use the other ability? Besides that, he also knows would release. Kitazawa paused and said. Would release. An expression of surprise appeared on Itachi's face. Would release again, and Sharingan again, what was going on? He now understood even more why Hiruzen was making such a big fuss. After all, would release held a special significance for Konoha village. And a ninja with a Sharingan possessing would release, no matter how one thought about it, there had to be a great secret involved. I understand. Next time I encounter him, I will try my best to apprehend him. Itachi said in a deep voice. Although the mysterious masked man was powerful, he was no slouch either. That inherent pride and confidence unconsciously flowed out of him. Kitazawa was not surprised. From the original story, Itachi was incredibly arrogant. Whether it was the Uchiha clan massacre or his handling of Uchiha Sasuke, from beginning to end, his thought was to solve all problems by himself. In any case, Kitazawa's goal had been achieved. Obito was severely injured and would be unable to return to Konoha village for a short period. And Itachi, because he had ruined the Uchiha clan's favorable situation, regarded him as an enemy. The Uchiha clan massacre would no longer have any possibility of occurring. Do not disclose what I told you today to a second person. Kitazawa reminded him. I understand, Itachi said with a serious expression. Involving would release and Sharingan, it was undoubtedly Konoha village's highest secret. Kitazawa's telling him already involved considerable risk. Of course, Itachi believed this was Tsunade's instruction. Alright then, I'm going to class. See you next time. Kitazawa waved his hand and said. Itachi nodded and disappeared from the spot. Kitazawa arrived at his office. Because of Itachi's delay, he hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so he planned to freeload a meal. As for whose meal to freeload, it was naturally Hinata's. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata, who was eating breakfast, saw him and immediately showed a surprised expression. Good morning, Hinata. Kitazawa walked over and sat across from her. Hinata, as usual, had the coffee table covered with various breakfast items. It tastes good. Kitazawa glanced at it, picked up a rice ball, took a bite, and said. As long as Kitazawa-sensei likes it. Hinata's lips curved slightly upward upon hearing his words. Did you make it? Kitazawa asked with a smile. Hinata nodded. I feel like in less than 2 years, your cooking skills will surpass mine. Kitazawa praised, you might have a lot of talent for cooking. I'm taking advantage of the Byakugan, Hinata said shyly. You cook with your Byakugan activated? Kitazawa asked with some surprise. The Byakugan sees things more clearly. Hinata noticed Kitazawa's expression and said with a slight blush. Actually, she discovered the advantage of cooking with the Byakugan during Kitazawa's birthday barbecue last time. That logic is indeed sound. Kitazawa paused and said, that's good, it can also be a form of Byakugan training. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Have you learned your gentle fist, 80 trigrams 32 palms? Kitazawa picked up another rice ball. He took a bite and discovered it contained pork. The previous rice ball had salmon. Last night was the first time I continuously performed all 32 palms. Hinata's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Kitazawa. You did very well. Kitazawa looked at her expectant expression and said with a smile. After receiving the praise she desired, Hinata seemed to be in a very good mood, opening her mouth to take a big bite of her rice ball. After breakfast, the two of them went to the training ground. 9 a.m. The genius class training officially began. Today, Kitazawa did not practice Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu, but instead focused on learning Konoha-style swordsmanship. More precisely, Konoha-style, Willow. Although Konoha-style, Willow was an S-rank sword technique, it wasn't that difficult for him. The reason was that he was very skilled in Genjutsu. Now, after so long of secretly learning, it was finally coming to an end. Current mission, learn Konoha-style swordsmanship. Mission reward, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. In the afternoon, 3 lines of text appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. This meant he had learned Konoha-style, Willow. Kitazawa immediately found a secluded spot. Dance of the Crescent Moon was an A-rank sword technique, also part of Konoha-style swordsmanship. But like Konoha-style, Willow, it wasn't a pure sword technique, it incorporated the shadow clone technique. Kitazawa looked at a tree not far away. Dance of the Crescent Moon. 2 shadow clones appeared, and together with him, they launched an attack from the left, top, and right directions. 3 Zangetsu landed on the tree, instantly leaving 3 deep sword marks. If it landed on a ninja, it would be enough to divide him into 3 parts. However, if the target was too strong, it wouldn't have much effect. Chapter 235, A Declaration of War. It was Thursday. The Genius class had their second monthly exam. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy after breakfast. He had been practicing Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu for the past 2 days. However, he wasn't very satisfied with his progress, it was too slow. Kitazawa planned to use the 3-Tomo Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu to accelerate his learning. But using the 3-Tomo Sharingan in front of Konoha Village Ninja would be hard to explain. Furthermore, Umbu had been looking for a Bito recently, and if he exposed himself now, Hiruzen would inevitably become suspicious. After some thought, Kitazawa decided to emulate Kakuzu. He would take on bounty missions at the underground black market, also known as the exchange office, on weekends. For example, this Saturday, he planned to find an Iwagakure ninja to test his skills. Good morning, Teacher Kitazawa. With a faint, refreshing scent, Ino appeared before him. Good morning. Kitazawa snapped out of his thoughts and asked with a smile, why are you alone today? Where are Shikamaru and Choji? I went to the flower shop, so I didn't go with them, Ino replied. What did you go to the flower shop for? Kitazawa asked as he walked. I asked my mom to prepare the flower petals I'll need for my ninjutsu tomorrow. Ino waved her small fist and said, this time, I'm definitely going to defeat Sakura. Your strength is a bit greater than Sakura's. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and reminded her, you just need to be careful of her water release, water formation wall. Teacher Kitazawa. Ino sped up and blocked his path. But she didn't stop walking, instead, she walked backward, facing him, her golden ponytail swaying. Does water release, water formation wall have any weaknesses? Ino asked with an expectant look. What's wrong? Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh, raising his hand to tap her forehead, and asked, do you want me to help you cheat? Sakura has seen my ninjutsu many times, but I haven't seen her use water release, water formation wall. Ino blinked her eyes and said, this is me gathering intelligence on my opponent in advance. Then I'll perform water release, water formation wall for you. Kitazawa mused for a moment and said, as for the weaknesses, you'll have to find them yourself. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Ino's face lit up with a brilliant smile upon hearing this. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Kitazawa led her to the training ground. Today was the written exam, so there weren't many students on the training ground. Water release, water formation wall. Kitazawa stood still, forming hand signs. A stream of water appeared out of nowhere, and after circling him, water walls rose around him. Is it an all-around defense? Ino bit her finger, lost in thought. How is it? Kitazawa dispelled the water release, water formation wall. It feels very troublesome. Ino said with a troubled expression, no wonder Sakura is so confident. Think about it carefully. Kitazawa patted her head and said, no ninjutsu is invincible. Ino said nonchalantly, I'll think about it this afternoon. For now, let's hurry to the school. After she finished speaking, she pulled Kitazawa and walked towards the genius classroom. Ino, why did you come with Teacher Kitazawa today? Tenten asked curiously. I met him on the way. Ino's eyes darted around, and she said, I asked Teacher Kitazawa for advice on how to defeat Sakura. Sakura's eyes widened suddenly, and she said, that's not fair. Humph, just wait to admit defeat. Ino said triumphantly, holding onto Kitazawa's arm. Teacher Kitazawa isn't that kind of person. Sakura glanced at Kitazawa and said with certainty. You actually couldn't be fooled. Ino's smile froze, and she pouted, saying, how scary. Shikamaru shook his head and said, to use psychological warfare for a monthly exam. I think that's very youthful. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming as he spoke. Has Naruto not arrived yet? Kiba looked left and right and said, without his echoing, I'm still a bit unaccustomed. If you can get used to something like that, then you're not far from being doomed, Shikamaru complained. Naruto probably overslept. Kitazawa glanced at the time and said, there are still 10 minutes. He must have trained too late last night. Kiba guessed. He's talented and so diligent, that's why Naruto can get first place, Ino said admiringly. Last time, Sasuke-kun was first. Sakura immediately corrected her. This time too, Sasuke said calmly. Ah. Naruto's voice rang out. A green whirlwind rushed into the classroom at an extremely fast speed. Did I arrive late? Naruto asked, panting. The exam is already over, Naruto, Shikamaru said with a pained expression. Naruto froze on the spot. Sasuke couldn't help but shake his head. How could he even believe something like that? All right, everyone, take your seats. The exam is about to begin. Kitazawa patted Naruto's shoulder and said. It hasn't started. Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Shikamaru and asked with dissatisfaction, you actually lied to me. I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen for lunch. Shikamaru chose the simplest solution. Kitazawa distributed the test papers row by row, in order. When the bell rang, everyone picked up their pens and began answering the questions. Kitazawa didn't take this opportunity to practice ninjutsu on the training ground this time. He sat at the front of the classroom, took out paper and pen, and began researching his limb regeneration medical ninjutsu. Time slowly passed. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Everyone, stop writing. Kitazawa stood up and scanned the room, the students' expressions were all very interesting and varied. He smiled and collected all the test papers. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., the practical exam will be held on the training ground. Remember not to be late. Kitazawa returned to the office with the test papers. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. As before, Kitazawa created 9 shadow clones. Together, the 10 of them graded the papers, and soon all 30 were finished and ranked. Kitazawa glanced at the rankings. They were roughly the same as last time, only Shikamaru had dropped from first place to 10th. Sakura, Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Hinata had each moved up 1 spot. The key is still the practical exam, Kitazawa murmured as he stood up and stretched. For this month's practical exam, he had 2 system missions, one for Ino and one for Uzumaki Naruto. He had taught them everything he could, the rest was up to their performance. Overall, it shouldn't be a big problem. Kitazawa closed the door and left the Ninja Academy. But after only a few steps, he saw Tsunade, Narashikaku, and the Hidden Mist Village ninja delegation team. His eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Although the negotiations between Hidden Mist Village and Konoha Village were because of him, he hadn't inquired about their progress. He hadn't expected to coincidentally encounter the Hidden Mist delegation's departure today. Kitazawa thought for a moment and then followed them. At the Konoha Village main gate, Suikazan Fuguki spoke in a deep voice. Konoha Village's overbearingness, Hidden Mist Village has noted it. We'll come back to challenge you when we have the chance. No matter what price they offered, Konoha Village simply wouldn't give them Lightning Blade, Kiba. He had originally planned to negotiate for 2 more days, but yesterday an umbu sent by Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukage, had told him to drop it. Since it was the Mizukage's order, he could only obey and made a concession, taking away only Kurasuke Raiga's corpse. But Konoha Village's performance these past 2 days had left him with a deep impression, and unwillingness. Konoha will always welcome it. Tsunade smiled faintly, not taking his words to heart. Let's go. Suikazan Fuguki leaped, quickly disappearing into the forest of death. The other Hidden Mist ninja followed him. It's finally over. It wasted so much of my time, Tsunade muttered, revealing her true nature. Next time, whoever wants to go can go. Narashikaku and the others could only pretend not to hear. You can go back. Tsunade knew complaining to them was useless. She waved her hand dismissively. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Narashikaku and the others bowed slightly and turned to leave. You've worked hard, Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said as he stepped forward. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Tsunade asked, glancing at him. She had noticed Kitazawa following behind them for a while. Nothing, Kitazawa paused, but if you're asking me to accompany you to the casino, You what? Tsunade grabbed his wrist, her beautiful eyes wide. I haven't been to the casino for days because of you. You should compensate me. The reason Lady Tsunade represented Konoha Village in negotiations with the Hidden Mist Village was that Kitazawa had killed Kurasuke Raiga and taken Lightning Blade, Kiba. If he hadn't taken Kiba, they wouldn't have been negotiating for so long. Kitazawa instinctively tried to break free, but couldn't budge. Tsunade's strength was considerably greater than his. All right. Kitazawa thought for a moment and agreed. After all, he did bear the primary responsibility. Let's go. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Before Shizen realizes, let's go to the casino now. Aren't you eating lunch? Kitazawa asked, his mouth twitching. Go buy 2 lunch boxes, Tsunade ordered, releasing his hand. If you run, you'll face the consequences. How would I dare? Kitazawa smiled. Besides, I'm a man of my word. I'll wait for you at our usual spot, Tsunade said, her expression softening. After watching her leave, Kitazawa pondered for a moment before returning home. Buying lunchboxes seemed wasteful, he had food at home anyway, so he might as well make 2 portions. You're back. I'll go make dinner now, Kurenai said, standing up. I'm eating out, Kitazawa explained. Lady Tsunade asked me to bring 2 meals to the casino. Are the negotiations with the Hidden Mist Village over? Kurenai asked, immediately understanding. Kitazawa walked toward the kitchen. Kurenai followed him, picked up an apron, and tied it around Kitazawa's waist. I'll go get the lunchboxes, she said gently, perfectly playing the role of a virtuous wife and loving mother. After the meal was prepared, Kitazawa took the 2 lunchboxes to the casino. Tsunade sat at a gambling table, intently watching the dealer's movements. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said as he walked over and sat beside her. Eat first. I don't have time, Tsunade replied without turning her head. Feed me. Lady Tsunade, how can you say such things? Kitazawa complained. Why not? Tsunade said righteously. I'm your teacher, after all. If you put it that way, then of course it's fine. Kitazawa picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a fried shrimp, and brought it to her mouth. Tsunade's red lips parted slightly, biting the fried shrimp and rolling it into her mouth with her tender red tongue. Kitazawa watched the scene and thought of the phrase, a feast for the eyes. Damn it. Tsunade's expression suddenly changed, her delicate face filled with annoyance. How did I lose again? Kitazawa shook his head. It was impressive that she hadn't given up after losing for so many years. Open your mouth, Kitazawa said, picking up a rice ball. Tsunade's face was gloomy as she took a big, fierce bite. Kitazawa was startled, he felt like she could bite off his fingers along with it. Fortunately, she wasn't that savage yet. Time slowly passed. As expected, Tsunade lost for another entire afternoon. The 2 of them walked out of the casino. Suikazan Fuguki is a bit strange, Tsunade suddenly said, recalling something. He was so firm a few days ago, but today he's completely different. Kitazawa frowned slightly. Could it be because of Uchiha Obito? He controlled Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, so he could naturally order the Hidden Mist Village ninja delegation. An ominous premonition surfaced in Kitazawa's mind. In the original work, Obito abandoned the Hidden Mist Village because Ao discovered the truth of Yagura's control with his Byakugan. But now Ao hadn't discovered it yet, and Obito was severely injured. In extreme anger, he could do anything, even make the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha Village go to war. Forget it, it's just the Hidden Mist Village, Tsunade said indifferently. The Hidden Mist Village's power was already weaker than Konoha's, and with the Bloody Mist policy over the years, it had weakened even further. She didn't think the Hidden Mist Village had the guts to do anything. Kitazawa nodded. When soldiers come, block them, when water comes, cover it with earth. Even if war really broke out, he wouldn't be afraid. Ending the war wouldn't be difficult, he just needed to let the Hidden Mist Village ninja know that Yagura was being controlled. Perhaps he could even trigger a few system missions and earn a quick buck. Lady Tsunade. Shizen appeared, holding Taunton, and questioned, did you go to the casino again? After the Hidden Mist Village Konoha negotiations ended, Tsunade had asked her to stay in the meeting room to organize documents. As a result, the organizing had lasted all afternoon. No. Tsunade glanced at Kitazawa and said without changing her expression, Kitazawa and I went to the training ground. That's right, Kitazawa said with a serious expression. Really? Shizen asked with some suspicion. You don't believe me, but don't you believe Kitazawa? Tsunade waved her hand. I'm hungry. Let's go home and eat. Left with no choice, Shizen didn't pursue the matter further. Kitazawa, ask Kurenai to come eat with us, Tsunade added. All right. Kitazawa nodded in agreement. Night deepened. In the Mizukage building of the Hidden Mist Village, inside the Mizukage's office. Fuguki and the others are on their way back, Yagura said to Obito's back. Obito replied expressionlessly, you will officially declare war on Konoha Village tomorrow. Yes, Yagura agreed without hesitation. You may leave, Obito said, waving his hand. Yagura bowed slightly, then turned and left. Once the door closed, Obito reverted to his original form, a completely pale white setsu. The current Obito was recovering from his injuries in the Land of Fire, so it was up to White Zetsu to convey orders to Yagura Karatachi. Fortunately, the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan, as long as it wasn't released, was permanent. This was true even though Obito was severely injured. And making the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha Village go to war was his gift to Konoha. Although he knew very well that the Hidden Mist Village couldn't win, annoying Konoha Village was absolutely no problem, and it would allow him to vent his frustration. Anyway, Obito had been playing around in the Hidden Mist Village for so many years and had had enough fun. Coupled with his intention to focus his energy on the Akatsuki organization and the Eye of the Moon plan, the Hidden Mist Village could be abandoned. The next day, Friday. The second day of the monthly exam, the practical combat exam. Kosuke-sensei, Kakashi, good morning. Kitazawa arrived just in time. Kosuke and Kakashi had both arrived a step before him. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto, Kiba, and the others all greeted him. Everyone, stand in formation, the practical combat exam is about to begin, Kitazawa clapped his hands and said. Irika had already brought out the lottery box. The students of the genius class immediately stood in formation. First round, first match, Ino versus Sakura. Kitazawa directly manipulated the draw, placing these two good friends together. Ino, come on. Sakura clenched her fists, full of fighting spirit. Today, you're going to lose. Ino put her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence. Times have changed. Sakura was also confident. I've learned water release now, I'm no longer that medical ninja without combat ability. I learned ninjutsu from Kitazawa-sensei. Ino snorted lightly. Kosuke-sensei is not bad either. Sakura retorted. Kitazawa watched the two little girls argue and couldn't help but smile. The two walked into the center of the training ground, and after forming the seal of confrontation, the battle officially began. Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. Ino raised her hands, and a sky full of flower petals appeared. Sakura's vision was obstructed, and she formed hand seals without hesitation. Just then, Ino appeared to her left, her flower shuriken stabbing out. Water release, water formation wall. Water walls rose around Sakura. The flower shuriken got stuck in the water wall. Sakura immediately turned around, a kunai already in her hand. But before she could throw it, Ino disappeared from her spot. Flower petals reappeared, swirling around Sakura. Ino leaped up, descended from above, and jumped into the water formation wall. This was the breakthrough method she had thought about all night. Sakura instinctively threw a kunai. Ino tilted her head, dodging the kunai while simultaneously throwing a punch. Sakura was pushed back half a step by the punch, she gritted her teeth and lunged forward. The two began close combat using Konoha-style taijutsu. They both used similar moves, and their engagement was basically evenly matched. Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. After a brief struggle, Ino seized the opportunity to throw a large amount of flower petals. Sakura instinctively formed hand seals, but it was already too late. Ino held a ninja flower to her neck. She won because the two ninjutsu Kitazawa had given her didn't require hand seals, throwing petals was the activation of the genjutsu. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 236, Naruto's use of Gale Palm. You won this time, but next time I'll definitely win. Sakura said, unwilling to accept defeat. Next time, I'll still win. Ino said confidently, a wide smile on her face as she put away her ninja flower. Humph, we'll see about that. Sakura glared at her defiantly. Remember to treat me to barbecue tonight, Ino said without ceremony. Sakura's expression changed, and she immediately felt a pang in her heart. Her allowance had just vanished. Winner, Ino Yamanaka, Kitazawa announced with a smile. We're heading off now, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino happily waved to Kitazawa, then pulled Sakura back to the genius class's formation. First round, second match, Hinata Hyuga vs Shinno Aburame, Kitazawa said after drawing the lot. As his voice faded, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Current mission, help Ino Yamanaka defeat Sakura Haruno in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, mind transfer clone technique. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. This was Ino's mission. As for the reward, there was nothing to say. Kitazawa glanced at it, then his gaze fell upon Hinata. She walked onto the field very calmly. Shinno Aburame adjusted his glasses. He had fought Hinata several times but had never won. The Byakugan was too effective against his Kikeichu. Although he now had new parasite insects, they were still useless against the Byakugan. He estimated this result would be similar, in fact, it was exactly so. The Kikeichu released by Shinno Aburame had no effect on Hinata. Finally, Hinata seized an opportunity, closed in with the Konoha-style body flicker technique, and delivered gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Shinno defended with his Kikaichu, but it was futile. After his Kikaichu were destroyed, he was sent flying. Winner, Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa couldn't help but nod. Compared to her in the original work, the current Hinata had made rapid progress. Hinata seems to have gotten a lot stronger, Ino said thoughtfully. It's gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms, Niji took a deep breath and said. The current Hinata was no longer inferior to him and could be considered to have fully realized her talent. The reason lay in the improvement of her personality and unlimited 3 meals a day. Of course, there was also Kitazawa's guidance. No wonder. Ino had heard of gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. After all, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and the Uchiha clan's fire release were both very famous. Sasuke frowned slightly. The speed of this gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms, was faster than he had imagined. Even with his 2 Tomo Sharingan activated, a slight misstep would result in him getting hit. Fortunately, he now had Konoha-style swordsmanship, plus fire release, which could help him avoid close-quarters combat as much as possible. Naruto scratched his head. After Kitazawa's practical combat mindset training, he had grown accustomed to thinking. Similar to Sasuke's thoughts, he felt that the best way to deal with gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms, was from a distance. His multiple shadow clone jutsu, combined with ninja tool throwing and wind release, gale palm, could achieve this. First round, third match, Kurama Yakumo vs Choji Akimichi, Kitazawa announced, glancing at the small slip of paper in his hand. Choji, a bad start. Shikamaru patted Choji's shoulder. Just do your best. Ino comforted him, it's just a monthly exam, anyway. Sakura pouted. You didn't say that when you were fighting me. Choji, however, was quite calm. He was only interested in food now and had no desire to win or lose. Youth means facing challenges head-on. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Choji, go for it. Choji smiled innocently and walked onto the field. Considering Yakumo's formidable strength, he used his full power right from the start. Partial multi-size technique. Choji's right hand rapidly swelled, and his palm opened, grabbing at Yakumo like a giant windmill. The genius class students immediately let out a gasp. Although Sasuke and Naruto had already demonstrated many ninjutsu, it was the first time they had seen the Akimichi clan's secret technique. Wow. Naruto's eyes lit up. This ninjutsu is great. He imagined it would be amazing when used in conjunction with multiple shadow clone jutsu. This is the Akimichi clan's secret technique, Kiba explained. It's called partial multi-size technique. If it's the giantification technique, he can become a giant even bigger than our school building, Ino said with a smile. Too strong. Naruto's mind immediately conjured an image of multiple shadow clone jutsu plus giantification technique, with giants sprawling everywhere. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn it. After nearly a year of schooling, he had acquired a lot of ninja common sense and knew that secret techniques could only be learned by members of that clan. Yakumo didn't use genjutsu. Sasuke's face showed surprise. Everyone chatting subconsciously looked towards the field. Facing the giant hand, Yakumo chose to avoid it. At the same time, she seized the opportunity, kicked out, and hit his wrist. Choji had not expected Yakumo to attack with taijutsu. He fell to one knee, tumbling forward. At the critical moment, he released the partial multi-size technique, rolled on the ground, and nimbly stood up. Yakumo lunged forward. The moment he stood up, she threw a punch. Choji subconsciously raised his arms. Bang. The fist and arms collided. Both bodies trembled. But Choji was larger and stronger, and even in his haste, he remained motionless. After pushing Yakumo away, he quickly threw a punch. Konoha Whirlwind. Yakumo met it with a whirlwind kick. She then engaged in close-quarters combat with Choji, combining it with Konoha-style taijutsu. Although she was in a suppressed state, such a scene still greatly shocked the genius class. Yakumo's taijutsu has become so good? Sakura asked with a surprised expression. Her genjutsu is already the best in the class. If she also makes up for her taijutsu shortcomings, who can beat her? Kiba asked, his eyes wide. Sasuke fell silent. Yakumo's taijutsu level could only be described as average, but this revealed a very ominous signal. Yakumo was still getting stronger. He immediately felt a sense of urgency. Kitazawa-sensei is still too terrifying, everyone has made some progress, Ino thought. Hinata subconsciously nodded in agreement. Winner, Yakumo Kurama, Kitazawa announced. When Yakumo was about to give up on taijutsu, she switched to genjutsu. The situation reversed, and Choji Akimichi quickly lost. How to describe it? This battle strategy was clever. It maximized the training of one's weaknesses, allowing for rapid improvement. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the first round of 15 matches concluded. Now, the second round begins. After a short break, Kitazawa drew lots again. Second round, first match, Naruto vs Sasuke. Undoubtedly, rigging was at play again. Here it comes, the main event. Shikamaru, for once, became serious. Although usually lazy, he didn't miss a good show. Every battle between Naruto and Sasuke was incredibly exciting, keeping him captivated. Sasuke-kun. Take down Naruto again. Sakura shouted, waving her small fists. Naruto, go for it. You absolutely have to take down Sasuke. Kiba yelled loudly. For a time, the genius class was divided into two camps, both boisterous in their support. Thank you, everyone. Naruto said, waving his hand with a big smile. On the name of youth, I won't lose this time. Whether you lose or not isn't something you can decide, Sasuke said coolly, glancing at him, then walked onto the field. Sasuke. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Youth means fighting with all your might. Come on. Naruto walked in front of him, gave a thumbs up, and said. Sasuke's mouth twitched as he tightened his grip on his ninja sword. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto, as usual, created 60 shadow clones at the very start of the battle. Is it ninja tool throwing again? Sasuke thought, immediately forming hand signs. Shadow clone technique. Amidst the smoke, a clone appeared on his left and another on his right. He planned to continue using his previous method to counter it. But to Sasuke's surprise, Naruto did not divide his shadow clones into 3 rows as before. 30 Naruto shadow clones formed a semicircle in the front, while the other 30 stood behind him. Sasuke couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is he doing? Wind release, gale palm. After Naruto roared, he clapped his hands together. Wind release chakra, highly compressed between his palms, erupted violently, transforming into a roaring storm. The first row of Naruto's shadow clones followed closely. 31 gale palms overlapped. In an instant, a fierce wind roared, shaking the entire training ground. At the same time, the second row of Naruto's clones flicked their hands, throwing 60 kunai. Sasuke's expression changed drastically. Countless winds blew toward him. Wherever they passed, the ground trembled, and dust flew. The kunai, aided by the wind, pierced toward him like sharp blades. Sasuke felt like a lone boat in a vast ocean, ready to be swallowed by the sea at any moment. At this moment, neither swordsmanship nor genjutsu had any effect. Kitazawa twitched the corner of his mouth. It seems that having a lot of chakra really allows one to do whatever one wants. This display looked even more outrageous than he had anticipated. The members of the genius class all widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Kitazawa immediately flashed in front of everyone. He quickly formed hand signs, raising a water formation wall to prevent Naruto's wind release, gale palm from affecting the audience. But Sasuke on the field was not so lucky. After a moment of daze, he reacted immediately. Body flicker technique. Sasuke dashed madly to the left, but the wind was too fast, catching up to him in a blink. Fire release, great fireball technique. In a hurry, Sasuke turned and spat out a large fireball. However, the fireball entered the storm and was blown away before it could last even a second. One wind release, gale palm could knock a person flying, 31 together were enough to knock a building down. Adding the shuriken mixed within further increased the destructive power. Sasuke no longer had time to cast another fire release ninjutsu, he could only draw his ninja sword. The shuriken arrived first. The sword flew rapidly, deflecting them one by one, but ultimately it was futile. When the gale completely descended, he was sent flying. Kitazawa used the body flicker technique and appeared in front of him. Earth release, earth flow wall. A 10-meter-high earth wall instantly rose, blocking all the gale and shuriken. The howling wind gradually subsided. But the members of the genius class were still stunned in place, unable to react, including Sasuke. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, Kitazawa announced as he removed the earth wall. As his words fell, everyone slowly came back to their senses. Sasuke hesitated to speak. He felt he had lost miserably before he even had a chance to display his full abilities. How could I fight like this? A C-rank wind release ninjutsu combined with multiple shadow clone jutsu, can it become this terrifying? Shikamaru couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. If not for Kitazawa's water release, water formation wall, they would probably have been in trouble too. Most people simply don't have that much chakra. Kiba complained. His chakra is more than all of ours combined. Tenten was both amazed and envious. When she used summoning jutsu, her chakra ran out after only a few uses. But Naruto unleashed 31 C-rank wind release ninjutsu at once and was still brimming with energy, the difference was indescribable. Sakura looked at the still shaken Sasuke with a worried expression. Having been so confident only to suffer a crushing defeat, he must be feeling terrible. Niji stood in place, brows tightly furrowed. He was thinking about how to deal with so many wind release, gale palms. The only way was to stop him at the very beginning, preventing him from using it. But even this method was extremely difficult. Niji felt the meaning of sheer power for the first time. Youth is a storm. Rock Lee shouted loudly, flashing his shining teeth. Naruto, well done. Kosuke and Kakashi, watching from a distance, showed surprised expressions for the first time. Everything before had been within their expectations, but Naruto's unique wind release, Gale Palm, completely astonished them. This child's chakra is truly astonishing, Mariboshi Kosuke said with emotion. Kakashi nodded. He realized that 7-year-old Naruto's chakra had already surpassed his own. Yet, thinking of Uzumaki Kushina, he felt reassured again. An Uzumaki clan member and nine-tailed Jinchuriki naturally possessed immense chakra. Did Kitazawa tell him this tactic? Kosuke mused. It's not very useful against strong opponents and would just waste chakra. After all, it was only a C-rank wind release, Gale Palm, its destructive power wasn't exceptional. But for these children, it's very difficult to deal with. Kakashi's gaze fell on Sasuke. Swordsmanship, fire release, and genjutsu were all somewhat insufficient against this level of wind release. But lightning release was different. If used properly, there was a chance to turn the tide. It just so happened that Sasuke had learned Konoha-style swordsmanship. Now was the time to continue his lightning release training. You two can go. Kitazawa patted Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke nodded silently and walked off the field. Second round, second match, Tenten vs Inuzuka Hana, Kitazawa called loudly after drawing the lot. Sister, watch out for her ninja tools. Kiba immediately reminded her. MHM. Inuzuka Hana smiled. Kitazawa-sensei taught me a new secret technique. I can try it out now. Tenten became alert upon hearing the words, secret technique. She hadn't trained in the same place as Hana, so she had no idea what the new technique entailed. The two walked onto the field. Tenten, wary of Hana's secret technique, immediately used the shadow clone technique taught by Kitazawa at the start of the match. For Tenten simultaneously threw countless ninja tools, darkening the sky for a moment. Inuzuka Hana's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't expected Tenten to also know the shadow clone technique. But at this moment, she could only do her best. Quadruple Fong over Fong. Hana and the three Himura brothers transformed into high-speed spinning tornadoes and charged forward. Upon contact, a large number of ninja tools were immediately repelled. Then, the 4 tornadoes accelerated and crashed into Tenten. What? The 3 Tentens quickly dodged to the sides, throwing more ninja tools as they ran. But it was all in vain. In the original work, Kiba had used Fong over Fong to dig a cave. With enhanced chakra, the attack power of Fong over Fong was now comparable to multiple ninja tools. The 4 tornadoes split into 2, chasing Tenten from both sides. With a loud bang, Tenten was caught. Under the attack of Fong over Fong, her 3 shadow clones instantly vanished, and the real Tenten was sent flying. Kitazawa immediately flashed over and caught her. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Tenten breathed a sigh of relief. Winner, Inuzuka Hana, Kitazawa announced after they left the field. The practical exam continued. Starting at 9 in the morning, it quickly reached 11. Third round, 7th match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Kitazawa called loudly. This was the third and final rigging of the practical exam. Neji walked onto the field with a solemn expression. The previous match between Sasuke and Naruto had placed immense pressure on him. He had no confidence in this battle, but he had to try. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Neji rushed toward Naruto at top speed, aiming to suppress him before he could use multiple shadow clone jutsu. But as soon as he delivered the first palm strike, Naruto clapped his hands together, enveloped his entire body in wind release, gale palm, and accelerated to create distance. Neji was taken aback. He hadn't expected wind release, gale palm to be used this way. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto seized the opportunity to create 60 shadow clones. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji reacted swiftly. He launched a palm strike directly at the real Naruto. But it was already too late. Wind release, gale palm. A massive surge of wind chakra transformed into a violent storm, descending upon the battlefield once again. Chapter 237, Tsunade, Frontline Commander. The winner is Naruto, Kitazawa announced the final result. Neji and Sasuke had lost in much the same way. Against Naruto's combination of multiple shadow clone jutsu, wind release, gale palm, and a barrage of thrown ninja tools, they could only barely hold on. The range of the storm was too wide. If they couldn't escape its area, they would inevitably be blown away. This practical exam is now concluded. Rest for a moment, and then the rankings will be announced. After speaking, Kitazawa left to find Irika. In the end, Naruto won, 10-10 side. Although she supported Hyuga Niji, she had to admit that Naruto's victory was absolutely fair. Who can beat Naruto now? Kiba muttered helplessly. With Naruto's current strength, he felt it would be difficult to surpass him even with 10 more years of effort. There is no invincible ninjutsu. A calm voice cut in. Kosuke-sensei. The students of the genius class greeted him one after another. Kosuke-sensei, how do you think we can defeat Naruto? Kiba asked eagerly. Sasuke, Niji, and the others all turned their attention to Kosuke. Even Naruto leaned in, curious to know what weaknesses his tactics had. The most direct method is defensive ninjutsu, Kosuke said unhurriedly. And earth release ninjutsu, Kakashi added. Exactly. Kosuke nodded in agreement. The two discussed back and forth how to counter the storm created by wind release, gale palm. Meanwhile, Kitazawa was compiling the rankings with Irika. His gaze fell on 3 glowing lines of text before him. Current mission, help Uzumaki Naruto defeat Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, 1/5 of chakra capacity limit. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. A dazed look crossed Kitazawa's face as a surge of chakra rushed into his body, filling him with power. His chakra now reached an astonishing 3.5 cards. In more practical terms, he could maintain Senju chakra mode for an additional half minute. The rankings are all sorted, Kitazawa-senpai, Irika reminded him. Thank you for your hard work, Irika. Kitazawa took the roster and added, go and bring over the students from other classes who want to challenge. All right. Irika smiled. After losing all challenges in the last monthly exam, I don't expect too many challengers this time. That can't be helped. The genius class has too great a teaching advantage. Kitazawa glanced at the rankings, then continued, but I plan to have the genius class students act as tutors in other classes this last month. This was the tutor system he had previously mentioned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. His students were constantly in special training, and over time, the pressure was immense. Acting as teaching assistants would allow them to relax, review old knowledge, and refresh their understanding of ninjutsu. Tutors. Irika's expression showed confusion. It means letting them teach ninjutsu to students in other classes, like the basic 3 E-rank techniques, Kitazawa explained. Won't this delay the genius class students' own learning? Irika asked after some thought. The tutor system was certainly beneficial for other classes. It won't, as long as it's arranged properly. Kitazawa paused, then said, we'll discuss the details later in a meeting. For now, I'll go announce the rankings. He stepped out before the genius class members. Kosuke and Kakashi, seeing this, stopped their conversation and stepped aside. Sasuke and Niji looked reluctant. The advice Kosuke and Kakashi had just given was extremely valuable. I'll announce the theoretical exam rankings first. Kitazawa opened the roster and began to read. Shikamaru, you're controlling your score again. Kiba complained as soon as he heard it. How am I controlling my score? Shikamaru spread his hands with a smile. This is my true level. Everyone looked at him with disbelief. How could anyone repeatedly fluctuate between 1st and 10th place? I really don't get it, Naruto said, scratching his head, his brain struggling to keep up. You're one to talk, Ino huffed. You and Shikamaru are both impossible to understand. Naruto laughed awkwardly. He truly didn't understand why he had so much chakra either. Next are the practical exam rankings, Kitazawa interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Compared to the theoretical rankings, the students were far more concerned about these results. First place, Naruto, Kitazawa announced with a smile. I'm finally first again. Naruto cheered, unable to contain his excitement even though he had expected it. Don't get too cocky. Kosuke-sensei and Kakashi-sensei already told us many ways to deal with you. Kiba clenched his fists, irritated by Naruto's smugness. You won't take first place so easily in the next monthly exam, Sasuke said expressionlessly. Indeed, Niji agreed, for once. Having been in the genius class for some time now, even he had come to enjoy this sense of competition. The feeling of chasing and catching up drove him to improve faster. Youth is about accepting all challenges. Naruto declared with fiery spirit. I'll be waiting for you all. So passionate, Shikamaru muttered, shaking his head. I don't know why you all insist on fighting for first place. This is the charm of youth. Rock Lee shouted with a thumbs up. Don't drag youth into everything, Ten groaned. Second place, Kurama Yakumo. Third place, Sasuke. Fourth place, Hyuga Niji. Fifth place, Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa raised his hand to quiet them before continuing. Sixth place, Shinno Aburame. 7th place, Ino Yamanaka. Aside from Naruto's rise, the top 7 were essentially unchanged from the previous practical exam. Everyone had improved, but Naruto's growth was the most astonishing, which placed him firmly in first. 8th place, Sakura Haruno. 9th place, Inuzuka Hana. 10th place, Tenten. 11th place, Kiba. Kitazawa paused briefly before reading on. 12th place, Nara Shikamaru. 13th place, Rock Lee. 14th place, Akimichi Choji. I'm actually 8th place. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise, her expression shifting quickly to delight. Last time, Ino had shown the greatest progress, this time, it was her. She had leapt from 13th place to 8th. This was the advantage of mastering an additional B-rank water release ninjutsu. In the academy, such a technique was already something most students could never dream of reaching. But you're still one spot below me, Ino said, brushing a golden strand of hair from her forehead. Humph, just you wait. Sakura shot back, unwilling to lose. The genius class really has too much competition, Tenten sighed. Only a month had passed, and she had dropped from 8th to 10th place. Even though her strength had improved significantly, she had learned the shadow clone technique. Sakura and Hana had progressed even further. If this were still the old second-year Class A, rankings would never fluctuate so much. It's over. Kiba groaned, clutching his head. I've fallen out of the top 10. It's okay, Inuzuka Hana smiled, patting his shoulder. Your sister made it into the top 10. Is that the same thing? Kiba muttered with a pained expression. 12th place. A slight miscalculation. Shikamaru frowned. His theoretical exam ranking had been 10th, and his practical ranking was 12th. That meant his overall rank would drop out of the top 10. He had originally planned to land exactly in 10th place, but he hadn't accounted for Sakura and Hana's sudden surge in strength over just 1 month. Troublesome. He already had a headache thinking about how to explain this to his mother, Nara Yoshino, once he got home. Kitazawa was about to continue announcing the rankings when his expression suddenly shifted. His eyes turned toward the academy entrance. A figure appeared in the distance before landing lightly in front of them. Naruto and Neji looked over curiously. The man wore a gray vest. Sasuke recognized it immediately, it was an Umbu ninja. He knew because he had seen his brother Itachi wear one. Kitazawa-sama. Kakashi-senpai. The Umbu spoke crisply. Hokage-sama requests that you both report to the Hokage building conference room immediately for a Jonin meeting. Kitazawa's heart tightened. Jonin meetings were usually announced days in advance. For one to be called so suddenly could only mean that Konoha was facing serious trouble. I understand. I'll head there now. Kitazawa nodded. The Umbu vanished instantly. Kosuke-senpai, Kitazawa said, handing over the roster. I'll leave the rest to you, including the challenge segment. No problem. Kosuke accepted without hesitation. Though not a Jonin himself, he was familiar with the Jonin council system. He understood immediately that something significant must have happened. Kitazawa glanced at Kakashi. The two exchanged looks before heading toward the Hokage building. As Kitazawa walked, his mind drifted back to the original timeline. In the story he remembered, nothing major had happened that year, except for the Uchiha clan massacre. But with his butterfly effect, that event would no longer occur. That left only one possibility. Uchiha Obito. Kitazawa and Kakashi soon arrived at the Hokage building's meeting room. Many people were already seated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in particular, sat at the head of the table. Kitazawa guessed that Hiruzen must have received the news first, which explained the sudden council meeting. Besides Hiruzen, Danzo, who hadn't attended the previous Jonin council, was also present. Over here, Tsunade waved, beckoning him over. Kakashi, I'll go first. After greeting Kakashi, Kitazawa sat beside Tsunade. It's a declaration of war from the hidden mist village, Tsunade leaned in and whispered. The reason isn't the lightning blade, Kiba, is it? Kitazawa asked, his expression tightening. You guessed it. That's exactly the reason. Tsunade gave him a playful look. You've made your mark in Konoha's history, single-handedly starting a war with the hidden mist. Lady Tsunade, is this really the time for jokes? Kitazawa couldn't help retorting. But in his heart, he already understood the truth. The real reason was indeed Obito. Gravely wounded and consumed with rage, Obito had simply ordered Yugura, the fourth Mizukage under his control, to declare war on Konoha, nothing more than a move of spite. To Obito, the Mist Village meant little. Even if they lost, even if Yugura's control broke, it would hardly matter. His real goal was the Akatsuki and the Eye of the Moon plan. Don't worry, the old man won't blame you, Tsunade reassured him with a faint smile. Anyone with sense can see the mist isn't declaring war over a single sword. Lightning blade, Kiba was precious, yes, but not priceless. And once war broke out, the Mist's losses would far outweigh the value of a sword. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Still, deep down, he knew the cause of this war traced back to him, and perhaps to Kakashi as well. The only one you need to watch out for is Danzo, Tsunade warned. He'll definitely use this matter against you. Given his nature, he certainly will, Kitazawa agreed. And he'll probably drag you into it too. Danzo's ambition had always been to become Hokage. And Tsunade was the largest obstacle in his way. Now, with Kitazawa at fault and closely tied to Tsunade, Danzo would seize the opportunity to strike. Tsunade had already expected this, and she wasn't surprised. But simple troublemaking isn't his goal, Kitazawa continued, stroking his chin. He might try to seize power with this opportunity. War was both a risk and an opportunity. If Danzo were appointed commander of this war, he would return to the very peak of influence. The old man won't let him succeed. Tsunade shook her head and said, Danzo is too old, he's not suitable to be a commander. What about you? Kitazawa lightly coughed and asked. Tsunade immediately fell silent. There was probably no one in the entire Konoha village more suitable to be the commander of this war than her. Among the middle-aged and younger generation of ninja, her strength and status were paramount. Others were either too old, like Danzo, or too young, like Kakashi. Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku could also be considered, but they were clan heads first and Konoha Ninja second. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never fully trust them. No matter how one looked at it, Tsunade became the only candidate. I've noticed that ever since I met you, nothing good has happened. Tsunade rubbed her temples, clearly annoyed. She had a premonition she wouldn't be able to avoid it this time. My fault, Kitazawa said seriously. After the war ends, I'll accompany Lady Tsunade to the casino. How can a war end so easily? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. The Hidden Mist village is far inferior to us. As long as we figure out why they started the war, we can end it quickly. Kitazawa replied. That's true. Tsunade nodded slightly. Still, she couldn't think of a logical reason for the Hidden Mist village to start a war. If she were in their position, there was no way she'd pick a fight with a stronger village, certainly not over a single ninja blade. All right, everyone's here. Let's start the meeting now. Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped the table and said, I just received a message from Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukage. He has declared war on our Konoha village. As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting room fell into a stunned silence. Didn't they just negotiate with us? Why would they suddenly declare war? How could their attitude change so quickly? With the Mist strength, they dare wage war against us. They're simply overestimating themselves. The Jonin began to murmur, many expressing disbelief. Hiruzen, why don't you explain the specific reason for the Hidden Mist village's declaration of war? Danzo suddenly spoke up. The fourth Mizukage said it's because we won't hand over Lightning Blade, Kiba, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after a pause. Clearly, this is just an absurd excuse. He shared Tsunade's opinion, there had to be another reason. Why absurd? Danzo snorted coldly. This matter was caused by Kitazawa. His appropriation of war spoils led to this conflict. Kitazawa killed Kurasuke Raiga. Lightning Blade, Kiba should belong to him. How is that appropriation? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. That may be so, but once war breaks out, how much will Konoha lose because of his selfish interests? Danzo shifted the argument, then pointedly accused, I think Tsunade is also at fault for not teaching him well. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone grew displeased. You're being unreasonable. Hayashi, Fugaku, and others exchanged glances but stayed silent. To them, this was clearly a power struggle among Konoha's higher-ups, a battle between Tsunade and Danzo for the Hokage seat. Kitazawa acted according to Konoha's rules. What's wrong with that? Tsunade's expression remained calm. It's a fact that he provoked the war, Danzo countered, sidestepping the real point. Then how about this, let him end the war, Tsunade replied indifferently. He ends it. Danzo asked with disdain. Does he have the ability? What if he and I do it together? Tsunade raised her head, looking directly at him. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He had attended this council specifically to secure the commander's seat. No matter what, it couldn't be given to Tsunade. If she led Konoha to victory, she would have undeniable grounds to become the fifth Hokage. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart swelled with joy. He chuckled, let's appoint him right now. He had expected resistance in appointing Tsunade as commander, but to his surprise, she proposed it herself. Ironically, Danzo had just helped pave the way. Wait. Danzo quickly interrupted. I disagree. What do you disagree with? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sharply. Kitazawa made a mistake, and Tsunade, as his teacher, is also at fault. How can people at fault serve as frontline commanders? So that was your intention. All at once, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Kitazawa understood. This was an unintentional mistake, Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly. Since you think she's at fault, then let her end this war and atone for it. My meaning is, Danzo's eyes widened. He immediately grew anxious. What was happening here? Do any of you have objections? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand, cutting him off, and turned to Hyuga Hayashi and the others. No. Many Jonin answered in unison. Hearing this, Danzo felt his body stiffen. A chill ran through him, leaving him cold even in broad daylight. Chapter 238, New System Missions. Becoming Hokage required 3 steps: the villagers' vote, the Jonin's vote, and the daimyo's approval. Danzo felt that the sight of so many Jonin agreeing to Tsunade as the frontline commander was practically a rehearsal for the Jonin vote. As for the villagers' vote, there was no question, the Senju clan enjoyed extremely high prestige in Konoha village. Her identity as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju alone was enough. The daimyo's approval also posed no difficulty. Tsunade was very familiar with the daimyo's family, and as a medical ninja, she had even treated their illnesses. The more Danzo thought about it, the deeper his despair grew. Compared to Tsunade, he had no advantage in competing for the position of Hokage. He couldn't win in any aspect, it was a complete defeat. Should he give up now? No. Impossible. Becoming Hokage was his lifelong obsession. He would not give up as long as he lived. The frontline commander will be Tsunade, and the strategist will be Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. The position of strategist had always been held by the Nara clan, known for their intelligence and sharp judgment. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shikaku immediately stood up and responded. Tsunade was more casual, simply nodding her head. She hadn't originally wanted to be the frontline commander, but due to various accumulated reasons, she agreed. Firstly, this war was caused by Kitazawa. As his teacher, she did bear responsibility, and she had also overseen the negotiations with the Hidden Mist village. Secondly, she refused to let Danzo get his way. By taking the position of frontline commander, she could ensure he wouldn't be able to restore his standing. Thirdly, there was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was her teacher, and now that he was old, he was wholeheartedly helping her rise to power. Tsunade feared nothing, except when Hiruzen played the emotional card. That, she ultimately could not harden her heart against. Shikaku, please introduce the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Although Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, has declared war, there hasn't been much movement from the Hidden Mist village yet, though we cannot rule out the dispatch of reconnaissance teams. Shikaku paused before continuing. Our Umbu have already departed to notify the ninja stationed at the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. The Land of Water lay southeast of the Land of Fire, separated by sea. For Hidden Mist village to invade, they would have to land on the southeastern border. That was the fastest route. Konoha village had outpost stations set up along its borders, even during peacetime, to guard against sudden attacks. However, the number of ninjas at these outposts was limited, meant only to serve as an early warning system. Tsunade, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after a moment of thought. Today, we'll send an advance force. Once the Hidden Mist's main forces depart, we'll supplement our numbers based on theirs, Tsunade replied casually. Her approach was to adapt to circumstances. The cause of this war was peculiar. Although Konoha was stronger than the Hidden Mist, it was unwilling to plunge into a large-scale conflict. After all, when 2 clans fight, the fisherman profits. Once Konoha showed weakness, other villages, like Kumogakure, might seize the chance to strike. The first 3 great ninja wars had all expanded from small sparks in this way, growing into utter chaos. Our Konoha village should take the initiative, strike the Hidden Mist hard, and make them too afraid to invade. Danzo stood up aggressively. The situation in the Hidden Mist is unclear. Acting rashly will only give other villages an opportunity, Tsunade replied, her tone calm. Tsunade is right. We'll proceed as she says, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately agreed. Hiruzen, you, Danzo clenched his fist subconsciously. Tsunade, who do you think should lead the advance force? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, ignoring him. The Hyuga clan, Tsunade said after some thought. The Byakugan made them best suited for handling unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, they weren't just reconnaissance ninjas, their combat ability was formidable. Of course, the advance force could not be composed of only Hyuga. In truth, Hiruzen's question was about who should serve as commander. Hayashi was taken aback. While both the Hyuga and the Uchiha contributed to battles, they rarely held command positions. This was due to Hiruzen's careful balancing, he didn't want either clan to earn too much battlefield merit. Although Tsunade was not yet Hokage, Hayashi could already feel the difference in how she approached things compared to Hiruzen. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, after a brief hesitation. To contradict Tsunade now would undermine his own appointment of her. Hayashi, Hiruzen instructed, after the meeting, you will immediately lead 1,000 ninja to the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. Yes, Hokage-sama, Hayashi replied solemnly. For the Hyuga clan, this was a rare chance to gain merit. Advance forces were often the first to clash with the enemy. Who should be responsible for intelligence? Danzo suddenly asked. Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. The Umbu are directly under the Hokage. Hiruzen, you need to remain in Konoha. Why not let me take charge of intelligence? I led Root for many years and have experience. Tsunade is the frontline commander. The Umbu can report directly to her, Sarutobi Hiruzen countered immediately. Danzo's face stiffened. Rejected again, he finally understood Hiruzen's attitude. Very well. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Danzo fell silent and did not speak again until the meeting ended. Let's leave it at that for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he rose. We'll discuss further once the hidden mystery acts. Now go and prepare. Meeting adjourned. Yes, Hokage-sama, everyone replied in unison. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Tsunade was immediately surrounded. As the frontline commander, it was now her responsibility to coordinate. Lady Tsunade, I'll return to the Ninja Academy first, Kitazawa spoke up. Handle the matters at the academy, but you'll be coming with me this time, Tsunade reminded him. If Kitazawa had been an ordinary Chunin teacher, he naturally wouldn't have needed to go. But his strength was already among the top Jonin, and he could play a greater role on the battlefield. Besides, this war had started because of him, avoiding it would surely damage his reputation. Kitazawa nodded. He definitely had to go. Because he was the only one who knew that Yugura, the fourth Mizukage, was being controlled, and to end the war, that control had to be broken. The war that began because of you should end because of you. Current mission, help Yugura, the fourth Mizukage, break free from control. Mission reward, 30% Senju bloodline and 20% Byakugan purity. Do you accept? Kitazawa's eyes widened. The mission reward was unprecedentedly generous. He already possessed 70% Senju bloodline and 30% Byakugan purity. If he completed this mission, his Senju bloodline would reach 100%, and his Byakugan purity would rise to 50%. Undoubtedly, achieving 100% Senju bloodline would grant him special abilities. As for 50% Byakugan purity, it was harder to say, but there was a high possibility of unique powers as well. Kitazawa was even more curious about what might happen after reaching 100% Byakugan purity. Could it evolve into the Tenseigan? He felt it was unlikely. The Tenseigan was on par with the Rinnegan, and the system would not let him obtain something so powerful so easily. Most likely, it would become similar to the Byakugan of the Akatsuki clan on the moon. But it was too early to think that far ahead. Generous rewards came with equally difficult missions. At first glance, the task seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely troublesome. Yugura, the fourth Mizukage, would not appear on the front lines immediately. Kitazawa would either have to find a way to infiltrate the hidden mist village or force Yugura onto the battlefield. Both options were risky. Hidden mist village was the enemy's main base. If he were exposed, he'd be finished. Drawing Yugura to the front was somewhat more feasible. If the hidden mist suffered continuous defeats, Yugura would eventually be forced to act. After accepting the mission, Kitazawa left the meeting room with Kakashi at his side. Kakashi, are you participating in this war? Kitazawa asked curiously. I will follow Hokage-sama's arrangements, Kakashi said after a pause. But if possible, I'd still prefer to teach. He had already participated in too many wars and lost too much, endless, meaningless killing. After 2 months teaching the genius class, he preferred the peace of his current life. That's good. Kitazawa chuckled lightly. If we all go, Kosuke-senpai will be far too busy. Kakashi paused slightly. Did that mean Kitazawa was going to war? On second thought, it was only natural. The war was directly tied to him, avoiding it was impossible. I'll go back to the Ninja Academy for a meeting and arrange everything, Kitazawa thought to himself. The timing was coincidental. His original plan had been to let the genius class students serve as teaching assistants for the last month. Now, that training would enter a semi-stagnant state. He could resume once he returned from war, though who knew how long it would last. The two returned to the Ninja Academy. Because the Jonin meeting had lasted over an hour, the final challenge of the practical exam was already over. At this time, the genius class students had all gone home, and the training ground was empty. I'll go call Kosuke-senpai, Kakashi volunteered. Okay. Kitazawa nodded. I'll go call Irika. You all come to my office afterward. Kakashi disappeared immediately. Since it was a holiday afternoon, Kosuke had probably gone home, so Kakashi would have to make the trip. Irika, however, was still there, organizing student rankings. Kitazawa called to him, and the two went to the office together. Kitazawa-senpai, Irika suddenly remembered, this time's challenge was the same as last time. The genius class achieved a complete victory. An unsurprising result, Kitazawa smiled. Sit and wait a bit. We'll begin once Kakashi and Kosuke-senpai arrive. Okay. Irika thought they would be discussing the teaching assistant system, so he asked nothing further. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. Kakashi and Kosuke walked in. Make yourselves comfortable, Kitazawa said. The two sat on the sofa with Irika. Kakashi and I just attended a Jonin meeting, Kitazawa began directly. The Hidden Mist Village has declared war on us. A conflict is unavoidable. What? Irika was stunned. Every war claims many lives, Kosuke sighed heavily. You are teachers at the Ninja Academy, so you won't need to participate in the war, Kitazawa continued. But I will be going. I'll trouble you to handle the teaching during this time. Kitazawa-senpai, Irika's face filled with worry. Blades had no eyes. Even the strongest ninja could fall on the battlefield. I'll be going with Lady Tsunade. There won't be any danger, Kitazawa reassured him before adding, all right, let's talk about the upcoming arrangements. Hearing this, Irika stayed silent. Kitazawa's arrangements were divided into two parts. The first part was the teaching assistant system for the genius class. Starting next week, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Shinno Aburame, and a few other outstanding students will take the lead in trying it out. Once a fixed model and process were established, the other genius class students would also become teaching assistants. The second part was the special training for the genius class students. Some would continue their existing programs, such as Yakumo Kurama, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Neji, and Yamanaka Pino. Others would begin new training, like Akimichi Choji learning the human bullet tank and Uzumaki Naruto practicing wind release, great breakthrough. As for Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura, Kitazawa made no specific arrangements, since Kakashi and Kosuke would handle their instruction. That's about it, Kitazawa concluded. Okay, Kitazawa-senpai, Irika promised. I will definitely carry out the teaching as you've instructed. Us too, Kosuke echoed. This war. I don't know when it will end. If I don't make it back in time, you will be responsible for the final exam, Kitazawa reminded them. Fortunately, the upcoming monthly exam, the final assessment, hadn't triggered any system-related tasks. Even if he missed it, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Do you have any other questions? Kitazawa asked after finishing his instructions. No, Irika and the other two shook their heads. Then everyone can go home. Kitazawa rose to his feet. Kitazawa-senpai, please be careful, Irika said in a low voice. On the battlefield, don't be reckless. Obey Lady Tsunade's orders, Kosuke also warned. He still carried the regret of once losing his teammates due to his own impulsiveness. Kakashi said nothing, only giving Kitazawa a quiet nod. After the three left, Kitazawa made his way to a secluded area of the Ninja Academy. Although Sasuke and the others had already gone home, his personal squad was still training. This time, as he joined the war, Kitazawa would definitely bring Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi. One reason was to have them complete missions. The other was to trigger new system tasks. Kitazawa-sensei. Upon seeing him, Kabuto and the other two immediately stopped training and approached. The three of you, go home and get ready. Later, you'll be coming with me to the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. Kitazawa informed them of Hidden Mist Village's declaration of war. Another war. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. He was himself a war orphan, adopted by Nono during the Third Great Ninja War. To him, war was not unfamiliar. Torian and Izumi, however, were less accustomed to the thought, especially Izumi. She was still young, had never seen a battlefield, but already knew of its cruelty. Don't worry. Believe in your own strength, Kitazawa said, patting Uchiha Izumi's shoulder. Yes, Sensei Kitazawa, Izumi replied, feeling a little more at ease. Her teammates and teacher were all remarkably strong. Compared to many of her peers, she was already much luckier. Current mission, make your squad famous in this war. Mission reward, bloodline limit and corresponding ninjutsu. Accept. Note, the specific reward will be determined by the fame achieved. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow as the 4 lines of text appeared before him. This was another rare mission with a variable reward. He immediately accepted it. No matter which bloodline limit it was, it wouldn't be weak. As long as it wasn't something useless like Gecko Hyade's hiding in camouflage technique, he'd be fine. He had no desire to become sickly. And most reassuringly, this mission reward also included ninjutsu corresponding to the chosen bloodline limit. Meanwhile, Suikazan Fuguki and the others had returned to Hidden Mist Village. Mei Terumi, however, was summoned by Elder Gensui. As soon as she entered the hall, she sensed something was wrong. Besides Gensui, many other Hidden Mist Jonin were present. Mei Terumi, Gensui asked slowly, tell us about the negotiation process with Konoha Village. Okay. Mei Terumi suppressed the doubts in her heart and began recounting what happened. In truth, it hadn't been much, just endless bickering. So it really was Mizukage-sama's order. Elder Gensui nodded after hearing that Suikazan Fuguki had abruptly ended the negotiations. What happened? Mei Terumi asked. Mizukage-sama has declared war on Konoha Village, Gensui said with a sigh. How is that possible? Mei Terumi frowned. Why would Mizukage-sama declare war on Konoha Village? We also want to know the answer, Ao replied, seated next to Gensui. With the Hidden Mist Village's current strength, it will be difficult to win against Konoha. Ao, a veteran Jonin, was known as the Byakugan Killer, having obtained a Byakugan during the Third Great Ninja War. To this day, it remained the only Byakugan known to have fallen into enemy hands. Didn't you try to persuade him? Mei pressed. It was useless. Elder Gensui shook his head. He wouldn't even listen to me and stubbornly started this war. In Hidden Mist Village, the Elder's authority was second only to the Mizukage. In terms of influence and standing, they were almost equal. I compromised and had Ao appointed as the commander of this war, Elder Gensui continued in a deep voice. You will hold back Konoha on the front lines. Meanwhile, we will do everything we can to uncover the true reason why Mizukage-sama initiated this war. Chapter 239, Tsunade's Change of Mind. Kitazawa arrived at the back of Kurenai's house. The ground was uneven, riddled with craters caused by her chakra-enhanced strength training. Why are you home so late today? Kurenai stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and asked. There was a Jonin meeting at the last minute. Kitazawa briefly explained the situation. What? Kurenai quickly walked up to him, her expression firm. I want to go too. It will be very dangerous. Kitazawa hesitated. My strength has improved a lot now. I won't hold you back. Kurenai clenched her fists. Kitazawa looked at her determined expression and finally agreed. Although the battlefield was dangerous, it was also the best place for training. When do we depart? Kurenai asked seriously. Though she spoke lightly, she did not underestimate what awaited them. After all, she had fought in the Third Ninja World War. In terms of battlefield experience, she was even more seasoned than Kitazawa. I don't know yet. We'll wait for Lady Tsunade's notice, it should be within the next 2 days, Kitazawa replied. Lady Tsunade is leading the team. Kurenai's eyes brightened. Then it's definitely a victory for our Konoha. Tsunade held immense prestige in the village, and countless shinobi placed their trust in her. Kurenai was no exception. Kitazawa patted her head. After lunch, we'll go buy ninja tools and explosive tags. On the battlefield, those two things were consumed the most. Unlike missions, the battlefield often gave little time to rest. Having enough tools and explosive tags could save chakra when needed. Kitazawa had been saving money for a long time, rarely spending it. This time, he finally had a reason. As the sun set, Kitazawa and Kurenai returned home, carrying bags filled with purchases. Besides tools and tags, they had also stocked up on preserved food. You go cook, Kitazawa suddenly said. I'll go ask Lady Tsunade about the situation. Kurenai nodded and headed to the kitchen. Kitazawa walked next door and knocked. Good evening, Kitazawa. Shizun opened the door. Senior Sister Shizun. Kitazawa followed her inside and immediately saw Tsunade asleep at the table, documents piled high in front of her. Even in war, battles weren't everything. There were intelligence units, sensory units, medical corps, logistics, an entire machine that Tsunade, as frontline commander, was responsible for. You'll have to wait, Shizun whispered. She's been working ever since she came back from the Hokage building. Kitazawa nodded and quietly sat. His eyes flickered briefly toward Tsunade's slightly disheveled clothes, just a glimpse, but enough to be distracting. He quickly looked away and picked up one of the documents on the table. It was intelligence on the Jonin of Hidden Mist Village, listing names, relationships, and their specialized ninjutsu. Some entries were detailed, others only briefly mentioned. Kitazawa guessed the details varied with fame. Moments later, Tsunade's eyelashes trembled as she stirred awake. She sat up groggily, yawning, then blinked in surprise when she noticed Kitazawa. Tsu, Kitazawa began, but before he could finish, he felt a sudden kick. Looking down instinctively, he saw Tsunade's jade-like bare foot. He blinked in confusion. What was that supposed to mean? It's because of you that I'm so busy, Tsunade muttered irritably. Is there anything I can help with? Kitazawa asked at once. He did, after all, bear some responsibility for the situation. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Tsunade's glare softened into something else entirely. Then I'll cook now. Kitazawa was briefly stunned, then stood up and headed for the kitchen. Tsunade's gaze lingered on him until he disappeared from sight. Then she turned back to the documents, a faint daze settling over her. How had she ended up here? She had only returned to the village for money. Yet somehow, events had spiraled, pushing her toward the path of becoming Hokage. Lady Tsunade. Shizen walked out moments later, looking helpless. Why did you let Kitazawa cook? He's a guest. Why can't he cook? Tsunade replied casually. Anyway, he's your junior brother. Are you planning to take him as a student? Shizen asked, startled. Tsunade paused for 2 seconds before answering. Things had already gone this far, it would be unreasonable not to. Even at the Jonin meeting, Danzo had referred to Kitazawa as her student. So I'm finally going to have a proper junior. No, his strength already surpasses mine. Shizen's smile froze, leaving her oddly unsettled. His talent is greater than yours, Tsunade said matter-of-factly. It's natural for him to surpass you. That may be true, but as his senior, I still feel the pressure. Shizen sighed. You'll get used to it. Tsunade chuckled. When do you plan to tell him? Shizen asked curiously. After the war ends. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. I have a premonition he'll become famous in this war. Kitazawa's strength is already enough. He just needs the right opportunity, Shizen agreed. Tsunade nodded but kept another thought to herself. Because of her hemophobia, many tasks would inevitably fall on Kitazawa. His presence on the battlefield would only grow stronger. Perhaps, he could become the next Minato Namikaze. And Tsunade thought, that would be a good thing. Kitazawa would share her burden, and she could happily slack off. Even if she became Hokage in the future, it would be the same. She could run away at light speed after 2 years. In fact, at this point, Tsunade also understood that the next Hokage had to be her. Unless she immediately resigned as frontline commander and left Konoha. But she couldn't do it. Since she couldn't do it, she could only let nature take its course. When that time came, there would be no other way. Go call Kurenai over for dinner. Tsunade came back to her senses and spoke. I'll go now. Shizen, holding Taunton, turned and left. Although Kurenai had already cooked, she couldn't refuse Tsunade's invitation, so she could only save her food for tomorrow. Half an hour later, 6 people gathered around a large table. Rina, you and Karen will stay in Konoha, Tsunade instructed. If Danzo causes trouble, go find the 3rd Hokage for help. Okay. Rina Uzumaki immediately replied. She was self-aware and knew she wouldn't be much help on the battlefield, so it was better to stay home and look after Karen. Kitazawa and Kurenai, you two will be assigned to the general staff and stay with me, Tsunade said, glancing at Kitazawa. I will assign you tasks as needed. The battlefield was undoubtedly dangerous. But if there was anywhere relatively safe, it would be by the commander's side. After all, it was located in the deepest part of Konoha's position, with the tightest defenses. Get ready in these 2 days, we'll depart once the Hidden Mist village makes a move. Tsunade picked up her chopsticks. Let's eat. After dinner, Kitazawa and Kurenai returned home. It's a good thing Lady Tsunade is here. Otherwise, if we went to the battlefield, it would definitely be extremely dangerous, Kurenai said as she took off her shoes, her fair, tender bare feet stepping on the carpet. It's just as dangerous by Lady Tsunade's side, Kitazawa replied, walking forward and hugging her from behind. Don't let your guard down. I know. Kurenai twisted her waist, bumped him with her hip, and said, while there's still time, I plan to cultivate first. So diligent? Kitazawa asked, somewhat surprised. I don't have such good talent as you, Kurenai snorted lightly. What are you practicing? I'll join you, Kitazawa said, patting her hip twice. No need, Kurenai refused. You go do your own thing. She knew Kitazawa had recently been researching medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration. All right then. Kitazawa lowered his head and bit her fair, tender neck. Kurenai's body trembled slightly. Disorderly images flashed in her mind, but she ultimately held back. Kurenai went outside, while Kitazawa returned to his room. He had originally planned to practice Earth Release, because he still had a mission to learn 4 Earth Release ninjutsu. And it had to be within the 3rd semester, with only 1 month left before the deadline. But Kitazawa intended to leave the pressure to the Hidden Mist ninja. The battlefield situation was complex, he could completely activate his 3-tomo Sharingan to copy the enemy's ninjutsu. Although the Hidden Mist ninja primarily used water release, they also had earth release techniques. Of course, water release was also his goal. More precisely, all 5 releases were his goal. Unfortunately, the 3-Tomo Sharingan couldn't copy bloodline limits, otherwise, it would save a lot of time. Kitazawa sat at the desk and took out paper and a pen. After such a long period of research, his medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration was finally showing results. He felt he could master it in 2 or 3 months. After an unknown amount of time, a knock sounded. "I've run a hot bath for you, go take a shower." Kurenai walked in. She had just showered, and the scent of shower gel wafted over. "Wait for me," Kitazawa said with a suggestive tone as he put down his paper and pen. "I won't let you mess around." Kurenai's face flushed slightly, and she spat out in annoyance. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and went to the bathroom. Kurenai took a deep breath, sat on the bed, and waited with both apprehension and nervousness. Although they already knew each other intimately, every night was a brand new experience for her, making her look forward to it immensely. Time slowly passed. Kurenai, highly focused, subconsciously looked up. "Where do you want to start?" Kitazawa closed the door and walked up to her. Kurenai met his gaze, her heart flustered. She subconsciously turned her head, not daring to look at him. But the next second, she deliberately exposed her delicate shoulder. "Your skin is whiter than snow." Kitazawa lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and praised. Kurenai hummed softly in response. Kitazawa kissed down her neck. Kurenai's body went soft, a tingling sensation spreading through her. She instinctively leaned back, hugging Kitazawa's head tightly. Kitazawa felt as if only a field of white remained before his eyes. Kurenai's red lips were slightly parted, her long legs resting against his body. Kitazawa said nothing, only kissed her incessantly. Kitazawa. Kurenai felt an unusual sensation in her chest, her face burning. Kitazawa lifted his head. He wrapped his arms around Kurenai's waist and, with a slight effort, lifted her up, switching their positions. Kurenai sat astride, looking down at him. Kitazawa didn't speak, he just smiled, his eyes filled with encouragement. Kurenai pouted. Again with this. Couldn't a big man be more proactive? Clearly, his physical fitness was much stronger than hers. In resignation, Kurenai's small hand pressed against his abdomen. The night passed without a word. It was the next day. Kitazawa and Kurenai had already bought various ninja tools yesterday, so today they were cultivating while waiting for Tsunade's mission. In the afternoon, Shizun appeared before them. "Senior Sister Shizun." Kitazawa leaped down from a tree. Kurenai was cultivating, while he was researching the medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration. "Lady Tsunade wants you to go to the Konoha village main gate now," Shizun said directly. "You are to lead the supply transport team ahead, and she will depart with the main force tomorrow." "All right." Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and agreed. "Because time is tight, I won't say much more to you. For the specific details, look at this scroll." Shizun handed him a scroll. "Understood." Kitazawa took the scroll and said, "We'll depart now." Shizun nodded and turned to leave. Kitazawa called Kabuto and the other two, and with Kurenai, arrived at the Konoha village main gate. At this time, many ninja were already waiting. He also recognized the 2 leading ninja, Aburame Shibi and Genma Shiranui. The former was the head of the Aburame clan, a Jonin, and Shinno Aburame's father. The latter was a former guard of 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, now a special Jonin. "Lord Kitazawa." Shibi came forward to greet him. "I don't deserve it, just call me Kitazawa." Kitazawa was stunned by the address and quickly shook his head. "During wartime, one should use titles," Shibi explained. "You are a captain now, so you should be called Lord." Shiranui Genma, behind him, felt a sense of daze. Just last year, Kitazawa was calling him senior, but in the blink of an eye, he had become Kitazawa's subordinate. Life truly was unpredictable. But he also knew that Kitazawa's current status was not only due to Tsunade's connections but also his strength. Especially recently, he had just killed Kurasuke Raiga of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kurenai, watching Kitazawa chatting and laughing with Shibi Aburame, also felt as if she were dreaming. Before, she had a clear understanding of Kitazawa's strength improvement. Now, she was experiencing his status. Unbeknownst to her, Kitazawa had already become someone she couldn't hope to reach. Fortunately, she had a discerning eye. She had secured Kitazawa very early on. Kurenai's lips curved upwards at the thought, feeling very happy. "Enough small talk, let's depart now." After some pleasantries, Kitazawa gave the order. A group of people transported the supplies toward the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. The supplies mainly consisted of food, medicine, and ninja tools. As for transportation, it was by horse-drawn carriage. Firstly, because summoning storage scrolls was too expensive. Secondly, because there were too many supplies. Unless it was an extremely urgent situation, horse-drawn carriages were used for transport. Kitazawa remembered that in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, a type of lightning train similar to a regular train appeared. That would make things much more convenient. The group traveled in silence. The Aburain clan was responsible for vigilance. They had Kakashi that could detect any ninja approaching the supply transport team in time. Kitazawa took out the scroll given by Shizun. The contents of the scroll were the recent movements of the Hidden Mist Village. Just this morning, with Ao as commander and Suikazan Fuguki as vice-commander, 4,000 Hidden Mist ninja had already set off. The number of ninjas could be considered an all-out mobilization. If it were a normal Mizukage, he naturally wouldn't be so bold. But this Mizukage had already been controlled by Obito. If it weren't for the advice of Gensui and others, the Hidden Mist Village could have sent even more ninja. Kitazawa closed the scroll. The situation was quite severe. 4,000 Hidden Mist ninja standing still for Konoha village to kill would still take a long time. Not to mention fighting by the sea, where they held a geographical advantage, which was very suitable for their water release, Hidden Mist Jutsu. As Kitazawa expected, 4th Mizukage Yugura Karatachi did not go to the battlefield. It would be more troublesome for him to complete his mission. The group departed from Konoha village, heading straight for the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. A ninja's normal pace would take about a day. But because they were in horse-drawn carriages, they were slower, and by the evening of the second day, they had been caught up by the main force led by Tsunade. The two forces merged, and because it was night, they set up camp on the spot to rest. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa found Tsunade's tent. You've worked hard, Kitazawa. Tsunade lay on the carpet. Seeing him, she waved to him. It wasn't hard, the journey was smooth, and we didn't even encounter a single enemy. Kitazawa sat cross-legged in front of her. From his perspective, Tsunade's clothes angled to the sides, and her silhouette appeared very elastic. I just received intelligence that the vanguard unit was ambushed and suffered significant losses. Tsunade rubbed her temples and said, the Hidden Mist's water release, Hidden Mist Jutsu is truly convenient for sneak attacks. What are Lady Tsunade's thoughts? Kitazawa asked in a deep voice. An unfavorable start will definitely affect our morale. You're right. Tsunade sat up and took out a map. This is a map of the island that the Hyuga clan spent a lot of manpower drawing over the past 2 days. There were 3 red dots on the map. These 3 islands are the strongholds of the Hidden Mist's vanguard unit, Tsunade explained. As long as we eliminate one of these strongholds, we can turn the tide. Current mission, achieve victory for Konoha village in the first battle. Mission reward, lightning release, super vibrato lightning blades. Accept. Kitazawa, looking at the suddenly triggered mission, couldn't help but sigh that war indeed presented many opportunities. He had triggered 3 missions in just 3 days. Chapter 240, Konoha's first battle, Kitazawa attacks. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning blades, in the original work, was used by Killer Bee of the Hidden Cloud Village. Its effect is to inject lightning release chakra into a ninja blade, causing ultra-high frequency vibrations that greatly increase the blade's sharpness and penetrating power. This lightning release ninjutsu belongs to the 7-sword style system of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, it can also be used by those outside the 7-sword style, making it suitable for any ninja who wields a blade. Kitazawa immediately accepted the mission. After all, he was considered half a blade user himself. Lady Tsunade, which stronghold do you plan to choose? Kitazawa asked. He already understood Tsunade's intention. She planned to send people to raid one of the 3 strongholds. The Hidden Mist Village's advance forces are fewer than ours, only about 500 people. Tsunade stretched out her hand, pointing to the stronghold on the left. This island is small, so it only has 100 stationed there. How strong are those 100? Kitazawa asked, studying the map. 7 Jonin, and the rest are Chunin, Tsunade replied. Why so many Chunin? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The Hidden Mist Village's advance force may be called an advance force, but in reality, it's a surprise attack unit. Tsunade snorted lightly. The weakest of their 500 are Chunin. Every single one of them was carefully selected. Although Konoha's advance forces had set off earlier, the Hidden Mist forces arrived first and reached their destination before Konoha could. When Konoha finally arrived, the mist launched a sudden ambush. Combined with their water release, Hidden Mist technique, they made Konoha's forces pay a heavy price. After achieving a decisive victory, the Hidden Mist forces quickly retreated to strongholds across the sea. No wonder. Kitazawa nodded in realization. Our current location is still 1 night's journey from the Land of Fire's border, Tsunade continued. I plan to send a Jonin squad to launch a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. The mist won't expect it. Indeed, Kitazawa agreed. Their attention should be focused on our advance forces. I've already entrusted this matter to Shizun, Tsunade said with a nod. She's selecting the Jonin right now. Once she's decided, she'll come to me. Count me in, Kitazawa declared at once. You want to go? Tsunade shook her head. No, it's too dangerous. My presence will boost morale, Kitazawa said firmly. Because I represent you. Logically, Konoha's first battle, a critical raid to turn the tide of morale, should have been led by Tsunade herself. With her reputation, a successful strike would have had a tremendous effect. But her hemophobia made it impossible for her to take the field. Kitazawa, now seen by many as Tsunade's student, or at the very least her confidant, was the next best choice. With him leading, the effect wouldn't be as great as Tsunade's, but it would still carry more weight than sending just any Jonin. There's no need, Tsunade frowned. As long as the raid succeeds, that's all that matters. Since success is what matters, Kitazawa countered, bringing me along increases that chance. I've learned much of the second Hokage's water release techniques. The sea is my home ground. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly. The water release of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was renowned. Yet aside from him, few Jonin in Konoha specialized in water release. In truth, the most recognized users now were Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mariboshi Kosuka, and Kitazawa. Of course, Kitazawa's fame came largely from killing Kurasuke Raiga, not from his water release. But Tsunade had seen it firsthand, and it was indeed formidable. Lady Tsunade, hesitation doesn't suit you. Kitazawa smiled lightly. Don't you understand what concern is? Tsunade glared. I understand, Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa replied seriously. You're worried about me. But since I've stepped onto the battlefield, I've already accepted the risks. Tsunade faltered. She, too, had once held such resolve. Yet when it came to Kitazawa, she found herself forgetting it. Without realizing it, she had already begun to treat him as someone very important, on the same level as Shizun. The battlefield is far crueler than you imagine. Tsunade lay back on the carpet, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. For a fleeting moment, her figure was breathtaking. Thoughts of Nawaki filled her mind. He, too, had refused to listen to advice. In this matter, her personality betrayed her. She didn't want to worsen her hemophobia, yet she couldn't help but worry. I can't be protected by Lady Tsunade my entire life, Kitazawa said softly. Though moved by her concern, he was still determined to take this risk, for the sake of the system mission. In truth, it wasn't much of a risk at all. With preparation on their side, against an unprepared enemy, and a full Jonin lineup, even if they couldn't win outright, retreat was always an option. And he was right, the sea was his domain. He also possessed the ultimate life-saving jutsu, water release, water transformation technique, which allowed his entire body to turn into water, making him immune to physical attacks. So long as he reached the sea, he would be untouchable, unless the ocean itself vanished. You're all talk, Tsunade said, waving her hand. Fine, then you'll lead the team. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Remember this well, your objective is to raid, not to occupy the stronghold, Tsunade reminded him. You'll have only 3 minutes. If you take longer, reinforcements from the other 2 strongholds will arrive. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. Just then, Shizun walked into the tent. She glanced at Kitazawa, then handed the scroll in her hand to Tsunade. This is the list of Jonin participating in this raid, a total of 8, Shizun said. Kitazawa, you go, be careful. Tsunade opened the scroll, read it once, and then handed it to Kitazawa. Wait, Kitazawa is going too. Shizun asked subconsciously. Senior sister Shizun, just wait for news of my victory. Kitazawa stood up and walked out of the tent. At the camp entrance, 8 Jonin were already waiting. Kitazawa recognized 4, Uchiha Yashiro, Aburame Shibi, Hyuga Hisashi, and Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza was one of the Ino, Shika, Cho, but the other 2 had not come. Once they reached the Jonin level, even if the team was split, they could still display powerful strength. I am Kitazawa, honored to serve as the captain of this surprise attack squad. Kitazawa stepped forward and introduced himself under their puzzled gazes. With Captain Kitazawa, our surprise attack will definitely succeed, Uchiha Yashiro said with a smile. Aburame Shibi and Akimichi Choza, among others, were astonished. When did ninja of the Uchiha clan ever say such flattering words? And it was Uchiha Yashiro, an elder Jonin second only to Uchiha Fugaku. Time waits for no one. We depart immediately, Kitazawa said in a deep voice. We must reach the hidden mist village stronghold before dawn. Once it is daylight, the difficulty of the surprise attack will increase exponentially. Yes, everyone said in unison. Although Kitazawa was younger than all of them, he had just killed Kurasuke Raiga and had Tsunade's backing, so they were all convinced. The group of 9 disappeared into the night at an extremely fast pace. The moon was at its zenith when they arrived at the seaside. Kitazawa stopped and looked at Aburame Shibi and Hyuga Hisashi. There are no hidden mist village ninja nearby, Hyuga Hisashi said after scanning the surroundings. The Kakachu have found a safe sea route, Abirame Shibi reported after 5 minutes. Clan head Shibi, you lead the way, Kitazawa immediately said. Abirame Shibi nodded. Chakra emerged from his feet as he stepped onto the water and quickly headed into the distance. The remaining 8 followed suit. Soon, a blurry island in the night came into their sight. The area within 1,000 meters of the island is full of traps, Hyuga Hisashi said in a deep voice after checking. At our speed, 1,000 meters is at most 2 seconds, Uchiha Yashiro said confidently. Let's launch a direct surprise attack. That's not advisable, Kitazawa shook his head. Although those traps pose little threat to us, they will waste time. Indeed, Akimichi Choza agreed. Captain Kitazawa, do you have any ideas? Uchiha Yashiro asked. Hisashi, use the Byakugan to mark the traps in front of us. Clan head Shibi, send out your Kakachu to trigger them all at once, Kitazawa said after a brief thought. We will launch a surprise attack at full speed after the traps are triggered. That's a good idea. Abirame Shibi immediately sprang into action. He opened the large gourd on his back, releasing a swarm of Kakachu. Seeing this, Hyuga Hisashi began calling out locations. In less than 3 minutes, all the traps ahead had been marked by the Kakachu. Once we're on the island, move immediately, Kitazawa reminded them. We only have 2 minutes. Once time is up, retreat immediately. Yes, everyone responded in unison. They all understood why only 2 minutes were allowed. That was the time for a safe retreat. Once the other hidden mist ninja reacted, they would be surrounded, making it difficult to escape. Wait. Kitazawa suddenly thought of something and formed hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A slug, half the height of a person, appeared. Lady Katsuyu, please split into 9 and follow them, Kitazawa requested. Then he turned to the others. I can use medical ninjutsu on you through Lady Katsuyu. Uchiha Yashiro and Abirame Shibi were both shocked. They had, of course, heard of the slug. It was a summoning beast from Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 great sage regions, and also Tsunade's summoning beast. Now that Kitazawa had summoned it, this proved he had indeed become Tsunade's student. This was not just a rumor or speculation. After all, how could he summon the slug otherwise? As expected of Lady Tsunade's summoning beast, Uchiha Yashiro exclaimed. With Captain Kitazawa here, it's like we have a medical ninja with us at all times, Hyuga Hisashi said. Just thinking about it makes me feel very safe. This was his first time fighting in such a well-prepared battle. Fighting while being healed, this was simply too exhilarating. The others also nodded in agreement. No wonder Tsunade was the greatest medical ninja in the world. Just this summoning beast alone far surpassed an ordinary medical ninja. Prepare. After the slug split into 9 and crawled onto their shoulders, Kitazawa looked at Abirame Shibi. 3, 2, 1. Abirame Shibi counted down. As his words fell, all the traps were triggered. The 9 immediately rushed out. Kitazawa casually put on a pair of sunglasses. In truth, sunglasses could not conceal the Sharingan or Byakugan. When either was activated, they emitted a chakra fluctuation. Normally, even with sunglasses, others would notice. But on the battlefield, with so many chakra signatures overlapping, no one would notice him activating the Sharingan. Enemy attack. The hidden mist ninja reacted the moment the traps were triggered. But they had already lost the initiative and were a step too late. Senju Chakra Mode. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Kitazawa formed hand signs, and in an instant, the nearby sea began to churn violently. Countless waves surged upward, drawn by his chakra. The next second, a towering wave, 10 meters high, crashed forward. Under the enhancement of Senju Chakra Mode and seawater, he used the Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique to create a water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Shock was evident in the eyes of Uchiha Yashiro, Abirame Shibi, and the others. They had not seen such a water release that could instantly create a tsunami in a long time. More precisely, most people were seeing it for the first time. Only a few older Jonin thought of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. What terrifying chakra volume and water release. Amidst their shock, they also felt a surge of morale. Because their surprise attack had achieved great results right from the start. As the giant wave crashed down, half of the hidden mist outpost instantly disintegrated, and many hidden mist ninja were directly knocked unconscious. Even the hidden mist ninja hadn't expected to suffer such heavy losses from a water release one day. After all, water release was their specialty. 2 minutes, disperse and act. Kitazawa said unhurriedly. Yes. Their tone now carried a few more hints of respect compared to before. After all, the power displayed by Kitazawa's water release, Great Waterfall Technique had already surpassed theirs. Giantification Technique. Akimichi Choza landed on the island, his body instantly growing larger, becoming a supergiant. He lifted his leg and stomped down, immediately eliciting numerous screams. When a body reaches a certain size, any movement can cause a significant stir. Of course, such a large body would certainly be noticed by the hidden Miss Jonin. In a flash, Akimichi Choza was surrounded by 2 hidden Miss Jonin. "Senior Choza, I'm here to help you." Hyuga Hisashi used the body flicker technique and went to meet them. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Yashiro, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, found the most crowded spot and unleashed a large fireball. The massive fireball exploded among the crowd. Flames splattered, followed by a series of painful screams. Kitazawa also activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan. He scanned the area and quickly found an earth release Jonin. But he didn't run to engage in a one-on-one fight, because that would only waste his Senju chakra mode. As an all-rounder artillery, he could play a huge role on such a battlefield. Kitazawa's thoughts quickly shifted as he saw 2 hidden mist ninja attacking him from left and right. Behind them were more hidden mist ninja, including the earth release Jonin Kitazawa had spotted, who also saw him. After all, on the island, their 9 ninja wearing Konoha village green Jonin vests were simply too conspicuous. Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor. Kitazawa drew Zangetsu and lightning blade and swung them forcefully. 2 blades of flame flew out, hitting the hidden mist ninja who were in the midst of the body flicker technique. Lightning was the sword crafted from lightning blade, Kiba. The 2 hidden mist ninjas were cut in half on the spot before they could even react. They never expected to be precisely struck by blades of flame while using the body flicker technique. This was the extraordinary dynamic vision brought by the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Kitazawa turned around and spat out a series of bullets. The hidden mist ninja who had just arrived behind him was immediately pierced, developing numerous bloody holes. Wind release, gale palm. Kitazawa clapped his hands, and 2 more hidden mist ninja flew out with surprised cries. Just then, the earth release Jonin formed hand signs. The ground rose, and a giant dragon's head emerged. The dragon's head opened its mouth and spewed mud bullets at Kitazawa. This was earth release, earth dragon bullet. Seeing this, Kitazawa's heart rejoiced, and he directly copied his ninjutsu. A giant dragon's head also emerged from beneath his feet. He had the earth release, earth dragon bullet ninjutsu, but hadn't learned it. Now, through the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he forcibly memorized it. You can also use earth release. The hidden mist earth release Jonin's face instinctively showed surprise. Kitazawa had already used wind release, water release, and fire release. Now, with earth release, that was 4 types of ninjutsu. This was definitely not an ordinary Jonin. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Kitazawa didn't answer, instead unleashing a roaring water dragon. The earth release Jonin reacted quickly. An earth wall rose in front of him. With a bang, the earth wall shattered, and the earth release Jonin's pupils constricted in shock, as he quickly dodged the water dragon. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Kitazawa glanced left and right, simultaneously mobilizing a large amount of chakra, transforming it into 3 fiery dragons emitting scorching heat. The hidden mist ninja rushing towards him were immediately engulfed by the fire dragons, screaming as they burned. And the nearby hidden mist ninja were also not spared, with 6 or 7 people affected. Damn it. Seeing this, the earth release Jonin formed hand signs. He vanished from his spot. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. This was earth release, underground projection fish or underground move jutsu, whose effect was to allow the user to move quickly underground. He probably guessed the earth release Jonin's intention, thinking he was a pure ninjutsu expert and wanting to ambush him with close quarters combat. Kitazawa was quite pleased. Because he had just copied earth release, underground projection fish through his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Current mission, learn 4 earth release ninjutsu within the 3rd semester. Mission reward, proficient level earth release chakra nature transformation. The host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa secretly thought it was a reward he had simply stumbled upon. Just then, behind him, the earth release Jonin leaped out, thrusting a kunai at him. Kitazawa turned and threw a punch. Chakra enhanced strength. The earth release Jonin's eyes widened, feeling immense pain in his abdomen. The kunai in his hand dropped to the ground, and he fell backward. Chapter 241, Clash of Ultimate Water Release. So weak. Kitazawa couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had originally wanted to learn 2 more earth release ninjutsu, but now he could only temporarily give up. But it didn't matter, he didn't know how long this war would last, and he would have many opportunities to copy and learn ninjutsu, so there was no need to rush. Kitazawa's gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a hidden mist village Chunin not far away, forming hand seals and exhaling a large amount of mist. This was water release, hidden mist technique. Konoha-style body flicker technique. Kitazawa flashed in front of him, striking him with a Rasengan, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Wind release, gale palm. Kitazawa clapped his hands, and a violent wind blew, dispersing the mist. Captain Kitazawa, well done. Uchiha Yashiro shouted from a distance. Kitazawa felt a subtle sensation. Hearing a Uchiha ninja flattering him, he was still very unaccustomed to it. But he could also understand the reason. Besides Uchiha Fugaku's instructions, it was also due to his current strength and status. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kitazawa turned around and threw a kunai. The kunai, enveloped in wind release chakra, easily pierced the heart of the hidden mist village ninja who was trying to ambush him. He fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Kitazawa looked around and saw a Konoha village Jonin being besieged. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Without a word, he formed hand seals and threw another kunai. The kunai trembled violently in the air, transforming into countless kunai. Quick, dodge. A hidden mist village ninja discovered the sky full of kunai and shouted with a trembling voice. But it was already too late. The kunai rained down like a storm. More than a dozen hidden mist village Chunin surrounding the Konoha village Jonin were killed on the spot. The splattering blood left the Konoha village Jonin stunned. He looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, his face filled with shock. Captain Kitazawa is indeed Lady Tsunade's student, the Konoha village Jonin couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the nearby hidden mist village ninja all widened their eyes, fear on their faces. Everyone, attack me, a mist Jonin shouted. Hold on for 2 more minutes, and Lord Kisame and their reinforcements will arrive. Hashigaki Kisame. Kitazawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In the original work, Kisame had a significant role, but always within the Akatsuki organization. He was Itachi Uchiha's teammate, wielding the great sword Samahata, known as the tailless-tailed beast, possessing astonishing chakra within his body. His proficient water release was jokingly called ocean release by the fanfic fans in his previous life. In terms of water release, throughout the entire ninja world, he was second only to Senju Tobarama. But now, he didn't have the great sword Samahata, nor had he joined the Akatsuki organization. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. Kitazawa formed hand seals, and his wind release chakra transformed into a huge high-pressure wind sphere. The mist Jonin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly formed hand seals. A water wall rose in front of him. But it was fleeting, directly broken through by the wind sphere. Water release, water fang blade. The mist Jonin condensed water flow in his hands, forming a water blade. He cut through the wind sphere and charged towards Kitazawa. Kitazawa glanced at his water blade. He formed hand seals, and a water blade also appeared in his hand. How can you use water release, water fang blade? The mist Jonin couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Water release, water fang blade was a water release ninjutsu unique to Hidden Mist Village. Kitazawa suddenly accelerated and raised his water blade. The 2 blades collided. The mist Jonin's body trembled, and the immense force made him retreat several steps. Looking at the unmoving Kitazawa, his face showed shock. Water release, great waterfall technique. The mist Jonin immediately dropped his water blade and spewed out a huge water sphere like a waterfall. Konoha-style body flicker technique. Kitazawa transformed into a leaf and disappeared from his spot. The water sphere burst, affecting the nearby Hidden Mist Village ninja. Damn it. Seeing this, the mist Jonin immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A giant water dragon soared into the sky, crashing towards Kitazawa, who had turned into a leaf. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Kitazawa immediately reappeared and clapped his hands. Above his head, a water dragon descended from the sky and collided fiercely with the water dragon that was charging upwards. Instantly, water splashed everywhere, blooming like fireworks in midair. How is that possible? The mist Jonin looked incredulous. Why is your hand seal speed so fast? Want to know why? Kitazawa's body landed on the ground. The mist Jonin was about to speak when he suddenly realized the problem. An invisible wave spread out. A blank expression appeared on his face. Kitazawa took a quick step forward, and a kunai slashed across his neck. SZZ. The mist Jonin covered his neck and fell down. He never expected Kitazawa to also know genjutsu, and a genjutsu that didn't require hand seals. Only upon death did he realize it was the Sharingan. But why would a ninja from the Uchiha clan wear sunglasses? This simply didn't fit their character. With the death of this mist Jonin, all 7 Jonin at this stronghold were now dead. Retreat. Kitazawa scanned the area and shouted. After their disturbance, most of the ninja in the Hidden Mist Village stronghold were dead, with only a few still resisting. From start to finish, it had been almost exactly 2 minutes. In short, the surprise attack mission was successfully completed. Captain Kitazawa. Hisashi Hyuga suddenly exclaimed, 8 Miss Jonin are approaching from 2,000 meters to the front left at an extremely fast speed. These are Miss Jonin from the other two strongholds. Kitazawa immediately said, let's go quickly. If they entangle us, the main hidden mist village forces will probably arrive very soon. Tsunade had estimated 3 minutes. 3 minutes referred to the main hidden mist village reinforcements. But for Jonin, it wouldn't take 3 minutes, which is why the 8 Miss Jonin appeared earlier. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly disengaged from combat and ran outwards. Boom. Just then, a dull sound of water echoed. Everyone subconsciously looked back and saw giant waves several meters high rising outside the island. The giant waves approached from a distance, carrying a terrifying momentum, rushing towards them. What kind of water release ninjutsu is this? Hisashi Hyuga's eyes widened. It's only slightly inferior to Captain Kitazawa's water release. Are there other hidden mist village ninja on this island? Isn't he afraid of killing them? Akimichi Chosa couldn't help but frown and ask. Ninjas from hidden mist village often kill each other. Kitazawa shook his head and said, you all keep running. This was the bloody mist village, they didn't care about the lives of their comrades at all. For example, Zabuza, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, directly killed all his classmates from the same period. Kitazawa already knew who was performing water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Most likely, it was Kisame. But judging from the performance of this water release, his current self was significantly weaker than when he joined the Akatsuki organization. Captain Kitazawa, be careful. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped onto the sea surface and returned the way they came. Because Kitazawa had previously demonstrated powerful water release ninjutsu, they all chose to trust him at this moment. When they were halfway, they looked back and saw a sight they would never forget in their lives. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kitazawa knew that the opponent was Kisame, so he once again went all out. Senju chakra mode operated rapidly. All the chakras in his body surged out. More than 3 cards of chakra caused chakra currents to swirl around him. The nearby sea surface immediately became turbulent, as if a behemoth beneath the sea was about to burst forth. When the seawater shook to its extreme, it transformed into an endless tsunami. What? Kisame's pupils couldn't help but contract. Having lived this long, it was his first time seeing a Konoha village ninja whose water release could rival his own. How is this possible? The remaining Miss Jonin all felt as if they were dreaming. Most of them were skilled in water release, so they understood the true power of Kitazawa's water release, great waterfall technique. Quick, help me. Kisame's expression changed drastically, and he once again increased his chakra. The other Miss Jonin immediately helped. With the island as the center, giant waves over 10 meters high rose on both sides. Under the shocked gazes of others, the giant waves collided like 2 massive landmasses. Instantly, there was an earth-shattering downpour on the sea. Seawater poured down like pillars in all directions. The nearest island cracked with a snap, breaking directly in half. The surviving hidden mist village ninja looked blankly, despair on their faces. They had escaped the surprise attack of 9 Konoha village Jonin, but they never expected this world-destroying tsunami to arrive. Stop him. Letting such a powerful enemy escape will only cause greater trouble for hidden mist village. Kisame said, and then headed straight for Kitazawa. The other hidden mist village ninja quickly followed. May I ask who you are, sir? With such strength, why not show yourself? Kisame stood amidst the chaotic waves and spoke loudly. Konoha village's Kitazawa. A sudden voice rang out. Found you. Kisame used the body flicker technique to arrive at the source of the voice. But to his surprise, Kitazawa's figure was not there. Is it a special escape ninjutsu? What a pity. Kisame could only give up after searching for a while without success. Kitazawa used water release, water transformation technique to merge with the sea. He only reformed his body and leaped out of the water after catching up with Uchiha Yashiro and the others. Let's go. Kitazawa didn't give them a chance to speak before running into the distance. Because in 3 minutes, his chakra was already at its limit. If Kisame and the others caught up, they would be in trouble. After running for half an hour, Kitazawa stopped. He had already exited Senju chakra mode and was now panting heavily. Although he now had 3.5 cards of chakra, this battle still made him feel that he had too little chakra. Fortunately, he had a cheat. Doing more missions meant breaking through his chakra limit was not a dream. Uchiha Yashiro and Shibi Aburame looked at him, feeling shocked. If they had previously thought Kitazawa was relying on Lady Tsunade's backing, that idea had now completely vanished without a trace. After all, even Tsunade had never displayed such powerful water release. How is it? Kitazawa looked at Shibi Aburame. No one followed us. Shibi Aburame chuckled and said, I guess they're busy saving people. I noticed that the island has been torn apart by the seawater, Hisashi Hyuga exclaimed in surprise. Who was that hidden mist village ninja on the other side? How could he block Captain Kitazawa's water release? Uchiha Yashiro asked, puzzled. Kitazawa's water release had greatly shocked him. Kisame, though an enemy, was also very powerful. He is Hoshigaki Kisame. Kitazawa replied, he's a rising genius from the hidden mist village. At this time, Kisame was still working under Suikazan Fuguki and had not yet become one of the second-generation 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Furthermore, it wasn't during a great ninja war, so he wasn't well known enough, which is why Uchiha Yashiro and the others had no impression of him. Kisame. I've seen his profile, but I didn't expect his water release to be so terrifying. Shibi Abirame said in a deep voice, after we go back, we need to inform Lady Tsunade and warn others to be more careful of him. Understood. Kitazawa had also seen Kisame's profile from Tsunade. However, the content was scarce, merely stating that he had recently become a Jonin. Meitarumi was similar to Kisame, not yet famous. Zabuza, however, was quite famous for killing all his classmates upon graduation. Rest in place for 10 minutes. Kitazawa ordered, clan head Shibi will be responsible for vigilance. All right. Shibi Abirame immediately deployed Kakachu all around. The others, disregarding their image, sat on the ground and began to recover chakra. Although the battle lasted only 2 minutes, to maximize destruction, they had used many powerful ninjutsu. Kitazawa, meanwhile, cancelled the summoning jutsu and sent Katsuyu back. Current mission, achieve the first victory for Konoha village. Mission reward, lightning release, super vibrato lightning blades. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. As soon as Kitazawa sat down, the system's reward arrived promptly. A large amount of information flooded into his mind. How to put it? It was more useful than he had anticipated. No wonder Killer Bee could surpass Sasuke Uchiha in swordsmanship in the original work. After the rest period ended, everyone continued on their journey. As dawn broke, they successfully returned to the temporary camp of Konoha village. Are you all right? Kurenai suddenly appeared in front of Kitazawa. Last night, due to time constraints, he hadn't said goodbye to Kurenai, nor had he brought her and Kabuto with him. Not a single scratch, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. That's good. Kurenai scanned him up and down, and after confirming he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had worried all night and barely slept. After all, a mission to raid a hidden mist village stronghold was simply too dangerous. How are things? Tsunade glanced at Kurenai and walked to the front of the group. Mission accomplished perfectly. Kitazawa replied, that hidden mist village stronghold has been destroyed by us, and all 7 Jonin and most Chunin are dead. Very good. Tsunade smiled and said, in this way, the casualties of hidden mist village will be much higher than ours. It's all Captain Kitazawa's credit. Uchiha Yashiro quickly said. Indeed. Shibi Abirame, Akimichi Choza, and Hisashi Hyuga also nodded in agreement. Oh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, feeling surprised. In her opinion, although Kitazawa was very strong, he wasn't strong enough to steal the spotlight in front of Konoha village's 8 Jonin. Especially since the team also included Uchiha Yashiro, Akimichi Choza, and Shibi Abirame. They were all elites among the Jonin. Apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hyuga Hayashi, and Uchiha Fugaku, and a few others, they were the strongest in Konoha village. It's a long story. Kitazawa cleared his throat and said, let's go into the tent and talk. The rest of you go and rest. Tsunade looked at Akimichi Choza and the others and said, we'll depart after 2 hours of rest. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Akimichi Choza, Uchiha Yashiro, and the others turned and returned to their own tents. Kitazawa and Kurenai Yuhi, meanwhile, walked into Tsunade's tent. Kitazawa, have a cup of water. Shizun brought a cup of plain water. Thank you, senior sister Shizun. After taking a sip, Kitazawa began to recount the detailed events of the raid on the hidden mist village stronghold. He didn't hide anything except for the 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, at this point, the more power he revealed, the more he would be valued. Your water release ability has actually reached such a level. Tsunade couldn't help but be astonished when she heard about the waves over 10 meters high. She had only seen such water release power in 2 people, Hiruzen Sarutobi and second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Shizun and Kurenai had the same expression. Although they had seen Kitazawa use water release ninjutsu, they hadn't expected him to be so terrifying at full power. From your description, Kisame's strength is probably even above Suikazan Fuguki and the other 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Tsunade said thoughtfully. Kisame put more pressure on me than Kurisuke Raiga. I estimate not many on our side can defeat him. Kitazawa nodded and said. Although Kisame didn't have Samahata yet, he had too much chakra. Furthermore, being by the sea, the power of his water release was naturally greater. In the original work, he even killed Suikazan Fuguki, who possessed Samahata. However, it wouldn't be difficult for Kitazawa to defeat him after activating Senju Chakra mode. The reason he didn't fight earlier was that Senju Chakra mode had already been active for 2 minutes, and Kisame also had teammates. Shizun, have the Umbu ninja spread the news of today's victory, and also make sure to specifically warn about Kisame. Tsunade thought for a moment and ordered. Yes. Shizun turned and left the tent. You should have told me you had such power earlier. Tsunade glared at Kitazawa and said. Mainly, you didn't ask me either, Kitazawa said, blinking. Never mind, it's good that we won. You worked hard tonight, go and rest. Tsunade, realizing Kurenai was still there, refrained from kicking Kitazawa. All right. Kitazawa pulled Kurenai back to his tent. 2 hours later, dawn fully broke. Konoha village's main force set off. They would likely arrive at the southeastern border of the Land of Fire and rendezvous with the vanguard before noon. The main force of Hidden Mist Village, however, had arrived at their destination even earlier. But they did not come ashore, they were stationed on a nearby island. Kitazawa. Ayo, after hearing Kisame's report, exclaimed, such strength, he truly lives up to being Tsunade's student. Tsunade is not skilled in water release. Suikazan Fuguki shook his head and said, Kitazawa must be using the water release of second Hokage Senju Tobarama. At these words, Terumi Mei and Zabuza Momochi both had a glint of sharpness flash in their eyes. They were the geniuses of this generation in Hidden Mist Village, proud and arrogant. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama was a ninja who had single-handedly snatched the reputation of water release from Hidden Mist Village. When the ninja world mentioned the strongest water release ninja, they often thought of him, not the Mizukage of Hidden Mist Village. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama was dead, so there was no way to find him. Now that Kitazawa, an inheritor of second Hokage Senju Tobarama's water release, had appeared, they naturally all wanted to meet him. Only Kisame, who had personally experienced Kitazawa's strength, understood that he was indeed worthy of being the inheritor of second Hokage Senju Tobarama's water release. Fortunately, on the battlefield, opportunities for one-on-one combat were rare. Chapter 242, Kitazawa's Team Mission. It was noon. After a morning of travel, Tsunade and Kitazawa's group finally arrived at the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. Lady Tsunade. Hyuga Hayashi led several Jonin to greet her. Under normal circumstances, the main family of the Hyuga clan would not leave their homes to protect their Byakugan, much less undertake any missions. However, war was a special situation, and even the main family was no exception, they had to participate. Ao's Byakugan from Hidden Mist Village was obtained from a Hyuga clan main family member during the Third Shinobi World War. Tsunade nodded and asked, how is your situation? Aside from a large-scale surprise attack we encountered when we first arrived, the rest were all skirmishes involving ninja squads, Hyuga Hayashi replied. So Hidden Mist Village's actions have suddenly slowed down. Tsunade asked thoughtfully, who is the opposing commander? The commander of the Hidden Mist Village vanguard was Kisame Hashigaki, but now that the main force has arrived, it's Ao, Hayashi said with a normal expression. But in reality, he wished he could kill Ao. The reason Ao became famous in the ninja world was because he obtained a Byakugan. His fame was literally built upon stepping on the Hyuga clan. If given the chance, Hyuga Hayashi would naturally spare no effort to reclaim the Byakugan. No wonder, Ao's style is indeed more cautious, Tsunade said as she walked. For us, this is not a good thing. She disliked drawn-out battles because they were troublesome and time-consuming. Konoha Village's strength far surpassed Hidden Mist Village's, and in Tsunade's opinion, it would be best to wipe them out in one battle. But unfortunately, such a thing was clearly impossible. The group walked into a large tent, which was the main tent. A huge map was hung inside. This is the location of their main camp. Hayashi raised his hand, pointing to an island on the map, and said, surrounded by sea on all four sides, easy to defend, difficult to attack. Tsunade glanced at it, shook her head, and said, it seems their strategy is to fight a war of attrition. Hidden Mist Village's strength is inferior to ours, so a war of attrition is normal. Hayashi didn't find it surprising. Kisame Hashigaki's large-scale surprise attacks were actually illogical. After all, one careless mistake could lead to the complete annihilation of the army. Of course, if successful, the gains would also be great. Fortunately, Tsunade sent Kitazawa and others to retaliate in kind, turning the tide. Kitazawa rubbed his chin. In the original work, Genjutsu Hozuki, Ao, and Mei Terumi were undoubtedly in the same camp. They all opposed the tyranny of 4th Mizukage Yugura Karatachi. However, unlike Biwa Juzo, Zabuza Momochi, and others, they did not choose to defect. Ultimately, with the help of Ao's Byakugan, they discovered the truth, thus ending the tyranny of 4th Mizukage Yugura. Kitazawa originally thought that the commander of Hidden Mist Village this time would be Suikazan Fuguki, but he didn't expect it to be Ao. Clearly, there had been a power struggle within Hidden Mist Village. Ultimately, Genjutsu Hozuki and others gained a certain advantage. Although Yagura was the Mizukage, he was only one person, and his declaration of war was inherently unreasonable. It was not surprising that Genjutsu Hozuki and others could secure a position as frontline commanders. Kitazawa could now understand why Ao wanted to fight a war of attrition. It was to buy time. He was thinking about what he could do. Go find Ao or Meitarumi. That wouldn't be appropriate. He couldn't explain how he knew about 4th Mizukage Yagura's situation, and they wouldn't believe a Konoha village ninja. The only way now was to fight first. After Konoha village gained an absolute advantage, he would then release Uchiha Obito's Genjutsu and complete his system mission. Afterward, he would negotiate with Hidden Mist village or accept their plea for peace, obtaining a substantial war indemnity, and retrieve the Byakugan along the way. If Hidden Mist village were truly annihilated, then Hidden Cloud village, Iwagakure, and other ninja villages would also intervene. At that point, it would be the 4th Shinobi World War. Kitazawa currently lacked sufficient strength and did not want to fight such a large-scale war for now. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization was lurking in the shadows, eyeing them covetously. Lady Tsunade, this is the detailed situation. Hyuga Hayashi handed over a scroll and said. Kitazawa, you all go and rest first, Tsunade said while looking at the scroll. I'll notify you when there's a mission. Kitazawa and others had launched a surprise attack on the Hidden Mist village stronghold overnight and had only rested for 2 hours until now. Since there was nothing to do for the time being, they didn't need to stay with her. Now it was Tsunade's job. She had to assign appropriate missions to each ninja squad based on the battlefield situation. Ninja warfare was vastly different from conventional warfare, still being mission-oriented. Tens of thousands of ninja engaging in large-scale melees were extremely rare. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa, Uchiha Yashiro, and the others turned and left. Hyuga Hayashi subconsciously glanced at Kitazawa. He had received the battle report from Umbu in the morning. It detailed Kitazawa's successful leadership in the surprise attack on the Hidden Mist village stronghold. Hayashi was once again shocked by Kitazawa's strength. In just 1 year, his impression of Kitazawa had changed repeatedly. From an ordinary ninja academy teacher to Tsunade's student, and now to a powerful Jonin. Hayashi had previously been displeased with Hinata's overly close relationship with Kitazawa. Now, it seemed this was undoubtedly a good thing. It would be even better if Hinata could become Kitazawa's true student. This is my first time seeing the sea. Uchiha Izumi walked out of the main tent and subconsciously looked at the sea. The sea is beautiful, but unfortunately, on the other side of the sea are enemies. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said. Once Hidden Mist village is defeated, you will have plenty of time to see the sea. Kurenai said with a smile. Uchiha Izumi nodded. Get ready, if nothing unexpected happens, our squad will have a mission starting tomorrow. Kitazawa yawned and said, as for now, let's sleep first. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto and the other two said in unison. Because they were in the same ninja squad, their tents were next to each other. Logically, one ninja squad would have one tent. Whether during war or missions, sleeping arrangements were always simple, using sleeping bags. Moreover, since they slept fully clothed, one ninja squad would share a single tent, regardless of gender. However, due to Kitazawa's current status and position, their ninja squad was allocated 2 tents. As for how they were distributed, Kabuto and the other two naturally shared one tent, and Kitazawa and Kurenai shared the other. Kitazawa embraced Kurenai's soft body, inhaling her faint fragrance as he drifted into sleep. They woke up in the afternoon. After eating, they didn't idle but seized the time to cultivate. Kitazawa took this opportunity to consolidate the ninjutsu he had copied with his 3 Tomo Sharingan during last night's battle. These were 2 water release ninjutsu and 2 earth release ninjutsu, water release, water fang blade, water release, hidden mist technique, earth release, earth dragon bullet, and earth style, underground move jutsu. Copying only meant being able to use them, mastery was still far off. Fortunately, he now had proficient level earth release and water release chakra nature transformations, so familiarizing himself with them wasn't slow. Kitazawa felt that water release, hidden mist technique was the most useful. It could be surprisingly effective against non-hidden mist village ninja. However, the hidden mist village ninja were already accustomed to heavy fog. Coupled with their unique silent killing technique, it was hard to say who would gain the advantage then. Unless Kitazawa also learned silent killing. But that technique was essentially an assassination skill, not ninjutsu. In the original work, during the battle between Kakashi Hatake and Zabuza Momochi in the Land of Waves, he only copied water release ninjutsu with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, not silent killing. The next morning, Kitazawa woke up on time. He sat up and stretched. Good morning. Kurenai opened her eyes and greeted him. Being in a battlefield, both of them were very restrained. She hadn't wasted energy last night and had slept soundly. Upon noticing Kitazawa's movement, she also woke from her sleep. It still feels more comfortable sleeping at home. Kitazawa paused and said, not going to class also feels strange. Your students are probably even more unaccustomed. Kurenai chuckled and said. She was quite aware of how popular Kitazawa was with his students. After Kurenai mentioned it, Kitazawa did miss Uzumaki, Naruto and Hinata. It was a shame they were too young, otherwise, he could have let them go to the battlefield as well. Kitazawa shook his head. He wasn't Uchiha Fugaku, he couldn't bring himself to send children to the battlefield. Although Naruto and his team's strength was no less than that of an average Chunin, the cruelty of the battlefield could too easily leave them with psychological trauma. If they all ended up like Uchiha Itachi, Kitazawa would completely break down. After waking up, the two of them quickly washed up and then had breakfast with Kabuto and the other two. Lord Kitazawa. An Umbu ninja suddenly appeared. Lady Tsunade requests your presence. All right, thank you. Kitazawa stood up and walked towards the main tent. On both sides of the main tent, many ninja were coming and going, receiving missions. Only particularly important missions were issued by Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa called out from the entrance and only entered after receiving permission. Inside the main tent were only Tsunade and Shizun. Choose one of these missions here. Tsunade pointed to the scrolls on the table and said, they are all A-rank and S-rank missions. Lady Tsunade really thinks highly of me. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile at her words. Your team has 2 Jonin, so it's only natural to make the most of them, Tsunade replied. Her previous plan was to keep Kitazawa by her side, but after the Hidden Mist Village raid mission ended, she changed her mind. Such powerful combat strength couldn't be wasted, and this was an excellent opportunity to gain fame. Tsunade was now grooming Kitazawa to be the Hokage's successor. The first step to becoming Hokage was to have an extremely high reputation. And Kurenai. Kitazawa reminded her. Under normal circumstances, a ninja squad consisted of 4 people. With Kurenai, their ninja squad was already over capacity. However, as long as Tsunade, the frontline commander, agreed, no one would dare to say anything. I've already included Kurenai. Tsunade snorted softly and said. As expected of Lady Tsunade, you're truly far-seeing. Kitazawa immediately praised her. Enough with the flattery, choose your mission. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said. Kitazawa immediately began sifting through the missions on the table. The missions were roughly divided into 4 types. The first type was defense. To facilitate combat, Konoha Village had built many strongholds and outposts, all of which needed to be defended. The second type was reconnaissance. Like Konoha Village, Hidden Mist Village had also built strongholds and outposts, and Konoha Village needed to know their locations. The third type was combat, either capturing strongholds or outposts, or hunting down Hidden Mist Village ninja squads wandering outside. The fourth type was infiltration, going to the island where Hidden Mist Village was located to sabotage or harass medical logistics units. I'll choose this mission. Kitazawa handed the scroll in his hand to Tsunade. Are you really not afraid of death? Tsunade glanced at the scroll in her hand and couldn't help but ask. This is making the most of our resources. Kitazawa said with a smile, I'm quite confident in my infiltration skills. Be careful. Tsunade was silent for 2 seconds, then said. I understand. Kitazawa took the scroll and left the main tent. Once on the battlefield, it's time to show your skills. Current mission, lead your team to complete 10 A-rank or S-rank missions. Mission reward, compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flames. Do you accept? As soon as Kitazawa exited the main tent, 4 lines of text appeared before his eyes. This system mission, though sudden, was also within his expectations. Only the mission reward was a bit of a surprise. Compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flames, originated from Kakuzu, formed by the combination of fire release, searing migraine and wind release, pressure damage. Although a bit unexpected, the power of this compound ninjutsu was absolutely not bad. In Kitazawa's opinion, Kakuzu could be considered a gatekeeper among top-tier powerhouses. Those stronger than Kakuzu could all be considered top-tier powerhouses in the ninja world. Is there a mission? Kurenai saw Kitazawa return and proactively asked. An S-rank mission, to disrupt Hidden Mist Village's supply transport team. Kitazawa briefly explained the contents of the scroll. The first mission is already this difficult. Kurenai's expression became solemn. Supply transport teams, generally speaking, would have Jonin accompanying them. And that wasn't even the most troublesome part. The supply transport team would depart from the Land of Water and head towards Hidden Mist Village's main camp. This entire route was undoubtedly deep within enemy territory, and they could encounter Hidden Mist Village ninja at any time. Difficult as it is, it's very suitable for our squad. Kitazawa looked at Toryun and said with a smile, this mission will rely on you, Toryun. Yes. Abirame Toryun was startled for a moment, then quickly responded. Let's go. Kitazawa said as he walked out, you can think about how to make this mission simpler and faster. After leaving the Konoha main camp, they arrived at the seashore. Our destination this time is an island in the land of water. Kitazawa took out a map and said, according to the mission scroll, the supply transport team will stop and rest on that island. How many Hidden Mist Village ninja are on the island? Kabuto pondered and asked. Because this island is located deep within Hidden Mist Village territory, there is only one ninja squad stationed there. Kitazawa replied, 1 special Jonin and 3 Chunin. Kitazawa-sensei, I have an idea. Kabuto's heart stirred, and he said, we can disguise ourselves as them and then launch a surprise attack. That's a good idea. Kurenai couldn't help but nod upon hearing this. Alright, we'll do as you say. Kitazawa put away the map and said, Toryun, you follow me. We will be responsible for scouting the surroundings. He casually put on a pair of sunglasses, and with a single leap, he was on the surface of the sea. Kitazawa led the way. Although traveling by boat saved chakra, it was too slow and the target was too large, making it easy to be discovered. Running directly consumed more chakra. However, Kitazawa specifically chose a route with many large and small islands along the way. If they got tired, they could rest on an island. Kitazawa and his group smoothly reached the island mentioned in the mission scroll. Besides Abirame Toryun's Kikeichu, Kitazawa would also occasionally look for opportunities to activate his Byakugan. This allowed them to avoid encountering any Hidden Mist Village ninja. If it were any other ninja squad, they might have already encountered several battles. There are indeed 4 Hidden Mist Village ninja on the island, Toryun said after scouting with his Kikeichu. You guys handle them. Kitazawa waved his hand and said, I'll keep an eye on the supply transport team's ship to prevent it from suddenly appearing and spoiling our operation. Kabuto looked at Kurenai. You're a Jonin, you command, Kurenai said with self-awareness. She wouldn't boss around Kabuto and the other 2 just because of her relationship with Kitazawa. After such a long time together, she had also realized. Among Kitazawa's 3 students, putting aside Abirame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi, at least Kabuto was much stronger than her. Especially in medical ninjutsu and strategy. Toryun, launch a surprise attack first. Kabuto immediately arranged, Kurenai-senpai and Izumi prepared genjutsu. The 4 immediately went ashore and headed towards Hidden Mist Village's outpost. The outpost was actually a small stronghold. Probably because it was deep in the rear, there were no traps near Hidden Mist Village's outpost. Inside the outpost, 4 Hidden Mist Village ninja were idly patrolling the surroundings. But their faces all showed absent-minded expressions. In a place they didn't notice, 4 Kikeichu, invisible to the naked eye, approached their feet. The next second, the Kikeichu accelerated and bit them. The middle-aged ninja, a special Jonin, sensed danger and instinctively used the body flicker technique. But his 3 students didn't escape, their bodies turned blue and purple amidst their screams, dying on the spot. What's going on? The middle-aged ninja was both shocked and enraged, quickly leaping to the top of the outpost. He immediately saw that his 3 students had died from poisoning. Just then, a large number of flower petals appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged ninja's heart was alert, and he quickly spotted Kurenai. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. How could Konoha Village ninja appear here? The middle-aged ninja was momentarily dazed, and Kurenai disappeared from her spot. In her place was a pair of Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi appeared in Kurenai's position. Sharingan. The middle-aged ninja reacted and quickly formed hand signs. Genjutsu, release. Just then, Kurenai descended from the sky, smashing a Rasengan towards him. He reacted too slowly and was sent flying directly. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 243, Amuri Ringo. While Kurenai and the others were fighting, Kitazawa activated his Byakugan. He looked around but didn't see any supply transport ships from the Hidden Mist Village. It seemed they still had some time before the ships arrived. You all did well. Deactivating his Byakugan, Kitazawa stepped into the outpost. 3 of the 4 Hidden Mist ninjas were already dead, only 1 special Jonin remained alive. However, he had been struck by a Rasengan and was now barely clinging to life, his breathing shallow and fading fast. Imitation technique. Kitazawa extended his hand. Chakra enveloped the middle-aged ninja as a flood of information rushed into Kitazawa's mind. His body began to shift, gradually transforming into the very likeness of the men before him. You. The middle-aged ninja realized what was happening and tried to struggle, but Kitazawa didn't give him the chance. Drawing a kunai, he swiftly ended the man's life. Putting the weapon away, Kitazawa crouched and pressed both hands against the ground. Earth nature chakra surged outward, causing the soil to sink and form a deep pit. You all use the transformation technique to disguise yourselves as the other three, Kitazawa instructed, tossing the 4 hidden mist corpses into the pit. Torian, you don't need to disguise yourself, he added. Kabuto thought for a moment and said, when the time comes, you can hide in the shadows and support us with your phosphorus destruction bugs. Torian nodded. His strength lay entirely in those microscopic insects. As long as they were released, he could influence the battlefield without even showing himself. Understood. Kabuto, Uchiha Izumi, and Kurenai immediately performed the transformation technique. Next, we wait for the supply transport ships to dock, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. Let's sit, relax, and have some tea. You're the first person I've seen this relax during a mission, Kurenai said, shaking her head as she sat opposite him. Kitazawa-sensei is incredibly strong, Kabuto said with a grin. Even deep behind enemy lines, he can still chat and laugh. See? Kurenai teased, resting her chin on her hand. Do you always teach your students to flatter you like this? I certainly don't, Kitazawa replied, blinking innocently. Kitazawa-sensei. Torian's voice came suddenly. 2 ships approaching from the east. What about the number of people? Kitazawa asked, taking out a stack of explosive tags and placing them in hidden corners around the outpost. 3 Jonin, 9 Chunin, and 4 Genin, Torian reported. So many Jonin. Kurenai frowned in surprise. Kabuto, you and I will handle the 3 Jonin, Kitazawa decided. Kurenai, Torian, and Izumi, deal with the others. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Though Kurenai still felt uneasy, there was no time for hesitation. Completing the mission came first. Torian, find a place to hide, Kitazawa said after finishing the traps. We'll go meet them. You have encountered Amuri Ringo, who has come for you. Current mission, protect the reforged lightning blades, Kiba. Mission reward, 1/5 increase in chakra capacity. Do you accept? Kitazawa couldn't help but let out a quiet oh. The mission caught him off guard. Amuri Ringo, one of the 2nd generation 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In the original work, the swords she wielded were none other than the twin lightning blades, Kiba. It seemed, judging from the system prompt, that she had joined the war to reclaim her clan's weapon, the very one now in Kitazawa's possession. In the original history, Amuri was a prodigy of both Kenjutsu and lightning release, her power said to rival Kurasuke Raiga's. But now that Kitazawa had seen the mission reward, he knew one thing, even the gods couldn't save her. The group left the outpost and made their way toward the coast. Moments later, 2 large ships loomed out of the mist. Did you notify them? Standing at the bow of one ship was a young woman with long reddish-brown hair styled in vertical braids. Sharp teeth gleamed when she spoke. It was Amuri Ringo. No, said the middle-aged ninja beside her. They probably saw our ships and came to greet us. Don't worry, said a confident young woman on Amuri's right. This is our major rear base. There's no way Konoha ninjas could be here. That's true, Amuri said with a nod. Dock the ships and rest for 2 hours. The 2 vessels halted, and the Mist-nin began disembarking. Lady Ringo. Kitazawa stepped forward, greeting the 3 Jonin one by one. He only truly knew Amuri, the other 2 were strangers to him, but thanks to the imitation technique, he recognized their faces perfectly. We've already prepared lunch at the outpost, Kitazawa said respectfully. Please, this way. Everyone else, eat here, Amuri ordered before following Kitazawa with the other 2 Jonin. They soon arrived at the outpost. 3 adults, please go ahead first, Kitazawa said, bowing slightly. Amuri nodded, stepping forward without suspicion. Why do I smell something strange? The middle-aged Jonin suddenly frowned. Scent. Amuri's expression changed instantly. She inhaled sharply, and her eyes widened. It's explosive tags. The words had barely left her mouth before the world exploded. The outpost erupted in a blazing inferno, flames surging skyward and devouring everything within moments. In the blink of an eye, the area was swallowed by fire and smoke. Quick, get out of the way. Amuri vanished from sight in an instant, using the body flicker technique. The middle-aged ninja reacted just as quickly, his hands blurred through seals before he spewed out a torrent of high-pressure water, extinguishing the spreading flames. The young woman, however, had been standing closest to the explosion. She caught the full force of it and was hurled backward, her left side charred black. Ah! She clutched her shoulder, shrieking in pain. The explosion's roar had drawn the attention of the rest of the hidden mist forces. Faces darkened, they dropped their meal preparations and rushed toward the scene. Attack! Kabuto's voice rang out. The team sprang into action. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Izumi leaned back and exhaled, a massive wave of flame roared forward, forming a blazing wall that halted the advancing Mist-nin in their tracks. Chakra enhanced strength. Kurenai flashed to the nearest enemy and drove her fist forward. The Mizukage instinctively kicked out in defense. A sickening crack followed. His leg was shattered instantly, and he was sent flying with a scream. Secret technique, poison dust technique. From the shadows, Torian clapped his hands. Clouds of phosphorus destruction bugs burst forth, spreading unseen through the smoke and fire, ready to devour whatever they touched. The melee had begun. I need an explanation. Amiri's voice rang coldly. She and the middle-aged ninja encircled Kitazawa, one on each side. Kabuto lunged forward to intercept, blades flashing. Because. Kitazawa said calmly, releasing the imitation technique. His appearance reverted to normal. We are Konoha shinobi. You are. Kitazawa. Amiri's eyes widened, then a thrill of recognition sparked across her face. You know me? Kitazawa asked, raising a brow. He didn't recall meeting her. Your face has been circulating through the hidden mist these past 2 days, Amiri replied. Indeed, Kitazawa's night raid had left a deep impression. The surviving Mizukage had drawn his likeness, and under Ao's command, that information spread rapidly throughout the village. It was standard practice among the great nations. After all, even Konoha had marked Kisame Hoshigaki as a priority target based on Kitazawa's earlier reports. Hand over the lightning blades, Kiba, and I'll make sure you die painlessly. Amiri said, licking the corner of her mouth, her eyes glinting with killing intent. Ringo, don't underestimate him, warned the middle-aged ninja. He's the one who killed Raiga. If he weren't a few years older, those blades would have been mine already. Kitazawa gave a faint smile. Arrogance truly is a common flaw among geniuses. He drew the lightning sword from his back, the blade gleaming with pale blue chakra. This is the reforged lightning blade, Kiba. If you've got the courage, come and take it. Very well. Amiri flashed forward, blade in hand, closing the distance instantly. The middle-aged ninja moved to assist, but Kabuto intercepted him, forcing him into combat. Be careful, he uses water release, the man shouted. Uchiha style, Gale sword. Kitazawa appeared behind Amiri in a flicker. The lightning blade vibrated, releasing several dazzling arcs of flame-infused wind. Amiri's eyes narrowed, her body responded on instinct. Lightning crackled violently across her twin blades as she twisted and slashed. The collision of flame and lightning lit the battlefield in a blinding flash. Sparks and fire scattered wildly as both forces clashed. Kitazawa pressed forward, forcing Amiri to retreat. Deep footprints formed beneath her steps as she slid back, realizing now that Kitazawa hadn't killed Kurasuki Raiga by chance. Still, her pride burned fiercely. With a flick of her wrist, her blades flared with light. 3 spear-like bolts of lightning shot forward, racing toward Kitazawa. Heavenly foot of pain. Kitazawa stomped the ground. The earth cracked violently, dust and debris exploded outward, blocking the lightning's path. Amiri's instinct screamed. She leapt back just as Kitazawa vanished. Konoha-style body flicker technique. His form dissolved into scattering leaves. In midair, Kitazawa raised his blade high. Lightning release, lightning strike. A blinding bolt descended from the heavens, splitting the air with thunder. Damn bastard. Amiri snarled, fury flashing across her face. Seeing Kitazawa wielding her own weapon enraged her. Lightning release, lightning fang. She formed a hand seal and leaped upward. Lightning surged around her body, dancing across her blades as she swung down at Kitazawa. Lightning release, Chidori. A shrill chirping filled the air. Lightning converged in Kitazawa's left hand as he dashed upward to meet her strike. The two attacks collided with a deafening crack. Amiri's blades shuddered. Numbness surged through her arm, and a tremendous force slammed her back toward the ground. She hit with enough impact to carve deep craters into the earth. Is that Chidori? Amiri gasped, disbelief flashing in her eyes. The intelligence she'd received was wrong. Who said Kitazawa specialized in water release? His mastery of lightning release rivaled her own, and he even knew Chidori, the legendary technique of Konoha's copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Taking a deep breath, Amiri steadied her grip. Her pride refused to accept defeat. And judging by their brief exchange, she still believed victory was possible. Thundersword's technique, Thunderbolt. Amiri drove her twin blades into the ground. Lightning chakra erupted outward, surging like a tidal wave of pure electricity, engulfing Kitazawa in a storm of blinding light. Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor. Before the 2 beams of lightning arrived, Kitazawa used the body flicker technique to rush toward Amiri. At the same time, the lightning in his hand emitted a scorching aura, and a layer of flame rose out of nowhere. Amiri drew her ninja blade. She leaped, avoiding Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor, and her blade thrust forward in a flash-like strike. Kitazawa wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. Just as Amiri thought her attack had landed, Zangetsu flew out. Kitazawa gripped Zangetsu with his left hand, immediately blocking the descending ninja blade. Seeing this, Amiri quickly retreated. After taking 2 steps back, she immediately formed a hand seal. Lightning release, depth charge. A surge of lightning burst out from her entire body, wrapping around her like armor. Seeing her use lightning release, depth charge again, Kitazawa simply flicked his right hand. The blade of lightning in his grasp erupted with violent thunder, meeting her attack head-on. With a sharp clang, the 2 blades collided. The flashing lightning released a piercing shriek. Kitazawa, relying on his immense strength, forced a stalemate. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning release sword. Kitazawa raised Zangetsu in an instant. Zangetsu vibrated at high speed and slashed down at Amiri's ninja blade. With a snap, her blade broke cleanly in 2. What? Amiri's eyes widened in disbelief. But before she could finish speaking, Zangetsu cut through her neck. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning release sword increased Zangetsu's sharpness and piercing ability. Furthermore, it was made of chakra metal, making it incredibly durable. Amiri's ninja blade was only a replica of the lightning blade, Kiba. Though the material wasn't bad, it was ultimately not chakra metal. She had not expected her blade to shatter, and thus met her demise. Amiri. The middle-aged ninja not far away noticed the scene and was immediately shocked. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. Seeing this, Kabuto didn't hesitate. He spat out a giant sphere of wind. The wind howled fiercely. The middle-aged ninja's clothes and hair whipped in a violent gust. In a desperate moment, he used the body flicker technique to dodge left. Kabuto immediately flashed forward to intercept him. Get lost. The middle-aged ninja had already lost his will to fight. Amiri was dead. The young woman was gravely injured. Now, only he, a Jonin, remained. Kabuto's strength wasn't bad, he had special Jonin-level mastery over wind release. But Kitazawa was different. If he could kill Amiri, he could just as easily kill him, too. Water release, water fang blade. A spinning water blade surged from the middle-aged ninja's right hand as he slashed at Kabuto, trying to force him back. But the next second, he froze. Kabuto neither dodged nor flinched, letting the water blade pierce his chest. Blood gushed out. The middle-aged ninja felt his water blade jam against something and couldn't push further. Just then, Kabuto swung his right arm. A green chakra blade flashed and sliced open the ninja's throat. It was the chakra scalpel. Madman. The middle-aged ninja fell, eyes wide with disbelief. He had never imagined Kabuto would be so reckless. Why didn't you wait for me? Kitazawa appeared in front of Kabuto in an instant. Mystical palm technique. He extended both hands to heal him. I used healing wound destruction, I won't die, Kabuto said, his face pale. And killing a hidden mist village Jonin isn't a loss. He had dared to do this only after calculating the risk. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. No wonder you became the final big villain. People ruthless to themselves often achieve great things. While healing, Kitazawa glanced toward Kurenai and Uchiha Izumi. Although their strength was good, they had faced more enemies, by logic, they shouldn't have won. But with Torian among them, things were different. More than half of the hidden mist ninjas had been killed by his phosphorus destruction bugs. Current mission, preserve the reforged lightning blade, Kiba. Mission reward, 1/5 of chakra limit. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa felt the surge of abundant chakra within him and nodded with satisfaction. The duration of his Senju chakra mode could now be extended even further. All right, that's enough for now. I'll heal you properly when we get back, Kitazawa said, withdrawing his hands. They were deep within hidden mist village territory. If they stayed too long, more Mistnin might detect their presence, another reason he hadn't used Senju chakra mode. After all, he'd fall into a weakened state once its duration ended. And honestly, Amiri's strength wasn't worth activating it for. In the original records, Amiri's performance was on par with Kurasuke Raiga, but only when she wielded lightning blade, Kiba. Without it, her strength dropped significantly. Moreover, she was still relatively young. Kitazawa walked up to the severely injured young woman, finished her off, and then pulled out a summoning storage scroll. Jonin were valuable, worth bringing back. He sealed the 3 hidden mist Jonin corpses into the scroll and put it away. Izumi, burn these 2 boats. We're leaving immediately, Kitazawa instructed. Yes, Izumi replied. Uchiha Izumi exhaled 2 massive fireballs, engulfing the mist village boats in flames. The group quickly departed. Moments later, another team of hidden mist ninjas arrived, led by Mei Terumi. She surveyed the battlefield, her expression shifting several times. This was clearly the supply transport team. 3 Jonin dead, including the genius Amuri. For the Hidden Mist Village, it was yet another major blow. From the combat traces, it seems Amuri fought a powerful lightning release user, Mei Terumi muttered, frowning. She knew most of Konoha's Jonin, but couldn't recall any with such overwhelming lightning release power. Could it be Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake? Take all the bodies back, Mei ordered. Have the analysis squad retrieved their memories? Though the Mist's analysis division wasn't as capable as the Yamanaka clan, they could still extract fragments of memory, enough to uncover what happened here. Chapter 244, Kitazawa's team fame spreads. Kitazawa didn't destroy all the bodies, he deliberately left 2. This was because their ninja team had a system mission to expand their fame. Amuri Ringo was extremely well known in the Hidden Mist Village. She was somewhat like Itachi Uchiha's status in Konoha, a leader among the younger generation. Her death would greatly enhance Kitazawa's team's renown. If they didn't leave 2 bodies, the Hidden Mist Village would have no way of knowing who killed Amuri Ringo and her companions. That night, Kitazawa and the others successfully returned to Konoha's main camp. The round trip had taken nearly an entire day, most of that time spent on travel. Because they had ventured deep behind enemy lines in the Hidden Mist's territory, they were forced to constantly avoid mist patrols. You all go back and rest, Kitazawa said, waving his hand. I'm going to see Lady Tsunade. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa, Kabuto and the other 2 replied in unison. I'll go back and wait for you first, Kurenai said softly, then turned toward their tent. Kitazawa walked toward the central command tent of Konoha's main camp. When he entered, he paused slightly. Inside were Tsunade and Shizun, along with Nara Shikaku and an Umbu operative, Haru. How was the mission? Tsunade asked casually. The mission was successfully completed. Both of Hidden Mist Village's supply ships were completely destroyed, Kitazawa reported. Well done, Tsunade said, clearly pleased. You've worked hard. Go collect your mission reward and rest. Kitazawa was her student, the better he performed, the more prestige she gained. All right. Kitazawa nodded. Missions during wartime, like those during peacetime, always came with rewards. Ninjas were, at their core, mercenaries. Only with both the will of fire and tangible mission rewards would they continue to fight for Konoha. For most ninja, the rewards were more crucial than ideology. If they couldn't even fill their stomachs, what use was the will of fire? This time, we encountered 3 Jonin, Kitazawa said, taking out a summoning scroll. One of them was Amuri Ringo. The Hidden Mist Village's sword and lightning release genius. Nara Shikaku asked, his tone showing surprise. Yes, it was her, Kitazawa confirmed. It seems the Hidden Mist Village has suffered another heavy loss, Shikaku sighed. Tsunade appeared somewhat surprised, but not overly so. After all, Kitazawa had already killed Kurisuke Raiga, so taking down Amuri as well was hardly shocking. One could only say that Amuri had been too unfortunate to encounter Kitazawa at such a young age. The life of a genius had ended before it could even truly begin. Haru, spread the news of Amuri Ringo's death, Tsunade ordered. Amuri was a well-known and powerful ninja in the Hidden Mist Village. Her death could effectively boost the morale of Konoha's forces. Of course, Tsunade was also helping Kitazawa build his reputation. Your merits will be recorded. After the war, go to the Hokage's office and claim your reward, Tsunade said as she accepted the summoning scroll. Understood. I'll take my leave then. After leaving the main tent, Kitazawa went to the logistics tent on the left to collect his mission reward. Their mission had been S rank, the reward totaled 1.2 million ryo. Kitazawa claimed the reward, distributed shares to Kabuto and the others, and then returned to his own tent. Combat makes one progress faster, Kurenai said with a bright smile, clenching her fist. I feel like I'll soon master chakra-enhanced strength. The risks of combat are directly proportional to the rewards, Kitazawa replied, lying on the carpet. Otherwise, Roots training wouldn't be so brutal. Roots training is too extreme. It's inhumane. Kurenai snuggled closer into Kitazawa's arms, resting her head on his shoulder as she spoke. While the two conversed in warmth, the atmosphere in the Hidden Mist's main camp was heavy and grim. It's Kitazawa again. Ao frowned deeply. So, besides water release, he's also a powerful lightning release user. Kisame Hashigaki couldn't help but speak up. Although I didn't see the fight myself, it's clear his lightning release is even stronger than Amuri's. So what? Zabuza Momochi snorted coldly. Are we supposed to be afraid of him? As one of the Hidden Mist's famed young geniuses, his pride was sky high. In his opinion, he too could have slain both Kurisuke Raiga and Amuri Ringo. It's not about fear, but about caution, Terumi Mei said evenly. Indeed, Ao nodded. You might not fear him, but most other ninja who encounter him won't stand a chance. Kitazawa killing Amuri will shake our morale, Suikazan Fuguki said coldly. We must retaliate in kind. Ao frowned slightly at his words. He was following the elder's orders to wage a long, drawn-out war with Konoha to buy time. But Suikazan Fuguki was different. He followed only the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, and was far more aggressive, constantly urging preemptive strikes and large-scale raids. I think Lord Fuguki makes sense, Zabuza said with a confident smirk. Why not let me lead a team deep into the land of fire? I'll bring back Kitazawa's head. Ao fell silent in thought. Suikazan Fuguki's reasoning this time was sound, he couldn't easily refuse. However, he couldn't allow Zabuza to go. He needed to send Fuguki instead. As vice commander, Fuguki's power was second only to Ao's, and his reckless nature would inevitably cause problems sooner or later. Better to send him into the land of fire to harass Konoha, with just a small team. He wouldn't be able to stir up too much trouble that way. Fuguki, you'll go, Ao said after a moment of thought. This mission is dangerous, and your experience makes you the most suitable. My experience isn't bad either. Zabuza shouted, visibly displeased. I'm the commander, Ao said calmly, cutting him off. All right then. Suikazan Fuguki grinned and said, I hope I encounter Kitazawa. His corpse will surely boost our morale then. Do not get bogged down in combat, Ao cautioned. Your mission is to cause as many casualties to Konoha's ninja as possible. Although he disliked Suikazan Fuguki, they were still comrades of the same village. I know, Suikazan Fuguki replied indifferently. The night passed without incident. After breakfast, Kitazawa arrived at the main tent. Good morning, Tsunade said, her voice slightly muffled as she bit into a rice ball. Good morning, Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa greeted with a smile. Seeing that Tsunade was alone in the main tent, he didn't bother with formalities and walked straight to the mission table. This one, Tsunade said, picking up a scroll and tossing it to him. Kitazawa caught it, briefly stunned, then opened it. He immediately understood why she wanted him to take this mission, it was marked as urgent. Just half an hour earlier, a Konoha outpost on the coast had been seized by a hidden mist squad. Then I'll depart now, Kitazawa said, putting away the scroll. Tsunade finished her rice ball and picked up another. As the frontline commander overseeing more than 8,000 ninja across both sides of the battlefield, the situation changed by the second. She was so busy that she had to work even while eating breakfast. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa took a few steps, then stopped. He seemed to notice something and walked closer to her. Wah. What is it? Tsunade looked up, slightly flustered as Kitazawa leaned in. There's a grain of rice. He reached out and brushed it away from the corner of her mouth. Thank you, Tsunade said softly, momentarily stunned. Lady Tsunade, see you next time, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. This guy is always so bold, Tsunade murmured, wiping the corner of her mouth as she shook her head. After leaving the main tent, Kitazawa found Kurenai and Kabuto. What's the mission today? Kurenai asked as they walked. An A-rank mission, to retake an outpost, Kitazawa replied. The enemy lineup includes 2 special Jonin and 2 Chunin. Then we can totally handle it. Kurenai said, giving him a playful elbow. Kabuto, you take command, Kitazawa said with a grin. If you can't handle them, I'll step in. As a squad leader, he believed in maximizing his students' growth rather than doing everything himself. And, naturally, Kitazawa had a tendency to slack off whenever he could. Since Kabuto and Kurenai could handle this, there was no need for him to interfere. We'll definitely be fine, Uchiha Izumi said confidently. Torian stayed silent but nodded in agreement. The group soon arrived at a forest near the sea. There are explosive tag traps 300 meters ahead, Torian warned. Kurenai-senpai, Izumi, circle around to the rear of the outpost, Kabuto said after thinking briefly. Once I've disarmed this trap, you two move in. Understood. Kurenai and Izumi accelerated, dashing through the forest. They're in position, Torian reported moments later. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kabuto pulled out a kunai and threw it forward. The kunai struck the explosive tag trap precisely, and a surge of wind chakra detonated the tags instantly. Boom. The explosion alerted 4 hidden mist ninja, who quickly emerged atop the outpost. There are 2 Konoha ninja straight ahead. The middle-aged captain immediately formed hand signs. Water release chakra swelled in his throat, then burst forth as a roaring water dragon. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Kabuto inhaled sharply, then exhaled several condensed air bullets that pierced through the water dragon's torrent. There are 2 more Konoha ninja behind us, another special Jonin shouted, spotting Kurenai and Izumi. We'll handle them. 2 hidden mist Chunin lunged toward them, one forming hand signs before exhaling a thick mist. Be careful. Kurenai warned. That's water release, hidden mist technique. Uchiha Izumi activated her 2 Tomo Sharingan. Although the Sharingan couldn't completely see through the mist, it heightened her reactions to close-range attacks far beyond normal levels. Sharingan. The young female ninja realized the two Chunin with her were outmatched. She leapt into the mist, charging straight for Izumi. Chakra enhanced strength. Kurenai clenched her fist and swung. The tremendous force blasted through the air, dispersing a large portion of the mist in an instant. Through the thinning fog, the figures of the young female ninja and the two Chunin came into view. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Crimson Claw. After forming hand signs, Izumi hurled a cluster of shuriken, each wreathed in flames, toward them. The female mist ninja had planned to ambush Izumi under the cover of the mist, but Kurenai's punch ruined her plan. With no choice, she quickly formed hand signs and raised a water wall in front of them. The two Chunin reacted fast as well, leaping up and hurling shuriken over the water wall toward Izumi. Seeing this, Kurenai raised her hands. A flurry of petals surged into the air, scattering through the mist, many infused with chakra, deflecting the incoming shuriken. Where is she? The two Chunin glanced around, confused, only to realize Kurenai had vanished. It's a genjutsu, the young female ninja shouted, suddenly aware. She extended her hands, about to release her comrades from the illusion, when a sharp, whistling sound sliced through the air. Kurenai appeared to her left and threw a powerful punch, the force creating a gust of wind. Seeing this, the young female ninja's heart trembled. She didn't dare to take it lightly, chakra burst from her fists as she met the attack head-on. Bang! Shock filled the young woman's face. Even though she had braced herself, Kurenai's strength far exceeded her expectations, knocking her back several steps with a single blow. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi flashed in front of the two hidden mist village Chunin. The moment they dispelled Kurenai's genjutsu, they were met by those crimson Sharingan. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Izumi unleashed a massive torrent of flames without hesitation. The fire expanded with the wind, engulfing the two hidden mist village Chunin in an inferno. Screams echoed briefly before Izumi ended them, her shuriken flew true, piercing their hearts. Their cries stopped, and the bodies of the two mist ninja fell lifelessly to the ground. Damn it! The young female ninja turned, her rage igniting. She gathered all her chakra, formed rapid hand seals, and spat out a massive sphere of water like a falling meteor toward Kurenai. Kitazawa recognized it instantly. This was water release, water formation pillar, a technique once used by Mei Terumi, powerful enough to suppress Uchiha Madara's flames. Kitazawa's three-tomo Sharingan spun, instantly copying it. None of the others noticed that his eyes had already changed. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Seeing the attack, Uchiha Izumi countered with a massive fireball, while Kurenai quickly withdrew. But they both underestimated the sheer power of the water formation pillar. The two jutsu collided violently, the enormous water sphere burst apart like a balloon, scattering water in all directions. The blast doused Izumi's fire and flooded the area, drenching both her and Kurenai. Rasengan. Kurenai condensed chakra into her palm and drove it forward. The swirling sphere tore into the surging water, splitting it apart with violent force and scattering waves in every direction. What? The young female ninja's pupils contracted sharply. Infinite Darkness Jutsu. The instant their eyes met, Kurenai weaved hand signs. Darkness fell, complete, impenetrable blackness. The mist Kunoichi froze in shock, her vision completely stolen. Chakra enhanced strength. Using the body flicker technique, Kurenai appeared right in front of her. She unleashed her full power, one devastating punch sent the young female ninja flying. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Uchiha Izumi took a sharp breath. The infinite darkness genjutsu blinded everyone within its range except the caster, even the Sharingan could not see through it. And for a Sharingan user, that kind of blindness was terrifying. Kurenai dispelled the infinite darkness genjutsu. Stepping forward, she looked down at the unconscious mist Kunoichi and delivered a final, merciless strike, ending her life. Turning her gaze toward Kabuto, she saw his battle nearing its end. Kabuto's wind release clashed evenly with the mist captain's water release. But Kabuto wasn't alone. Once Torian joined, the tide turned. Kabuto used the body flicker technique, landing atop the outpost. The mist captain dodged Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs, but that moment of distraction was fatal. Kabuto closed in, kunai in hand. The enemy quickly raised a water wall in defense, but Kabuto exhaled a cutting gust. Wind release, vacuum blade. The wind chakra coated his kunai like a thin, sharp film. One slash split the water wall cleanly in two. As the captain tried to flee using body flicker, Torian's bugs erupted from the ground and wrapped around his legs. Kabuto struck instantly, his kunai cleaved through the man's neck. Clear the battlefield, Kitazawa ordered, forming hand seals. With a puff of smoke, a shadow clone appeared beside him. You return to the main camp and have them send a squad to relieve us, he instructed. Their mission was to recapture, not hold the outpost. Kabuto and the others began sweeping the area. Soon after, a reinforcement team from Konoha arrived. Kitazawa-sama, the leading special Jonin, greeted respectfully. Kitazawa gave him brief instructions, then turned back toward the main camp with Kurenai, Kabuto, and the rest. Their A-rank mission was complete. Days passed. Kitazawa's squad maintained a flawless record, 1 mission per day. Within 10 days, their reputation spread rapidly across both the Konoha and Mist camps. They were known for their speed, precision, and extraordinary success rate. And word had already spread, Kitazawa was Lady Tsunade's disciple. Current mission, lead the squad to complete 10 A-rank or S-rank missions. Mission reward, compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa received his reward, a combination ninjutsu, or rather, 2 techniques fused into one. Strange mask exploding flame combined fire release, intelligent hard work and wind release, pressure damage. Since Kitazawa hadn't learned either technique before, the system granted both as a bonus. It was, as he thought with a smirk, a buy one get 2 free deal, and a massive gain. Chapter 245, Target, Suikazan Fuguki. After April began, the temperature rose quite a bit, though the air still carried a cool breeze. Kitazawa, Kurenai, Kabuto, and the others sat outside their tent, enjoying dinner together after completing another A-rank mission. Without realizing it, we've already been fighting for nearly 2 weeks, Kitazawa said thoughtfully, as he received fire release, intelligent hard work and wind release, pressure damage from the system. This is my first time doing 10 high-level missions back-to-back in just half a month, Kurenai complained, taking a bite of fried shrimp. Constant combat every day is exhausting, both physically and mentally. But your progress has been impressive, Kitazawa said with a chuckle. Whether it's your combat experience or ninjutsu proficiency, you've all improved remarkably. That's true, Kurenai said with confidence, clenching her fist. Now, I can take down ordinary Miss Chunin or Jonin with a single punch. Having mastered the chakra-enhanced strength and the Rasengan, her power had more than doubled compared to her former self. Once the war ended, she would easily qualify for the Jonin exams. You've all performed well, and you've nearly mastered the ninjutsu you've been practicing, Kitazawa said, glancing at Kabuto and Izumi. He paused, then smiled. Today, I'll teach you a new technique. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Kabuto's eyes brightened instantly. After so many battles, he'd realized his wind release techniques weren't strong enough. The promise of something new excited him. Wind release, pressure damage, Kitazawa replied. It's a B-rank technique, but its power far exceeds that of ordinary B-rank ninjutsu. Why haven't I heard of that before? Kurenai asked curiously. It's not a Konoha technique, Kitazawa said casually. I learned it from an enemy during a past mission. There was little chance they'd ever meet Kakuzu, and even if they did, it wouldn't matter. With his current authority and reputation, Kitazawa could use almost any ninjutsu freely. Only a few secret or forbidden techniques were off-limits, no one would question him. That was why he had dared to use Chidori and Super Vibrato Lightning Release Sword against Amuri Ringo. Many ninjutsu were similar enough that he could always claim them as his own creations. The thought made him smirk slightly. Crafting a reputation as a ninjutsu creator, much like the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, was indeed a clever move. How can you call that stealing? Kurenai said with a grin. That's just spoils of war. Her bias was obvious, but she wasn't wrong. Learning techniques from one's enemies was proof of true skill. Kakashi had done the same, mastering over 1,000 ninjutsu to earn the title Copy Ninja of Konoha. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto said, his tone calm, though satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He already knew several B-rank wind techniques, wind release, great vacuum sphere, among them, but combining it with something new was invaluable. Izumi, sitting beside him, looked at Kitazawa curiously, wondering what ninjutsu he would teach her. The technique I'll teach you is called fire release, intelligent hard work, Kitazawa said, meeting her gaze. Like before, he repeated the same origin story. This ninjutsu, though B-rank, had devastating potential. In Kakuzu's hands, it had reached A-rank might. The reason I'm teaching you these specific techniques, Kitazawa continued with a faint smile, is because they can be fused to create a composite ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu. Kabuto and Izumi exchanged astonished looks. They both understood what that meant, combined techniques that rivaled even Kekkei Genkai in power. Composite ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame, Kitazawa explained. A true A-rank technique. With it, even Jonin-level enemies will struggle to withstand your attacks. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto said eagerly. His earlier mild reaction was gone, excitement replaced it. The combination of pressure damage and intelligent hard work would give their team a powerful trump card. Izumi smiled as well. Although she had awakened her two-tomo Sharingan and possessed the strength of an elite Chunin, their missions were so demanding that she often felt inadequate. With this new fire release, she could finally stand toe-to-toe with special Jonin or even Jonin. Torian's face showed a hint of envy, but he knew his limits. It wasn't that Kitazawa refused to teach him, he simply wasn't ready. Still young and less experienced than Kabuto or Izumi, Torian would need more time. His rapid growth in recent battles, however, promised that his chance would come soon. Kurenai said nothing. She was still focusing on perfecting her chakra-enhanced strength, and she understood that rushing into new ninjutsu would only hinder her progress. We'll take a break from missions tomorrow, Kitazawa decided after some thought. I'll teach you both fire release, intelligent hard work and wind release, pressure damage first. They had been on A rank or higher missions for 10 consecutive days, an intensity few other teams could endure. Though Kitazawa could handle it easily, Kurenai and Izumi were clearly worn out. A day of rest was well deserved. After dinner, Kitazawa and Kurenai returned to their tent. I sweated a lot today, Kurenai said softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Help me take a bath. Kitazawa chuckled. We're this familiar already, and you still blush. Who told you to always abuse your power and take advantage of me? Kurenai shot back with a roll of her eyes. So, do you still want to take a bath? Kitazawa asked with a gentle smile. Yes. Kurenai gave a light snort and reached out to unbutton her clothes. Her garments fell to the ground, revealing her black mesh undershirt. The black mesh was semi-transparent, clinging to her fair skin and accentuating her beautiful contours. What are you still standing there for? Kurenai gave him a playful kick, then unwound the bandage from her thigh. Her perfectly toned legs came into Kitazawa's view. Kitazawa averted his gaze and took out a summoning scroll. Bathing during wartime was a significant inconvenience, as an enemy might appear at any moment, creating a life-threatening situation. Kitazawa had prepared for this. He unrolled the scroll and produced a large bathtub. After setting it down, he formed hand signs. His chakra nature transformed into water release, rapidly filling the tub 2/3 of the way. Kitazawa then reached in, and his chakra shifted from water release to fire release. A wave of heat quickly emanated, warming the cold water. Thank you, Kurenai said, lifting a long leg and stepping into the bathtub. Kitazawa openly took in the entire view. Do you want me to help you bathe? Kurenai looked at him, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with water. Yes, I'll help you, Kitazawa smiled gently. Place your right arm on the edge of the bathtub. Kurenai extended her arm and gripped the edge. Kitazawa squeezed out shower gel, applying it along her arm toward her shoulder. Soon, Kurenai's fair right arm was covered in a rich lather. Kitazawa rinsed the foam away with water, then moved to her left side to help her wash her left arm. The front, Kitazawa prompted, his gaze falling on Kurenai's chest. Kurenai's face was flushed, but she stood up. Water droplets cascaded down her fair skin, running from her collarbone to her waist and merging into the bathwater. Kitazawa reached out, feeling the soft sensation in his hand, and helped her apply the shower gel. Kurenai looked at his completely serious expression, and the blush on her face deepened. Her steady breathing faltered, and her bright eyes became hazy. We're just bathing. What are you thinking about again? Kitazawa asked, amused. I'm not. Kurenai instantly sobered up. Turn around, Kitazawa said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Kurenai immediately complied, presenting her smooth, beautiful back to him. Kitazawa playfully patted her buttocks before he began scrubbing her back. Are you done? After a few minutes, Kurenai couldn't help but ask. Aren't you going to wash a bit longer? Kitazawa asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm pretty much done. I'll help you wash now, Kurenai said, looking down. Her body trembled slightly, and she averted her gaze. Then you come out first, Kitazawa understood and smiled. Kurenai lifted her leg and stepped out of the bathtub, but instead of putting on her clothes, she stood beside the tub. After Kitazawa changed the water, he stepped in. He looked up at Kurenai. Aren't you helping me bathe? Why are you still standing there? Kurenai glared at him, gritted her teeth, and lifted her leg to sit on the edge of the tub. Kitazawa hadn't expected such a bold move. The moment he looked up, he had a clear view of Kurenai's entire body. You bad guy. Kurenai extended her legs and placed them in the water. You're a little different today than usual, Kitazawa asked, his breathing catching. Seeing how hard you've worked for half a month, I'm rewarding you, Kurenai said. Having committed, she actually regained her composure. My Kurenai is the best, Kitazawa said, leaning against the tub and admiring her long, beautiful legs. Of course, Kurenai replied, wiggling her nimble toes with a smug expression. When we go back, I'll definitely reward you every day, Kitazawa said with a grin. That won't be necessary. Kurenai's expression instantly changed, and she crossed her arms, saying seriously, "We are ninja, and our main focus should be on training. Aren't you usually fearless?" Kitazawa looked at her shifting expression and couldn't help but laugh. Where am I scared? Kurenai turned her face away. "I just feel that I should train more, so I don't fall too far behind you. Come in," Kitazawa beckoned to her. "It's cold outside the tub." Upon hearing this, Kurenai slightly parted her legs, and her fair feet stepped onto the bottom of the tub, entering the warm water. "It's truly comfortable to steal a moment of leisure for a bath," Kitazawa slowly exhaled. Kurenai didn't answer, only humming in response, biting her lip. Kitazawa looked at her sexy yet adorable expression and couldn't resist reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist. "Wash slowly," Kurenai said with some dissatisfaction. "Since it's a rare bath, it naturally has to be a little longer," Kitazawa replied with a blink. Time slowly passed. After they had thoroughly washed, they embraced and fell asleep. It was another peaceful night. Although Hidden Mist Village and Konoha Village were constantly at war, neither side's main camp had been affected. A new day began. Kitazawa woke up on time. Kurenai was still asleep, she had indeed been quite tired last night. Kitazawa didn't wake her. After a simple breakfast, he began teaching Kabuto and Izumi. Toryun, meanwhile, was studying the Aburame clan's secret technique on his own. Since there were no missions outside, the day was exceptionally peaceful, no different from being in Konoha Village, just training, and more training. Time moved on to the second day. Kitazawa and Kurenai returned to a state of restraint. After all, expending so much stamina before a mission was unwise. However, Kitazawa hadn't even proactively sought out Lady Tsunade for a mission today when an Umbu ninja arrived. "Lord Kitazawa," the Umbu ninja bowed slightly. "Lady Tsunade requests your team to come." "I understand. We'll be right there." Kitazawa's eyebrows raised slightly at this. Previously, Lady Tsunade had always sought him out individually, this was the first time she had requested their entire team. "It seems like an important mission," Kurenai noted, realizing the significance. Kitazawa responded. "We'll know once we get there." The five of them arrived at Lady Tsunade's main tent. As soon as they entered, they saw an Umbu ninja. "Itachi!" Izumi exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. "Izumi, long time no see," Uchiha Itachi greeted her as he turned around. "You recognized him just by seeing his back." Kurenai teased. "You two are really good friends." Itachi showed no reaction, but Izumi blushed slightly. "Lady Tsunade," Kitazawa nodded to Itachi, then turned his attention to Tsunade. "There's been a troublesome matter recently," Tsunade said, rubbing her temples. "Suikazan Fuguki has been leading a team to conduct harassment battles nearby. Haven't you sent anyone to deal with him?" Kitazawa inquired. Although Suikazan Fuguki's strength was considerable, it wasn't insurmountable. "Yes, but they all returned empty-handed," Tsunade sighed. "This Hidden Mist Village team always flees as soon as they sense trouble, we can't catch them at all." "What about the Hyuga clan?" Kitazawa asked again. "They use water release, Hidden Mist technique every time they escape," Tsunade replied. "The Byakugan doesn't have a good way to deal with them either. The mist was composed of chakra, if the range was large enough, the Byakugan would only see a mass of energy." "That does sound very tricky," Kitazawa agreed. "Fight if you can win, run if you can't," the ninja team led by Suikazan Fuguki had truly grasped the essence. "Other ninja teams can't deal with them, but what about you? Do you have confidence?" Tsunade asked. Although this time there were 4,000 Konoha Village ninja, there were almost no ninja who could stably defeat Kitazawa in terms of strength. After a week of failure, Lady Tsunade reluctantly entrusted this difficult mission to him. "I can try," Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. He possessed 30% Byakugan purity, which was more powerful than the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Even with water release, Hidden Mist technique, he could still see some things clearly. Current mission, stop or kill Fuguki Suikazan. Mission reward, 2/5 of a chakra limit. Accept. Kitazawa paused, then his eyes lit up. Of course, he had to accept this system mission. Suikazan Fuguki was indeed one of the stronger members among the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The mission reward was double that of killing Amuri Ringo. Suikazan Fuguki's ninja team's movements are unpredictable, Tsunade continued. "I will have Itachi lead an Umbu team to assist you." Only then did Kitazawa understand why Itachi was here. Isn't this a sure win? No matter how strong Suikazan Fuguki's team composition was, it couldn't surpass an Itachi with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, Tsunade did not know that Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Proceed with caution," she added. "Your safety is more important." "I understand," Kitazawa replied after a slight pause. "This mission is designated as S rank." "You may depart," Tsunade said, waving her hand. Itachi will inform you of the specific situation of Suikazan Fuguki's team. We'll go out first, Itachi said, bowing slightly before leaving the main tent. I didn't expect to be able to do a mission with you again, Uchiha Izumi said after leaving. I didn't expect it either, Itachi replied, pausing. I just came from Konoha. How is the Ninja Academy now? Kitazawa asked. Everything is as usual, Itachi chuckled. Sasuke has asked me several times when you're going back to teach. Given Sasuke's personality, that seems like he cares a lot about teacher Kitazawa, Izumi said, somewhat surprised. She understood Sasuke well, typical Uchiha, aloof yet observant. Itachi, tell us about Suikazan Fuguki's team, Kitazawa said, changing the subject. Suikazan Fuguki's team consists of 4 people, all Jonin, Itachi said in a deep voice. Is Kisame Hoshigaki among them? Kitazawa asked sharply. For Hidden Mist Village, Jonin was already the highest configuration for a ninja team. No, Itachi shook his head. Suikazan Fuguki is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, skilled in kenjutsu. The remaining 3 Jonin, though not as strong as Fuguki, are strategically positioned. 1 Earth Release Jonin, specifically to find suitable targets for Fuguki's team. 1 Water Release Jonin, skilled in water release, hidden mist technique, responsible for combat and retreat cover. The last is a medical ninja and a sensor ninja, responsible for healing and support. No wonder they're so hard to catch, Kitazawa murmured, stroking his chin. He wondered if his 30% Byakugan purity would be enough to track them. These are the locations where their ninja team has appeared, Itachi said, taking out a map. Kitazawa glanced at it. The range was quite wide. If a straight line were drawn from the coastline to the Konoha village main camp, their area of activity would cover the left half, closer to the sea. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 246, Kitazawa vs. Fuguki. Kitazawa and his group headed toward the sea. Although Itachi and the Umbu were moving with them, they remained unseen. Like Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs, they scouted the area for Fuguki's ninja team. After walking for a while, Kitazawa leaped onto the top of a tree. Taking advantage of the distance between himself and Kurenai, he activated his Byakugan. At the same time, he pretended to use a sensory ninjutsu to mask the chakra fluctuations of his Byakugan. He scanned the area, then deactivated his Byakugan and continued forward. Soon, they arrived at the sea. This was a dangerous area, and most battles between Konoha Village and Hidden Mist Village had taken place here. The Hidden Mist ninja held the terrain advantage. They were in an active offensive state. If they failed, they would retreat to the islands. Konoha Village ninja generally did not pursue them into the sea, as water release gave the Hidden Mist ninja too much of an advantage. This was why Hidden Mist Village could engage in prolonged battles with Konoha Village. Of course, many powerful Konoha teams also attacked islands to occupy outposts and strongholds. We just received intelligence. 10 minutes ago, Fuguki's team appeared and attacked the northern outpost. Itachi suddenly appeared before Kitazawa and the others. Let's go. Kitazawa said without hesitation, accelerating toward the north. Their speed was impressive, and they reached the target outpost in 5 minutes. But unfortunately, they were a step too late. The Konoha village ninja stationed at the outpost had already been killed. Fuguki's team had not occupied the outpost, they had only struck and left. There's no trace of them nearby, Torian reported, based on what his phosphorus destruction bugs had observed. What a pity, Itachi said with a slight frown. We can't catch up now. I think we should change our strategy, Kitazawa said after a moment of thought. A slow start leads to a slow pace throughout, it's too passive. What do you suggest? Kurenai asked, watching him. Fight fire with fire, Kitazawa replied. We'll do exactly what Fuguki's team does. This method can be tried, Itachi mused. With our strength, we can inflict greater losses on Hidden Mist Village. Indeed, Kurenai agreed. Then Fuguki's team will actively come looking for us. Our team will handle the right side, and your team, Itachi, will handle the left, Kitazawa said, spreading a map over the sea. Once we encounter Hidden Mist Village ninja, eliminate them immediately. These are Umbu signal flares, Itachi handed Kitazawa 2 of them. We will come over as soon as we see the signal. Understood, Kitazawa nodded. Be careful, everyone. Itachi immediately vanished from sight. Torian, conduct wide-range reconnaissance, Kitazawa instructed. Torian raised his hands, and 2 plumes of thick smoke erupted, a spectacle formed by the gathering of massive numbers of phosphorus destruction bugs. The smoke dispersed into the air, and the bugs flew in all directions. Kitazawa climbed to the top of a tree, wearing sunglasses as he activated his Byakugan. Torian, there's an island in that direction, he said, raising his hand. Torian immediately sent his bugs flying. A moment later, he reported, there's a hidden mist village outpost on the island, with 1 special Jonin and 3 Chunin inside. Let's go directly, Kitazawa said, walking across the water. The others quickly followed. They've discovered us, Torian warned. Kitazawa looked up and saw 4 hidden mist village ninja standing ready on a nearby island. He calculated the distance and formed hand seals. The sea surface suddenly vibrated. Under the guidance of the water release chakra, seawater surged from below, forming a 10-meter-long giant dragon. To defense. The 4 hidden mist ninja shouted, startled. They had never seen such a terrifying water release, water dragon jutsu. In panic, they attempted to counterattack, raising 2 water walls and an earth wall, while launching a massive fireball. But the giant dragon extinguished the fire and broke through all 3 walls, scattering the hidden mist ninja. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. Uchiha Izumi and Kabuto simultaneously formed hand seals. The fire, fueled by the wind, engulfed the 4 hidden mist ninja. To the next location, Kitazawa commanded, not going ashore but instead turning to leave. Kitazawa-sensei's water release is truly invincible at sea, Kabuto said, awed. Izumi nodded. Their ninjutsu only served as finishing blows, as Kitazawa's water dragon jutsu had already incapacitated the hidden mist ninja. Even with 4 strong opponents, the technique dominated. With weaker ninja, they wouldn't have even needed to waste chakra on finishing moves. You should use the word invincible less often, lest something bad happens, Kitazawa said casually. Kabuto blinked, confused. 2 o'clock direction, Torian reported after 10 minutes. A Konoha village outpost is currently under siege by hidden mist village ninja. Kitazawa immediately accelerated. Moments later, a battlefield surrounding the outpost appeared. The hidden mist team had the upper hand, their captain was a Jonin, while the strongest ninja in the Konoha team was only a special Jonin. Even with the outpost's terrain advantage, they were being pushed back. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Kitazawa looked at the hidden mist village Jonin, and a roaring water dragon flew out. The warring parties immediately noticed Kitazawa and the others who had suddenly appeared. It's Kitazawa-sama. The Konoha village special Jonin recognized Kitazawa and said with a look of surprise, we're saved. Kitazawa. The hidden mist village Jonin immediately shouted, retreat. While he spoke, he didn't forget to form hand seals. A water wall rose, blocking their path. The other 3 hidden mist village Chunin, hearing this, abandoned the fight without hesitation and ran away. During this time, Kitazawa and his team had a strong presence and were widely renowned. It was difficult for hidden mist village to find a ninja who didn't know him. Therefore, the hidden mist village Jonin decisively chose to flee. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Their escape, however, made things easier for him. Water release, water formation pillar. Kitazawa looked up and spat out a large water sphere. At the same time, the water dragon had already broken through the water wall. The large water sphere, no longer obstructed by the water wall, slammed into the hidden mist village Jonin at an extremely fast speed. The hidden mist village Jonin sensed danger. He formed hand seals, turned around, and a water dragon flew out. The large water sphere hit the water dragon and immediately burst like a balloon, scattering a large amount of water that rushed towards the hidden mist village Jonin. Is this water release, water formation pillar? The hidden mist village Jonin finally reacted. Water release, water formation pillar was a water release technique of hidden mist village. The hidden mist village Jonin subconsciously thought Kitazawa wouldn't know it, so he only regarded the large water sphere as an ordinary water release. The water flow covered him like a downpour. The hidden mist village Jonin was washed several meters away. Fortunately, he himself was very skilled in water release and was not seriously injured. But with this delay, he no longer had time to run. A scream rang out. The hidden mist village Jonin subconsciously looked and saw that his 3 students had all died under the combined attack of Kurenai and Kabuto. The next second, his heart trembled. He saw darkness descend all around him, and he lost all sight. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The hidden mist village Jonin instinctively ran outwards. The sound of rushing wind came from behind him. Water release, water formation wall. The highly focused hidden mist village Jonin quickly turned around and created a water wall. The kunai was blocked and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. Kitazawa appeared behind him and swung his sword. A huge blade of flame immediately tore him apart. He then dispelled the infinite darkness genjutsu. Because he was a hidden mist village Jonin, he took out a storage scroll and stored the body. Lord Kitazawa. Thank you so much. The Konoha village special Jonin said gratefully, if you hadn't saved us, we would probably be corpses by now. You all clean up the battlefield, we'll be heading out first. Kitazawa waved his hand and left with Yuhi and Kabuto. Time slowly passed. With the help of Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs and Kitazawa's Byakugan, they demonstrated astonishing efficiency. In less than half a day, they had already eliminated 7 Hidden Mist Village ninja teams. Coupled with the actions of Itachi Uchiha and other Umbu, the Hidden Mist Village suffered heavy losses in just one morning. On a certain island, Fuguki's team was resting and preparing lunch. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind rang out. Fuguki's face showed vigilance. He only relaxed after clearly seeing that the newcomers were Hidden Mist Village Umbu ninja. Lord Fuguki. The Umbu ninja bowed slightly, took out a scroll, and said, "This is what Lord Ao asked me to deliver to you. What mission does he have now?" Fuguki snorted lightly and opened the scroll. He was very dissatisfied with Ao. Firstly, because Ao had been dragging out the fight with Konoha Village, which was a waste of time. Secondly, because Ao had snatched his position as the frontline commander. Their statuses in Hidden Mist Village were similar, so either of them could have become the frontline commander. However, Fuguki had not yet returned to the village at that time, and with the strong recommendation of Genshin and others, Ao gained the upper hand. That brat. Fuguki's face showed a sinister smile. He dares to imitate me. Who? A middle-aged ninja asked curiously. He specialized in earth release. Fuguki casually tossed the scroll to him. Kitazawa. The middle-aged ninja's expression darkened as he said, "This brat is clearly provoking us, we must teach him a harsh lesson." Kitazawa and the others' goal was to attract Fuguki's attention and make him reveal himself. Therefore, their actions were very high-profile, without any concealment. The news quickly reached Ao. So Ao assigned this mission to Fuguki, tasking him with stopping Kitazawa and his team. "Since he's delivered himself to our doorstep, we certainly can't miss this opportunity." Fuguki stood up, grabbed Samahata, put it on his back, and said, "We'll eat after we deal with Kitazawa's team." "Yes." The other 3 Hidden Mist Village ninja answered in unison. The 4 of them left the island and headed straight northwest. Without Fuguki's reminder, a young ninja proactively formed hand signs and cast a sensory ninjutsu. Half an hour later, he suddenly spoke, "They are 2,000 meters ahead. Prepare for battle." Fuguki reminded them, "There's an Aburame clan ninja in Kitazawa's team, will be discovered as soon as we approach them. For Hidden Mist Village Jonin are heading our way." At the same time, Torian suddenly stood up, his face serious, and said, "I'll hold off Fuguki." Kitazawa immediately fired an Umbu signal flare and said, "You all focus on defense and wait for Itachi and the others to arrive." He didn't need to ask to know who the 4 Hidden Mist Village Jonin were. Clearly, their strategy had worked. Hidden Mist Village could no longer allow them to continue like this. Kurenai and Kabuto nodded. They were facing all Jonin, and with their strength, they naturally couldn't win, so they could only buy time. "They're here." As soon as Kabuto saw Fuguki and the others, he immediately formed hand signs. A translucent, giant wind sphere flew out like a cannonball. Fuguki gripped Samahata tightly. His right hand trembled, and the bandages wrapped around Samahata instantly disintegrated, revealing its true form. This was a dark blue blade with barbs, not made of metal, but looking more like some kind of living organism. Fuguki slashed at the giant wind sphere with his blade. Samahata suddenly opened its large mouth and swallowed the giant wind sphere at an incredibly fast speed. "Is this Samahata, which can absorb ninjutsu?" Kabuto's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but ask. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were famous, and so were their 7 blades. Konoha Village had detailed records of the functions of all 7 blades. Among them, Samahata was the most unique. It was a living entity that could absorb chakra. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. The Hidden Mist Village middle-aged ninja stopped, pressing both hands to the ground. The ground where Kitazawa and the others stood instantly swelled with countless sharp rock pillars, as if countless spears were trying to pierce them. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Kitazawa stood still and stomped his foot down. The terrifying force caused the rock pillars to break, and cracks appeared all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, the area around him was pitted and uneven. Tsunade's chakra enhanced strength. Fuguki suddenly accelerated. He appeared before Kitazawa like a flash of lightning. He then leaped into the air, gripping Samahata with both hands, and brought it down like a mountain crushing its target. The air was torn, emitting a whistling sound. Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor. Kitazawa drew Zangetsu and blocked Samahata. With a bang. The ground where Kitazawa stood sank. His clothes flapped loudly in the wind. Good strength. A hint of surprise flashed in Fuguki's eyes. Most ninjas would be more or less injured by such a strike from him. Only Kitazawa seemed unaffected. But then, remembering that he was Tsunade's student and had learned chakra-enhanced strength, it didn't seem so strange anymore. Samahata. Fuguki shouted, pressing both hands down. And Samahata bit Zangetsu. The flames on Zangetsu's surface were quickly absorbed by it, becoming dim. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning release sword. Kitazawa, without changing his expression, injected lightning release chakra into Zangetsu. Lightning flashed. Samahata felt Zangetsu become very prickly in its mouth. If it didn't let go, its teeth would be chipped. Samahata quickly released its bite. What? Fuguki's pupils involuntarily constricted. It was the first time he had seen Samahata react like this. Chakra enhanced strength. Kitazawa clenched his left fist and swung it out. Fuguki quickly retreated, blocking the punch with Samahata. Even so, the immense force still left his hands aching and numb. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. Kitazawa appeared behind him and slashed with his blade. A scorching blade of flame flew from Zangetsu's edge. Fuguki turned around, and Samahata immediately opened its mouth. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kitazawa flicked his left hand, aiming a shuriken at Samahata's mouth. Samahata quickly closed its mouth. As long as it's a living creature, its interior is often the most fragile, and it was no exception. Fuguki couldn't help but frown. The usually invincible Samahata had been thwarted twice in a row by Kitazawa. Water release, water formation wall. Fuguki reacted quickly, and a wall of water rose. While blocking the blade of flame and the wind release, rotating shuriken, he leaped up, creating distance. The next second, the water wall shattered. But the blade of flame and the wind release, shuriken also missed their target. Kitazawa took a moment to check on Kabuto and Kurenai's situation. They were clearly at a disadvantage against the 3 Hidden Mist Village Jonin. Fortunately, the Hidden Mist Village Jonin were somewhat wary of Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs. But that was the extent of it. As Kitazawa's team quickly gained fame, their 5 members' information also became familiar to Hidden Mist Village, including Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs. After understanding the intelligence beforehand, it was difficult for the Hidden Mist Village Jonin to fall into their traps. However, the phosphorus destruction bugs were still sufficiently threatening. Kitazawa withdrew his gaze. Kurenai and Kabuto could hold out for a minute or two without much problem. The time was short, they might not be able to hold out until the Umbu team arrived for rescue. But it was already enough time for Itachi Uchiha to arrive. Brat, you should worry about yourself. Fuguki sneered, and Samahata in his hand swung horizontally, whistling as it smashed towards Kitazawa. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth blocked Samahata. Fuguki exerted a little force and shattered the earth wall. The next second, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Fuguki leaped forward, looking at the second blade Kitazawa had drawn. It was lightning blades. With the same lightning-attracting ability as Kiba, it was very likely the reforged lightning blade, Kiba. As his thoughts raced, he twisted Samahata's hilt, and the chain extended, sending the blade flying towards Kitazawa at an incredibly fast speed. This was Samahata's flying chain slash. Chapter 247, Mission Complete, Samahata acquired. Samahata flew over. Kitazawa directly threw out a kunai. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. He formed hand seals, chakra surged, and the kunai flickered, then rapidly multiplied. In the blink of an eye, countless kunai filled the sky. Like an enormous monster, they devoured Samahata and, following the chain, surrounded Fuguki. Fuguki was enveloped by the shadow of the kunai. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Only after truly fighting Kitazawa did he realize that Kurasuke Raiga and Amiri Ringo had not died in vain. But there were also differences among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He was the strongest one. Fuguki pulled the chain, and Samahata returned. Under his control, Samahata spun in front of him. All the kunai were deflected. He suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Because after all the kunai dispersed, Kitazawa vanished from his original spot. Fuguki reacted quickly. He flicked his right hand, and Samahata flew out again. This time, it was aimed at Kurenai. Kitazawa appeared out of thin air, Zangetsu and lightning crossing, blocking Samahata. I knew you'd come out. Fuguki sneered and said, for a ninja, emotions are the most useless thing. He flashed forward, condensing a stream of water in his left hand, and swung a water blade at Kitazawa. With a bang, Kitazawa turned into smoke. Shadow Clone. Fuguki couldn't help but be startled. Just then, he felt a scorching aura from behind him. He turned his head and saw Kitazawa with Zangetsu, burning with flames, in his hand. What? Cold sweat broke out on Fuguki's forehead. His left hand instinctively pulled back, blocking Zangetsu with the water fang blade. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning release sword. Kitazawa had anticipated this. Zangetsu suddenly trembled, imbued with lightning. The water blade in Fuguki's hand abruptly shattered. Zangetsu slashed towards his arm. Fuguki was greatly alarmed, pulling back his left hand while gripping Samahata with his right and slashing forcefully. Blood splattered out. But it wasn't Kitazawa's, it was Fuguki's. Bastard. I'll kill you. A deep, bone-visible gash appeared on Fuguki's left arm. His face was pale, and he stared at Kitazawa, his eyes filled with killing intent. That depends on your ability, Kitazawa said calmly. Kid. Fuguki was enraged by his attitude. When I became famous, you were just a little brat. After he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed Samehada at himself. The expected clean cut did not occur. Samehada fused with Fuguki. Fuguki's head turned into a fish head, and fins appeared on his arms, making him look like a merman. This was the Samehada fusion form. In this state, Fuguki could swim freely in water and possessed the ability to devour chakra. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. He had thought that only Kisame Hoshigaki could fuse with Samehada, but he didn't expect Fuguki could as well. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Samehada fusion form was a function of Samehada. Theoretically, anyone holding it could fuse with it. Die. Fuguki clapped his hands. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Massive water release chakra surrounded him, and in an instant, it flew into the air, forming a huge water dragon. Kitazawa's expression tightened. In this Samehada fusion form, did Fuguki's water release ninjutsu receive an additional boost? Kitazawa swung his sword. The blade of flame clashed with the water dragon but was extinguished in a flash. He immediately put away Zangetsu and formed hand seals. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. The huge wind sphere burst forth, and the howling wind blocked the water dragon. Seeing this, Fuguki arrived in front of Kitazawa with extreme speed. Samehada, erasing slash. His arms were like blades, slashing out one to the left and one to the right. Rasengan. Kitazawa raised his hands. Chakra swirled and rotated, forming two chakra spheres. The two Rasengan struck Fuguki's arms. Even with the protection of Samehada, the skin on the surface of his arms inevitably twisted. Fuguki endured the pain and quickly retracted his arms. Water release, water fang blades. As he dodged the Rasengan, he gripped the water blades with both hands and slashed fiercely at Kitazawa. Heavenly foot of pain. Kitazawa kicked out. Surging chakra enveloped his right leg, and with a terrifying gust of wind, it hit Fuguki before the water blades. Fuguki was sent flying. Lightning release, Chidori. Brilliant lightning condensed in Kitazawa's right hand. The piercing sound transformed into a fierce aura. Kitazawa darted forward, his right hand like a blade, cutting towards Fuguki's heart. Fuguki's hair immediately stood on end. The intense sense of danger sent his adrenaline soaring. He raised his arms to block in front of him. Lightning release, Chidori immediately cut through his skin. Blood gushed out. But Fuguki was currently in Samehada fusion form, with tough skin and flesh. He endured the pain and activated his chakra-devouring ability. The lightning, like the chirping of a Chidori, immediately vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Fuguki quickly distanced himself. He looked at the blood gushing from his arms, both shocked and angry. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind echoed. A figure rapidly approached from a distance. It was Uchiha Itachi. He glanced left and right and couldn't help but be startled. Kurenai and Kabuto and the others being at a disadvantage was still within his expectations. But had Fuguki been pushed to this extent? His arms were covered in blood, clearly having suffered greatly. But why did he look so strange? Konoha Umbu. Fuguki was momentarily stunned, but he didn't care. Even if a Jonin came, it wouldn't change the course of the battle. But Uchiha Itachi's appearance reminded him that if he dragged this on, more Konoha village ninja would arrive. You three, quickly deal with them. Fuguki's face darkened as he shouted. After speaking, he looked at Kitazawa. He had thought that using the Samehada fusion form would allow him to easily deal with him, but now it seemed it still wasn't enough. As things stood, he could only bring out his true trump card, his water release, hidden mist technique and silent killing, which he hadn't used in a long time. The reason Fuguki hadn't used them was simple: he could defeat enemies without needing to. Water release, hidden mist technique and silent killing were for sneak attacks. He would only use them when encountering an enemy of equal strength or stronger than him. Kid, this is the end. Fuguki clapped his hands, and a large amount of mist rapidly spread out from him. It is indeed time for it to end. Kitazawa, seeing that Uchiha Itachi had arrived, no longer held back. Senju Chakra mode. Mist rolled. Behind him, Fuguki suddenly attacked. Chakra enhanced strength. As if Kitazawa had eyes on his back, he turned and threw a punch. Fuguki's eyes widened, and he was sent flying. He landed on the ground, feeling sore all over, as if his body were falling apart. If it weren't for the Samehada fusion form, Kitazawa's punch could have knocked him unconscious. But Fuguki was even more shocked by how fast Kitazawa's reaction was. Could Kitazawa see him through the mist? Impossible. Fuguki quickly got up and dodged the roaring water dragon. The mist became quiet again. Fuguki silently crept towards Kitazawa. Kitazawa stood in place, wearing sunglasses, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Fuguki seized the opportunity, his right hand like a blade, stabbing towards Kitazawa's heart. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Kitazawa was Tsunade's student, and his own strength was immense. If he could kill him, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. But the next second, his smile instantly froze. Kitazawa extended both hands and grabbed his arms. Fuguki instinctively wanted to pull his arms back. Kitazawa joined two fingers and touched the chakra point on his arm. How do you know, gentle fist? Fuguki noticed the stagnation of chakra in his arm and immediately showed a ghostly expression. I have 2 Hyuga clan students, so I know a little about it. Kitazawa took this opportunity to hit another chakra point on Fuguki's arm. Get lost. Fuguki felt something was wrong. He raised his leg and kicked out. Kitazawa stepped back, avoiding his attack. Fuguki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then his body suddenly trembled twice, and he exited the Samahata fusion form. Fuguki realized what had happened, grabbed Samahata, and disappeared into the mist. He breathed as lightly as possible. The 2 chakra points Kitazawa had just touched, whether intentionally or accidentally, had released his Samahata fusion form. Fuguki felt a level of difficulty he had never encountered before. Although his water release, hidden mist technique was effective, once he got close to Kitazawa, Kitazawa would react. Fuguki looked at Samahata in his hand. A flash of inspiration gave him an idea. Since close-range attacks would be reacted to, he would use long-range attacks. Fuguki twisted Samahata. The moment it flew out, he took a step ahead and formed hand seals with both hands. Hair needle Senbon. His hair quickly hardened and flew out like Senbon. Earth release, earth flow wall. The reason Kitazawa could react so quickly was entirely due to his Byakugan. His Byakugan, boosted by a 30% Byakugan purity bonus, far surpassed the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The only drawback was that, within the water release, hidden mist technique, he could only see clearly within 3 meters. But that was enough. A wall rose, blocking Fuguki's hair. But in an instant, Samahata smashed through the earth wall. Those hairs pierced Kitazawa's body like a porcupine. It worked. Fuguki's face lit up with joy. With a bang, Kitazawa's body turned into mud. Damn it. An alarm bell rang in Fuguki's heart, and he quickly pulled Samahata back with force. Compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame. Kitazawa watched Samahata quickly retreat and immediately formed hand seals with both hands. He leaned back and spat out a ball of flame. The moment the flame landed, it rapidly spread, turning into a sea of fire. As the sea of fire appeared, high-pressure wind spheres exploded, causing the flames to spread like fireworks in an instant. No. The moment Fuguki grabbed Samahata, he was completely engulfed by the boundless flames. Screams erupted. He wanted to run, but it was too late. The fire, fueled by the wind, spread incredibly fast. The mist dissipated, replaced by roaring flames. Kitazawa's Byakugan swept across, locating Fuguki's position. He drew his blade, Zangetsu, and delivered a single slash. A blade of fire flew into the sea of fire, hitting Fuguki. The screams abruptly stopped, and he fell down. Wind release, vacuum blade. Kitazawa delivered another slash. Wind release, vacuum blade injects wind release chakra into a kunai, but injecting it into a ninja sword produces a similar effect. After cutting through the sea of fire, he immediately ran forward and pulled Fuguki out. Although his movements were incredibly fast, Fuguki was still burned beyond recognition, completely unidentifiable. As soon as Kitazawa set Fuguki down, he saw Samahata scuttling away like a dark crawler, moving at no slow pace. He stepped forward, stomped on its hilt, and formed hand seals with both hands. 5-element seal. Chakra transformed into black talismans, covering Samahata and rendering it immobile. Kitazawa stroked his chin. To be fair, Samahata was formidable. Among the 7 ninja swords of the mist, it was arguably the most useful. Just its chakra absorption ability alone was terrifying. In the original work, it could even absorb the chakra of tailed beasts. But Kitazawa was a traditionalist, he wasn't used to wielding a living sword. Moreover, Samahata might not even recognize him. This sword was very selective. Even if it recognized him, encountering a Jinchuriki could still make it defect. Kitazawa couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Jinchuriki. Then for Naruto. Good heavens. Kitazawa exclaimed. He suddenly realized that this choice was actually quite advantageous. Naruto's chakra, aside from Senju Hashirama, was among the strongest in the entire ninja world. Of course, Six-Path Sage and Akatsuki Kagaya were exceptions. Kitazawa was certain that Samahata would greatly enjoy Naruto's chakra. Conversely, Naruto would probably appreciate Samahata as well. After all, Samahata was sentient, wise, and could be kept as a perfect companion. Although Naruto had many friends, he certainly wouldn't mind one more. Thinking this, Kitazawa bound Samahata with bandages. Being a living entity, it couldn't be stored in a summoning storage scroll, he could only carry it with him. Kitazawa. A fragrant breeze signaled Kurenai's arrival. Kitazawa glanced at the other 3 hidden mist village Jonin. Like Fuguki, they were already lying on the ground, incapacitated. Are you alright? Kurenai asked, worry etched on her face. I'm fine, Kitazawa replied, shaking his head. What about you all? Izumi and Toryun are a bit injured, Kabuto is treating them. Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. My apologies for being a step late, Itachi said apologetically. It's nothing, you arrived just in time, Kitazawa assured him, then added with a smile, Itachi, your strength is truly impressive, you dealt with 3 Jonin in one go. I had the help of Kurenai-senpai and the others, it wasn't my achievement alone, Itachi replied sincerely, looking at Fuguki. I am far inferior to you. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this, let's leave quickly, Kurenai reminded. If we delay too long, other hidden mist village ninja might rush back. Kitazawa nodded. Having just used Senju Chakra mode, engaging in another battle would be risky. However, with Itachi present, it was still manageable. Even with 3 enemy Jonin just now, he hadn't yet exposed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kitazawa used a summoning storage scroll to store the bodies of Fuguki and the other 3 hidden mist village Jonin. The group then headed toward the Konoha village main camp. After they left, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the hidden mist village Umbu ninja who had previously informed Fuguki. It's over. Something big has happened. The Umbu ninja trembled. Fuguki was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the deputy commander of this war. His death would undoubtedly deal a huge blow to Hidden Mist Village. The Umbu ninja quickly regained his composure and left to report to AO. Current mission, stop or kill Fuguki. Mission reward, 2/5 of a card of chakra upper limit. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa, running ahead, paused briefly, glancing at the 3 lines of text before him. A surge of chakra flowed into his body. The chakra he had expended using Senju Chakra mode had recovered considerably. His current chakra had already exceeded 4 cards. In terms of pure chakra, only a handful of Jonin had more than he did. The group returned to the Konoha main camp. It was already dusk, the sun's faint glow hanging low on the horizon. How are things? Tsunade asked proactively. Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi, inside the main tent, also looked at Kitazawa, particularly Hayashi. The mission to stop Fuguki's team had originally been assigned to the Hyuga clan but had not succeeded. I have not failed my mission, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Well done. Tsunade's lips curved into a smile. These are the 4 corpses of Fuguki's team, Kitazawa said, taking out a scroll. There's a lot of blood. Tsunade paused, then handed the scroll to Nara Shikaku without looking at it. You killed all 4 of them. Shikaku widened his eyes. Fuguki's status was extraordinary, his death could cause a major stir in Hidden Mist Village. As expected of Lady Tsunade's student. Other Jonin murmured in amazement. They had thought Kitazawa's team had repelled Fuguki's team but hadn't expected all 4 to be killed. The difference in difficulty between the 2 sides was as vast as sky and earth. Haru, Tsunade glanced at Kitazawa. Pass this information to the old man. Yes, Umbu ninja Haru immediately responded. Shikaku, make arrangements to prevent retaliatory actions from Hidden Mist Village. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shikaku replied, turning and leaving the main tent. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 248, Famous Kitazawa. The news of Fuguki's death spread swiftly through Konoha's main camp, sparking heated discussions among the gathered ninja. Beyond Fuguki's special identity, much of the uproar came from the terror his squad had caused over the past week. Their relentless harassment and overwhelming strength had forced Konoha's units to stay constantly on guard. Whenever Fuguki's squad appeared, it almost always ended in death or severe injury. Despite Konoha organizing multiple pursuit teams, Fuguki's squad had always managed to slip away unscathed. But now, Kitazawa, leading a team to annihilate them, was akin to removing a venomous thorn from Konoha's side. At the very least, Konoha's ninja no longer had to fear sudden ambushes mid-mission, ambushes that could spell tragedy. With Fuguki's death, Kitazawa's name once again spread like wildfire among the Leaf's shinobi. Previously, most only regarded him as Tsunade's student. But now, the image of Kitazawa in their minds had shifted, from Tsunade's disciple to a powerful ninja in his own right. The moment people began to think first of his strength rather than his teacher's name, it became clear his reputation was rapidly ascending. In the original work, Asuma's youthful rebellion had stemmed from a similar frustration. Everyone who saw him thought only of him as the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Proud and ambitious, Asuma had left for the land of fire to change that perception. Yet, despite his determination, his talent had never surpassed his father's. In time, Asuma came to understand, and returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, on a distant island. Compared to the joyous atmosphere at Konoha's camp, the Hidden Mist's main base was shrouded in silence. You said Fuguki-sama is dead? That's impossible. Kisame Hashigaki's voice trembled with disbelief after hearing the Umbu's report. At this time, he was still a member of the Hidden Mist's Umbu and one of Fuguki's most trusted subordinates. Before Fuguki's betrayal of Hidden Mist's intelligence, Kisame had placed unwavering faith in him. Did you see it with your own eyes? Mei Terumi asked, her brows furrowed. Her tone was sharp but tinged with doubt. Fuguki had survived countless battles, how could he have been killed so easily? I didn't see it myself, the Umbu admitted, taking a deep breath, but I went to the battlefield. There was blood everywhere. And more importantly, I've completely lost contact with Lord Fuguki and his team. I've already dispatched Umbu to gather intelligence from the Leaf's camp, Ao said slowly. We'll soon know for sure. But inwardly, his heart was far from calm. In truth, Ao already believed the report. Fuguki's death was almost certain. If Fuguki had been alive, let alone victorious, he would have returned long ago to claim credit, perhaps even using it to wrest greater command authority. From that perspective, Ao almost felt Fuguki's death wasn't entirely a loss. Yet, it undeniably weakened the Hidden Mist's forces, further tipping the balance against them. The main tent fell silent once more. Heavy tension filled the air. The gathered Jonin, faces dark with thought, stood waiting. Even the usually arrogant Zabuza felt the oppressive atmosphere. Lord Ao. Another Umbu burst into the tent, panting. Lord Fuguki is confirmed dead. Truly dead. Ao instinctively stepped forward. The news has spread throughout Konoha's main camp, the Umbu said breathlessly. Leave us, Ao ordered after a short silence, waving his hand. The two Umbu bowed and withdrew from the tent. But that was Lord Fuguki. One of the Miss Jonin muttered, unable to believe it. It seems we must re-evaluate Kitazawa's strength, Ao said heavily. If he could kill Fuguki, then none of us can afford to underestimate him. Fuguki, wielding Samahata, had been one of the village's top-tier powerhouses, second only to the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. In the current Mist camp, not even Ao, Zabuza, or Mei Terumi had the confidence to defeat him. How do we know if we don't try? Zabuza said stubbornly. Maybe Lord Fuguki was ambushed. There's no such thing as ambush on the battlefield, Mei replied coldly. Kitazawa has already slain many of our elite ninja. His strength is unquestionable. Despite possessing both lava release and boil release, Mei was not confident she could defeat Kitazawa herself. Indeed, Ao nodded gravely. We must set aside arrogance and approach Kitazawa with utmost caution. So what now? Mei asked, turning to him. Ao rubbed his temples. Their initial plan had been to pin down Konoha's forces while Mangetsu's team investigated the true reason behind Yagura's war declaration. But half a month had passed with no progress. He needed to stall further. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps Fuguki's death could be turned into an opportunity. Konoha's morale is soaring right now, Ao said after some thought. We should avoid their edge for now. The Hidden Mist will retreat to the islands and stop engaging Konoha on land. Lord Ao. Zabuza protested. That's a blow to our honor. It'll look like we're running away. Several other Jonin nodded in agreement, retreating now would damage morale. I understand your anger, Ao said calmly, but war isn't about a single battle. Retreating to the islands allows us to play to our true advantage. Hidden Mist specialized in water release. Fighting Konoha on land meant abandoning the power of the sea. I agree. Terumi Mei's tone was calm, but her eyes reflected understanding. She knew Ao's true intent, he wanted to buy time. And truthfully, with Hidden Mist's chances of defeating Konoha so slim, retreating to the island to preserve their remaining strength was the wisest choice. Once they uncovered the truth behind 4th Mizukage Yagura's strange actions, they could reassess their strategy. Konoha will likely seize the momentum and press their advantage, Ao continued. When that happens, we'll use the sea to launch a counterattack, and avenge Fuguki. That much isn't impossible. Lord Ao makes a fair point, several Jonin murmured in agreement. Good. Ao exhaled quietly in relief, then ordered, inform all Hidden Mist forces still on the mainland, evacuate tonight. The moon rose and fell. A new day dawned. Warm sunlight blanketed the peaceful streets of Konoha village. Apart from the occasional delivery of triumphant war reports, the villagers hardly felt as though a war was even raging. The hidden mist had proven too weak to pose any real threat. At 6 in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage's office even before breakfast. The reason was the battle report Tsunade had sent late in the night. The decrypted report had just reached his desk. Konoha's intelligence network used strict encryption on all transmissions. The greater the importance, the tighter the safeguards. To prevent interception and enemy decryption, encryption was an absolute necessity. Battle reports, among the most vital documents, were heavily encoded. Hiruzen opened the scroll, scanning its contents with anticipation. Moments later, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. News of victory is always good, he said with a satisfied nod. Since the war with Hidden Mist began, Konoha's forces had maintained steady momentum, completely dominating the battlefield. Now, with the loss of powerhouses like Fuguki and Ringo Amuri, along with the fall of Kurisuke Raiga, 3 of Hidden Mist's elite were gone. It was a devastating blow. Hiruzen rolled up the scroll with a quiet smile. If nothing unexpected happened, this war was as good as won. Still, he knew better than to grow complacent. The Mist wouldn't have started a war without some hidden card to play. They would reveal it sooner or later, and Konoha had to be ready. Besides that, there was also the matter of Kimogakure, ever opportunistic and eager to exploit another's distraction. "Zo," Hiruzen called. An Umbu operative entered the room, kneeling respectfully. With Haru currently stationed under Tsunade's command, Zo was now serving as his replacement. He was the same Umbu who, in the original work, had stood outside the 4 Violet Flames formation during the Konoha Crush. "Deliver this message," Hiruzen said, handing him the battle report. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Zo accepted the scroll and swiftly departed. As he watched him leave, Hiruzen leaned back slightly and mused, this time, Kitazawa will truly make a name for himself, not just in Konoha, but across the entire shinobi world. The greatest achievements in this war so far, slaying Fuguki and Ringo Amuri, were both Kitazawa's doing. Hiruzen could already foresee it, Kitazawa's fame would soon soar, just as Minato Namikaze once had. That was a good thing. Kitazawa was Tsunade's student, an heir of the Hokage lineage. His glory reflected upon them all. And for Tsunade, it was the best kind of validation. Even though Kitazawa's fame now came from his water release and swordsmanship rather than medical ninjutsu, the world would still credit Tsunade for nurturing him. After all, in their eyes, without her, he wouldn't have mastered so many arts. But Hiruzen knew the truth, Kitazawa's prowess came not only from Tsunade's tutelage but from his own relentless effort and merit. Completing missions beyond expectation, exchanging accomplishments for newly created jutsu, his progress was hard-earned. Tsunade herself, once one of the most renowned ninja in the world, had faded from the spotlight in recent years because of her hemophobia. Now, Kitazawa's meteoric rise had brought her name back to the forefront. In a way, they had both returned. And when the war ended, Tsunade's path to the Hokage's seat would be nearly inevitable. Konoha could hardly find a shinobi more famed, or more fitting, than her. Meanwhile, at the Shimura compound. Beside a quiet artificial lake, Danzo Shimura sat motionless, fishing rod in hand. The still water reflected his weathered face, his eyes lost in thought. These days, this was how he spent his time, fishing, waiting, and watching. Suddenly, an Umbu operative appeared behind him, kneeling. "Lord Danzo," he said respectfully. Ever since Root's disbandment, many of its former operatives had joined Umbu. This man was one of them. Even with the cursed tongue eradication seal lifted, his loyalty to Danzo remained unshaken. "What is it?" Danzo asked without turning. "A battle report just came in. Kitazawa has killed Fuguki." Danzo's hand froze mid-motion. His expression hardened. Kitazawa again. Every time that boy's name appeared in a report, Tsunade's chances of becoming Hokage grew stronger. Danzo remained silent for a long moment, then waved his hand. The Umbu disappeared as quietly as he had come, leaving Danzo alone with the rippling lake. Danzo lightly touched his right eye. At this point, his only remaining trump card was Koto Amatsukami. But even that wouldn't solve the core problem, Konoha couldn't keep winning so effortlessly. The difference between a glorious victory and a tragic one was vast. The former would elevate Tsunade's prestige to an unreachable height, the latter could wound her reputation, making her easier to control. Danzo's greatest fear was that Tsunade's fame would soar after another overwhelming victory. Even if he used Koto Amatsukami to subtly manipulate her and make her support him, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the rest of the old guard would surely resist. He couldn't possibly control all of them. For Danzo, the ideal outcome was a tragic victory. Konoha would win, but at a heavy cost. The losses could be pinned on Tsunade, weakening her standing without collapsing Konoha's morale. But an outright defeat was unacceptable. If Konoha fell, Kimogakure and the other villages would pounce like vultures. Becoming Hokage amidst that chaos would be near impossible, and the risk of death intolerably high. Danzo fell into deep contemplation, calculating silently. How could he steer the war toward that delicate balance, a victory shrouded in tragedy? Leaking intelligence to the hidden mist would be the simplest method. But it had to be done flawlessly. A single mistake would destroy him forever. Fortunately, even though Root had been officially disbanded, the shadows he'd trained remained scattered throughout the village, silent, loyal, and waiting. 8:30 a.m. There was still half an hour before the Ninja Academy classes began, yet the genius class had already gathered at the training field, warming up for the day. Sasuke-kun. Sakura called out cheerfully, waving as always. Sasuke ignored her, his focus fixed on the rhythmic swish of his blade as he practiced Konoha style, Willow. Sakura, good morning. Ino's voice drew her attention. She turned to see Ino and Hinata walking side by side. Did you two just come from Kitazawa-sensei's office again? Sakura asked, her eyes narrowing playfully. Ino sighed. It still feels strange not seeing Kitazawa-sensei in class anymore. Hinata nodded softly. You're all here already. Kiba came running over, panting. His face lit up with excitement. Guess what I just heard? Shikamaru, lying lazily on the ground, replied without looking up, it's obviously about Kitazawa-sensei. Don't act smart when no one asked you to. Kiba snapped. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto leaned forward eagerly. Kiba, tell us already. Even Sasuke paused mid-swing, his gaze shifting toward Kiba. Strange, Ino muttered. How come we didn't hear anything about Kitazawa-sensei? You came too early, Kiba said proudly. I overslept, but when I woke up, I heard the news. Stop bragging and just say it. Ino clenched her fists. Or you'll regret it. Do you know Suikazan Fuguki? Kiba asked. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Tenten answered instantly. He was Kurisuke Raiga's former teammate. Exactly, Kiba said, chest puffed up. Kitazawa-sensei killed him in battle. Gasps erupted. As expected of Kitazawa-sensei. Ino cheered. Fuguki was far stronger than Raiga, Kiba added proudly. And he was also the deputy commander of the Hidden Mist forces. Everyone understood the weight of that accomplishment. These were future clan heirs, they grasped what that meant strategically and politically. I wish I could fight alongside Kitazawa-sensei one day, Naruto said, eyes shining. That depends on whether he's your team leader after graduation, Neji remarked coolly. He will be. Naruto grinned, giving a thumbs up. We share the bond of youth. Hinata clasped her hands nervously, praying silently that she too would be on Kitazawa-sensei's team. Don't get ahead of yourself, Shikamaru yawned. Each Jonin gets 3 students. The odds aren't in your favor. He's right. Ino declared confidently. But I've learned several ninjutsu created by Kitazawa-sensei himself, so my chances are higher. Shikamaru sighed. Everyone had dreams, but not everyone knew the rules. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio squad leader had always come from the Sarutobi clan. That tradition wouldn't change. You're not the only one who learned from him. Kiba reminded her. Kitazawa-sensei is Tsunade-sama's disciple, Sakura said proudly. Since I've been learning medical ninjutsu, I have the best chance. Kitazawa-sensei sure is popular, Yukumo said with a soft laugh. Karen tilted her head. You don't want him as your squad leader. Of course I do, Yukumo smiled. If I could choose, it'd be him. But doesn't he already have 3 students? Sasuke asked suddenly. Hinata blinked. You mean Kabuto-senpai and the others? Naruto frowned. Then, do we still have a chance? By the time we graduate, he'll probably take new students, Shikamaru reasoned. It's too early to worry about that, Neji said calmly. It's almost 9. Everyone, prepare for training. Sasuke sheathed his blade. Kakashi-sensei's here. I'm going to practice lightning release. His Konoha style, Willow had just reached the entry stage. It was time for him to take the next step, lightning release, Chidori. Chapter 249, the 4th Mizukage Yugura arrives. Kitazawa slowly opened his eyes to find Kurenai's beautiful, delicate face inches from his own. He blinked in mild confusion and asked, did I sleep for a long time? No, Kurenai replied softly, lying against his chest. It's not even 8 yet. I just happened to wake up a few minutes earlier than you today. I see. Feeling the warmth of her body pressed against him, Kitazawa smiled faintly. I thought I had overslept. You worked hard all day yesterday, Kurenai teased, poking his cheek with a finger. You can sleep a little longer. You're not doing any missions today, right? Kitazawa gently bit her slender finger and said, today's a rest day, though that depends on what the Hidden Mist village decides to do. That's true. Kurenai sat up, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. We should eat first. If the hidden mist acts, we might not even have time for breakfast. It's not that bad. Kitazawa chuckled, patting her thigh lightly. Although there was a chance the hidden mist might retaliate, Kitazawa knew Ao well enough to guess he'd likely hold his forces in place. Still, his concern wasn't Ao, it was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. With Fuguki dead, the hidden mist had lost yet another powerhouse. Their remaining strength was far inferior to Konoha's. Kitazawa couldn't help but wonder if Yagura would personally step onto the battlefield next. Still, it never hurts to be cautious. Kurenai stood, her two long, pale legs immediately drawing Kitazawa's gaze. I'll go call Kabuto and the others, she said, brushing her bare foot against his leg before leaving the tent with a soft smile. Since Kitazawa had slept fully dressed, he didn't need to change. After washing up, he joined Kabuto and the others for breakfast, simple rice balls. There are no missions today, Kitazawa said after finishing his meal. Use the time to practice your ninjutsu. But don't push yourselves too hard, during wartime, emergency missions can come at any moment. Just as he finished speaking, his expression shifted slightly. He turned toward the distance, his eyes narrowing. Lord Kitazawa. An Umbu operative appeared before him, bowing. Tsunade-sama requests your presence in the main command tent. It seems the hidden mist has made a move, Kitazawa murmured, rising to his feet. Wait here for me. Following the Umbu, he made his way to the command tent. Inside, several Jonin were already gathered, among them, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, and other notable figures. Upon seeing Kitazawa, many greeted him warmly. It was only natural, his strength and potential made him one of the rising stars of Konoha. Building rapport with him was a wise investment in the future. Moments later, Tsunade and Shizun entered. Lady Tsunade, the Jonin greeted respectfully. Starting last night, Tsunade began without delay, the hidden mist's forces have all withdrawn to the sea. Hayashi frowned. Does that mean they're retreating? I dispatched Umbu for reconnaissance, Tsunade said, shaking her head. They're not retreating, they're fortifying. They intend to use the islands for defense. They've been scared off. Uchiha Yashiro laughed, and several Jonin nodded in agreement. Only those who couldn't win would choose such a tactic. The sea is their advantage, Shikaku said, frowning. Even if we hold the upper hand, victory won't come quickly. What is the fourth Mizukage thinking? Akimichi Choza muttered. For someone who started the war, he's been strangely cautious. I can't figure it out either, Shikaku said quietly, deep in thought. Kitazawa recalled an old saying from his past life, thinking for 10 days and 10 nights, yet still finding no answer. Without knowledge of Uchiha Obito's influence, the hidden mist's erratic strategy made little sense. There's no need to rush, Tsunade said firmly. Victory is already within reach. We'll take it step by step. She disliked drawn-out battles, but storming an enemy entrenched on the sea would only cause unnecessary casualties. Hayashi, Tsunade continued, you and your men have worked hard. Continue surveying and identifying all of the hidden mist's island bases and outposts. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Hayashi nodded. Shikaku, she added, compile a list of shinobi suited for sea combat. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shikaku replied immediately. He already knew what she meant, water release users would naturally play a key role, but so would lightning release specialists, since water amplified lightning's effect. Earth release users could also manipulate terrain, negating the mist's marine advantage. For the next few days, we likely won't see much battle, Tsunade concluded. Then, turning toward Kitazawa, she said, Kitazawa, you and Shizun will handle medical treatment for the wounded. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. Several Jonin exchanged glances. Tsunade's words reminded them of something they'd almost forgotten. Kitazawa wasn't just a warrior. He was also an exceptional medical ninja. Yashiro, Tsunade continued, escort the severely injured back to Konoha. Yes, Lady Tsunade. That's all for now, Tsunade said, dismissing them. You'll be informed of any new developments. The meeting dispersed. As Kitazawa stepped out of the command tent, Kurenai approached with quiet concern. How did it go? She asked softly, eyes searching his face. The hidden mist village has fully retreated to the sea, planning to fight a defensive battle against us. Kitazawa paused, then said, you two should train well these next 2 days. I'm going to help senior sister Shizun treat the wounded. All right then. Kurenai didn't say anything more upon hearing this. If you don't understand anything, come find me. Kitazawa raised his hand, pointing to a tent not far away, and said, I'll be treating them there. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto and the other two nodded. After Kitazawa left, they began their training, especially Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi. Besides learning wind release, pressure damage and fire release, intelligent hard work, they also had to try to combine them. Kitazawa had used compound ninja art, strange mask exploding flame when fighting Fuguki earlier. The power of the technique amazed them and filled them with confidence. Kurenai, on the other hand, continued to familiarize herself with her chakra-enhanced strength. She had nearly mastered it. After entering the battlefield, continuous high-intensity combat had caused her chakra-enhanced strength to advance by leaps and bounds. However, due to her physical limits, its power was still far inferior to Kitazawa's and Tsunade's. Your chakra-enhanced strength isn't bad. A sudden voice rang out. Kurenai subconsciously turned her head and saw Tsunade. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stepped forward. No need to be so nervous, Tsunade said indifferently. She had long known that Kurenai had learned chakra-enhanced strength. After all, Kitazawa's team had completed so many missions lately, Kurenai couldn't hide it even if she wanted to. I don't have much to do anyway, Tsunade said, clenching her fist. I'll practice chakra-enhanced strength with you. She had been incredibly busy during this period. Now that the hidden mist village had retreated to the islands, it gave her a rare moment of leisure. Kurenai couldn't help but be stunned. You're the second ninja to learn my chakra-enhanced strength, Tsunade said with a playful smile. Of course, I have to test your skill, lest you tarnish my reputation. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Kurenai took a deep breath and replied. While the two sparred, Kitazawa arrived at the rear of the main camp. A strong medicinal scent filled the air, accompanied by muffled groans of pain. Kitazawa looked around. Due to limited conditions, the wounded lay on blankets close together, those with minor injuries on the outer edges, the severely wounded deeper inside. Many had missing arms or legs. Though they were alive, despair lingered on their faces. Especially those with severed hands, without them, forming hand seals was impossible. For a shinobi, that meant the end. Those with lost legs could use prosthetics, but they weren't the same. Their combat ability would never recover fully. Kitazawa thought of the limb regeneration medical ninjutsu he was developing. Unfortunately, it hadn't succeeded yet and couldn't be applied. Kitazawa, come help. Shizen saw him and waved him over. It's rare to see you in all white, Kitazawa said, snapping out of his thoughts as he approached. Wearing these clothes makes it easier for the wounded to identify us, Shizen said, then added with a faint smile, but you don't need to wear one, they all know you already. Is it that exaggerated? Kitazawa asked, smiling. Ask them if they know you, Shizen replied playfully. Lord Kitazawa. Of course, we know him, a nearby injured ninja said. He's Lady Tsunade's student, the one who killed 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Lord Kitazawa even saved my life yesterday, another Chunin added. Kitazawa glanced at him, recognizing the face. It was someone he had saved casually while searching for Fuguki's team. Your reputation is almost as great as Lady Tsunade's, Shizen said, raising her hand and gesturing. All the patients in that area are yours. That many? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. I believe in your ability, Shizen said with a smile. Then I'll start now. Kitazawa nodded and walked toward the indicated area. Time slowly passed. Current mission, help Kurenai learn the chakra-enhanced strength. Mission reward, self-cursing seal. The host has completed the mission. Reward issued. The 3 lines of text that appeared before his eyes made Kitazawa slightly pleased. A surge of information flooded into his mind, though he didn't rush to examine it. He'd absorb it after finishing treatment for the current patient. He had been keeping an eye on Kurenai's progress, so he wasn't surprised. Still, the timing of this mission's completion couldn't have been better. The self-cursing seal was a rare sealing technique with real combat utility. Even Sasuke, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, would be restrained for a time if struck by it. If Danzo hadn't provoked him by mentioning Uchiha Itachi back then, Sasuke might already have been dead. Now, during wartime, the self-curse seal would be invaluable. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Kurenai had already mastered the chakra-enhanced strength, what should he teach her next? If it were peacetime, he'd teach her sealing techniques. But in wartime, enhancing battle power was more practical. Actually, the self-curse seal wasn't a bad option. However, its difficulty was extremely high. For Kurenai to master it might take a long time, perhaps even beyond the end of the war. Then a thought stirred in Kitazawa's mind, wind release, Rasengan. The reason he considered that technique was because it could form compound ninjutsu, hurricane water vortex technique when combined with water release, tearing torrent. Kurenai had already learned Rasengan, so learning its wind release variant would be much easier. Even so, it would still take time to master wind release chakra nature transformation. Kitazawa also thought of another ninjutsu, the Shuriken shadow clone technique. However, this ninjutsu was A rank, and its difficulty was no less than wind release, Rasengan. Considering that the two could also use the combination technique, Kitazawa felt that Kurenai should first try to learn wind release, Rasengan. If she succeeded, it would be like buying one and getting one free. Learning wind release, Rasengan would naturally come with compound ninjutsu, hurricane water vortex technique as a bonus. After Kitazawa decided, he didn't immediately go to Kurenai but continued his mission of treating the wounded for the day. The sun set. The time came to dusk. Kitazawa. Shizun took off her white coat and said, "That's enough for today." Kitazawa let out a breath. Continuously using medical ninjutsu for an entire day was quite tiring. The other medical ninja didn't have as much chakra as he and had to rest several times throughout the day. Kitazawa returned to his tent. Kurenai, Kabuto, and Uchiha Izumi had also finished their training. Kitazawa walked into the tent and saw Kurenai lying on the carpet. Her forehead had traces of dried sweat, and her hair was matted together, clear signs of high-intensity training. "You worked hard today, Kurenai." Kitazawa sat in front of her and said. She had her eyes closed, but she wasn't asleep. Her uneven breathing caused her chest to rise and fall rhythmically. "But I gained a lot today," Kurenai said, opening her eyes. "And Lady Tsunade even sparred with me for half a day." Kitazawa couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder Kurenai had completed his system mission today. It turned out Tsunade had lent her a hand. However, even without Tsunade's help, it would still have been completed in the next couple of days. "You no longer need to practice the chakra-enhanced strength." Kitazawa placed her fair and slender calf on his lap, gently rubbing it as he spoke. "I plan to teach you wind release, Rasengan." "Wind release?" Kurenai asked, a bit uncertain. "Can I really learn it?" "Give it a try." Kitazawa felt the soft elasticity of her calf and said, "Anyway, to become a Jonin, you need to master at least 2 elemental ninjutsu." "That's true." Kurenai shifted slightly, placing her other leg across his lap. This posture gave her figure a graceful, enticing curve. "Do you want to shower first, or eat first?" Kitazawa glanced at her and asked. "Eat first," Kurenai murmured. "If I shower first, whether I can eat later is another question." "You're quite self-aware." Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. "I know you," Kurenai said softly, sitting up and wrapping her arms around his neck. Leaning into his embrace, she added teasingly, "Every time, it's you who doesn't know what's good for you." Kitazawa raised his hand and gave her a firm slap on the bottom. "You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you." Kurenai's face instantly flushed red at his words. She glared at Kitazawa, stood up, and walked out of the tent. After they finished eating, the two returned to the tent to shower, and then rest. The peaceful days didn't last long, as the war between Konoha and Hidden Mist continued. But this time, the sides had switched. Konoha had become the aggressor. Unlike before, when Hidden Mist would raid from the shorelines, this time, Konoha's forces pushed forward. Because the sea was Hidden Mist's home ground, Narashikaku reorganized the ninja teams accordingly. However, Kitazawa's team remained unchanged. His water release combined with Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs could still exert tremendous power at sea, so there was no need to separate them. A month passed in the blink of an eye. With no new system missions, Kitazawa wasn't as intense as before. He chose to complete one mission every 2 days, leaving ample time for Kurenai, Kabuto, and Uchiha Izumi to focus on training. Night fell. Kitazawa's team gathered in front of the tent for dinner. "Speaking of which, have your class's final exams finished?" Kurenai suddenly asked. "They finished long ago, they're already halfway through their vacation." Kitazawa blinked in realization, then said with a sigh, "This past month, I've been so busy with missions that I completely forgot." "You can ask an Umbu ninja," Kurenai said, taking a bite of grilled fish. Umbu often traveled back and forth between the front lines and Konoha to deliver intelligence. "I'll just have Itachi get the final exam rankings for our class," Kitazawa said with a nod. During wartime, he obviously couldn't return to the academy to take the finals, but by looking at the rankings, he could still get a sense of the genius class's situation. "In the blink of an eye, it's already been 2 months since we returned to Konoha," Kurenai sighed. "I estimate we'll be able to go back soon," Kitazawa said casually. "Hidden Mist Village can't hold out much longer." "I don't know why, but I feel like they're waiting for something," Kurenai murmured, rubbing her chin. Just as Kitazawa was about to reply, an Umbu ninja appeared in front of them. "Lord Kitazawa," the Umbu said, bowing slightly. "Please come to the main tent." Kitazawa finished dinner and went to the main tent. Inside, he found Hyuga Hayashi, Narashikaku, and several other Jonin already gathered. "Another strategy meeting." "I just received news," Tsunade said gravely after everyone had arrived. "The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, is on his way here." "What?" Hayashi, Shikaku, and the others all looked shocked. Although wars between great nations were common, it was rare for a Kage to personally take the field. And when one did, it meant total war. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. "He's finally coming." It seems it's about time to complete another system mission. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 250, Kitazawa's team falls into a trap. Will the arrival of the 4th Mizukage change Hidden Mist Village's tactics? Akimichi Choza asked. I think so. Hyuga Hayashi pondered for a moment before replying, as a Kage, his strength and influence are enough to turn the tide of battle. Although the 4th Mizukage is powerful, we are not weak. Lady Tsunade is not inferior to him, Uchiha Yashiro said confidently. The 4th Mizukage's arrival won't change anything. Kitazawa stood silently to the side, listening to everyone's discussion, and realized something. They didn't know that the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was the Three Tails Jinchuriki. But that was understandable. All major hidden villages concealed their Jinchuriki's identities. One reason was to protect them during peacetime. The other was to ensure that, in war, their appearance could create an unexpected impact. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, the 2 Jinchuriki of Hidden Cloud Village made no effort to hide who they were. Compared to other villages, the 4th Raikage had more confidence. He trusted in both the strength of Hidden Cloud and his Jinchuriki, so he didn't care whether their identities were exposed. I think we should also consider one thing, Kitazawa said, clearing his throat. Since the 4th Mizukage has arrived, what about the Jinchuriki? He didn't directly reveal that Yagura was the Three Tails host. After all, he couldn't explain how he knew. What Kitazawa said is indeed possible. Narashikaku's expression turned serious. If the 4th Mizukage brings a Jinchuriki, then we won't be able to match him. In the perception of most ninja, only another Jinchuriki could fight a Jinchuriki. And truthfully, that wasn't wrong. The power of a Jinchuriki in full-tailed beast mode was terrifying. Throughout the entire shinobi world, only a handful of ninja could suppress a Jinchuriki or a tailed beast. Kitazawa fell into deep thought. A Jinchuriki was indeed a huge problem, especially since Tsunade still suffered from hemophobia. In the current Konoha main camp, perhaps only Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan could serve as their greatest countermeasure. Then, Kitazawa's mind stirred. He realized he had fallen into a misconception. Defeating Yagura wasn't the goal, removing Uchiha Obito's control over him was. Given that, he could reveal the truth during battle. The Mist-nin might not believe him, but it didn't matter. If they didn't believe Kitazawa, they would have to believe Ao, because Ao possessed the Byakugan. The reason Ao hadn't discovered Yagura's manipulation earlier was simple. He didn't dare use his Byakugan on the 4th Mizukage. It was the same as a Hyuga ninja refusing to casually observe the Hokage with their Byakugan. In fact, Konoha had a rule: Hyuga clan members were forbidden to use the Byakugan within the village except under special circumstances. No one wanted a shinobi with X-ray vision spying freely. Kitazawa even suspected this was the real reason Hinata had been kidnapped at home by Cloud Nin in the original timeline. To prevent the possible appearance of a Jinchuriki, I will have the old man send the sealing squad over, Tsunade said after a moment of thought. Konoha's own Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, was still too young, and it wasn't yet a do-or-die moment for the village, so bringing him to the battlefield was impossible. Deploying the sealing squad was the best option. Everyone, prepare yourselves. After the 4th Mizukage arrives, we'll respond according to the mist's movements, Tsunade concluded. The meeting ended, and everyone left the main tent. Kitazawa, however, remained behind. Kitazawa, is there something else? Tsunade asked, noticing him. I want to ask Itachi about the Ninja Academy situation, Kitazawa said truthfully. You're quite the conscientious teacher, Tsunade said with a soft smile. Then she turned. Shizun, go call Itachi. Shizun nodded and stepped out. Lady Tsunade, are you confident in dealing with the 4th Mizukage? Kitazawa asked while waiting. No. Tsunade leaned back slightly, her hips pressing against the desk, her tone half-joking. I'll have to rely on you. This is the first time I've heard such words from Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said with a grin. Tsunade blinked, realizing how uncharacteristic that sounded even to her own ears. You're my student, she said lazily, brushing it off. If I don't rely on you, who should I rely on? She had always been shamelessly straightforward. After all, this was the same woman who once ran across the world dodging debt collectors. What if I can't beat him? Kitazawa asked as he stepped closer. Then we run for our lives together, Tsunade said without hesitation. Only fools stand there waiting for death. As expected of Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. That's easy to say, Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples, clearly troubled. But if the mist really brings a Jinchuriki, even retreating will be difficult. Her movements caused the curve of her body to shift subtly, an unintentional display of confidence and power. Kitazawa's gaze instinctively followed. What are you looking at? Tsunade elbowed him lightly in the arm. Sorry, Kitazawa replied quickly. That's just human instinct. You're quite honest, Tsunade said with a faint smirk, unbothered. It's a pity Rina hasn't mastered the adamantine sealing chains yet. In the original timeline, even a newly delivered Uzumaki Kushina could restrain the Nine Tails with that technique. She hasn't had enough time to study sealing arts, so it can't be helped, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. Uzumaki Rina had been recovering ever since being rescued from Grass Village and hadn't yet had the chance to train properly. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry. The sealing squad's technique isn't bad either. Lady Tsunade. Just then, Shizen's voice sounded from outside the tent. Itachi is here. Go find him, Tsunade said, raising her head. Call me if anything happens. Kitazawa nodded, gave a polite bow, and walked out of the main tent. Tsunade's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, her thoughts adrift. She couldn't shake the feeling that her relationship with Kitazawa was peculiar, nothing like that of a teacher and student. You two talk, Shizen said softly, not disturbing them as she left with Taunton. Itachi, Kitazawa called out first. I have something I'd like the Umbu to help with, the final exam rankings of the genius class. That's simple, Itachi replied immediately. I'll be returning to Konoha village tomorrow, I can take care of it then. You shouldn't return to Konoha right now. Your presence here is more valuable, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. Then I'll send someone back instead, Itachi replied after a short pause, slightly surprised. As an Umbu, he already knew about the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, arriving soon. But did Kitazawa trust him that much? Itachi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. After all, he had never revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe Kitazawa was just speaking casually. Thank you, Kitazawa said with a nod. He didn't take much of Itachi's time. After a brief exchange, he returned to his tent. Kurenai and Kabuto were still inside, neither had left after dinner. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, will probably arrive tomorrow, Kitazawa said as he sat beside Kurenai. Even the fourth Mizukage is coming? Kurenai looked startled. Kabuto and the others also exchanged surprised looks. Don't worry, we'll focus on what needs to be done, Kitazawa said calmly, then asked, Kabuto, Izumi, how are your ninjutsu studies coming along? Compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame is very difficult, Uchiha Izumi said apologetically. We estimate we'll need another half-month. Wind release, pressure damage and fire release, intelligent hard work were both B-rank ninjutsu. They had trained and fought continuously for a month, barely managing to master them. But the compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame was a different story, it was of A-rank difficulty. More importantly, it required perfect coordination between two people. Izumi has the Sharingan, so maybe it won't take half a month, Kabuto added. Sharingan is indeed convenient, Kurenai sighed. The wind release, Rasengan, my learning is progressing much slower than yours. Kabuto and Izumi were both Kitazawa's students, and her juniors. They had started learning ninjutsu at roughly the same time, yet her progress lagged behind. Kurenai couldn't help but feel the difference in talent. Senior Kurenai, you're learning A-rank ninjutsu, Kabuto said with a friendly smile. We're only learning B-rank ones. If we were learning something like that, we'd be struggling far more than you. You sure know how to talk, Kurenai chuckled despite herself. Everyone, go rest, Kitazawa said as he stood up. If there are any new missions, I'll inform you. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa, Kabuto and the others replied in unison. Kitazawa and Kurenai entered their tent. I wonder if I'll be able to master wind release, Rasengan before the war ends, Kurenai said, stretching lazily, her movement accentuating her curves. Kitazawa's eyes flicked toward her unconsciously, and he couldn't help noting how far she fell behind Lady Tsunade in that regard. But it wasn't her fault. In the entire shinobi world, perhaps only Samui and Hyuga Hinata could rival Tsunade's figure. Just do your best, don't push too hard, Kitazawa said, sitting cross-legged and pulling out paper and a pen. He hadn't studied any new ninjutsu recently, aside from using his 3-tomo Sharingan to copy techniques from Miss Nin. But even without new training, he hadn't been idle. His main focus was perfecting a new form of medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration. After months of effort, building on the foundation of the forbidden medical technique, body revival technique, his progress had been impressive. He felt confident he could complete it within the month. Seeing this, Kurenai didn't disturb him and continued practicing her wind release, Rasengan in silence. Konoha's camp remained calm despite the fourth Mizukage's impending arrival. But in the mist camp, the atmosphere was tense, sleep eluded many. Inside Ao's tent, Terumi Mei and several Miss Jonin gathered after receiving a summons. What did Elder Gensui say? A young shinobi asked anxiously. All Jonin present were part of Gensui's faction. Zabuza, for instance, was absent, his pride kept him unaffiliated. In fact, in the original timeline, he would even attempt to assassinate Yagura himself. Elder Gensui doesn't know the reason either, Ao said, shaking his head. Then what should we do? Torumi frowned. Once Mizukage-sama arrives, he'll take command. We'll have to follow his orders. Mizukage-sama will likely launch a full-scale assault on Konoha, another middle-aged ninja said grimly. Who knows how many more will die? He clearly wasn't optimistic about their chances. The strength gap between Mist and Konoha was obvious, it couldn't be bridged by Yagura alone. In recent years, Mizukage-sama's behavior has grown more erratic. Starting a war with Konoha is pure madness, another ninja said sharply. Is Elder Gensui really just going to let this continue? Elder Gensui doesn't want to see the Mist walk toward destruction, Ao replied, sighing. But Mizukage-sama just arrived, and the war hasn't begun. We can't confront him yet. So we wait for him to suffer defeat before acting. Torumi immediately grasped his implication. That's the only way, Ao said helplessly. The fourth Mizukage was immensely powerful and commanded deep respect within the Mist. Even if they wanted to oppose him, they would have to wait until after his fall from grace. The night slowly faded. A new day. Kitazawa did not take on any missions and remained at the Konoha village main camp. Kabuto and Kurenai, among others, were as busy as ever practicing ninjutsu. The morning quickly passed. Around noon, Kitazawa saw Itachi. This is the ranking for the Genius Class final exam. Itachi handed him a scroll and said. Thank you. Kitazawa took the scroll and replied. There's also some information, Itachi added after a pause. Half an hour ago, the fourth Mizukage arrived at the Hidden Mist village main camp. Kitazawa nodded and opened the scroll. He couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. The scroll not only contained rankings but also the training status of the Genius Class students. This was clearly Itachi's extra effort. However, this kind of extra effort was very much to Kitazawa's liking. One could only say, it was Itachi, he handled everything thoroughly. For example, even Sasuke in the original work had been meticulously arranged by him. After reading it, Kitazawa closed the scroll. The Genius Class final exam rankings were mostly similar to the previous monthly exam results. Naruto still ranked first in the practical exam. Having mastered Wind Release, Gale Palm and Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, combined with the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, he was practically invincible. Although Sasuke had learned Konoha style, Willow, it had little effect on Naruto. Konoha style, Willow relied on Genjutsu and Kenjutsu, he could only defeat Naruto by mastering Lightning Release Ninjutsu. Ino, on the other hand, showed significant improvement. She had learned Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Technique. Though Genjutsu performed poorly in the original work, it was extremely useful against non-Uchiha opponents, especially since Ino's rivals were just a group of ungraduated students. Besides that, Shinno Aburame's parasitic water insects had made initial progress. With the help of Mariboshi Kosuka and Sakura's water release, these new insects gained resistance to water techniques. Of course, this was just the beginning, their duration was still too short to complete Kitazawa's system mission. After lunch, Kitazawa was again called by Tsunade for a meeting. Only one thing was discussed, the change in Hidden Mist Village's tactics. Hidden Mist Village ninja had abandoned their island defenses and were now preparing to establish strongholds and outposts on land. The war situation underwent a dramatic change. Previously, when the Mist relied on island defenses, Konoha held the upper hand. Now, with the tables turned, the war had reverted to its early chaotic phase. However, with the addition of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, the intensity of battle rose sharply, especially since many Hidden Mist ninja fought with reckless abandon. A week passed in the blink of an eye. As May entered its middle, the weather grew warmer. Inside the Konoha village main camp central tent. This past week, Hidden Mist Village's casualties were more than double ours, Nara Shikaku reported. But after paying that price, they have successfully established several strongholds and outposts on land. Tsunade had expected this and showed no surprise. Lady Tsunade, I think we should organize a counterattack, Uchiha Yashiro said in a deep voice. We cannot let the Hidden Mist ninja grow so arrogant. I called you all here precisely to discuss that, Tsunade nodded slightly. 3 days ago, I dispatched Umbu and Hyuga clan ninja, 3 teams in total, to infiltrate behind enemy lines. Any results yet? Uchiha Yashiro's eyes lit up at her words. This is the map they drew. Tsunade opened a scroll. The red dots marked the heavily guarded strongholds of the Hidden Mist. Kitazawa looked up and studied it. The map showed 4 red dots. The innermost one marked the current location of the Hidden Mist main camp. The other 3 represented 2 supply depots and 1 medical need stronghold. I plan to send 3 teams to destroy these 3 strongholds, excluding the main camp, Tsunade said after a moment's thought. Yashiro, Choza, and Kitazawa, you 3 will lead them. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa was slightly startled, but he soon agreed. After that came the specific assignments and tactical discussions. Kitazawa's target was a supply point located on an island. In addition to his team, there was the one led by Hisashi Hyuga, making a total of 8 people, 5 of whom were Jonin. The lineup was nothing short of elite. Lord Kitazawa, I didn't expect us to fight side by side again, Hisashi said cheerfully. After all, Kitazawa's power greatly increased their chances of success. Gather at the camp entrance in 5 minutes, Kitazawa instructed with a small smile. Understood. Hisashi immediately went to summon his teammates. Kitazawa also gathered Kurenai, Kabuto, and the others at the entrance. 5 minutes later, the two teams rendezvoused and headed toward their destination. With Torian's phosphorus destruction bugs and Hisashi's Byakugan, they advanced smoothly until they reached the offshore supply point of the hidden mist. By then, darkness had fallen. The intelligence is accurate, Hisashi said, his Byakugan scanning the camp. This supply point has 4 Jonin, and 16 Chunin and Genin. Then proceed as planned, Kitazawa said calmly. I'll first use water release to destroy their traps and create chaos, then you attack. With Lord Kitazawa's water release, we'll achieve twice the result with half the effort, Hisashi replied with a grin. He had once raided a mist stronghold with Kitazawa before and had seen firsthand the devastating power of his water-style techniques. But just as Kitazawa was about to form hand seals, 4 splashes erupted from the dark sea. 4 hidden mist ninja burst out from the water, surrounding them. 4th Mizukage. Hisashi's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing one of them. Kitazawa's expression hardened. They had fallen into a trap. Chapter 251, Anxious Tsunade. Kitazawa saw the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi of the Hidden Mist Village, standing under the moonlight. Just like in the original work, he had a baby face, looking more like a teenager than a Kage. In truth, however, Yagura was already quite old, his grandson, Kagura, had even been born. Kitazawa's first reaction was clear, there was a traitor within Konoha village. Their mission to raid the Hidden Mist stronghold this time was a top-secret operation. Theoretically, only Tsunade, Narashikaku, and a handful of Jonin who attended the war meeting knew about it. These Jonin were the pillars of Konoha, there was no chance they would betray their village. That left only the 3 ninja squads composed of Hyuga clan members and Umbu operating deep behind enemy lines. The Hyuga branch families were all bound by the caged bird seal, making betrayal impossible. But Umbu ninja, they carried a certain risk. And at that thought, one name surfaced in Kitazawa's mind. Danzo. After Root was officially disbanded, many of its members were absorbed into the Umbu. Yet, they still obeyed Danzo's orders from the shadows. Danzo's goal was simple, to become Hokage. He would never allow Tsunade to achieve great success in this war. If Kitazawa's surprise attack mission failed, it would deal a heavy blow to Konoha's strategy. And since Kitazawa was Tsunade's student, it would directly damage her prestige as well. Are you Kitazawa? Yagura's gaze fell upon him. It seems my reputation isn't small, Kitazawa said calmly. Worthy indeed of the Mizukage personally setting an ambush for me. Though the Byakugan was powerful for reconnaissance and perception, it wasn't invincible. Yagura and his subordinates had hidden deep beneath the sea, and somehow managed to evade detection by the Byakugan. You're just a bonus. Yagura's voice was cold and emotionless. Our goal is to use you to lure out Tsunade. Kitazawa's heart trembled. How did you know my location? Yagura's words confirmed it, the Hidden Mist's target was both him and Tsunade. And that could only mean one thing, the traitor was most likely Danzo or the remnants of his former route. You are facing the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, a foe stronger than you. Risk is opportunity. Survive. Current mission, hold out until Tsunade and the others arrive. Mission reward, Mangekyo Sharingan resistance. Do you accept? Kitazawa stared blankly at the 4 glowing lines of text that appeared before his eyes. A mission, triggered now, of all times. But it made sense. After all, this was the 4th Mizukage, it was only natural that a mission would appear. Still, what exactly was Mangekyo Sharingan resistance? Could it mean resistance against the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan? The thought struck him immediately. Because the Yagura standing before him was the same man who, in the original timeline, had been controlled by Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. If this mission was connected to that, then the reward made perfect sense. And if so, it was an extremely valuable ability to have. After all, while only a few possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, the 3 greatest villains, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Danzo, all had it. Of course, the richer the reward, the higher the danger. If Yagura were merely a water release specialist, Kitazawa wouldn't have felt much pressure. But as a 3-tails Jinchuriki, Yagura's threat level was on an entirely different scale. You don't need to know that much. Yagura casually threw a flare into the sky. In an instant, the Hidden Mist ninja stationed on the nearby island began rushing toward them. Kabuto, will cover your escape, Kitazawa ordered without hesitation. With the fourth Mizukage and several elite Mist Jonin present, retreating together would be impossible. The best course of action was to send one person back to the Konoha main camp to report the ambush. And the ideal candidate was Kabuto. First, he was highly intelligent and quick-thinking. Second, he was skilled in wind release and possessed exceptional mobility. Third, he was proficient in medical ninjutsu, increasing his chances of survival even in chaos. Wishful thinking. The middle-aged mist ninja beside Yugura sneered. With Lord Mizukage here, none of you will escape alive. Kabuto didn't even look at him. He turned and bolted into the forest. Stop right there. The middle-aged ninja vanished with the body flicker technique, pursuing him. But at that very moment, the sea began to churn violently. Countless torrents of seawater roared upward, forming a towering wave more than 10 meters high that crashed toward the pursuing mist ninja. In an instant, the scene looked like the end of the world. Every mist ninja's expression froze in shock. They had read reports describing Kitazawa's water release mastery, but seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The data had not been exaggerated. It's rare for Konoha to produce a water release user like you, Yugura said coldly, forming rapid hand seals. Water release, water mirror jutsu. A massive water mirror appeared in front of him, blocking the oncoming wave. When the tide collided with it, the surface trembled violently, and then, defying logic, the wave reflected backward. However, the wave was far too massive, and only a portion of it rebounded. Chakra enhanced strength. Kitazawa clenched his fist and threw a punch. The reversed wave split in two, parted cleanly with his strike as its center. Hisashi Hyuga and the others finally exhaled in relief. But even from this brief exchange, they realized, no one who bore the title of Kage was undeserving of it. Still, thanks to the diversion, Kabuto had already disappeared into the distance. You four, go after him. The middle-aged mist ninja barked, pointing to one special Jonin and 3 Chunin. Take them down before Tsunade arrives. Yugura's sharp gaze flicked toward Kabuto as he gave the command. His plan was simple, capture Kitazawa and use him as bait to lure Tsunade. If he could kill her in one stroke, victory for the hidden mist would be within reach. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Toryun clapped his hands together. Countless microscopic insects, phosphorus destruction bugs, burst forth in a poisonous cloud. Be careful, a hidden mist Jonin shouted. That's not smoke, it's a swarm of venomous insects. The mist nin scattered to both sides, Yugura alone standing firm. Coral staff, 4 consecutive strikes. Using the body flicker technique, Yugura evaded the insects and appeared before Kitazawa in a flash, his coral staff lashing out in a blur. Clang. Kitazawa met the strike head-on. Lightning crackled along his blade. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning release sword. The sword buzzed violently, the vibrating chakra deflecting Yugura's staff. Kitazawa's right hand flicked upward, sending a blade of flame hurtling through the air. Water release, water bullet. Yugura leaned back, spewing forth a massive orb of water that snuffed out the flame and kept surging toward Kitazawa. He pressed forward, coral staff striking again, 4 times in a single second, each blow slicing through the air with a shrill hiss. Lightning release, Chidori. Sparks erupted in Kitazawa's left hand. The piercing cry of 1,000 birds echoed as he cut the incoming water sphere in half. His right hand twisted, blocking the coral staff with lightning, while his left hand lunged toward Yugura's chest. Water release, water mirror technique. Yugura released his weapon and leapt back. A shimmering mirror of water rose before him, and from its surface, a second Kitazawa stepped forth. The clone's eyes were cold and empty as it mimicked Kitazawa's movements. Both struck at once, 2 Chidori clashed in a blinding flare of light. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Kitazawa spun on his heel, his leg sweeping through the mirrored double. The clone's body rippled, then splashed into formless water. He exhaled lightly. A water clone, as expected from the Mizukage. Yugura regarded him with calm eyes. Your strength is impressive. No wonder you managed to kill Fuguki. The coral staff sank beneath the waves, forgotten. Kitazawa's gaze darted across the battlefield. Hisashi Hyuga, Kurenai, and the others were barely holding on. They had come with 5 Jonin, Kitazawa, Kabuto, and 3 from Hisashi's squad. Now, with Kabuto gone, only 4 Jonin remained. The hidden mist had Yugura plus 6 Jonin of their own. Only Kurenai and Toryun's prowess as special Jonin kept the battle from collapsing completely. Your team isn't weak either, Yugura remarked with a faint smile. Kitazawa frowned. He couldn't grasp why Yugura suddenly chose to speak so casually amid the fight. But my time is limited, Yugura continued, his voice hardening. I can't waste it on you. Boom. A crushing aura burst forth. The sea convulsed violently as Yugura's chakra flared. Red, bubbling energy erupted from his body, spiraling upward like a storm. The ocean around them roared in answer. What? Hizashi's Byakugan widened. The fourth Mizukage is a Jinchuriki. Even from afar, Kurenai could feel the overwhelming pressure. Her breath caught in her throat, her face tense with worry, but she couldn't break away to help. The mist Jonin before her were relentless. If you surrender now, Yagura's voice thundered across the waves, and wait until I've slain Tsunade, I'll permit you to join the hidden mist village. 3 enormous tails rose behind him, writhing with raw power, the mark of the 3 tails chakra cloak. Kitazawa's instinct screamed to activate his Senju chakra mode, but he restrained himself. 4 minutes of power wouldn't be enough for reinforcements to arrive. He wasn't worried for himself, his water release, water transformation, hydrification, made him nearly untouchable in the sea. He could escape at any moment. But Kurenai and the others couldn't. He drew a steady breath. This would be the toughest fight of his life. But he felt no fear, only determination. He had a system. He had strength. And now, he had a chance to surpass his limits. And the reward this time was worth the risk. You really don't know what's good for you. Yagura growled, his chakra surging as he opened his mouth. Water release, water bullet technique. A roaring water sphere shot forth, tearing through the night sea straight toward Kitazawa. The water release, water bullet technique Yagura unleashed this time was far larger than before, 10 times, at least. Calling it a water sphere was an understatement, it was more like a blazing sun forged from water. Compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame. Kitazawa's hands blurred through a rapid sequence of seals. Chakra ignited into roaring flames that burst from his mouth, forming a sea of fire that blazed across the night sky. The moment it met the ocean's surface, steam surged upward in violent torrents, turning the battlefield into a mist-shrouded inferno. Almost at the same instant, a compressed wind sphere detonated within the flames. The wind howled, fanning the fire into a raging storm. The sea of fire, driven by the tempest, expanded outward, an all-consuming infernal hurricane in the midst of the mist. Yagura's massive water sphere collided with it head-on, triggering a deafening explosion. Boom. Shock waves rippled outward, shaking the sea. Yagura raised an eyebrow, his expression tightening. The destructive force of Kitazawa's compound ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame was far greater than he had anticipated. If I allow you to grow, you'll become a grave threat to the hidden mist village, he muttered coldly. Yagura stomped hard on the surface of the sea. Water release, Isaba Great Waterfall. The ocean surged around him, spiraling into a towering wall of waves. The overwhelming cascade crashed down, extinguishing Kitazawa's fiery storm in less than 3 seconds. When the last embers vanished, Yagura's eyes narrowed. Kitazawa was gone. A sudden chill crept up from below. 2 hands burst from the water beneath him, seizing his ankles and yanking him into the depths. Yagura glanced downward, Kitazawa's eyes glinted from beneath the surface. Without hesitation, Yagura swung both fists downward. Kitazawa released him, his mouth opening to spit 4 sharp water needles that glimmered like senbon. They streaked toward Yagura's tailed beast cloak. Yagura's pupils contracted. He pulled back his arms in defense. PSSST. Pain shot through him. All 4 water needles struck the same point, their combined force piercing through the tailed beast cloak and lodging into his arm. But that was all they managed. Yagura leapt backward, shaking off the needles. When he saw blood beading on his arm, his expression darkened. Kitazawa was renowned, yes, but in Yagura's mind, he had still been a promising junior, nothing more. He hadn't expected to bleed, not even after entering partial tailed beast mode. With a growl, Yagura dove into the water. He quickly located Kitazawa below. 3 massive tails enveloped his body as he surged forward like a colossal turtle, crashing through the depths with explosive power. Water release, instant water. Kitazawa's figure flickered through the sea, accelerating like a darting fish. He burst from the surface, suspended midair, and formed hand seals once more. The sea erupted beneath him. Yagura emerged, the 3 tails surging behind him like a tidal beast. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kitazawa finished his seals and exhaled, spewing forth a gigantic water sphere. Yagura didn't dodge. Chakra flared around his body, thickening his tailed beast cloak. With a thunderous crash, the water sphere burst apart, sending countless streams cascading down. As the spray rained over him, Yagura raised his palm. Coral palm. He struck forward, his arm sheathed in wild surges of chakra that whipped the air into gusts. Kitazawa held his ground midair, drawing lightning blade from his back. Lightning flared. In an instant, countless bolts split the sky, converging into a storm of blinding brilliance. Yagura's eyes widened slightly, his body and the sea around him were drenched, every droplet now a conductor. The lightning crashed down. Boom. Deafening thunder engulfed him. Electric fury coursed through his body, piercing even the tailed beast cloak. Yagura grunted in pain, his muscles twitching uncontrollably as he plummeted from the sky. Lightning release, Chidori. Kitazawa didn't hesitate. He flickered forward, his right hand blazing with lightning as he thrust toward Yagura's heart. The roaring of wind and lightning filled the air. But Yagura's three tails whipped around, striking in a deadly counterattack. At that critical instant, Kitazawa's mastery of one-handed seals shone through. Water release, water formation wall. His left hand flashed through the signs. Water spiraled up around him, forming twin barriers. Kitazawa's Chidori pierced Yagura's chest as the three tails' tails smashed into the water walls, shattering them with a deafening crack. Wind tore through the remnants of the technique. Konoha-style body flicker technique. In a blur, Kitazawa vanished into a swirl of leaves, reappearing far from the impact zone. Damn it! I'll kill you! Yagura roared in fury. Blood poured from his wound, staining his robes crimson. His rage echoed across the battlefield, startling even his own men. Despite his regeneration from the Three Tails chakra, Yagura's pride had been wounded. The Mizukage was injured. No way, how is that possible? Is that Konoha ninja truly that powerful? The hidden Miss Jonin stared in disbelief, their voices trembling as the sea itself seemed to shudder around the clash between Kitazawa and their Mizukage. In contrast, Kurenai and Hisashi Hyuga were filled with excitement. Their only hope was for Kitazawa to hold off Yagura Karatachi until Konoha's reinforcements could arrive. Now that Kitazawa had far exceeded expectations and completed the mission, their confidence was greatly bolstered. Konoha main camp. Even though it was already deep into the night, Tsunade still hadn't gone to sleep. On one hand, she had to remain alert for a possible counterattack from the hidden mist. On the other hand, she was anxiously waiting for news from Kitazawa and his team. She couldn't rest easy until they returned. Lady Tsunade. Nara Shikaka spoke up. We can handle the watch here. You should get some rest. No need, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. With the Een seal, she could regulate her body's condition at will. Theoretically, as long as her chakra wasn't depleted, she wouldn't feel fatigue. Kabuto has returned alone. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi rushed in, his expression tense. What do you mean? Tsunade's face instantly changed. I'm not sure of the full situation, Hayashi said solemnly. He'll be at the camp soon. Come with me. Tsunade immediately strode out of the main tent, heading straight toward Kabuto. Lady Tsunade. Kabuto spotted her from afar and shouted, we fell into a trap. The fourth Mizukage was at that stronghold. What? Tsunade's entire body froze. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. After we arrived at the stronghold, the fourth Mizukage appeared with 3 Jonin and surrounded us. Kabuto hurried over, speaking rapidly, including the original 4 Jonin stationed there, that's a total of 8 Jonin. Tsunade felt her chest tighten as if her heart had been gripped by an invisible hand. In her mind, an image of Kitazawa, blood-soaked and battered, surfaced uncontrollably. Though she knew Kitazawa was exceptionally strong, facing Yagura alone was already perilous, being outnumbered made it nearly impossible. Thinking this, Tsunade suddenly leapt forward, vanishing from sight with terrifying speed. Lady Tsunade. Shizen's eyes widened in alarm, anxiety flashing across her face. She knew better than anyone that Tsunade suffered from hemophobia. If she went alone, it could only spell disaster. Senior Shikaku, I'll leave the camp to you. Shizen called out, then turned sharply. All Umbu, follow me. Hayashi, Nara Shikaku said after a brief pause, lead a team as well. Since the fourth Mizukage has appeared, we have to prepare for the worst. Hyuga Hayashi nodded firmly. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 252, Hemophobia Cured Tsunade's Anger, 2 in 1. Kitazawa looked at Yagura with a solemn expression. Although it seemed like he had the upper hand, in truth, he didn't. Yagura was a perfect Jinchuriki, and he hadn't even revealed his true strength yet. Kitazawa knew the real battle was only beginning. Yagura glared at him, fury blazing in his eyes. Enraged, he unleashed his power without restraint as the red-tailed beast cloak around him rapidly expanded. A massive surge of chakra erupted outward, generating a colossal tsunami with Yagura at its center. Even Kurenai and the others, who were fighting at a distance, were forced to retreat. What's going on? Kurenai asked instinctively. Such terrifying chakra. Hisashi muttered, his heart pounding violently. The pressure was so immense that even the Byakugan struggled to perceive it clearly. Ha ha ha. You're finished, one of the hidden Miss Jonin shouted with manic laughter. This is a full-tailed beast transformation. How is that possible? Hisashi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The fourth Mizukage is still a perfect Jinchuriki. What is a perfect Jinchuriki? Is there a difference between that and a regular one? Kurenai asked, her face pale. A perfect Jinchuriki can fully harness the power of their tailed beast, Hisashi explained grimly. In other words, we're about to face a real tailed beast. What? Kurenai and the others' expressions changed drastically. Boom. Boom. As the chakra peaked, the red cloak transformed, chakra solidified into flesh and blood, and a massive three-tails Aisabu emerged on the surface of the sea. Its body was armored in a thick turtle shell, covered with sharp barbs. Water release, water bullet technique. The three tails opened its maw wide, gathering chakra into an enormous sphere the size of a mountain, and fired it toward Kitazawa. Kitazawa used the Konoha-style body flicker technique without hesitation. With his chakra reserves, he couldn't afford to clash directly against such power. The instant he vanished, the massive water sphere slammed into the sea. The ocean exploded violently, dense vortices twisted into existence, and giant waves surged outward in every direction. Retreat quickly. The hidden Miss Jonin abandoned their fight with Kurenai's group and fled. They needed to escape the blast radius, and more importantly, Kitazawa was the real target. If Yagura captured Kitazawa, Tsunade would be forced into a difficult position. As for Kurenai and the others, they were expendable. Go. Kurenai commanded. Her team retreated far into the distance before turning back. The three tails loomed in the sea, an enormous, oppressive presence that felt like a mountain crushing their spirits. What do we do now? Hisashi asked, anxiety filling his voice. Though he had become a Jonin at a young age and was hailed as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he was utterly helpless in this moment. We can only trust Kitazawa, Kurenai said, steadying her trembling voice. She wanted to help, but she knew that at her level, stepping in would only be a burden. Would my phosphorus destruction bugs be effective? Toryun asked quietly after a pause. Tailed beasts are pure chakra entities. Poison won't affect them, and even your bugs might not pierce their defenses, Hisashi replied, shaking his head. At that moment, the three tails unleashed an earth-shattering roar that shook the sea. Yagura, furious that his water bullet technique had failed, roared back. Water release, Aisabu Great Waterfall. Standing atop the ocean, the three tails slammed its front paw down. Like an underwater volcano erupting, seawater shot skyward, forming a massive inverted waterfall that surged toward Kitazawa. Water release, water formation wall. Kitazawa rapidly formed hand signs. A thick wall of water rose before him, but it lasted barely a second before being obliterated by the oncoming deluge. Still, it bought him a brief moment. Earth release, earth flow wall. A huge wall of earth rose horizontally beneath him. Kitazawa stepped atop it, riding it like a surfboard as the massive wave carried him skyward. Seeing this, the three tails opened its mouth again, unleashing another torrent, a high-speed beam of water like a white dragon tearing through the air. Compound Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Jutsu. Balancing atop the moving wall, Kitazawa swiftly formed seals. A lightning-charged water dragon surged forth to collide head-on with the torrent. With a thunderous explosion, the two forces clashed midair, sending torrents of spray raining down. After a brief struggle, the torrent overpowered the dragon and continued its charge. Kitazawa already knew his jutsu wouldn't hold for long. Before impact, he leapt away from the wall and activated another technique. Water release, instant water. Diving into the sea, he melded into the current, vanishing from sight. The colossal torrent crashed down, splitting the ocean apart and shattering the earth wall into pieces. Annoying rat. Yagura snarled in frustration as Kitazawa escaped yet again. Anyone else would have been dead long ago. But in the sea, the home ground of the three tails Aisabu, even surviving was an impossible feat here. Aisabu's water release was enhanced to its limit. It could even contend with the might of the nine tails itself. Just like how the one-tailed Shikaku once dared to fight the nine tails in the desert in the original story. Kitazawa was also skilled in water release, and his water release ranked among the top in the ninja world. This gave him countless countermeasures when fighting at sea. Besides that, there was another reason. The lethality of water release was insufficient. Large-scale water release techniques relied on sheer volume, massive floods and tidal waves that swept away everything in range. However, if the range was too wide, the power would be spread thin, lacking concentrated destruction. Although such attacks were already enough to deal with most ninja, if Yagura had mastered a focused technique like water release, water-severing wave, Kitazawa would have found it extremely difficult to handle. After all, a concentrated water release like that meant instant death upon contact. But the reverse was also true. Kitazawa lacked a jutsu like water-severing wave, so his destructive power was not enough to pierce the three tails' famed defense. At least not in his regular state. Unless he used Senju Chakra mode. Fortunately, Kitazawa's goal was merely to buy time. While the two clashed fiercely at sea, a tense meeting was underway at the Hidden Mist Village's main base. Lord Mizukage hasn't sent back any word for so long. I'm afraid something unexpected has happened, Ao said gravely. Everyone knew about Yagura's ambush. They had assumed that, with his strength, it would be an easy victory. But now, the situation had clearly gone far beyond their expectations. We must head there immediately, Mei said in a deep voice. Although she despised Yugura's tyranny, if anything happened to him, the Mist Village would face devastating consequences. There's no time to waste, let's move out. Ao didn't hesitate any longer and immediately stood up. Kisame Hoshigaki, Zabuza Momochi, and several others said nothing and followed him. Is that the Three Tails? Halfway there, Ao activated his Byakugan and spotted the Three Tails from afar. Has the fourth Mizukage been forced into a full-tailed beast transformation? Terumi Mei's heart trembled at the words, her expression clouded with uncertainty. Kisame and Zabuza exchanged uneasy looks, they all understood what that meant. A full transformation meant Yugura's situation wasn't easy. Full speed ahead. Ao ordered sharply. The sea churned violently, showing no sign of calm. Kitazawa used the Konoha-style body flicker technique and water release, instant water to dodge the relentless attacks of Yugura, or rather, the Three Tails Aisabu. Although he appeared to be a lone vessel tossed about in the vast ocean, in truth, his situation wasn't as perilous as it seemed. He occasionally counterattacked with ninjutsu, but the Three Tails' thick carapace made it difficult for his strikes to have much effect. Yugura's patience finally snapped. Kitazawa was too slippery, like a fish darting through the depths. In that case, he would evaporate the sea itself. The Three Tails raised its head and opened its massive jaws. Endless chakra condensed into a black sphere, an ominous tailed beast ball that radiated a destructive aura strong enough to shake the heavens. Kitazawa's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he formed a rapid string of hand seals. Water transformation, hydrification, technique. His body liquefied, merging seamlessly with the sea. But even that wasn't completely safe. Turning into a stream of water, he raced toward the seabed at incredible speed. Then, boom. A blinding light erupted, like the birth of a second sun, tearing through the night sky. The moment the tailed beast ball hit the ocean's surface, the water vanished instantly. Everything within range disintegrated, obliterated by the overwhelming chakra. Waves tens of meters high surged outward in all directions. Kitazawa. The apocalyptic sight made Kurenai's heart seize in terror, and she cried out instinctively. Retreat. Hizashi shouted, face pale. Kurenai-senpai. Kitazawa-sensei will be fine. Uchiha Izumi shouted as she grabbed Kurenai's hand and ran. Even after retreating several kilometers, the tremors beneath the sea could still be felt. Thankfully, we pulled back in time, Hizashi said, letting out a breath of relief. No wonder they say tailed beasts are monsters no ordinary ninja can defeat, a Konoha Jonin muttered. Only when you see it yourself can you truly grasp their terror. If the Three Tails is this powerful, I can only imagine how terrifying the Nine Tails in our village must be, Hizashi said grimly. Kurenai, however, couldn't bring herself to speak. Her eyes were filled only with worry for Kitazawa. Uchiha Izumi and Torian shared the same expression, their faces tense with anxiety. Kitazawa. A familiar voice suddenly rang out through the chaos. Everyone turned toward it. They saw a figure speeding across the waves, unstoppable, powerful. Lady Tsunade. Kurenai gasped. It's Konoha's reinforcements. We're safe. Hizashi exclaimed, relief washing over him. Using his Byakugan, he could see Shizune and Hyuga Hayashi following behind her. I'm going to find Kitazawa. Kurenai declared, leaping forward without hesitation. Wait. Hizashi called out. It's still dangerous there. But it was too late, she was already gone. Just then, Shizune and Hayashi landed in front of the group. Hizashi. What's the situation? Hayashi asked, catching his breath. There was no way around it, the destructive power of that tailed beast ball was beyond belief. Even from afar, they had felt its might reverberate through the air. Kitazawa-sama is fighting the fully transformed Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yugura, Hizashi said quickly and urgently. But after that tailed beast ball, we don't know how Lord Kitazawa is doing. What? Shizune felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Could Kitazawa have withstood such a terrifying attack? Follow me to save him. Shizune didn't dare think further. She turned around and moved at the fastest speed she had ever used in her life. We'll go too, Hayashi said, frowning slightly. If Kitazawa died, Hinata would be heartbroken. More importantly, the relationship the Hyuga clan had finally built with Kitazawa and Tsunade would vanish. Kitazawa. Tsunade was the first to reach the center of the battlefield. The power of the tailed beast ball had carved a massive crater into the sea. Seawater poured in endlessly, yet it couldn't fill the pit. The Three Tails was panting not far away. Even for a tailed beast, releasing a tailed beast ball was no small burden, except for the Nine Tails, whose chakra reserves allowed it to fire them repeatedly. Kitazawa. He's already dead. No one can survive a tailed beast ball, Yagura said coldly. He's not dead. Tsunade snapped back, her body stiffening as she instinctively retorted. Tsunade, why deceive yourself? Yagura's expression remained indifferent. But it doesn't matter. I'll send you to see him. Tsunade's face darkened. A terrifying aura surged from her body, making her hair whip in the wind. She raised her gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent as she glared at the Three Tails Aisabu. The diamond mark on her forehead pulsed, and the cursed seal spread. Ninja art, creation rebirth. Tsunade dashed forward, instantly appearing before the Three Tails. Heavenly foot of pain. Her foot came down with earth-shattering force. Chakra erupted beneath her heel, shattering the barbs on the Three Tails' shell into dust. The impact channeled through its carapace, sending waves of pain rippling through its massive body. Even as a tailed beast, the Three Tails couldn't withstand such terrifying power. It was driven down into the depths of the sea, waves surging violently outward. Tsunade pressed her advantage. She clenched her fist and slammed it against its shell. The Three Tails sensed danger. It quickly lifted its head, opening its jaws to fire a massive water ball. Tsunade's face burned with fury. She twisted her right hand and shattered the water projectile with a single punch. Body flicker technique. She closed the distance in an instant and struck the beast's head again. The Three Tails roared in agony. Even with its armored hide, it couldn't endure Tsunade's monstrous strength. Its skin split, and blood erupted into the sea. Tsunade froze for a moment, her pupils widening. That bloody, brutal sight pierced her mind, stirring old trauma. Her body stiffened. But then, memories of the illusion Kitazawa had woven for her, the beautiful dream that had healed her phobia, flashed before her eyes. Rage surged anew, burning away her fear. Die. Tsunade roared, striking another devastating blow that left the Three Tails dazed. No, worthy of Lady Tsunade. Hayashi was stunned by the scene before him. Tsunade, at full strength, was actually suppressing the Three Tails. Only Shizen's expression grew tense. She knew the cost of this power. Tsunade had already activated the strength of 100 seal, a jutsu she would never use lightly. Could it be? Kitazawa really was. No. He wouldn't die that easily. Kitazawa. Kurenai's anxious voice broke through the clash. She searched desperately across the turbulent sea, her face pale with fear. Hayashi clan head, please find Kitazawa. Shizen snapped back to reality and shouted. Hyuga clan ninja. Activate your Byakugan and search immediately. Hayashi ordered sharply. He had brought several Hyuga with him, and now their eyes would be crucial. The Hidden Mist's reinforcements have arrived, Hayashi said grimly. I see Ao, Kisame Hashigaki, and Terumi Mei. This is bad. With the Three Tails on their side, victory may be impossible. Shizen looked at Tsunade, still locked in her furious assault. Worry filled her heart, but she knew no one could stop Tsunade now. Still, a strange thought flickered in her mind, why hadn't Tsunade's hemophobia been triggered? Her heart trembled. It should have been something to celebrate, yet she felt no joy. If Tsunade knew her recovery came at such a price, she would never have accepted it. Prepare for battle. Shizen took a deep breath and ordered. Not far away, the Hidden Mist ninja had halted. They stared at the battle between Tsunade and the Three Tails in shock. The tailed beast ball didn't finish Tsunade. Terumi Mei's eyes narrowed. She had assumed Yagura's tailed beast ball had targeted Tsunade, but now, Tsunade wasn't just alive, she was gradually overpowering the Three Tails. Lord Ao. A Hidden Mist ninja who had clashed with Kurenai earlier spotted the group and rushed over. Report the situation, Ao commanded. It's Kitazawa, the middle-aged ninja replied, quickly explaining the battle that had unfolded. This is impossible. Zabuza's face twisted in disbelief. How could Kitazawa be that powerful? Though arrogant, he knew his own strength hadn't yet reached Mizukage level. And Kitazawa had fought Yagura to a standstill. It's his water release, Kisame said thoughtfully. Water release that can match the Mizukage. Terumi Mei murmured, realization dawning. Regardless, if Kitazawa was hit by that tailed beast ball, he's dead, Ao said darkly. Our priority is rescuing the Mizukage. The group accelerated toward the center of the battlefield. This Tsunade, she's even more terrifying than the legends say, Terumi Mei muttered, her expression tightening. But even as she spoke, her eyes gleamed with resolve. After all, if she aimed to become Mizukage, she couldn't afford to fear any opponent. You and Zabuza take people to block the Konoha village members. Ao looked at Terumi Mei and instructed, Kisame, the rest of you follow me to save the Mizu, wait. He suddenly froze, eyes narrowing as if he had seen something impossible. What's wrong? Terumi Mei asked in confusion. Kisame Hashigaki and the others also looked puzzled. Bang. A column of water erupted from the sea as a figure shot into the air. Kitazawa. Terumi Mei's eyes widened. She didn't need Ao to explain, she already knew why he was so shocked. Ao's Byakugan had seen it clearly. How is he still alive? And completely unharmed? Zabuza's expression twisted in disbelief. With the destructive power of a tailed beast ball, how could any shinobi survive? It's Kitazawa. Hayashi and the others spotted him as well. Kurenai's knees went weak, nearly giving out beneath her. A relieved smile blossomed on her face. Thankfully, he was alive. Tsunade heard the commotion and instinctively turned her head. For a brief moment, she froze, her gaze locking onto Kitazawa. An indescribable emotion surged through her chest. Taking a slow step back, she felt her entire body relax. Kitazawa scanned the area, quickly piecing together what had happened. He realized that because he had remained underwater for too long, Tsunade and Kurenai must have assumed the worst. But he couldn't be blamed. Given the sheer power of the tailed beast ball, even water release, hydrification technique might not have saved him if he hadn't dived deep enough. As Tsunade momentarily halted, the Three Tails Aisabu seized the opportunity. Under the pull of the chakra, the surrounding seawater surged upward, crashing down like torrential rain over Tsunade. Reacting instantly, she used the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she was already beside Kitazawa. At the same time, Terumi Mei, Zabuza Momochi, and the others charged toward Shizune and Kurenai. Ao, who had intended to aid Yugura, found his path blocked by Hyuga Hayashi. Ao's face darkened. He understood perfectly why Hayashi stood there. Only Kisame managed to slip past the defenses, arriving near the Three Tails. He looked at Tsunade and Kitazawa, feeling a pressure unlike anything before. Fortunately, Yugura was still there, he wouldn't have to face them alone. Zabuza scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally landing on Shizune. Judging by the respect the other Konoha shinobi showed her, her status was anything but ordinary. Just then, an ANBU ninja stepped forward from behind Shizune. "Who are you?" Zabuza sneered at the masked figure. "I don't kill nameless people." "Uchiha Itachi," came the calm reply. Itachi had originally planned to confront Yugura, but with Tsunade and Kitazawa present, he decided to follow their lead instead. "Uchiha Itachi." Zabuza grinned, showing sharp teeth. "I've heard your name. Good, be my opponent." Terumi Mei didn't waste words. She was immediately surrounded by Kurenai, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Izumi. Both sides launched into a fierce battle. "Lady Tsunade," Kitazawa said with a faint smile, "how about we fight side by side?" He could have told Ao that Yugura was under Uchiha Obito's control, but he didn't. He still held a grudge. Just moments ago, the Three Tails had chased him relentlessly across the sea, making him look utterly miserable. Now that Tsunade and the others had arrived, he intended to turn the tables. Besides, a new system mission had been unexpectedly completed, giving him great confidence. Current mission, cure Tsunade's hemophobia. Mission reward, half of chakra limit. Accept. The completion had come suddenly, but it was certainly a welcome surprise. With her hemophobia cured, Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, was finally back to full strength. Even a Jinchuriki could now be faced without fear. The only pity was that the wood release granted as a mission reward was merely the bloodline itself, it didn't include any wood release ninjutsu. Kitazawa would have to learn those techniques on his own. On second thought, that might be for the best. If he suddenly used wood release, he'd have no reasonable way to explain it to Tsunade or the others. If they suspected he had transplanted Hashirama's cells, it would be disastrous. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still investigating the mysterious masked men with both wood release and the Sharingan, traits that Kitazawa himself shared. "Next time you make me worry like that, you'll..." Tsunade began, glaring at him with a mix of anger and relief. She had truly been terrified just now, something she hadn't felt in nearly 20 years. But she stopped mid-sentence. She had been about to say, "You'll die horribly," but the words felt too cruel at that moment, so she held them back. "Don't worry. There won't be a next time," Kitazawa said, clearing his throat. He had seen Tsunade's fury firsthand, and she was indeed terrifying. But knowing that it came from concern for him filled his heart with warmth. "You deal with Kisame. I'll take the fourth Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki," Tsunade said, cracking her fists with a smile. "I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time." Since developing hemophobia, she had rarely fought. Even when she did, she had to restrain her strength to avoid drawing blood. It had been endlessly frustrating. But now, that burden was gone. She could finally fight without holding back, and her opponent was Yugura himself. "Watch out for the tailed beast ball," Kitazawa reminded her. "Don't underestimate my Een seal," Tsunade replied, pausing for a moment before adding, "I'll teach it to you after the war." With that, she vanished in a blur, charging straight toward the Three Tails. Kisame stood still and didn't try to stop Tsunade. because he knew Kitazawa wouldn't let him go over and help. "We parted in a hurry last time and didn't get to introduce ourselves," Kisame said calmly. "My name is Kisame Hoshigaki." Although he wasn't confident in defeating Kitazawa, fear was not in his nature. Moreover, he didn't need to win, he only had to stall for time. Kitazawa was about to reply when 3 lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Current mission, defeat Kisame Hoshigaki. Mission reward, half of the chakra limit. Accept. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. The last time he and Kisame had clashed with water release techniques, no mission had been triggered. This time, finally, a mission appeared, and it was his favorite type, a chakra reward. Half a bar of chakra was indeed worthy of Kisame Hoshigaki's title as a tailed beast without a tail. Kitazawa's eyes shifted towards Tsunade. With her ninja art, creation rebirth, strength of 100 seal, she had temporarily gained the upper hand. However, the 3 tails defense was overwhelming and victory wouldn't come easily. Kitazawa pondered for a moment, then decided to finish this quickly. Using creation rebirth for too long had severe side effects, and with the hidden mist forces outnumbering Konoha's, dragging it out would only worsen their odds. "You killed Lord Fuguki," Kisame said coldly, taking a deep breath and forming hand seals. "So it's time to settle both old and new debts." The surrounding seawater surged violently, transforming into a massive dragon that roared toward the heavens. Senju chakra mode. Kitazawa leaned back slightly, releasing a flood of chakra. It blazed like the sun, scorching the very air around him. 3 massive fire dragons erupted from his body, roaring as they devoured the incoming water dragon and charged straight at Kisame. Steam burst across the battlefield as water clashed with flame. Kisame's pupils shrank in disbelief. How could Kitazawa's fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique overpower my water dragon jutsu? Under elemental disadvantage, Kitazawa had completely overwhelmed him. Kisame had assumed Kitazawa specialized in water and lightning release, but now it was clear, his fire release was just as terrifying. Water release, water formation wall. Kisame quickly formed a wall of water to block the fire dragons, using the moment to leap into the air. The dragons vaporized the wall and streaked into the distance as steam filled the sky. Water release, water formation pillar. Kisame opened his mouth and spat out a giant water orb that plummeted toward Kitazawa. Before it could hit, it burst apart, scattering countless streams of water that sealed off Kitazawa's escape routes. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. Kitazawa vanished, reappearing behind Kisame in a flash. A blade of searing flame slashed through the air. Startled, Kisame instinctively turned. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Kitazawa formed a hand seal with his left hand, sending an invisible wave of genjutsu toward Kisame. Kisame met his gaze, his expression blanking for an instant, but his reaction was fast. He dispelled the illusion almost immediately, raising another water wall in defense. The flaming sword sliced through it with ease. Kisame dodged, but not fast enough. The burning blade left a deep, charred wound on his shoulder. Grunting, Kisame retreated, his eyes locked on Kitazawa with newfound wariness. Fast hand seals. Water, lightning, fire, and genjutsu, and that monstrous chakra. He's flawless. Kisame quickly weaved more signs. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. The sea erupted as countless water sharks launched toward Kitazawa. Compound ninja art, strange mask exploding flame. The wind roared. A compressed wind orb formed above the sea and detonated. A violent storm howled across the waves as Kitazawa exhaled another fireball. The fireball merged with the storm. And in an instant, the sea itself became a raging inferno. The water sharks plunged into the blazing current, igniting one after another. Water release, water formation pillar. Kisame countered swiftly, summoning torrents of water that exploded upward and rained down, extinguishing the flames. But as the last embers faded, Kisame's heart clenched. Where is he? Suddenly, 2 hands reached from beneath the sea and grabbed his ankles. Before he could react, Kitazawa yanked him into the depths. The seawater swirled violently. Kisame clenched his teeth and countered. Water release, water prison technique. A sphere of water enveloped Kitazawa. Kisame smirked, about to form another seal. But Kitazawa's body dissolved into mud and vanished into the current. Earth clone. Kisame's instinct screamed. He kicked upward, swimming fast toward the surface. A faint ripple sounded behind him. Too late. For water needles pierced through the water, striking his leg as blood spread in crimson streams. Kisame grimaced and surfaced, clutching his wounded leg. What kind of water release is that? Just as he muttered, a shadow flickered beneath him. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Technique. A massive shark-shaped projectile shot upward, splitting the sea. Lightning release, Chidori. A sharp, bird-like cry filled the air as Kitazawa burst from the water, his right hand blazing with lightning. He slashed down at Kisame with lethal precision. Water release, water prison technique. At the last second, Kisame formed hand seals, and a stream of water enveloped him in defense. Water release, water prison technique could be used to protect oneself, or to imprison enemies. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning release sword. But what Kisame didn't expect was that Kitazawa's right hand suddenly halted. His left hand pulled a lightning jutsu from the air, piercing straight through the water shield. In that instant of shock, Kitazawa's right hand accelerated, and struck him head-on. Kisame instinctively crossed both arms to guard his heart. But without Samahata, his arms were merely flesh and bone. Blood sprayed wildly. Lightning release, Chidori nearly severed both his arms. The intense pain nearly made Kisame lose consciousness. He kicked out on instinct. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Kitazawa countered with a kick of his own. Empowered by Senju Chakra mode, which carried half the strength of the chakra-enhanced strength, his blow landed with terrifying force. Kisame's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the sea's surface as his blood dyed the waves red. Kitazawa didn't hesitate. With a body flicker, he appeared before the fallen Kisame, lightning blade raised high for the finishing strike. Kisame was an enemy of Konoha, both as a former hidden mist ninja and as a future member of the Akatsuki. It was even possible that Uchiha Obito had already contacted him. In the original timeline, most Akatsuki members were recruited through strength, beaten into submission by Konin or pain. But Kisame was different. He was personally chosen by Obito and had willingly accepted the Eye of the Moon plan. Kitazawa had no reason to spare him. Four Sharks Reign. At death's door, Kisame slammed both hands onto the sea surface. Four water sharks burst forth, leaping up to bite Kitazawa. Uchiha style, blazing sword meteor. Kitazawa twisted his wrist, infusing fire release chakra into his lightning blade. Flames erupted, coating the blade in roaring heat. He slashed once, and all four sharks were cleaved apart, their forms dissolving into steam. Kisame used the opening to retreat, widening the distance between them. But as soon as he steadied himself, dizziness washed over him. Konoha style, Willow. An S-rank sword art requiring no hand seals. Kisame froze where he stood, eyes wide. Countless phantom blades danced before him, sword shadows and killing intent intertwining. He clenched his teeth, ready to form hand seals to dispel the genjutsu, but a flaming blade pierced straight through his heart. Kisame's eyes widened. He tried to speak, but only a faint gurgle escaped his lips. Then he fell backward, lifeless, sinking into the sea. Current mission, defeat Hoshigaki Kisame. Mission reward, half a card of chakra upper limit. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. The system was, as always, perfectly punctual. With the added chakra capacity, Kitazawa's Senju Chakra mode could now last another 30 seconds. Current mission, hold out until Tsunade and the others arrive. Mission reward, Mangekyo Sharingan resistance. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa's pupils flickered as a flood of information filled his mind. Just as he expected, Mangekyo Sharingan resistance nullified genjutsu control from Mangekyo users. Simply put, it made him immune to Mangekyo Sharingan illusions. However, ocular ninjutsu such as Amaterasu or Kamui still worked normally. And illusions from the eternal Mangekyo or Rinnegan could not be resisted. Even so, it was an extraordinary ability. Especially with Shimura Danzo as his next opponent. He had always been wary of Koto Amatsukami, that terrifying genjutsu that could rewrite a person's will without them ever realizing. Even if Danzo were to use it, it would likely target Tsunade, not him. But preparation was everything. Now, with Mangekyo resistance, Kitazawa no longer feared it. He only needed to watch Tsunade closely. If she ever acted strangely, it would mean she'd fallen under Koto Amatsukami's influence. And if that happened, the Hyuga clan could assist him. In the worst case, he could even reveal his Byakugan to confirm it. Closing the mission prompt, Kitazawa flickered to Tsunade's side. You dealt with Kisame? Tsunade asked, slightly breathless, her tone filled with disbelief. Less than 2 minutes had passed, and an elite Jonin had been defeated. No wonder Kitazawa had once managed to hold off Yugura. His strength was already nearing her own. Yes, Kitazawa replied with a calm nod. You truly surprise me. Tsunade exhaled softly, then her expression hardened. Yugura's full-tailed beast transformation is collapsing. The three tails possessed nearly infinite chakra. As long as it wasn't slain outright, it could continue fighting endlessly. But Yugura was human. Even as a perfect Jinchuriki, he had limits. All right then, Kitazawa said, tightening his fists. Let's beat him back to his original form. Together. Tsunade smirked, her battle spirit blazing. Chakra enhanced strength. She surged forward as Kitazawa followed. His fist slammed down onto the three tails' head with a heavy thud. The beast roared in pain, opening its jaws to bite. Bang. Tsunade appeared on Kitazawa's left, her kick crashing into the beast's shell. The immense force stunned Isabu, leaving its mouth wide open. Wind release, Rasengan. Seizing the moment, Kitazawa drove a spinning sphere of wind and chakra straight into its maw. The attack shredded through the beast's mouth, sending a spray of blood into the air. Kitazawa. Tsunade's voice rang out as her chakra surged. Her fist glowed with a terrifying aura of power, so strong that even before she struck, the air itself trembled. Kitazawa instantly understood. He gathered his chakra in his fist. Chakra enhanced strength. Their fists struck simultaneously. A blinding explosion of force erupted. The three tails head burst open into a bloody mess under their combined blow, a roar of agony echoing across the sea as its massive body convulsed and began to shrink. When the mist cleared, Yagura was back in his human form. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 253, The War Ends. Yagura was forced out of his full-tailed beast transformation after being beaten by Tsunade and Kitazawa. Although he hadn't passed out, his body was on the verge of collapse, completely drained of its fighting capability. The disappearance of the three tails immediately caught the attention of the hidden mist forces. Go save the Mizukage. Ao's pupils widened in shock as he shouted anxiously. Tsunade and Kitazawa standing unharmed on the battlefield could only mean one thing: Yagura had been defeated, and it wasn't even a close fight. Though shaken, Ao didn't have time to process the shock, saving the Mizukage came first. However, he was locked in combat with Hyuga Hayashi and couldn't break free. Their strengths were nearly equal, if anything, Ao was slightly weaker. Terumi Mei was the first to react. Despite facing 3 opponents, Kabuto, Kurenai, and Uchiha Izumi, the pressure they exerted wasn't enough to truly hold her back. The moment she heard Ao's shout, she immediately broke away and rushed toward Yagura. Several other mist shinobi followed close behind. Kitazawa glanced at Kurenai and the others. Once he confirmed they were unharmed, his tense expression eased, and a faint smile surfaced. At the same time, Zabuza attempted to move to Yagura's aid, but Itachi seized the opening and struck him down, knocking him unconscious. I discovered something: the 4th Mizukage is being controlled by someone. Seeing the timing was right, Kitazawa leaned toward Tsunade and whispered in her ear. What? Tsunade's expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Even she couldn't stay calm after hearing that. A Kage, a figure at the very pinnacle of the shinobi world, being controlled. That notion alone sounded absurd. You're not joking, are you? Tsunade asked, her tone heavy. As you know, I specialize in genjutsu, Kitazawa said, fabricating smoothly. During the battle, I tried placing the 4th Mizukage under illusion, but it had no effect. He's a perfect Jinchuriki, Tsunade countered. Naturally, genjutsu won't work on him. You must have misjudged. Perfect Jinchuriki resist genjutsu because their tailed beast helps break it, Kitazawa explained patiently. But what if the genjutsu is powerful enough to control both the Jinchuriki and the beast inside? That's impossible, Tsunade frowned, shaking her head. Where would such a terrifying genjutsu even come from? There actually is one, Kitazawa said after a brief pause, lowering his tone. The Nine-Tails Knight. He had originally wanted to mention the Mangekyo Sharingan, but restrained himself. In his current identity, that knowledge would make no sense unless Tsunade or Itachi had told him. Since they hadn't, invoking the Nine-Tails incident served the same purpose. Are you saying that mysterious enemy who controlled the Nine-Tails back then? Tsunade's voice tightened, her sharp gaze narrowing. Possibly, Kitazawa replied lightly. I'm just giving an example. If what you say is true, Tsunade murmured, thinking deeply, then the 4th Mizukage's sudden declaration of war makes sense. This mysterious enemy wants to weaken Konoha. Kitazawa's eyes flickered. Her conclusion wasn't entirely accurate, yet it aligned perfectly with reality. Controlling Yagura and instigating the Nine-Tails rampage were both deeds of the same hidden hand, Uchiha Obito. Kitazawa nodded. That's my guess as well. It wasn't bad for Tsunade to know this early. Once she became Hokage, Konoha could start preparing. He could even feign an investigation and later leak intel about the Akatsuki to her. A ninja war was, at its core, a war of intelligence. With enough information, even Akatsuki's monsters weren't invincible. The only real trouble was Nagato and his Rinnegan. That combination was both a stat monster and a mechanism monster. Still, Konoha had its own trump card, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. But that was for the future. It's truly disgraceful, Tsunade growled, that Konoha and the Hidden Mist have been manipulated into fighting by some unseen enemy. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, "Everyone, stop fighting." Kitazawa smiled faintly. As expected. Once Tsunade learned of Uchiha Obito's possible involvement, she immediately halted the battle. Continuing would only play into the enemy's hands. Although Konoha held the advantage, victory would still come at too high a cost. At Tsunade's command, Konoha's shinobi swiftly withdrew and stopped their attacks. The Mist Nin, worried about Yugura's condition, also ceased fighting. "Consider yourself lucky," Hayashi muttered toward Ao, then turned and walked toward Tsunade. In the blink of an eye, both sides faced one another across the sea, tense but no longer clashing. However, confusion rippled among the Mist Shinobi. Why would Konoha stop when they were so close to victory? "Kitazawa," Tsunade said suddenly, turning toward him. "You explain." Kitazawa stepped forward and asked calmly, "Didn't you notice something strange about your fourth Mizukage?" Ao's heart sank instantly. They had noticed Yugura's odd behavior long ago, they just hadn't known the reason until now. The fourth Mizukage was controlled by Genjutsu. Everything he has done until now was not of his own free will, Kitazawa stated directly. "Impossible." Ao instinctively denied it, his expression stiff. Terumi Mei and the others also showed disbelief. If Yugura had truly been controlled, that meant they had been following the will of an outsider all along. The meaning of this war suddenly became unbearable. Especially for the shinobi who had died, they had sacrificed themselves for nothing, manipulated like fools. "You have the Byakugan, don't you?" Kitazawa said calmly. "You'll know at a glance. Use it to observe the chakra flow in his brain." The essence of Genjutsu was mental manipulation, altering perception through the five senses or disrupting chakra flow in the brain's neural network. If Yugura was indeed under a Genjutsu, there should be a cluster of chakra within his brain that didn't belong to him. Of course, discovering it wasn't that easy. Ao had already used his Byakugan during the earlier battle, but hadn't noticed anything unusual about Yugura Karatachi. The main reason was that Yugura's own chakra, combined with the interference of the Three Tails chakra, was far too immense. This time, Ao activated his Byakugan again and focused on Yugura's head. The next instant, his body trembled, and his expression completely froze. What Kitazawa said was actually true. For a moment, Ao didn't know what to feel. If he had discovered this earlier, could this entire war have been avoided? How is it? Mei asked hesitantly. She didn't even know whether she hoped the answer would be true or false. "It's true," Ao said finally, his face filled with complex emotion. "What?" Terumi Mei subconsciously took a step back. The other hidden mist shinobi were also unable to accept it. They had believed themselves loyal to the fourth Mizukage, only to realize now that they'd been serving a puppet. Everything they had done, everything they had fought and bled for, what meaning did it have anymore? Ao walked toward Yugura, formed a few hand seals, and began dispelling the Genjutsu. Yugura, already severely injured, didn't resist. Once the Genjutsu was released, he stood still as waves of memory crashed into his mind, everything he had done under the enemy's control. His expression turned grim and conflicted. As the Mizukage, he should have protected the shinobi and citizens of the Hidden Mist. Yet, after being manipulated, he had turned the village into a bloody nightmare. Countless shinobi had died because of him, especially those possessing Kekkei Genkai. Hidden Mist Village had lost nearly a third of its strength under his rule. Mizukage-sama. Ao exhaled heavily. "I'm not fit to be Mizukage anymore," Yugura said after 2 seconds of silence. "Once this war ends, select a new Mizukage immediately." Ao hesitated. Strictly speaking, Yugura himself hadn't done anything wrong. His only fault was being too weak enough to be controlled. But who could truly blame him? Even the strongest in the village could have fallen the same way. Yugura was the strongest in Hidden Mist. Still, his actions had indirectly caused devastating losses. Continuing as Mizukage was indeed inappropriate. Yugura composed himself. For now, he was still the fourth Mizukage, and it was his duty to take responsibility, to clean up the chaos he had caused. "Lady Tsunade," Yugura said firmly, "our Hidden Mist Village is willing to surrender." He bowed his head slightly. "Soon, we will send an official delegation to Konoha to negotiate peace." The war had reached a point where it couldn't be brushed aside as a mere misunderstanding. The only proper course now was to admit defeat, hold peace talks, and pay compensation, a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, Konoha could continue its offensive until Hidden Mist had no choice but to beg for mercy. "All right," Tsunade said after a moment. "Then this war ends here." Her tone softened slightly. Hidden Mist's attitude was satisfactory. Though she sympathized with them, they were still an enemy village, and Konoha had paid dearly for this war. The damages had to be compensated. War was costly, a drain on lives and resources. The fallen shinobi of Konoha and those who had achieved merit all required proper recompense. That would be addressed during the negotiations. After all, Konoha had emerged victorious, and the victor deserved the spoils. There was no longer any need to continue fighting. Pushing the mist too far would only invite retaliation or draw the attention of other opportunistic villages like Kimobakure. Please treat our captured shinobi well, Yagura added. We will exchange them soon. Of course, Tsunade replied with a nod. I understand. Yagura bowed deeply. Finally, thank you, Lady Tsunade, for your timely intervention. Though Konoha had inflicted severe casualties upon the mist, without Tsunade, he would still be a puppet. The consequences could have been far worse. This mysterious figure who pitted our two villages against each other, Tsunade said, her voice hardening, is a common enemy of both Konoha and the Hidden Mist. I agree, Yagura said, nodding. I hope our villages can share intelligence about this individual. No problem, Tsunade replied without hesitation. If we cooperate, we'll uncover the truth faster. Then, we shall take our leave, Yagura said, glancing at Ao and Terumi Mei. His eyes carried guilt as he added quietly, I've caused you all great harm. Mizukage-sama, we are all Hidden Mist shinobi, Mei said gently, shaking her head. There's no need for apologies. What matters now is ending this war, and finding the one who controlled you. Let's go, Yagura said, regaining his composure. We're returning home. They carried the bodies of the fallen Hidden Mist village ninja and headed back toward the Hidden Mist main camp. As for the captured Mist ninja, such as Zabuza Momochi, they could only endure for the time being. Lady Tsunade. Shizen quickly stepped forward and asked, how are you all? I feel better than ever before. Tsunade met her worried gaze and replied with a smile. Shizen was momentarily stunned. She could now confirm that Tsunade's hemophobia had truly been cured, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to fight Yagura so fiercely. Coupled with Kitazawa being safe and sound, this was truly a double blessing. Kitazawa. Kurenai rushed over and grabbed his hand. I'm fine, Kitazawa said reassuringly. This isn't the place to talk. Let's return to the main camp first. Tsunade glanced at Kitazawa as she spoke. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Hayashi and Uchiha Itachi replied in unison. The group retraced their path back. Before they reached the Konoha main camp, Nara Shikaku led a group of Jonin to greet them. Shikaku, notify all Jonin to assemble in the main tent for a meeting, Tsunade ordered. Also, terminate all active war missions. Shikaku was briefly taken aback, but then realization dawned on him, and a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Tsunade issuing such an order could only mean one thing, the war was over. Otherwise, there would be no reason to cancel all missions. Yes. Suppressing his excitement, Shikaku hurried off to make arrangements. We'll head straight to the main tent and wait, Tsunade said before striding ahead. Hayashi, Kitazawa, and the others followed closely behind. Though many Konoha ninja were asleep, they rushed to the main tent as soon as they received the summons. Within 10 minutes, the tent was packed with Jonin. I have an announcement to make, Tsunade said with a faint smile. Hidden Mist Village has voluntarily surrendered. Surrender? Does that mean the war is over? How did this happen so suddenly? We won. The first reactions from most Jonin were confusion rather than joy. Shizen, explain everything to them, Tsunade said. She understood their bewilderment, after all, the war had ended far too abruptly. Okay. Shizen stepped forward and began recounting the entire series of events, from Kitazawa falling into the mist trap, to his duel with Yagura, the discovery of the genjutsu, and finally Yagura's surrender. When she finished, silence fell over the main tent. Had it come from anyone else, they would have thought it was a joke. The events of the night were simply too surreal, a story that defied belief. Kitazawa battling the fourth Mizukage to a draw, only to uncover that Yagura had been under mind control the entire time. Everyone performed admirably in this war, Tsunade declared. Once we return to the village, the Hokage will surely reward your efforts generously. She paused, her gaze falling on Kitazawa. Especially Kitazawa, his contributions were the greatest reason we achieved victory so swiftly. Uchiha Yashiro, Hyuga Hayashi, and Nara Shikaku all nodded. Even if they wanted to take credit, they couldn't. Kitazawa's record spoke for itself. He had slain powerful Hidden Mist shinobi such as Amiri Ringo, Suikazan Fuguki, and Kisame Hashigaki. He led Kurenai and Kabuto in completing the most high-difficulty missions of any team. And finally, tonight, he had faced the Mizukage himself, uncovered the genjutsu, and ended the war. Shikaku, spread the word, Tsunade instructed. And have someone deliver the report to the Hokage. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shikaku replied promptly. Good. Everyone's worked hard tonight, go rest. With those words, Tsunade ended the impromptu meeting. After everyone dispersed, only Kitazawa remained. Kitazawa, Tsunade said after a brief silence, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Kitazawa shook his head lightly. If you hadn't arrived when you did, I'd have died at sea. I mean the hemophobia, Tsunade said softly. Those beautiful dreams resurfaced in her mind, and she unconsciously looked away. It's mainly Yakumo's credit, Kitazawa replied modestly. I know whose credit it is, Tsunade said with a faint smile and waved her hand dismissively. Go rest. MHM. Kitazawa turned to leave. Kitazawa. Kurenai was waiting near the entrance of the tent. Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto, Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi called out together. It's over, Kitazawa said with a small smile. Go rest. We can talk tomorrow. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The three of them exhaled in relief. You scared me half to death tonight. Kurenai huffed, lightly elbowing his arm. Sorry, my fault, Kitazawa said with a grin. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Kurenai froze, her face instantly flushing crimson. She understood exactly what he meant. Stop messing around, go to sleep, she snapped, glaring at him before diving under the covers. That night, Kurenai and Kitazawa drifted into peaceful sleep, while the rest of Konoha's main camp buzzed with excitement. The 2.5-month war had finally ended, and Konoha had won decisively. Relief and pride spread through every tent. Soon, there would be rewards and promotions for all who had served. As celebration filled the camp, a squad of Umbu silently departed, racing toward Konoha to deliver the news of victory. Chapter 254, 100% Senju bloodline and 50% Byakugan purity. A cave somewhere in the land of fire. Uchiha Obito had not left since he was injured. There was no need to return to Hidden Mist Village, but he dared not face Nagato without healing first. After all, Nagato possessed the Rinnegan and was far stronger than him. More importantly, Konan had always disliked him. It would be troublesome if she saw him wounded and decided to finish him off. Obito, sitting at the cave entrance, suddenly turned his head. The ground trembled slightly, and White Zetsu emerged. Have you discovered the situation? Obito asked calmly. Yagura, whom you placed such high hopes in, has fallen. He was defeated by Tsunade and Kitazawa, White Zetsu replied. Now, Hidden Mist Village has proactively surrendered. The war is over. He's truly useless. Obito snorted coldly. Although he had anticipated Yagura's incompetence, the fact that he couldn't even last 2.5 months still disappointed him. If he truly had the ability to defeat Tsunade, he wouldn't have been controlled by you, White Zetsu said with a grin. Do you still want to go to Hidden Mist Village? A place without value is not worth my visit, Obito said indifferently. As for Konoha Village, their turn will come eventually, there's no need to rush. Once the Eye of the Moon plan was activated, Nagato and the others would trouble Konoha Village without him lifting a finger. Nagato, with his Rinnegan, was incomparable to a mere Yagura Karatachi. Konoha Village would surely be destroyed. Destruction will usher in new life, Obito murmured, raising his head to the dim crescent moon in the sky. Also, one more thing, Kisame Hoshigaki, whom you valued highly, also died in last night's battle, White Zetsu said suddenly, as if recalling something. Kisame. Obito paused, then said, what a pity. Among the Hidden Mist Village, Kisame Hoshigaki was the one he thought most highly of. At most, he might add Suikazan Fuguki. Who killed him? Obito asked after a brief silence. With Kisame's strength, not many could accomplish that. Someone you know very well, White Zetsu blinked. It was Kitazawa. The next time I encounter him, I will tear him to shreds. Obito clenched his fist subconsciously, his voice laced with anger. Then, what about Kakashi? White Zetsu asked teasingly. Shut up. Obito roared. Get lost. Unfazed, White Zetsu burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The night passed, and the sun rose. Konoha Village was bathed in the morning light. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just gotten out of bed when a knock at the door startled him. Normally, no ninja would come to him outside of working hours unless it was an urgent matter. Walking a few steps to the door, Hiruzen opened it and saw an Umbu ninja standing there, one he recognized. Haru, why have you returned to Konoha? He asked, frowning. Didn't I tell you to stay with Tsunade? Hokage-sama, Haru said, taking a deep breath, the war is over, and we have won. What? Hiruzen's eyes widened. Why so sudden? The war report he had received 2 days ago still indicated fierce combat between Hidden Mist and Konoha, with no end in sight. How could a victor be determined in just 2 days? It seemed unreal. It is the credit of Lady Tsunade and Lord Kitazawa, Haru said, quickly giving a brief account of what had transpired last night. Hiruzen froze. Even with his experience, he was astonished by the events. First, Kitazawa's strength exceeded all expectations. Proficient in 7 types of ninjutsu, water, lightning, wind, fire, earth, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu, and skilled in all of them, he was extraordinary. Hiruzen felt that if he were 20 years younger, he would have taken Kitazawa as a student. But even as his grand disciple, Kitazawa was perfect. Second, Tsunade had unleashed her full strength, brutally defeating Yagura. This proved she was no longer affected by hemophobia. The combined efforts of Yakumo and Kitazawa had finally paid off, a huge boon for both Tsunade and Konoha. A Hokage could not afford such a fatal weakness. Third, the revelation that the fourth Mizukage was controlled by Genjutsu, leading him to declare war on Konoha, sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. A Kage being manipulated. If this became public knowledge, no one would believe it. Fortunately, the Byakugan could detect Genjutsu, proving the Hyuga clan's importance for the future. Hiruzen considered suggesting that a Hyuga be appointed as Tsunade's personal guard. They wouldn't normally activate their Byakugan, but if Tsunade displayed abnormal behavior, they could check her brain chakra. Spread this good news. Hiruzen declared, his voice booming with renewed energy. Everyone should know of Konoha Village's victory, despite the troubling circumstances with Yagura. Yes, Hokage-sama, Haru replied promptly. When are Tsunade and the others returning? Hiruzen asked suddenly. Lady Tsunade didn't inform me, Haru said, shaking his head. Contact the Umbu on the front lines and confirm their return time, Hiruzen instructed, smiling. This great victory deserves a proper welcome, both for the ninja and the villagers. Welcoming the heroes would build momentum. While war was cruel, it was also the fastest path to fame. After all, Minato Namikaze had become Hokage largely due to the reputation he gained during the Third Shinobi World War. Although the scale of this war between Konoha Village and Hidden Mist Village could not compare to the Third Shinobi World War, such a decisive victory was worthy of grand celebration. Especially since this triumph was primarily the result of Tsunade and Kitazawa's efforts. Kitazawa was also Tsunade's student, and together, their fame would complement each other perfectly. Now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen ensuring that the entire Konoha village would welcome them, their renown would reach its peak. Even if he announced Tsunade as the fifth Hokage on the spot, no one would object. Yes, Hokage-sama. Haru turned and left. News of Hidden Mist Village's surrender and Konoha Village's decisive victory spread throughout the village with incredible speed. Many ninja and villagers immediately began celebrating. In the residential area of the Shimura clan, Danzo stared blankly at the water in front of him. The liveliness of Konoha village seemed to exist without his influence. Hidden Mist Village is truly a lost cause. Danzo snapped, returning to reality with visible frustration. He had already sent people to inform the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, in advance. And what was the result? Instead of ambushing them, Tsunade and Kitazawa had decisively defeated them. Not only were they beaten, but they also surrendered, handing Konoha Village a remarkable victory without much effort. Danzo sighed. The war was over, and all of his strategies had failed. He had originally planned multiple intelligence transmissions to Hidden Mist Village, but now he only had one remaining chance. His sole hope rested on Koto Amatsukami. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, the new semester had begun, and the genius class students were training. Kosuke and Kakashi observed from the sidelines, each focusing on different students. Kosuke's primary attention was on Sakura. He now treated her as his true student, meticulously teaching her water release. Sakura was performing exceptionally well, with only a slight lack of chakra. Kakashi, on the other hand, concentrated on Sasuke, who was already learning lightning release, Chidori. Good news. Great news. Irika suddenly rushed over, drawing everyone's attention. Hidden Mist Village has surrendered. We won, he shouted, gasping for breath. Kosuke and Kakashi exchanged surprised glances. Wars typically lasted half a year or even longer, yet the conflict between Konoha and Hidden Mist Village had only lasted 2.5 months, a remarkably swift victory. That's great. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. As expected, it's a victory for our Konoha village. Our Konoha village is still too strong, Kiba said, patting his shoulder regretfully. It's a pity I didn't get to participate in the war. How many years would it have taken if you had participated? Shikamaru retorted. That's unrealistic. In my opinion, it's best not to fight if you don't have to, Ino added, shaking her head. The battlefield is far too dangerous. Then, when will Teacher Kitazawa return? Hinata asked immediately, eyes lighting up at the thought. Oh, right. Naruto quickly followed. Irika-sensei, when will Kitazawa-sensei be back? Hinata, Ino, Sasuke, and the others looked at Irika expectantly. I don't know exactly, Irika admitted, thinking for a moment. Considering travel time, plus post-war cleanup, I estimate he'll return within this week. Yay! Ino exclaimed, breaking into a bright smile. Hinata's lips curved, and her heart swelled with anticipation. I haven't seen Kitazawa-sensei in a long time. He'll be surprised at how much stronger I've become. That's not guaranteed, Irika said with a smile. During this war, Kitazawa-sensei, along with Lady Tsunade, defeated the fourth Mizukage. What? Naruto and the others' eyes widened. Naturally, they knew the significance of the Mizukage. The Kage of Hidden Mist Village was on par with the Hokage of Konoha. Even if 4th Mizukage Yugura wasn't as strong as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the difference was minimal. Kitazawa-sensei is amazing. Naruto exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement. This is the youth I've been waiting for. Rock Lee said, giving a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Kiba laughed heartily. We have a teacher who can defeat the 4th Mizukage. Everyone will be envious when they hear this. I must learn more ninjutsu from Kitazawa-sensei. Ino added, raising her small fists. Since 4th Mizukage Yugura excelled in water release, and Sakura was also training in it, Ino felt confident that with Kitazawa's guidance, she could always stay ahead. Hinata unconsciously clutched the corner of her clothes, quietly thrilled. The 4th Mizukage, huh? Sasuke said, gripping his ninjato with a sense of awe. The battle between such powerful individuals must have been spectacular. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he knew one day he would reach that level himself. Kitazawa's strength has unknowingly reached the level of the 4th Mizukage. Kakashi murmured, surprised. The younger generation is truly formidable, Kosuke added, admiration in his voice. By noon, Kitazawa opened his eyes, feeling refreshed as the fatigue from battle completely dissipated. He sat up, noticing that Kurenai was no longer by his side. Stretching, he stepped out of the tent. The Konoha main camp was already bustling. Though they weren't taking or giving missions, they were dismantling tents and packing supplies, preparing to return to Konoha village. The war was over, and after 2.5 months of relentless fighting, everyone longed to finally go home. Current mission, help 4th Mizukage Yugura Karatachi break free from control. Mission reward, 30% Senju bloodline and 20% Byakugan purity. Host has completed the mission, rewards issued. Here it comes. Kitazawa stared at the 3 lines of text that suddenly appeared before him, feeling a surge of excitement. The next second, he noticed a significant change in his body. The most intuitive was the increase in his chakra limit, roughly 3/5 of a card. His total chakra now exceeded 5 cards. Current Senju bloodline has reached 100%, an additional card of chakra will be added. Kitazawa blinked in mild surprise. This was an unexpected bonus. In total, the 100% Senju bloodline had granted him nearly 3 additional cards of chakra. It might not sound like much, but in reality, it has already far surpassed the majority of Jonin. Kakashi's chakra itself was not weak, but it seemed limited due to the burden of his Sharingan. Meanwhile, the Senju bloodline rewarded by the system referred to an ordinary Senju clan ninja, not Senju Hashirama. For a regular Senju ninja, 3 cards of chakra were already astonishing. This amount alone could allow them to contend with the Uchiha clan, who relied on the Sharingan. Activate the special ability of the Senju clan, Impromptu Healing. Impromptu Healing automatically recovers from injuries without hand seals. Recovery speed depends on chakra reserves. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow as he read the text. Impromptu Healing was one of Senju Hashirama's signature abilities. Much of the reason his cells retained such terrifying vitality even after death was due to this ability. Kitazawa hadn't expected he would inherit it, though the system clarified that recovery speed depended on chakra. Since Senju Hashirama's chakra reserves were immense, this version would naturally be weaker, but from another perspective, Impromptu Healing, like Senju Chakra mode, could be upgraded. As his own chakra increased, this ability could grow, and perhaps one day, he could even surpass Hashirama himself. Thinking this through, Kitazawa returned to his tent. Casually, he picked up a kunai and cut his arm. Watching the wound rapidly heal, a smile spread across his face. Judging by its effect, this impromptu healing could rival B-rank medical ninjutsu. In other words, Kitazawa effectively carried a personal medical ninja, continuously using B-rank medical ninjutsu on him. Ordinary injuries were now negligible. Against strong opponents, he could even employ a strategy of trading blows, gaining an advantage with his formidable recovery. Current Byakugan purity has reached 50%, activating special ability, Byakugan, Puppet Control. Byakugan, Puppet Control, can control inanimate puppets, and can also control living targets. Note, the strength and mental resistance of living targets determine control success rate. Another reward. Kitazawa had assumed the system rewards had stopped, yet another one appeared. This gain came from reaching 50% Byakugan purity. Immediately, Kitazawa thought of Akatsuki Tonari on the moon. In the movie, Tonari used the Tensigen to control countless puppets and even manipulate Hinata. Byakugan, puppet control undoubtedly shared the same origin, or rather, was a weakened version. Even so, it was extremely powerful. While its effect on strong opponents might be limited, controlling living targets was invaluable for dealing with weaker foes. As for puppets, Kitazawa considered the possibilities. In the ninja world, puppet masters specialized in controlling puppets, with Tsunade boasting the strongest, Chiyo and her grandson Sasori. Konoha had no puppet masters, but now, with this ability, Kitazawa could consider creating one. The question was who could make it, Chiyo or Sasori. Sasori likely already belonged to Akatsuki, but as a mercenary organization, hiring him to craft a puppet was feasible. Kitazawa-sama. A voice from outside the tent drew his attention. Tsunade-sama requests your presence in the main tent. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kitazawa walked out. An Umbu ninja delivered the message, and after a brief expression of thanks, he headed to the main tent. The moment he entered, Kitazawa sensed something off. Tsunade's expression was unusually stern. Lady Tsunade, he said, stepping forward, puzzled. What happened? Now that Hidden Mist Village had surrendered, what could have provoked her anger? The fourth Mizukage just came by, Tsunade said, handing him a scroll. This is what he gave me. Kitazawa opened it and found a portrait of an unfamiliar ninja wearing a mask. The fourth Mizukage said that the reason he could ambush you earlier was because this person tipped him off, Tsunade explained, taking a deep breath. Clearly, he's a ninja from Konoha village. I see, Kitazawa murmured, studying the portrait. I suggest investigating the root ninja who joined the Umbu. That's exactly what I was thinking, Tsunade said, slightly surprised. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile, so, naturally, all suspicions pointed to Danzo. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 255, Back to Konoha. Danzo wouldn't make it that easy for us to find evidence. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and said, I suspect this ninja might have already been dealt with. Given Danzo's personality, he is indeed capable of such a thing. Tsunade rubbed her temples and said, but we can't do nothing. We must investigate. Who do you plan to have investigate? Kitazawa asked. Umbu, Tsunade replied after a pause. Itachi it is. The tasks she had given Uchiha Itachi before had all been completed excellently, leaving her with a good impression. Kitazawa returned the portrait to her and asked, is there anything I can help with? We'll see after the investigation results come out. Tsunade snorted coldly. If we really find evidence, I will absolutely not let Danzo off. Danzo leaking Konoha village intelligence to Yagura was an act of treason. No matter which ninja village, it was one of the most serious and unforgivable crimes. Even if Danzo was a high-ranking member of Konoha, he wouldn't get off lightly. Hokage-sama might be swayed by old sentiment, Kitazawa reminded her. He is him, I am me, Tsunade said indifferently. As expected of Lady Tsunade, so imposing. Kitazawa immediately gave a thumbs up and praised her. All right, this isn't the time for such nonsense, Tsunade said, lightly tapping the back of his hand. Besides that, we also need to guard against Danzo's desperate measures, Kitazawa said seriously, withdrawing his hand. Let him use whatever means he has. Tsunade replied with a confident expression. She no longer had hemophobia, so theoretically, she had no weaknesses. Don't forget the precedent of the fourth Mizukage, Kitazawa warned. I think after returning to the village, you could temporarily find a ninja from the Hyuga clan to act as your bodyguard. He doesn't have. You're right. Tsunade originally wanted to say that Danzo didn't have a Sharingan, but on second thought, that might not be true. The Uchiha clan had existed for over 1,000 years, and Danzo had always targeted them. If he ever encountered a Sharingan, he would definitely collect it. Kitazawa felt more at ease hearing her agree. With a Hyuga ninja by her side, there would be an extra layer of security. If Tsunade exhibited any unusual behavior, they could immediately use the Byakugan to examine her brain. When he had time, he would speak with Hayashi Hyuga and request a female Hyuga Jonin. I feel like you'd be quite suitable as a Hokage advisor. Tsunade jumped back and sat directly on the table, gently swinging her calves. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced, her rounded toes were neatly arranged within her high-heeled sandals, her toenails painted a vivid red. Then whose Hokage advisor would I be? Kitazawa asked, averting his gaze. I don't want to answer that question, Tsunade said, biting her thumb, her mouth twitching slightly. Lady Tsunade, still unwilling to accept reality. Kitazawa chuckled softly. Why are you talking so much? Tsunade huffed and nudged him with her calf, she was wearing shoes, so it didn't hurt. Be that as it may, Lady Tsunade still needs to make plans early, Kitazawa said, clearing his throat. In truth, her ambiguous attitude already explained everything. I know, Tsunade sighed. Everyone else scrambles for the position of Hokage, only Lady Tsunade is reluctant, Kitazawa said with a small smile. Why don't you be Hokage, then? Tsunade rolled her eyes. That's not realistic, Kitazawa replied, shaking his head. Even if I were willing, Hokage-sama and the others wouldn't agree. Although he had made great contributions in the war between Konoha and the Hidden Mist, it wasn't enough to change the course of the conflict. Theoretically, even without him, Konoha would still have won. But Minato Namikaze was different. If not for him during the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha would have suffered a crushing defeat. How troublesome, Tsunade muttered, her tone showing irritation. Getting angry makes you age, Kitazawa teased with a smile. How about I join you for a drink? To relax a bit. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously licked her rosy lips. She hadn't had a drink in 2.5 months and was practically craving it. But after 2 seconds of hesitation, she shook her head. Drinking now isn't appropriate. We'll drink when we return to Konoha village. Tsunade paused, then said, go pack up. We'll depart at 2 p.m. this afternoon and arrive at Konoha tomorrow morning. Kitazawa turned and left the main tent. Tsunade looked at his retreating back, lost in thought. Kitazawa, where did you go? Kurenai heard footsteps and immediately stopped practicing wind release, Rasengan, looking up to ask. I went to see Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said, sitting cross-legged in front of her. Here's the lunch I made for you, Kurenai said, handing him a bento box. Thank you. Kitazawa now understood what she had woken up early to do. Kurenai shifted closer and leaned against him, focusing again on channeling wind release chakra into her Rasengan. Do you want some? Kitazawa asked as he opened the bento. I've already eaten, but if you're going to feed me, I'll eat, Kurenai said with a teasing smile. All right, I'll feed you. Kitazawa bit into a fried shrimp and looked at her. Kurenai turned her head, their eyes meeting. After a brief pause, she understood his intention. Kurenai gave him a glare, but still leaned forward. The fried shrimp tastes much better today, very soft, Kitazawa said with a smile. Eat properly and don't disturb my training, Kurenai muttered, face slightly flushed as she licked the corner of her mouth. I forgot to tell you something, Kitazawa said suddenly. We're departing at 2 p.m. this afternoon to return to Konoha village. Finally, we can go back. Kurenai stretched, her face bright with joy. Kitazawa nodded. After being away for so long, he also missed his students. After lunch, they began to pack their things. There wasn't much to prepare, just dismantling the tents and cleaning up the camp. When the time reached 2 p.m., the Konoha ninja had already lined up in the now empty main camp. A moment later, Tsunade appeared. With a wave of her hand, she set off toward Konoha village. The other Konoha ninja quickly followed. Kitazawa walked alongside Kurenai and Kabuto. Their pace was not fast, as many of the ninjas were still injured. By evening, they had barely covered half the distance. Kitazawa estimated that arriving by tomorrow morning was impossible, it would likely be around noon instead. After a night's rest, the Konoha forces set off again. Time passed slowly. By 10 a.m., Konoha village was already bustling with excitement. Villagers and ninjas stood densely packed on both sides of the main road, gazing into the distance. On the left side of the street, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino were squeezed together. Today was supposed to be a class day, but Kosuke and Kakashi had given them the day off. So many people. Naruto exclaimed, glancing left and right in amazement. Kitazawa-sensei is very famous now, Shikamaru explained lazily. And Lady Tsunade's fame is even more terrifying than Kitazawa-sensei's. I've never seen a scene like this before, Hokage-sama, the 2 Hokage advisors, and so many ninja and villagers all standing at the village gate. Ino said in awe. Me neither, Sakura added, looking around curiously. I hope I can also receive a welcome from the entire village like Kitazawa-sensei in the future. Naruto said with longing. It'll definitely be me first, Sasuke said abruptly. Naruto's dream was to earn the recognition of the entire village, but Sasuke's goal was different. For him, such admiration was befitting of the Uchiha name, a matter of pride and display. Sasuke! Naruto shouted, eyes lighting up. Want to make a youthful bet? Now's not the time for a bet, Kiba said, putting his arm around Naruto's shoulder. When Kitazawa-sensei arrives, we can hold a youthful welcome ceremony for him. Rock Lee declared, striking a dramatic pose. Absolutely not necessary. Ino immediately objected. Hokage-sama and the others are present, we can't steal their thunder. Indeed, Niji echoed calmly. He couldn't even imagine how people would look at them if Rock Lee actually performed such a youthful ceremony, especially in front of more than half of Konoha's villagers and ninja. Except for Naruto and Rock Lee, the rest of them would probably have to flee the village overnight. Yes, don't mess around. Tenten said quickly. She didn't want her ninja career to end before it even began. I see Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata suddenly said, her eyes lighting up. Where? Why don't I see him? Naruto jumped up immediately, looking toward the village gate. Of course you can't see him, Ino said, glancing at Hinata. Hinata saw him with her Byakugan. Since the Byakugan spotted Kitazawa-sensei, that means they're close, Shikamaru said, clasping his hands behind his head. Just a few more minutes. Hearing that, Hinata lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. They're here. Kiba shouted excitedly after a moment. Naruto instantly turned toward the gate, and saw Tsunade and the others walking in an orderly formation toward the village. Lady Tsunade. Deafening cheers erupted from both sides of the road. The wave of sound was so strong that Naruto and Sasuke couldn't even hear each other. Kitazawa-sensei. The livelier the crowd became, the more excited Naruto grew. He waved frantically at Kitazawa, who was walking beside Tsunade. Sasuke, on the other hand, remained relatively calm, until he noticed Uchiha Itachi walking behind Tsunade. Even though Itachi wore an Umbu mask, Sasuke recognized him immediately. After not seeing his brother for 2.5 months, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, but he restrained himself, knowing this was neither the time nor the place. Hinata spotted her father, Hyuga Hayashi, but her gaze soon returned to Kitazawa. Ino, Rock Lee, and Kiba waved enthusiastically, following Naruto's lead. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, Shinno, Yakumo, and Neji stood quietly, observing the scene with calm composure. Kitazawa noticed them and waved back in acknowledgement, though he couldn't go over to greet them now. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other elders were waiting ahead. Again with these unnecessary welcoming ceremonies, Tsunade muttered, pouting slightly. She had already guessed Hiruzen's intention, this was all meant to build her momentum. Now, her prestige in the village had reached its peak. Perhaps even Hiruzen's own influence was slightly overshadowed. Hokage-sama also means well, Kitazawa said quietly, walking closest to her and hearing her complaint. Means well. Do you really believe that? Tsunade shot him a sharp glare. Ahem. Kitazawa leaned closer and whispered, Hokage-sama is coming. With so many people around, please consider his dignity. He was genuinely afraid that with Tsunade's temper, she might just turn around and leave. Who's the teacher here, you or me? Why do you have to meddle in everything? Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes with a fierce expression. This is a student's duty, Kitazawa replied calmly, meeting her bright amber eyes without fear. What are you two talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked forward with a light chuckle. Behind him were Hamura Mitokado and a group of Jonin. Nothing, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Let's go to the Hokage building. The cheers around them were too loud for proper conversation anyway, and walking to the Hokage building would also serve as a gesture, a way of showing appreciation to the villagers and ninja who had come to greet them. After all, they couldn't let everyone gather here for nothing. As Tsunade smiled and waved to the crowds on both sides of the street, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Her attitude made it clear that something had changed in her heart. If Tsunade were still firmly against becoming Hokage, she wouldn't have stayed. She would have simply left after a brief appearance, minimizing the impact of the ceremony. Kitazawa followed quietly behind her. To him, it didn't feel like he was walking on an ordinary road, it felt like he was walking along the path leading directly to the Hokage's seat. A sense of relief filled him. After working so hard for so long, he had finally secured a stable place in Konoha. Once Tsunade officially became Hokage, his own position would rise as well. Combined with his steadily growing strength, his future truly looked bright. Of course, he couldn't afford to lower his guard. Danzo for now, and Nagato and Uchiha Obito in the future, each one was a greater threat than the last. For the moment, he could only say he had achieved temporary success. Lost in thought, Kitazawa arrived at the Hokage building. The surrounding villagers and ninja began to disperse in an orderly manner. Even the genius class students were led back to the academy by Kosuke and Kakashi, though none of them wanted to leave. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Danzo stood silently, his hand gripping his cane tightly. He had not expected Hiruzen to pull such a move. After this grand welcoming ceremony, it would be almost impossible for Tsunade not to become Hokage. Hiruzen's intentions were now crystal clear, he was determined to hand over the title to her. Hiruzen, you'll regret this, Danzo muttered through gritted teeth. A grim realization dawned on him. Even if he managed to control Tsunade into supporting him, Hiruzen would never agree to make him Hokage. Unless he controlled Hiruzen as well. But Danzo had no confidence he could do that. What troubled him most now was the Byakugan. He had learned the real reason for the missed surrender. Yagura had been under a genjutsu that made him declare war on Konoha, and once the illusion was dispelled, the war had ended instantly. The Byakugan could see through genjutsu. And though Koto Amatsukami was a Mangekyo Sharingan dojutsu, it was still a form of genjutsu. If Tsunade or Hiruzen fell under its control, could the Byakugan detect it? If it could, his entire plan would collapse. But could he afford to back down now? No, giving up now meant losing his only chance. He wouldn't live long enough to see Tsunade retire. If all else fails. I'll just have to kill her, Danzo whispered, his face twisting with murderous intent. Tsunade was powerful, and with the Een seal, she was nearly impossible to kill. But with Kotoeme Tsukumi, he could control her first, then kill her. Once Tsunade was dead, she could never become Hokage. The only problem was how to do it without alerting Hiruzen and the others, and without leaving solid proof. He would be suspected, of course, but suspicion was fine, as long as there was no evidence. Danzo stood silently, lost in his dark thoughts. At the Hokage building. Everyone has worked hard. Without you, there would be no victory for Konoha. Hiruzen stood before Tsunade and the returning ninja, his voice strong and full of pride. Each of you has contributed greatly, and each of you will be rewarded accordingly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The crowd immediately burst into excited cheers. Because so many are involved, Hiruzen continued, his tone softening into a smile, we won't issue your rewards today. Return home for now, your rewards will be delivered later. Yes, Hokage-sama, everyone answered in unison. Jonin, report to the conference room for a meeting, Hiruzen added. After the Chunin and Genin departed, the plaza before the Hokage building quickly emptied. After all, among the 4,000 Konoha ninja who had participated in the war, the majority were Chunin and Genin. Kitazawa followed Tsunade into the Hokage building's conference room. The meeting began. Nara Shikaku stood up and reported the casualties of the war. Every ninja who sacrificed their life for Konoha must be given full compensation, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Shikaku, I'll leave that matter to you. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shikaku responded immediately. Besides compensation, Hiruzen continued, the most important thing is to reward merit properly. His gaze shifted toward Tsunade. Tsunade, I'm entrusting this task to you. Rewarding according to merit has always been the Hokage's duty, Tsunade said, frowning slightly. You were the frontline commander, Hiruzen replied with a smile. You know better than anyone how much credit each ninja deserves. And besides, Konoha has no rule stating the Hokage must handle it personally. Many Jonin exchanged subtle glances at those words. It was clear to everyone, Hiruzen was already letting Tsunade perform the duties of a Hokage before officially giving her the title. Chapter 256, Reward, Magnet Release. Tsunade naturally understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's objective. After all, his intentions were far too obvious. I need someone to assist me, Tsunade said after a brief silence of 2 seconds. No problem. Hiruzen smiled when Tsunade agreed. You can mobilize any ninja in Konoha village. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. Why don't I ever see you delegate so much power under normal circumstances? The distribution of rewards and punishments is a serious matter, don't drag it out too long, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded after thinking for a moment. I know, Tsunade replied with a thoughtful expression. Within a week, I'll come up with a suitable reward plan. A week should be about right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Though Tsunade accepted somewhat reluctantly, once she agreed to something, she would always see it through to the end. Did the Hidden Mist Village say when they'll send their delegation? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, turning to her. Next month, Tsunade answered. But they didn't specify a date. Then who do you think Konoha should send to negotiate with them? The third Hokage asked with a faint smile. Tsunade immediately had a bad premonition. I think Lady Tsunade is the most suitable, said Nara Shikaku knowingly. This war was won under her leadership, and having her represent Konoha would strengthen our position. Yamanaka and Noichi nodded in agreement. Lady Tsunade successfully achieved her goals during the previous negotiation with the Hidden Mist Village. Choza Akimichi followed, indeed. Soon, Shibi Abirame and others echoed the sentiment in unison. Since everyone recommends you, then I'll trouble you, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deliberately casual tone. Tsunade was speechless, almost amused. What a group of terrible actors. It's still early, she said flatly. We'll discuss it when the time comes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to press further, but stopped himself. There was enough time for Tsunade to officially assume the Hokage position. If she became the 5th Hokage, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to personally handle negotiations with the defeated Hidden Mist Village. The only question left in his mind was where to begin the process of officially appointing her. Then it's pending, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. She had expected him to finalize the decision, or at least make her give a temporary agreement. His sudden change of pace made her suspicious, though she couldn't immediately pinpoint why. Ibiki, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, shifting topics, we captured quite a few Hidden Mist Nin this time. Your interrogation unit should extract as much information as possible, but without harming them. These prisoners would eventually be exchanged, but until then, their value couldn't be wasted. So long as they remained alive, the Hidden Mist would have no grounds to protest. Yes, Hokage-sama, Marino Ibiki replied, rising to his feet. Kitazawa's eyes flickered toward him. Ibiki Marino, special Jonin of Konoha, expert in interrogation. In the original story, he would later appear as the proctor of the first stage of the Chunin exams. But what came to Kitazawa's mind now was Ibiki's younger brother, Idate Marino, the one who stole the sword of the Thunder God, a relic of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Idate, deceived by Aoi Rokusho, had fled the village, and both became missing men. Aoi, wielding the Thunder God's sword, would later join the Hidden Rain village. Kitazawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. I wonder if that incident has happened yet. If it has, I can just retrieve it myself. After all, he had already decided to give the sword Samahata to Uzumaki Naruto. The Thunder God's sword could then be passed on to Uchiha Sasuke, for fairness' sake. But he couldn't forget the other students either. Kitazawa planned to select a few items from the spoils of war to gift them. Over the last 2.5 months, he had slain numerous Miss Jonin and collected plenty of valuable loot. He didn't need it himself, so distributing it among his students would strengthen their trust and morale. All the ninja who sacrificed their lives in this war are heroes of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared solemnly. This Saturday, we will hold a mass funeral at the Konoha Memorial Stone. Every ninja must attend. Yes, Hokage-sama, everyone replied in unison. This matter will be handled by Inoichi, Hiruzen continued. All expenses will be reimbursed by the village treasury. Yes, Hokage-sama. Inoichi immediately understood. The Yamanaka clan owned most of Konoha's flower shops, making him the perfect person to manage the arrangements. With one issue after another addressed, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Today's meeting ends here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, rising from his seat after confirming everything had been arranged. As he left, the other Jonin began to disperse. Even with the war over, there's no rest, Tsunade muttered with a frown, biting her finger in frustration. That's what they call, the more capable, the more work they do, Kitazawa said with a small smile. What are you smiling for? You're not getting off easy either. Tsunade turned toward him. You won't be teaching this week, focus entirely on assisting me. Yes, Kitazawa said with mock solemnity. Since it's Lady Tsunade's command, I'll see it through, even if it costs me my life. As for returning to the Ninja Academy to teach, he hadn't taught for 2.5 months anyway, so one more week wouldn't make a difference. That's more like it. Tsunade's lips curled slightly as she said, don't worry, you won't be the only one. I'll ask Shizune and Shikaku to help. Kitazawa nodded. Let's start tomorrow. Tsunade glanced out the window and added, I'll call you when I leave. They had arrived in Konoha at 10 in the morning, and after 2 hours of meetings, it was already noon. Forcing everyone to work immediately, without even half a day of rest, would seem inhumane. And, most importantly, Tsunade wanted to visit the casino. She had refrained from gambling for 2.5 months. Who knew how she had managed to endure that long? All right, see you tomorrow. Tsunade stood up and walked toward the door. But just as she reached it, she suddenly stopped. Here, for you. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed something toward him. Consider this your reward for assisting me this week. Before Kitazawa could react, a small dark shape arced through the air. Instinctively, he caught it. A faint warmth spread through his palm, making him pause. When he looked down, his eyes fell upon a familiar pendant. A green crystal shimmered faintly within his grasp. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. He recognized it instantly. It was the first Hokage's necklace, the cherished memento of Senju Hashirama, and Tsunade's most treasured possession. Within that green crystal pulsed the lingering chakra of the first Hokage himself. In the original timeline, it had even suppressed Naruto's Nine-Tails transformation. Receiving this necklace could only mean one thing, he had earned Tsunade's full recognition. But that was exactly the problem. Everyone who had ever received this necklace had died. Even Uzumaki Naruto had fallen once. Because of that, fans in his previous life had dubbed it the Death Necklace. Kitazawa sighed, shaking his head. Tsunade had already disappeared down the hall, giving him no chance to return it. And besides, if he tried to give it back, she'd probably beat him half to death. I'm a system user, after all, he muttered under his breath with a grin. I've got cheat, I can handle it. He slipped the necklace over his neck. His clothing covered it completely, making it unnoticeable to anyone who wasn't looking closely. Unlike Tsunade, it didn't stand out. He let out a small hum. Then again, when Tsunade wore it, I didn't really notice either. There were far more distracting things to look at. Current mission, make your squad famous in this war. Mission reward, bloodline limit and corresponding ninjutsu. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa's brows furrowed as 3 glowing lines of text appeared before his eyes. It's finally complete. He had assumed the system would mark it done when the hidden miss surrendered, but apparently, it waited until their return to Konoha. In this war, your team gained immense fame, becoming widely known throughout Konoha. Based on your reputation, the host has acquired Magnet Release and 9 Magnet Release ninjutsu. A rush of information surged through his mind, flooding his senses. He stood frozen, stunned, taking several minutes to fully absorb it all. When he finally processed it, his first thought was simple: he had hit the jackpot. Learning 9 magnet release techniques at once meant he had essentially mastered the entire bloodline. Magnet release, the power to control iron or gold through magnetic force. In the original history, several ninja wielded it, the 3rd and 4th Kazekage of Tsunade and Troy of Kimogakure. Even Gaara had inherited the ability from his father, the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The magnet release of the 3rd and 4th Kazekage differed, one commanded iron, the other gold. The techniques bestowed by the system were from the 3rd Kazekage's lineage. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. Magnet release, iron sand wall. Magnet release, iron sand wings. Magnet release, iron sand world method. And several others. The 3rd Kazekage, once hailed as the strongest Kazekage in history, might have met an unfortunate end, but his power was undeniable. Even as a human puppet in Sasori's hands, his might remained fearsome. Now, Kitazawa had inherited that same potential. In terms of power, his strength had soared to new heights. Magnet release could attack, defend, and even allow flight, its versatility unmatched. With this, all of Kitazawa's war-related system missions were complete. All in all, it had been a profitable 2.5 months. None of his efforts had been wasted. As he walked along, Kitazawa began organizing his next priorities. First, assist Tsunade in distributing rewards and commendations, and while at it, help her find a Hyuga Jonin. Second, return to the Ninja Academy. Though wars triggered missions easily, that opportunity had passed. From now on, he'd have to rely on Naruto and Sasuke for mission triggers. Third, Danzo. That man wouldn't stay patient for long. When the opportunity came, he would surely strike at Tsunade. The only question was when. Perhaps he and Tsunade could devise a plan to lure him out first. That was something worth considering. Fourth, the remaining system missions. He had completed most of them already, only 7 remained. Kitazawa planned to first complete the mission to modify the medical forbidden technique, body revival technique. If things went quickly, he could develop a medical ninjutsu capable of regenerating limbs within 2 weeks. Then he would discuss promoting it with Tsunade to maximize its influence. This way, he could earn the highest possible reward from the mission. He just didn't know what that reward would be. Still, Kitazawa felt it wouldn't disappoint. After all, a medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration possessed immense practical value and significance. The 5th and 6th matters were somewhat related, finding Sasori to create puppets, and retrieving the sword of the Thunder God from Aoi Rokusho. Aoi Rokusho was currently a ninja from Hidden Rain Village. Hidden Rain had, in truth, already fallen under the control of the Akatsuki organization. Kitazawa thought he could contact Konan. The last time they met, she had told him that if he ever needed something, he could come to her. With those thoughts in mind, Kitazawa arrived at the Hyuga clan compound. "Kitazawa, why are you here?" Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward to greet him. Though his tone wasn't overly enthusiastic, it was still a much warmer reception compared to before. "Hayashi clan head," Kitazawa said with a slight smile. "Lady Tsunade would like to request Hyuga Kaori's assistance with her work." Naturally, he couldn't tell Hayashi directly that Tsunade needed a Hyuga bodyguard because he feared she might fall under a genjutsu. Fortunately, during the previous Jonin meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen had stated that Konoha's ninja were at Tsunade's disposal for the upcoming award ceremonies. Hyuga Kaori was a female Jonin. Kitazawa knew her from the time they had briefly cooperated on the battlefield. Of course, Hayashi agreed without hesitation. Hiruzen's stance during the morning meeting had made it clear, the next Hokage would definitely be Tsunade. The Hyuga clan had no reason to refuse such a request, especially when it offered a chance to build goodwill with the future Hokage. "Please wait a moment, I'll call her now." Hayashi immediately sent a messenger to summon Kaori. Not long after, Hyuga Kaori appeared before them. "Lord Kitazawa," she greeted politely. "No need to be so formal," Kitazawa said, repeating Tsunade's request. "I understand. When do I start?" Kaori asked. "Right now." Kitazawa thought for a moment before saying, "I'll take you to Lady Tsunade." After bidding farewell to Hayashi, the two headed toward the casino. As for how Kitazawa knew Tsunade was there, it was simply a guess. She had rushed off far too eagerly earlier. There was only one thing that could make Tsunade react that way: gambling. Sure enough, Kitazawa found Tsunade at the casino, seated at a table and happily placing bets. "Lady Tsunade," he called out as he approached. "This is Hyuga Kaori." Tsunade paused, remembering what Kitazawa had said earlier about finding a Hyuga bodyguard. She hadn't expected him to act so quickly. "Lady Tsunade," Kaori said, bowing respectfully. Tsunade nodded. "You'll accompany me for this period." "Lady Tsunade, don't gamble too late, or Shizun-sensei might get angry, Kitazawa reminded her. Shizun had gone to Konoha Hospital to handle the war casualties, so she wasn't with Tsunade. Why so much chatter? Tsunade waved a hand dismissively. Don't disturb me. Don't forget, Kitazawa said again. I know. Tsunade glared at him. Hyuga Kaori blinked, slightly puzzled. Their interaction was odd. What kind of student talked to their teacher like that? Leaving the casino behind, Kitazawa made his way to the Ninja Academy. On the training field, the genius class students were in the middle of practice. Teacher Kitazawa is here. Kiba spotted him first and shouted excitedly. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto immediately stopped training and ran toward him. Kiba, Ino, and Hinata followed close behind. A few more disciplined students looked toward Kakashi, awaiting his signal. Take a 10-minute break, Kakashi said, watching the group. Since Kitazawa's absence, Kakashi had been filling in as their instructor. With his mastery of 7 chakra natures and countless jutsu, he was easily the most qualified. Teacher Kitazawa, you're finally back. Naruto exclaimed. Yeah. Kiba added eagerly. We thought about you every day. Hinata shyly nodded in agreement. Teacher Kitazawa. The genius class surrounded him, voices overlapping in excitement. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto suddenly asked, did you really defeat the 4th Mizukage? Sasuke also looked over curiously at that question. I defeated the 4th Mizukage together with Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa replied with a smile. That's amazing, the students gasped in awe. Even if it was a joint effort, a battle of that level was far beyond their imagination. Teacher Kitazawa, Sasuke asked, who's stronger, the 4th Mizukage or Hokage-sama? Hokage-sama, Kitazawa answered without hesitation. It was the only proper answer, otherwise, it could raise questions about his loyalty. Besides, judging from the original events, Hiruzen's strength did slightly surpass that of the 4th Mizukage. As expected. I still have to become Hokage. Naruto declared, clenching his fists. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. Power comparisons never failed to ignite a ninja's fighting spirit. Teacher Kitazawa, Ino asked with bright eyes, when will you start teaching us again? Next week, Kitazawa said. I still have some things to handle this week. We have to wait that long. Ino pouted in disappointment. Even if I'm not teaching, I'll visit when I can, Kitazawa said with a gentle smile, patting her head. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 257, Students Progress Konoha Dragon God. After Kitazawa finished speaking with the students of the genius class, he approached Kakashi. Congratulations, Kitazawa, Kakashi said in his usual laid-back tone, his half-lidded eyes giving off that familiar, bored expression. What do I have to be congratulated for? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Your reputation's now greater than mine, Kakashi replied casually. You rendered great service on the battlefield, of course, you deserve congratulations. You're too modest. How could my reputation possibly compare to yours? Kitazawa countered with a faint smile. Am I continuing the class, or are you? Kakashi asked, smoothly changing the topic. He clearly had no interest in discussing reputation, it wasn't something that concerned him. I'm free today, so I'll take over the class, Kitazawa replied. But I'll have to trouble you for the next 3 days. All right then, Kakashi nodded, his tone light. I'll go lead my study group. After taking away the students from the Lightning Release and Earth Release study groups, only the Wind Release, Fire Release, and Special study groups remained. It's been 2.5 months since I last taught you, Kitazawa said after a brief pause. I'll need to reassess your current strength. He looked around at the gathered students and continued, those I call, follow me. The rest, continue training until I summon you. He planned to conduct individual sparring matches. After gauging each student's level, he could tailor new training methods accordingly. Returning from the battlefield, you decide to give your classmates a lesson, showing them how much you've grown. Current mission, defeat the classmates of the genius class. Mission reward, Konoha Dragon God. Do you accept? Kitazawa's brows lifted slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected to trigger a new system mission so soon after returning. But the reward, it was certainly tempting. The Konoha Dragon God, in the original chronicles, this taijutsu technique had been created by the Konoha's strongest taijutsu master before the rise of Might Due and Might Guy, a man named Chen. Konoha Dragon God was a super taijutsu technique that allowed the user to rapidly spin their body, forming a massive tornado. The vortex of wind drew in everything around it, shredding targets within range. Because the spinning wind resembled a coiling green dragon, the move earned its name, Konoha Dragon God. In the original record, Chen's Dragon God spanned over 10 meters in diameter, a devastating, large-scale technique. Kitazawa accepted the mission and turned toward his students. Naruto had already raised his hand, waving with uncontained excitement. Kitazawa almost picked him first, but then his eyes fell upon Hinata. She was nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her Byakugan subtly activated as her pale eyes fixed on him. Her small face was taut with tension. "Hinata," Kitazawa called with a soft smile. Hinata froze, then hurried toward him, a faint yet genuine smile lighting up her expression. Kitazawa gently patted her head before walking with her to an open training area nearby. "The best way to assess your strength is through sparring," he said calmly. "Attack me with all you've got." Hinata nodded, taking a deep breath. She shifted into her stance, one hand forward, one behind. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 32 palms. In an instant, Hinata accelerated, appearing before him. Both palms thrust forward in a flurry of strikes. Kitazawa didn't counterattack, he merely raised his arms to defend, observing her form. Hinata's movements flowed quickly, 32 strikes landed in succession. But since Kitazawa didn't strike back, she didn't stop there. She continued, 34, 36, until by the 40th palm, her rhythm began to falter. "Not bad," Kitazawa said with a nod. "You've improved a lot during this time." Hinata's lips immediately curved into a happy smile. "But don't get overconfident," Kitazawa added, flicking her forehead lightly. "You still have plenty of weaknesses." "Yes, Kitazawa-sensei," Hinata said with a shy smile. "I'll correct your form first, then I'll teach you 2 more palms." He took her wrist gently and raised her arm by about 3 centimeters. "There. Start again from the 33rd palm." After letting go, he stepped back, watching her resume her stance. Hinata didn't need new techniques yet. What she needed was mastery. For now, her goal should be to perfect gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Half an hour later, Kitazawa lowered his hand. "That's enough for today. Spend this week correcting those errors, then continue with the 64 palms." "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei," Hinata said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "I also brought you something." Kitazawa took out a small summoning scroll. "It's not valuable, just a war trophy from the battlefield." Hinata blinked in surprise, gratitude filling her expression. "No need to thank me. It's really nothing special. It's a flower from the land of water." He handed her the scroll with a faint smile. "I remember you like pressed flowers, right?" "Kitazawa-sensei, how did you know?" Hinata asked, eyes wide. She had never revealed that hobby to anyone. "It's a secret," Kitazawa said playfully, patting her head. "Now, go call Naruto over for me." In truth, he remembered it from her profile in his previous life. Hinata nodded, skipping away, clutching the scroll tightly. For someone as shy as her, to act so openly meant she was truly happy. "Kitazawa-sensei." Naruto's voice rang from afar as he approached, grinning broadly. "We'll need to change locations," Kitazawa said, thinking of Naruto's tendency to cause destruction. The two made their way to another nearby training ground. "Watch me, sensei." Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto clasped his hands together, and in a burst of smoke, 100 identical clones filled the area. "Watch my newly learned jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough." Together, Naruto and his clones leaned back, gathering chakra before exhaling in unison. The air erupted with a deafening roar, fierce gales whipped across the training ground as a storm burst into existence out of nowhere. 100 wind release, great breakthroughs gathered together, creating the force of an A-rank ninjutsu from what was originally C-rank. But a range too wide would inevitably weaken the power. Kitazawa clapped his hands together, forming an earth release wall to block the storm. "Amazing." Naruto exclaimed, then quickly shouted, "Use kunai." His shadow clones, responding immediately, hurled a volley of kunai. The weapons filled the sky like torrential rain, whistling through the air. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Naruto's transition and tactical response were spot on. Under the dense barrage, the earth wall was soon riddled with holes. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. Kitazawa vanished with a body flicker technique and reappeared among the shadow clones. He swung his sword, and the blazing blade sliced through 4 Naruto in a row. Bang. 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 The clones burst into smoke, but the remaining ones rushed in with a coordinated taijutsu assault. Kitazawa's counter was simple, Zangetsu in one hand and a lightning blade in the other. Rasengan. Naruto, seeing his clones vanish one after another, seized the opening and lunged, slamming a Rasengan toward Kitazawa's back. Lightning release, super vibrato lightning blade. Kitazawa turned sharply, his blade flashing with trembling lightning. The violent current surged forward, shattering the Rasengan into fragments of pure chakra. What? Naruto froze in disbelief. He had never seen a Rasengan destroyed like that. "You've mastered wind release," great breakthrough quite well, Kitazawa said as he sheathed his swords, but your wind chakra nature transformation still isn't refined enough. He continued calmly, next, I'll teach you a B-rank wind release ninjutsu to compensate for your lack of lethality. Both wind release, great breakthrough and wind release, gale palm were area-type techniques. Even combined with the shadow clone jutsu, their destructive power couldn't match well-used ninja tools. That's great. Naruto's frustration vanished instantly. What wind release ninjutsu is it? He asked eagerly. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kitazawa drew a shuriken, infused it with wind chakra, and threw it. With a sharp boom, the weapon sliced through the air and struck a large rock, shattering it into pieces. Naruto's eyes widened in amazement. Its power was clearly greater than Great Breakthrough or Gale Palm, though not quite at the level of Rasengan. But it had an advantage, it could be thrown. Before learning rotating shuriken, you'll need to strengthen your wind chakra nature transformation first, Kitazawa said with a smile. No problem. Naruto replied earnestly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Kitazawa estimated that Naruto wouldn't master it quickly, perhaps by the end of the semester, if lucky. It was May now, and the term ended in July, followed by the summer break. I obtained a blade during the war, Kitazawa said as he pulled out a summoning scroll. I think it would suit you. The Samahata was alive and couldn't be stored in a normal sealing scroll, yet carrying it everywhere was inconvenient, and conspicuous. Then Kitazawa had an idea. Since it was alive, why not treat it as a summoned creature? Under his persuasion, Samahata agreed to sign a summoning contract with him. But I don't know swordsmanship, Naruto said, scratching his head. Do I have to learn it like Sasuke? I don't think I can. Kitazawa chuckled softly. You don't need to learn swordsmanship. Even though it's a blade, you don't have to treat it as one. Huh. Naruto blinked in confusion. If it's a sword but not meant to be used like a sword, then what was it supposed to be? You'll understand when you see it. Kitazawa performed the summoning jutsu, and with a puff of smoke, the Samahata appeared. Naruto's jaw dropped. This is a blade, he muttered, staring at the spiky, scaled weapon with a mouth. It's not a conventional blade, Kitazawa explained. This is Samahata, a living creature as durable as a sword. Try channeling your chakra into it. Naruto gripped the hilt and released his chakra. The once dormant Samahata instantly perked up, its body writhing with excitement as it rubbed against Naruto like an affectionate pet. It can absorb my chakra? Naruto asked, astonished. Not just that, Kitazawa said with a small smile. It can absorb the enemy's chakra, and when you're low, it can return it to you. Though I doubt you'll ever run out. That's amazing. Naruto grinned. Kitazawa-sensei, are you really giving it to me? Of course, Kitazawa said, waving a hand dismissively. If I said it's yours, I won't take it back. Go on, form a bond with it. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto said brightly. Now, go call Ino over, Kitazawa added, glancing at the Samahata. With the summoning contract, there was no need to worry about it running off. Besides, it had no loyalty to the Hidden Mist Village, both Fuguki and Kisame were dead. The only concern left was the 7 ninja swordsman summoning scroll, but that could be resolved in next month's diplomatic talks with the Hidden Mist. That way, they wouldn't dare to interfere. Naruto hurried back to the training field, proudly brandishing the Samahata. Hey, everyone, look. This is the sword Kitazawa-sensei gave me. How can a sword look like that? Kiba asked, astonished. This thing looks alive, Ino remarked after a moment of observation. A summoned beast shaped like a sword. Ten said thoughtfully. Her own chameleon summon, Shiromori, could transform into a castle, so a beast that could become a blade didn't seem too far-fetched. Wait. Shikamaru's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly. I feel like I've seen that blade before. Naruto, what's it called? Samahata, Naruto replied casually. What? Shikamaru and the others were all stunned. What's wrong? Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. Is there a problem? You're seriously asking that? Of course there's a problem, it's a huge one. Kiba said, glaring with a mix of envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Do you remember the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist we talked about before? Shikamaru asked, rubbing his temple as he looked at Naruto's clueless expression. Naruto nodded slowly. This sword belonged to Suikazan Fuguki, Shikamaru sighed, patting Naruto's shoulder. It's one of the most famous blades in the entire ninja world. Huh. Naruto looked down at the Samahata in his hands, uncertain what to say. Since Kitazawa-sensei gave it to you, he must have had his reasons, Niji said in a low, steady voice. It's over. Kiba groaned, clutching his head in despair. There's no way I'll ever beat Naruto now. It's fine, Inuzuka Hana said dryly. You've never beaten him anyway. You really are my sister, Kiba muttered, his mouth twitching. Niji sighed softly. For once, Kiba's words made sense. The Samahata was a terrible matchup for taijutsu users like him. Hey, Naruto grinned, suddenly inspired. With Samahata, I won't have to worry about Sasuke's sword anymore when we fight. It's a good thing Sasuke isn't here, Ino said teasingly. If he found out, he wouldn't sleep a wink tonight. Sasuke, after all, was currently training with Kakashi to master lightning release, Chidori, and wasn't in the same group as them. Oh, right. Ino, Kitazawa-sensei told me to call you. Naruto said suddenly, realizing what he'd forgotten. Why didn't you say that earlier? Ino shouted, immediately sprinting off. She ran all the way to the training field and stopped in front of Kitazawa, panting lightly. I'm sorry, Kitazawa-sensei. I'm late, she said between breaths. You didn't waste much time, Kitazawa said calmly, shaking his head. Take a 2-minute rest, then we'll spar. No need. Ino straightened up with determination. Kitazawa-sensei, I definitely won't disappoint you. All right then. Kitazawa stepped back, putting some distance between them. Ninja art, moonlight beauty. Ino waved both hands, scattering a flurry of glimmering petals into the air. Kitazawa flashed forward, drew Zangetsu, and slashed toward her. The blade light fell upon her before she could react. Ino's eyes widened. This was the first time her moonlight beauty technique had failed to charm her opponent. Startled, she jumped back, hastily forming hand signs. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. An invisible wave pulsed outward. Not bad, Kitazawa said with a faint smile as he effortlessly dispelled the illusion. He sheathed Zangetsu and added, Today, I'll teach you a new genjutsu, demonic illusion, false surroundings technique. Okay. Ino exhaled in relief, patting her chest. I really thought you were going to cut me just now, Kitazawa-sensei. What nonsense, Kitazawa said, flicking her forehead lightly. No matter what, I would never harm my own student. I was wrong, Kitazawa-sensei, Ino said playfully, sticking out her tongue. All right, let's begin. I'll first explain the key principles of the false surroundings technique. Half an hour later, Ino left, replaced by Kiba. Kiba's war stomp had only reached the beginner level, and Kitazawa didn't have a new technique ready for him, so he told him to wait a few days. Inuzuka Hana, on the other hand, had already mastered quadruple Fang over Fang and was ready to begin training in Inuzuka style, human-beast combination transformation, two-headed wolf. Niji and Hinata were progressing steadily as well. Their gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms had reached the 40th strike, and they simply needed more time to refine it. Yakumo's Konoha-style taijutsu had reached the beginner level, too. With some practice, she could soon learn the Konoha Whirlwind series. Akimichi Choji had mastered both partial multi-size technique and human bullet tank, and his next step was the multi-size technique. As for Tenten, Kitazawa began teaching her the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, though he knew it would take her time to master such a difficult jutsu. Shikamaru, who had been focusing on In-Release Chakra Nature Transformation, was told to return to the Nara clan to study Shadow Neck Binding Jutsu, an advanced version of Shadow Imitation technique. Karen was given lessons in Sealing Barrier Jutsu, while Kitazawa sparred briefly with Rock Lee and Sakura to assess their current progress. Among them, Sakura had already begun learning Water Release, Heavenly Weeping. To complete his latest mission, Kitazawa also sparred with, and defeated, all the students under Maraboshi Kosuka and Kakashi, ensuring he understood the overall strength of Konoha's Genius class. Current mission, defeat the Genius class students. Mission reward, Konoha Dragon God. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. After a long afternoon of battles and instruction, Kitazawa finally obtained the Konoha Dragon God. Chapter 258, When are you planning to retire? After school, Kitazawa returned home. Only just getting back now. Kurenai, sitting on the sofa, asked with a puzzled expression. Did you have a meeting all day? No, I went back to the Ninja Academy this afternoon. Kitazawa sat down beside her. I see. Kurenai's face showed understanding, then she asked, did your students miss you? I originally just wanted to glance at them and come back, but they were too enthusiastic, so I just gave them new training assignments, Kitazawa replied. That sounds like repaying kindness with enmity. Kurenai paused slightly, then couldn't help but laugh. How is that repaying kindness with enmity? Kitazawa raised his hand and patted her fair, tender thigh. But Kurenai's words reminded him of a story from his previous life, about students who were rewarded with extra homework. All right, I'm going to make dinner. What do you want to eat tonight? Kurenai lifted her clean, jade-like foot and kicked him lightly as she asked. Anything is fine, Kitazawa sighed. After eating out for 2.5 months, coming home makes everything taste delicious. Home is definitely better. Kurenai stood up, pressed her rosy lips against Kitazawa's cheek, then turned and went to the kitchen. After dinner, Kitazawa took advantage of the quiet time to return to his room and continue improving his medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration. After this war, many Konoha shinobi had lost arms or legs. If Kitazawa could heal them with this technique in time, both his reputation and the influence of his S-rank medical ninjutsu would grow tremendously. At that point, the system's mission rewards might be even more generous. Night deepened. Kitazawa suddenly heard faint footsteps. A moment later, he felt a soft touch on his back. Kitazawa. Kurenai leaned gently on him. I've prepared the hot water for you. Kitazawa turned his head and saw her looking at him, dazed and warm. He couldn't help but smile. Want to bathe together? I'll wait for you, Kurenai said softly, her cheeks faintly red. At this point, do you think saying that still works? Kitazawa chuckled, standing up as he lifted her into his arms. Kurenai gasped, but didn't resist. The two of them went to the bathroom together. Hot water flowed from all directions, and Kitazawa let out a long sigh as the warmth seeped into his body. The first bath back home lasted 2 hours. In the end, Kurenai fell asleep, dizzy and relaxed. A new day dawned. Kitazawa woke up early. Today, he was scheduled to assist Lady Tsunade. He glanced at Kurenai's sleeping face and couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable vitality of the Senju bloodline. Their recovery abilities were far superior to ordinary shinobi. After changing his clothes and having breakfast, Kitazawa continued his research on limb regeneration medical ninjutsu. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a knock sounded at the door. Finally here. Kitazawa stood up and went to open it. Outside stood Tsunade and Shizun. Let's go, Tsunade said, waving her hand as she led the way toward the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen had specially arranged an office for her. When the three arrived, someone was already waiting inside, Nara Shikaku and Nara Suzaku, 2 Jonin from the Nara clan. Their presence alone showed how seriously Hiruzen was treating this matter. Nara Suzaku didn't have many appearances in the original records, he was only mentioned during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Lady Tsunade. Both Shikaku and Suzaku stood and bowed respectfully. Tsunade sat unceremoniously in the main seat. What's the arrangement? Lady Tsunade, Shikaku began, I'll explain the plan. A total of 4,000 shinobi had participated in the war. He divided them into 3 merit categories. The first category consisted of those who simply completed their missions, no extra reward necessary. The second category included those who performed exceptionally, accomplishing results beyond expectations. The third category was reserved for a very small number of shinobi with extraordinary achievements, such as Tsunade and Kitazawa. Shikaku's plan was to first distribute the rewards for the first 2 categories. The third would be handled last, as their contributions required multiple discussions and approval from the Hokage himself. Very good. Tsunade smiled. Shikaku, you're always dependable. It's my duty, he replied calmly. Then let's divide the work and begin, Tsunade said, sitting up straight, her tone serious. The sooner they finished, the sooner she could be free. Shikaku distributed the categorized files to Tsunade, Kitazawa, and Shizun. Kitazawa casually opened the folder. It contained detailed records of each ninja's wartime missions and performance. His task was to evaluate their achievements based on the data, an initial assessment. The final decision, however, would rest with Tsunade. Time moved into the afternoon. A knock sounded at the door. Lady Tsunade. Itachi stood outside the office, not stepping in. Kitazawa, Tsunade called out as she stood and walked toward the door. We're going out for a bit. Kitazawa immediately understood why Uchiha Itachi had come looking for her. He nodded to Shizun and the others, then followed them out. Let's talk here, Tsunade said, stopping in the corridor. After our investigation, he was indeed a root shinobi, Itachi reported, his tone solemn. Codenamed Tiger. He joined the Umbu after Root was disbanded. But, he's already dead, killed by a hidden mist shinobi. Did he intentionally seek death? Tsunade frowned, her expression hardening. Was the body found? Kitazawa asked, unsurprised. Danzo was no fool, he would never leave behind solid evidence. It was found, Itachi replied, but the body was heavily damaged. The analysis team said most of the brain's memories are no longer retrievable. How troublesome, Tsunade sighed. Without concrete proof, she couldn't act directly against Danzo. As long as he remained a Konoha shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others would stand in her way. Is there anything else you need me to do? Itachi asked, regret flickering in his eyes. Putting aside loyalty to Konoha, he deeply wished to personally kill Danzo, to avenge Uchiha Shursui. But once again, Danzo had slipped through unscathed. Not for now. You've done enough. You can go, Tsunade said, shaking her head. Yes. Itachi bowed slightly before turning to leave. Though unable to act this time, he saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Lady Tsunade stood firm, Danzo would eventually pay the price he deserved. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said once Itachi left, I think it's time we take the initiative. What do you mean? Tsunade turned to him, narrowing her eyes. Do you intend to assassinate Danzo? Lady Tsunade, such a thing would go against Konoha's rules, Kitazawa replied, blinking innocently. If you have a plan, then speak. Tsunade glared. The reason Danzo targets you is because he's obsessed with the Hokage's seat, Kitazawa said, clearing his throat. If we initiate the Hokage selection process, he won't be able to stay still. He'll make his move, and expose himself. You really want me to become Hokage that badly? Tsunade asked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Of course, Kitazawa said frankly. Once you become Hokage, I can walk around Konoha with my head held high. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. Somehow, it felt like all the benefits went to him if she took the hat. Lady Tsunade, being this indecisive doesn't suit you, Kitazawa said with a teasing smile. Do I need you to lecture me? Tsunade snapped, kicking him lightly. Lady Tsunade will decide for herself, Kitazawa replied sincerely. I'm only making a suggestion. Tsunade looked at him in silence. After a moment, she exhaled and let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. Just as Kitazawa said, since when had she become so hesitant? Come with me to the Hokage's office. Her tea-green Haori fluttered behind her as she turned, the bold kanji for gamble on her back swaying with each confident step. Seeing that, Kitazawa smiled faintly. So, it had finally come to this step. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office burst open under Tsunade's kick. It's you too, said Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone calm. Have you encountered any issues with your work? Old man, Tsunade said bluntly, when are you planning to retire? Hiruzen froze. If anyone else had asked, his first reaction would have been, are you trying to rebel? But coming from Tsunade, he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden, he asked, shaking his head. I'm still Hokage. A Hokage can only retire once the successor has been decided. If you want to retire, Tsunade said evenly, then start the Hokage selection process. You mean? Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly, though disbelief lingered in his expression. I've said what I came to say. I don't intend to repeat it. Tsunade's gaze drifted toward the window, where the Hokage Rock stood tall against the skyline. Her eyes softened, filled with mixed emotions. She had never truly considered becoming Hokage. All along, that dream had belonged to Nawaki. But fate had taken its own course. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up with rare energy. I'll send word to the daimyo immediately. There were 3 formal steps in selecting a new Hokage, the daimyo's approval, the Jonin vote, and the villagers' vote. Technically, the daimyo's endorsement came first, though in practice, it all began with the current Hokage's decision. Once he named a successor, the rest was mere procedure. I'll go myself, Tsunade said. It's the perfect chance to invite the daimyo to our celebration banquet, after all, we just won the war. That's an excellent idea, Hiruzen said with a smile. If the daimyo's pleased, next year's funding might even increase. While part of Konoha's income came from mission commissions, the majority came from the Land of Fire's allocation. That was why the daimyo held such high status among the 5 great nations, because, ultimately, they controlled the purse strings. Of course, much of that balance of power dated back to Senju Hashirama, who had established the one nation, one village system. After so many years, no one even thought of overturning it. When are you leaving? Hiruzen asked after a pause. I'll have Shikaku select a few capable shinobi to accompany you. No need for such trouble, Tsunade said, waving a hand. Kitazawa and I will go alone. Just the 2 of you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, somewhat surprised. Isn't that a bit against the rules? The daimyo won't mind, Tsunade replied with a calm expression. That's true. Sarutobi suddenly remembered that Tsunade had always maintained a good relationship with the Land of Fire's daimyo family. Among all the previous Hokage of Konoha, besides Senju Hashirama, only she could achieve such a connection. I'll go on Friday, Tsunade said after a moment of thought. Since she had taken on the task of rewarding merits, she naturally wouldn't go back on her word. Although time was tight, they could use shadow clones to increase work efficiency. Friday. Sarutobi thought for a moment and said, then I'll move Saturday's funeral to Sunday. Tsunade and Kitazawa were key figures in winning this war, it would be inappropriate if they didn't attend. Tsunade paused, then said, the Jonin vote and villager vote will be held next week. No problem, Sarutobi agreed without hesitation. Once that process was completed, he would finally be able to retire before next Sunday. Having served as Hokage for decades, he now felt a faint sense of anticipation. After all, being Hokage meant bearing great responsibility. The lives of both the villagers and the shinobi rested on his shoulders. He was old now. It was time to step down and let the next generation take over. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. We're going back to continue working, Tsunade said, waving her hand as she left the Hokage office. Although she had decided to become Hokage, old habits die hard, she still had that laid-back personality, always willing to slack off whenever possible. Is Lady Tsunade thinking that Danzo will attack us on our way to the capital of the Land of Fire? Kitazawa caught up to her and asked. Yes, Tsunade nodded. But just the two of us. Kitazawa cleared his throat and said, I think we could bring Itachi. If something really goes wrong, he can still step in. What? Tsunade glanced at him and asked, do you not have faith in me? Of course I do, Kitazawa replied seriously, but I personally prefer to act only when I'm confident. And we don't know how many people Danzo might bring at that time. You have a point. Tsunade pondered for a moment before saying, then let Itachi lead a squad of Umbu to follow us secretly. I'll go notify him then, Kitazawa said with a nod. Hokage office. Haru. After they left, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called out. Hokage-sama. Haru pushed the door open and entered. You are to send people to notify the villagers and shinobi that the Hokage selection process will begin next week. Tell them to prepare for voting, Sarutobi ordered directly. What? Haru's expression showed surprise upon hearing this. The Hokage was going to be replaced. Who would be the next Hokage? Tsunade's name immediately came to mind. After all, she had just left the office, and in all of Konoha, no one was more qualified than her to inherit the title. Yes, Hokage-sama, Haru responded quickly. Changing the Hokage was a major event, though the Umbu would be less affected. Generally, a new Hokage would select 2 or 3 shinobi from the Umbu to train. For example, he himself had been chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen as a personal guard. Wait, Sarutobi said suddenly, as if remembering something. While you're at it, call Danzo here. Yes, Hokage-sama. Haru bowed slightly, then turned and left. Sarutobi sat calmly in the Hokage's chair, waiting. He knew that Danzo had always harbored ambitions for the Hokage position. But no matter how ambitious he was not qualified to become Hokage. Now that Tsunade was about to take the position, Sarutobi intended to warn him, to prevent unnecessary trouble. After all, they had worked together for so many years. He didn't want to see Danzo fall further. Hiruzen. Not long after, Danzo, leaning on his cane, walked into the Hokage office. How have things been at home lately? Sarutobi asked with a light chuckle. Danzo was momentarily stunned. Having known Hiruzen for decades, he could sense something unusual from those words. Normally, why would Hiruzen care about his personal life? All right, Danzo said indifferently. It seems you've adapted somewhat, Sarutobi nodded. After I retire next week, we can see each other more often. You're retiring? Danzo's pupils suddenly contracted. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed tight. Yes, Sarutobi smiled faintly. I'm old now, it's time to step down. Konoha will be left in Tsunade's hands. Hiruzen. Danzo exclaimed sharply. This matter should be considered carefully. Is there any shinobi in Konoha more suitable to be Hokage than Tsunade? Sarutobi countered. Danzo fell silent. He wanted to say himself, but deep down, he knew he couldn't compare to Tsunade. Still, he was unwilling to accept it. Danzo, you're getting old too, Sarutobi said earnestly. Some things need to be let go. You're old, but I'm not. Danzo snapped, turning around angrily. Bang. The door slammed shut. Sarutobi sat quietly for a while, then shook his head. He had said what needed to be said. If Danzo did something foolish again, it would no longer be his responsibility. It would be up to the next Hokage to deal with it. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you.